When the enchantments of Hogwarts collide with the arcane mysteries of Cthulhu, an adventure that defies imagination begins to unfold. Cthulhu, a contemporary peer of Harry, possesses the golden key of forbidden knowledge from the library, characterized by her sensitive and suspicious nature, yet endowed with formidable magical abilities. She navigates the precarious boundary between light and darkness, bartering for the Philosopher's Stone and summoning ancient deities, repeatedly testing the limits of dark magic and insanity. Chapter 1. Transmigration and Untimely Demise. While Mumming is abruptly awakened from his slumber. One moment he was engulfed in the flames of an explosion in the laboratory, and the next he finds himself frozen awake. Like every archetypal protagonist, he awakens in an orphanage, though his circumstances are decidedly more dire. He finds himself in the storeroom of the orphanage. Apart from the muddy floor and the dust-laden air, he is accompanied solely by a moldy wooden barrel and a mop adorned with black fungus. While Mumming, feeling somewhat stiff, attempts to move his fingers, only to be met with excruciating pain that reverberates from the depths of his soul throughout his entire being, causing him to shudder violently. A copious amount of musty, dusty air floods into his lungs as he coughs and greedily inhales, sensing his body gradually warming. Accompanying his rapid breaths and violent coughs are countless fragmented memories surging forth in his mind. While Mumming was a fine young man of the 21st century, who unfortunately encountered an explosion in the upper laboratory while conducting late-night experiments. He did not perish in the explosion itself. However, the blast collapsed the floor, and a 1-ton ultra-low temperature freezer plunged downwards, resulting in his instantaneous demise. He felt no pain, dying with an eerie calmness. Thus, he awakened in this storeroom. Interestingly, this body also bears the name Mumming, with the English name Tylo, born on June 28, 1980, possessing the same parents and physical appearance as he does. The sole divergence lies in the fact that this Mumming's parents immigrated to England during the wave of emigration in the 1980s, clutching unrealistic dreams of a foreign land. Merely a week after their arrival, they were tragically gunned down in a dimly lit alley adjacent to a theater. It is indeed a tragic tale. This Tyla was promptly sent to an orphanage and succumbed to hypothermia just an hour ago. Discrimination against the Chinese community during the 1980s was notably severe, manifesting in various facets of life. Schools, workplaces, government institutions, restaurants, and, of course, orphanages were no exceptions. Moreover, this discrimination among young children often proved to be even more vicious and blatant. Among a group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed orphans, who would they bully if not the sole child with black hair and eyes? From the initial trivialities of having food and toys snatched away, to being picked on, shoved, and beaten, it escalated to the point where he was doused with cold water and locked in the storeroom as a cruel prank. Thus, the frail Tylot perished from hypothermia that night. After lying on the ground for a while, Tylot gradually sat up, placing his right hand delicately on his left wrist, silently counting for 60 seconds. The heartbeat is stable. Tylot had majored in biology and medicine in his previous life, and though he was not a pure medical student, he was familiar with some basic medical techniques. After taking his pulse, Tylot noticed a ring on the fourth finger of his left hand, one that seemed incongruous with his current identity. What is this? The storeroom had no windows, the door was tightly shut, and it was now dark. Tylot had no choice but to feel around with his right hand. The ring felt as though it were sculpted from some form of bone. It was a size larger than his ring finger, featuring a rough surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to cover the entirety of the ring. In the darkness, other senses become heightened. After groping around for a while, Tylot could barely make out the details of these patterns that he would normally overlook, which appear to be grotesquely distorted English words. Merd, L.E.Gol.la.ei.lin. Tylot attempted to articulate these words based on the spacing of the patterns and their phonetic sounds. As the final syllable escaped his lips, Tylot abruptly vanished from the storeroom, as if erased by an eraser. In the next moment, Tylot found himself in a dimly lit library. Ugh! Despite his empty stomach, he could not suppress a wave of nausea, feeling as though he had just endured a 5-hour roller coaster ride. Tylot lay on the ground like a defeated dog, and once the sensation subsided slightly, he flipped over, lying face up on the floor. What he beheld was a vast ceiling far above him, beneath which lay meticulously arranged stone walls, tapering inwards in concentric circles. Even at the base where Tylot lay, the area spanned nearly 500 square meters. It was an inverted pyramid structure, roughly estimated to possess at least 1,000 layers, each just half a person's height and entirely hollow, cluttered with a plethora of books and scrolls. After regaining some of his strength, Tylot sat up and noticed a very rudimentary wooden table nearby, upon which were piled rolls of parchment and a lamp composed of peculiar stones. Tylot slowly crawled towards the wooden table and plopped down onto the chair in front of it. The parchment on the table was haphazardly stacked, with several sheets torn and crumpled into balls. Tylock casually picked up a sheet, which was filled with a dense scrawl of twisted characters resembling English, yet not entirely the same. After staring at it for a while, he felt dizzy. However, when his fingers brushed against the text, a chilling surge of information flooded into his mind. In all universes, among all beings, apart from those deities and descendants spawned by the Supreme Mother Goddess herself, no other creature can compare to. Terrified, Tyera hastily withdrew his hand. He then reached out to touch another parchment. The Monley fruit, struck down by a thunderstorm, peeled, dry, crushed, take 2 spoonfuls. Tyera fixated on the distorted script. He was certain that he did not recognize these symbols. Yet when his fingers brushed against them, the knowledge they embodied surged into his mind autonomously. After perusing several sheets of parchment, a foreboding suspicion began to fester within Tyera, prompting him to solemnly approach the nearest stone cavern. Tyera's hand delicately glided along the spines of the tomes, each title brimming with a sense of blasphemy and malevolence flooding into his consciousness. The largest and most voluminous of them all bore the ominous title, The Book of the Undead. A slightly thinner one, akin to a conventional textbook, was titled The Nameless Sacrificial Text, tall and slender, encased in an enigmatic hardcover. The Lalai Manuscript, a slender volume, stitched with cotton thread reminiscent of ancient Chinese texts. The 7 chapters of Xianjun. Suddenly, that ancient tome flew off the shelf, landing before Tyera, its pages unfurling of their own accord, revealing themselves to him. In that instant, Tyera had never felt the Chinese characters to be so terrifying and repulsive. He recognized every single character upon it, and the moment his gaze met those 2 pages of Chinese script, a chill coursed through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. It felt as if some incomprehensible knowledge was being forcefully thrust into his soul, as chaotic murmurs and incomprehensible images overwhelmed his mind. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, growing increasingly pronounced, coalescing into translucent, viscous blisters. Chapter 2. Merlin. Suddenly, everything vanished, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The mutations dissipated. The frenzied murmurs and screams faded into silence. The incomprehensible images dissolved. As if a clumsy editor had abruptly switched the scenes within the library, Tyera remained poised, with his fingers still resting on the spine of the book. Pointing at the preceding volume of the 7 chapters of Xianjun, the Lulei text, he stood frozen for a few seconds, as though seared by a scorching iron. Retracting his fingers from the bookshelf without a backward glance and returning to his desk, his gaze vacantly resting upon the stone steps. He recalled every moment with crystal clarity, the sudden emergence of the 7 chapters of Xianjun from the shelf, the maddening whispers, the incomprehensible visions, and the horrifying mutations that had afflicted his body. In an instant, everything reverted to just moments prior, before his fingers had ever grazed the 7 chapters of Xianjun. Tyera gasped for breath, raising his left hand to wipe away the cold sweat. Where his left pinky once was, only pristine white bone remained. Although these phalanges could bend at his will, it was evident that his narrow escape had not come without a price. Exhaling deeply, Tyera felt a wave of dread wash over him. His greatest fear had materialized. He had indeed traversed dimensions. Moreover, he found himself within the treacherous realm of Cthulhu. The words he had just read on those parchment sheets, Supreme Mother Goddess, God of Dreams, the Mad Twins, had left him perplexed. Now he was certain this was indeed perilous. A bitter smile crept across Tyera's face. He had anticipated arriving in a world of urban warriors or commercial titans, only to discover he had landed in the Cthulhu mythos, and he could only comply with the grim reality. At this juncture, Tyera paused momentarily, as if a new fragment had suddenly emerged in his mind. It was a form of the most primal skill, as if he had rehearsed it countless times, flowing effortlessly, ready to be summoned. Tyera pointed his finger into the air. A strand of black, hair-like filaments sprouted from beneath his fingernails, elongating steadily. When the filament reached 10 centimeters in length, it suddenly extricated itself from his nail and delicately settled upon the wooden desk. With the fall of this strand, Tyera felt an exhilarating lightness. The mental dizziness and the remnants of the bruises and wounds he had sustained before his arrival vanished entirely. Apart from the persistent gnawing hunger, his physical state could now be deemed remarkably healthy. However, as the black filament detached, a sense of lethargy washed over him, despite the disappearance of the dizziness. This skill was known as the Cursed Worm. Concurrently, he acquired another ability called communion with the Lord of the Star Sea. The Cursed Worm could condense the injuries, ailments, and curses afflicting oneself or others into a semi-living entity resembling a worm. This worm was best implanted within another living being within a span of 24 hours. Otherwise, it would revert back to its original host. This cursed worm could not alleviate physical hunger, fatigue, or mental fatigue. In essence, it could only transfer the excess or necrotic portions of oneself. The second skill, communion with the Lord of the Star Sea, enabled one to project their soul into a designated starry expanse through certain rituals, thus granting extraordinary magical powers. Yet, such an act would almost entirely equate to sacrificing oneself to unknown malevolent entities within the cosmos. In the Cthulhu universe, greater power invariably attracted greater peril. Communion with the Lord of the Star Sea could elevate one to godhood, but it could just as easily lead to instant demise. Had it not been for that unnamed force, Tyera might have transformed into a mere mass of cells, brimming with power yet devoid of self. Resolutely, Tyera chose not to wander aimlessly. Instead, he directed his focus towards the scrolls of parchment before him. The tomes within the caverns were undeniably perilous. Although these parchments might also contain forbidden knowledge, statistically speaking, the likelihood of dying from reading them was far less than the direct perusal of those books. However, he could not afford ignorance. The fear of unknowingly transgressing a taboo loomed larger than any danger. Moreover, through his earlier random readings, he surmised that these parchments likely constituted the research notes of the library's previous owner. Nevertheless, to mitigate risk, Tyera refrained from reading them in full. He only skimmed the introductory and concluding segments of each parchment, proceeding to delve into the middle sections only after confirming their relative safety. This cautious approach significantly slowed his reading pace. Some parchments he merely glanced at before discarding, not merely due to potential danger, but because their openings clearly indicated they were experimental records. As a science student, he possessed the discernment to recognize that he was not in a hurry to peruse the previous owner's experimental logs. Rather, he needed to ascertain the nature of this place and its taboos to avoid inadvertently stumbling into calamity. After approximately 4 or 5 hours, Tyera finally completed the reading of 7 parchments, gaining a comprehensive understanding of their content. The former owner of this library was named Merlin. Yes, indeed, the legendary Merlin, the greatest wizard in British folklore. Yet, this library was not constructed by Merlin. He, like Tyera, was an outsider. In his youth, he had been an ordinary rural boy who, while tending to sheep, inadvertently fell into a valley. As the saying goes, survival from great peril often leads to great fortune. Beneath the cliff, there lay hidden tomes. While seeking an escape, Merlin stumbled upon this inverted pyramid structure, entering the library from above, thus birthing a legendary sorcerer. The ring he possessed was crafted after Merlin's rise to fame. It served as a portal to other realms. At the age of over 600, Merlin relocated this inverted pyramid library, situated within a valley in England, light years away to a planet remarkably akin to Earth, and forged this portal ring. Anyone who possessed the ring and recited the incantation concealed within its inscriptions could traverse to this library. According to Merlin's later investigations, he believed the builders of this library to be the great race of Yith, one of the earliest libraries established while they still inhabited Earth, intended to house perilous knowledge from the cosmos. The majority of the books within were also derived from the great Yith race, with only a small fraction belonging to Merlin's own collection. For example, the several Hailbow stone slabs housed within the third-level cavern, and an entire set of beautifully bound printed magic textbooks he had acquired during the nascent days of printing. However, it was evident that these books were merely collectibles for Merlin. Given his magical prowess at the time, he had no need to peruse such beginner texts. The entire collection of books lay pristine and untouched, meticulously arranged within the stone cavern that faced the wooden table, cloaked in a layer of dust. Chapter 3. Magical Blessings. This library was painstakingly hewn from solid black stone, excavated bit by bit. The stone, while not exceptionally hard, possessed an astonishing ability to shield against the prying eyes of the great old ones, apart from the outer gods. As long as no proactive contact was initiated, the outer gods could not exert influence over any beings residing within the stone's confines. This is precisely why the illustrious race of the great chose to establish this library, which housed nearly every perilous piece of knowledge in the universe. Within this very stone, according to Merlin's records, this stone belonged to another indigenous species on Earth at the time, a highly intelligent crustacean life form resembling an upright crab. Upon discovering the stone's extraordinary properties, the great and this species united to create the library. However, as the Earth's indigenous inhabitants lacked the extensive knowledge of the great the joint museum was bestowed with 3 magical blessings by the latter. The first, termed knowledge, allowed every wise being who visited to confront knowledge directly through the written word. The second, known as time, granted each visitor a number of opportunities equal to the fingers on one hand to evade madness. The third, called sanctity, stemmed from the stone's unique essence, preventing any tainted mind from entering the library. These three formidable magical blessings have endured the relentless passage of time without fading. The rationale behind this arrangement lay in the fact that the race embodied by the Great is possessed 7 fingers, while their allies, the crab-like crustaceans, had pincers that counted as just 2 fingers. Their mortal foes, the flying worms, boasted not a single finger. Nevertheless, such measures could not entirely eradicate the influence of indescribable entities. Some presences exist beyond the 4th dimension, far surpassing the limits of human comprehension. These 2 magical blessings, as speculated by Merlin, might have been employed by the Great is to tackle challenging research dilemmas. Whenever a study became ensnared in a deadlock, the Great would conduct a ritual outside the library to connect with a great being from the cosmos, most often the avatar Tavil Yadam of Yog-Sothoth, one of the 3 pillars of deities. This outer god, representing the benevolent aspect of Yog-Sothoth, resided upon a massive stone pedestal behind the ultimate threshold of the universe, known as the Silver Key. He delighted in bestowing boundless knowledge upon any entity capable of traversing the Silver Key, provided they could withstand the weight of such wisdom. When the researchers of the Great were driven to madness by the avatar of the All-in-One and subsequently retraced time, their souls retained a vast reservoir of knowledge that they could accept. This was akin to the 2 miraculous magical imprints left upon Tayera's soul after her encounter with the outer god, corresponding to the 7 chapters of the mysterious ruler. The magical blessing known as time could salvage a being from the brink of madness, except when confronting Azathoth and the other Old Ones, or engaging recklessly with entities of similar caliber. In the eyes of the scholarly elite among the Great this ability was intended to further explore the truths of the world rather than merely serve as a means of survival against the Old Ones. Regrettably, Tayera squandered an opportunity in this regard. However, Merlin was far more reckless. Unlike Tayera, who hailed from a modern society, had attended university, and was well-versed in the Cthulhu mythos, Merlin had lost 3 fingers right from the outset. By the time he grasped the implications of it all, it was too late. This ultimately led to Merlin, the renowned archmage, suffering severe mental pollution from the outer gods in his later years, transforming him into a being who appeared utterly different, a mad, cruel, and incomprehensible humanoid monstrosity. During the last lucid moments of his existence as Merlin, he inscribed the contents upon the parchment, now held by Tayera. To the sage not of this timeline, a traveler from another world, I prophesy your arrival. I strive to maintain clarity and pen the following words. Do not squander your 5 opportunities. Do not attempt to contact the Great at least not until you exist on the same plane. You may choose the Supreme Mother Goddess. If possible, please seek me out. I have placed my coordinates on the 3 shelf of the 4th layer. But do not attempt this lightly until you have gained divine dimensions. If I reach out to you, take refuge within the library. I cannot enter. Upon reading this passage, Tayera silently clasped her hands in prayer, hoping for the safety of the individual mentioned. If there were troubles, she wished not to be contacted. Tayera then rummaged through several more sheets of parchment, this time not merely skimming the beginnings, but reading through them entirely. Given that Merlin had foretold of his arrival, it was unlikely that he would have left misleading information within his notes, considering the mental state that allowed him access to this library at that time. At least, from this perspective, she could read with some assurance. It must be said that the notes of a grand sorcerer proved to be of considerable assistance to a novice like her, especially since Merlin himself had grown from an illiterate farm boy into a renowned archmage. From the initial guidance in harnessing his own magical prowess to the very essence of magic itself, the notes were extensive and comprehensive. Tayera stared at the parchment in her hands. Eugidil, you are you, Osalia. As she silently recited the incantation in her mind, her hands gently released the parchment. The parchment seemed to hover momentarily in the air before drifting downwards. This was the levitation spell recorded in Merlin's diary. The simplest and most suitable incantation for beginners to channel their own magical energy. Although Tayera had previously succeeded in casting the cursed worm, that power was an instinct engraved upon her soul by the outer gods, deriving from her mental strength rather than her own magical energy. Thus, she required a straightforward spell to draw forth her inherent magical power. Eugidil, you are you, Osalia. This time, Tayera spoke the words aloud. The parchment in her grasp appeared to exhibit a tendency to rise, but upon her reaching out, it continued to fall. Eugidil, you are you, Osalia. After approximately 40 to 50 attempts, the parchment finally trembled and floated quiveringly in midair. However, after a mere 10 seconds, it plummeted once more, leaving Tyera feeling a chill wash over her, as though utterly drained, collapsing in her chair. Chapter 4, Departure. After successfully channeling her magical energy, Tyera chose not to linger within the library. She briefly rummaged through the drawer of the wooden table, retrieving a slightly heavy stone drill, and then, following the instructions in Merlin's notes, recited the incantation upon her ring in reverse, transporting herself back to the cramped storage room of the orphanage. Successfully channeling his own magical power and having established a connection with an outer god, Tyera felt significantly better upon his return. This time, he merely experienced a fleeting sensation of dizziness, devoid of any nausea or discomfort. Tyera had been confined in the storage room around 9:30 in the evening, during the period when the matron had finished her rounds and the children were engaged in their bedtime prayers. He was unceremoniously dragged from his warm cocoon by a handful of mischievous children, doused with cold water, and thrust into the storage room. He was unaware of how long he had remained there before awakening, but through the pale, bluish light seeping through the crack of the door, Tyera estimated that it must be around 4 or 5 in the morning, just as the sun was beginning to rise. Grasping a stone spike, Tyera struck the lock of the storage room door with ferocity. Once, twice, thrice, bang! With just 3 blows, he shattered the dilapidated wooden door, creating a gaping hole. Stealthily, Tyera emerged from the storage room. The time was now 4:26. The storage room lay at the bottom of the staircase on the first floor of the orphanage, and just around the corner was the reception hall, its walls adorned with an old clock. At this hour, both the matron and the orphans were still ensconced in slumber, making it an opportune moment for him to escape. Yes, escape. Though the orphanage provided food, drink, and shelter, it equally represented a form of confinement. He could not practice magic freely, for an untrained apprentice without a mentor was prone to severe magical mishaps. Minor incidents might merely damage furniture, while grave ones could ignite uncontrollable fires, a catastrophe for an already struggling orphanage, potentially leaving countless children homeless. While Tyera held no fondness for the orphanage, he could not justify practicing magic at the expense of hundreds of orphans being cast onto the streets. Yet, relinquishing magic was equally implausible. Having lived as an ordinary person for over 20 years in his previous life, how could he forsake the extraordinary powers he had acquired, even if the path ahead was perilous and reckless? Moreover, he was merely an orphan now, unlike in his past life, where he had 2 parents and a modestly comfortable existence. In this unfamiliar capitalist realm, even with the knowledge carried from his previous life, attending a community college was the highest he could aspire to. He lacked the confidence to amass the exorbitant tuition fees required for a public university. As the saying goes, one must break free from comfort to pursue the truths of the universe. Fortunately, he possessed that library on an alien planet, alleviating his immediate concerns about accommodation for the time being. Furthermore, the library was not solely filled with books. It also contained numerous items and instruments brought in by Merlin from the outside world, like the unremarkable Greystone spike he had just used to break open the storage room door, a divine stone retrieved by Merlin from the Celtic sanctum of Avalon, essential for the Celts in their ascension to druidhood, inscribing the natural emblem upon themselves to achieve the pinnacle of transformation. Tyera discovered a blood-red gem, a failed philosopher's stone from Merlin's earlier experiments. There was also a staff, taller than a man, made from the branch of the Celtic sacred tree, an early wand of Merlin, seldom used after he became a great sorcerer, except for certain special rituals. Alongside these magical artifacts, Tyera rummaged through the 3rd drawer of a wooden table and unearthed 3 leather pouches filled with a variety of coins, gold, silver, and bronze, from Merlin's era, spanning the 11th to 12th centuries, up until the advent of the printing press in Europe. These antiques would fetch a handsome sum at a pawn shop, providing him with sufficient financial support for some time. Returning to his room, Tyera gently pushed open his door and, noticing his roommates deep in slumber, tiptoed inside. Quietly, he gathered his clothes, pamphlets, bedding, and the orphanage's ration notebooks, pens, and ink, preparing to send them in batches to the alien library for safekeeping, intending to retrieve them once he found a stable foothold in this world. He then casually tossed a cursed worm onto one of his sleeping roommates who had bullied him before and stealthily plundered his roommate's meager savings. Although the orphanage was impoverished, those mischievous children always found ways to pilfer a bit of money from the donation box. While Tyera was still young in this world, his keen observational skills allowed him to discover where his roommate had hidden the stolen funds. From beneath drawers, under children's insoles, and within the crevices of books. He amassed a total of 40 pounds. It should suffice for a while. After all, Tyera dared not remain in the library for long. While normally the consciousness of outer gods could not penetrate the bizarre stones constituting the library, the sanctity of the stones was not infallible. According to Merlin's records, a person's spiritual powers are most active during sleep, making them exceedingly susceptible to external influences. It was entirely possible that he could inadvertently connect with an outer god through an ancient tome. Having organized his belongings without disturbing anyone, Tyera ventured to the kitchen to procure some bread and milk before resolutely making his way out of the orphanage. From this moment forth, he would be a wandering mage. Tyera chuckled bitterly to himself, casting a glance back at the orphanage and the rusted sign above the door that read Wool's Orphanage in the soft morning light. In that instant, he felt an impulse to turn back. He understood that his departure would lead him into a life of hardship that even adults would find unbearable. Although he possessed a mature soul and a multitude of methods for earning money gleaned from the future, he was still merely a 6-year-old child, which severely limited his options. Sighing, Tyera continued on his path to the bus station leading to the city center without looking back. Though the orphanage was destitute, the nearby church still had a donation box, and Tyera struck it with a black stone. Once, twice, thrice, he borrowed some money from within. With the remnants of his memories from this world, Tyera recalled that adjacent to the theater where his parents had been gunned down was a pawn shop. Without money, nothing is feasible. He needed to exchange some for food and then contemplate his future endeavors. Exhausted both physically and mentally after nearly an entire night of endurance, Tyera needed to replenish his energy. Chapter 5. The Helly's Potion and the Enrollment Letter. In May 1991, a mottled owl soared through the skies of London, clutching a letter in its beak. Simultaneously, in a dilapidated loft in the old quarter of London, an 11-year-old Chinese boy was diligently taking notes, his expression solemn. His gloved left hand gently pressed down on the aged, yellowed parchment, while his other hand swiftly sketched intricate geometric figures on a blank sheet of parchment. Approximately 30 minutes later, the young Chinese boy completed the final stroke of his artwork, gently leaning back in his chair. He seized a bottle of pale blue liquid resting on the table and gulped it down in one swift motion. Alas, the boy, known as Tyera, nearly retched from the acrid taste of the liquid, but he managed to stifle his mouth just in time, compelling himself to swallow it. The instant the blue liquid coursed through him, Tyera felt as if he were transported back to the fateful night of the laboratory explosion, where the heavy ultra-low temperature freezer came crashing down, casting a colossal shadow that loomed over him. The fleeting 4 seconds of impending death seemed to stretch into eternity. As the dull ache of the freezer colliding with his body and the excruciating agony of his skull being crushed inch by inch tormented him frame by frame. Time became an enigma, and eventually, Tyera awoke from this hellish ordeal, drenched in cold sweat, yet his spirits soared with an invigorating vitality, akin to awakening from a prolonged and restful slumber. The mere thought of having to consume such a potion again filled him with despair. He sighed, upright the chair he had kicked over while drinking, and proceeded to the bathroom downstairs for a hot shower. The potion Tyera had just consumed was known as the Hecate Elixir, a product of Merlin's research documented in his diary. This concoction was designed to enhance mental fortitude, and its residual properties could construct a temporary spiritual barrier for the user, lasting approximately a month. This barrier effectively reduced the likelihood of encountering unexpected dangers while studying forbidden spells or engaging with the mental dominion of ancient entities. However, the side effects were markedly pronounced. Within 10 minutes to half an hour of ingestion, the user would relive the most excruciating experiences of their life. For Tyera, this was undoubtedly the memory of being crushed by the freezer during the explosion. Though he had initially felt nothing, this anguish was recorded in his subconscious, erupting in the illusions conjured by the Hecate Elixir. After his shower, Tyera languidly reclined on his bed, preparing to rest for a while before delving into the study of another spell. He had but one precious day each week to study magic without interference. Thus he needed to seize every moment. It had been 5 years since he left the orphanage. Although he possessed a fortune in ancient coins, Tyera prudently exchanged only a few for sufficient funds to sustain himself for the next month or two, intending to seek employment thereafter. However, finding a job as a mere 6-year-old proved to be a formidable challenge. He was either outright rejected or targeted by unscrupulous individuals wishing to sell him into underground venues. Having been out of work for a considerable time, Tyera reluctantly resorted to petty thievery, emulating the other street children of London. Yet his fortunes soon shifted. During one of his thefts, he was halted by a kindly Chinese woman who spoke no English. Upon realizing that Tiara's English far surpassed her husband's rudimentary gestures, this generous and warm-hearted woman offered him a position at her restaurant as a cashier. The job came with meals and lodging, a 6-day workweek, and a monthly wage of £20. His duties primarily involved sitting at the cashier's desk, translating customers' orders, and during busy times, he might assist in the kitchen. The attic he currently occupied in the old district had originally belonged to a friend who had returned to their homeland, leaving it in her care. As it stood empty, she graciously arranged for Tiara to reside there. Most of Tiara's earnings were carefully saved. He had spent little on the preparation of the Hecate elixir. As the library where he worked was not merely a repository of books, it was situated on a planet with a climate akin to Earth's ecosystem. Merlin had cultivated dozens of acres of herb gardens surrounding the library entrance. Although Merlin had departed nearly 5 to 6 centuries ago, the majority of the herbs thrived wildly due to the favorable climate. Tiara effortlessly gathered most of the ingredients for the Hecate elixir, having found the book The Complete Guide to Magical Herbs on the 3rd shelf, while the remaining items were acquired from a traditional medicine shop in Chinatown. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tiara was about to rise and study another spell, he perceived a gentle tapping sound against the glass. Moments later, he spotted a mottled owl perched at a skylight, clutching a letter in its beak, tapping thrice against the glass. Knock, knock, knock. As a realization struck him, Tiara excitedly tumbled from his bed and hurriedly grabbed a metal rod to pry open the skylight. The mottled owl entered, placing the letter on Tiara's desk before settling on the back of a chair to preen its feathers. Tiara picked up the thin envelope, which bore a white background and a red seal. The reverse side was inscribed with his name and address in emerald green ink, while the front displayed a wax seal adorned with a coat of arms featuring a large letter H encircled by a lion, a serpent, an eagle, and a badger. With a sense of exhilaration, Tiara carefully laid the envelope flat, meticulously using a paper knife to detach the wax seal from the letter, lifting the entire wax fragment away. Extracting the letter, which still exuded the pungent scent of fresh ink, Tiara read each word with careful attention. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Magical Federation, President of the Wizarding Association, Sir Merlin's first-level wizard. Dear Mr. Wu, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl's reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniforms. First-year students are required to have 1. 3 plain black work robes. 2. 1 plain black pointed hat for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves made of dragon hide or similar material. 4. 1 winter cloak, black with silver fastenings. Please note, all students' clothing must bear name tags. Textbooks. All students must prepare the following books. Standard Spells, Level 1, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical, however, Tiara's moment of distraction was fleeting. She promptly retrieved a blank sheet of paper and began to write. Dear Professor Dumbledore, it is a tremendous honor to be able to study magic at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After completing the sentence, Tiara paused for a moment and continued. Yet, I find myself devoid of any companions experienced in the arcane arts. Although I am deeply enamored with magic, I have never had any prior exposure to it. As such, I am uncertain regarding how to prepare the items on the list. Nor do I know how to reach Hogwarts. If it would not be too much trouble, I would be immensely grateful if any staff member residing in London, or visiting the city on business, could kindly escort me into the enchanting realm of wizards. Signed, Student Tiara Wu. After carefully folding the letter, she entrusted it to an owl. However, the owl did not open its beak. Instead, it flapped its wings and emitted a call, then fixed a remarkably human-like gaze upon Tiara. Oh, right, you must be hungry after flying over, Tiara realized, observing the owl's behavior. Fortunately, I have a delectable treat you will surely enjoy. With that, she dashed down the stairs to retrieve something, and upon her return, she held aloft a rather plump, albeit slightly damaged-tailed, gray mouse. This mouse had been captured during her practice of the levitation charm in the attic, and having confirmed the efficacy of the Halley's potion, she deemed it unnecessary to keep the creature any longer, deciding instead to offer it as a snack to her diligent messenger. The squeaking gray mouse squirmed in her grasp, frantically calling out, but alas, Tiara held it firmly by the nape of its neck, rendering it unable to bite her. She presented the mouse to the owl, which regarded the large rodent, then glanced back at Tiara. After pecking her hand gently, it seized the letter and took flight without a backward glance. Do owls not enjoy mice? Tiara mused, watching the bird's retreating figure. Perhaps they prefer them cooked? Chapter 6. The Essence of Magic. After bidding farewell to the owl, Tiara reclined back on her bed, with the knowledge that she resided within the world of Harry Potter, and that there existed a safer and more secure path to magic. Her urgency to embark on the perilous and thorny road laid out by Merlin diminished. Moreover, with teachers to guide her, why should she toil in solitude, risking injury? With her hands supporting her head, Tiara allowed her thoughts to wander. She pondered whether Hogwarts truly mirrored the cinematic depictions, and to which house she might be assigned. If she were to be placed in Gryffindor, would she have the fortune of encountering the renowned Harry Potter? Harry Potter. Harry. Huh. In the year 1991, coincidentally, the very year Harry Potter began his studies. If this were indeed the world of Harry Potter, then she was certain to meet him. First year would see them contending with Voldemort for the Philosopher's Stone. Second year would involve battling the Basilisk. Third year would be relatively safe, with the only seemingly dangerous Sirius Black turning out to be a good soul. And in the fourth year, Voldemort would rise again. The fifth year would witness the reunion of the Death Eaters, and by the sixth year, the seventh would commence with an open eradication of Muggleborns. Muggleborns. Tiara was fully aware that both her parents, whether in this life or the last, were non-magical individuals, a certainty she held without doubt. Thus, she was the purest of Muggleborns, as pure as one could be. Upon this realization, Tiara sprang from her bed and returned to her desk. There was no escaping the necessity of learning. This knowledge must be acquired. She took up her quill once more, inscribing on another blank piece of parchment, continuing to construct the second layer of her spiritual barrier. This was a form of magic discovered by Merlin in his later years, capable of repelling external godly incursions. By enhancing her mental fortitude through the Halley's Potion, she intended to engrave this magical construct into her mental dimension. The spiritual barrier consisted of 7 layers. Prior to consuming the Halley's Potion, Tiara had already completed the analysis of the first layer. The first to third layers served to deepen the connection between her mental and spiritual dimensions, thereby enhancing her control over her own magical power. The fourth to sixth layers would augment the spiritual dimension, which corresponded to the accumulation of magical energy. The seventh layer, however, necessitated the assistance of an ancient being, allowing a qualitative transformation of her mental and spiritual dimensions. As for the construction of magical models, according to Merlin's notes and the descriptions within the Book of the Dead, the essence of magic is dimensional. The three-dimensionality in a physical sense pertains to directional space. In a magical sense, the 3 dimensions encompass the material dimension, the spiritual dimension, and the mental dimension. The material dimension corresponds to the traditional physical aspects of length, width, height, and spatial direction. The spiritual dimension is the source of a wizard's magical power, akin to what Hogwarts refers to as magical talent, and is similar to a cultivator's spiritual root. The mental dimension embodies the essence of thought for all sentient beings. Wizards exist as 3-dimensional beings, simultaneously inhabiting the material, spiritual, and mental dimensions. These 3 dimensions, material, spiritual, and mental, interconnect and influence one another. Typically, a wizard utilizes a wand and incantations to perform magic. The wand is a fusion of the material and spiritual dimensions, assisting the wizard in stabilizing their magic and facilitating the easier release of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, incantations represent simplified magical models. Presently, all forms of magic derive from ancient ritualistic practices that have been simplified over time. The rituals performed within the material dimension, whether it be dancing, stacking stones, lighting bonfires, or even blood sacrifices, aim to construct magical models in the material world, thereby invoking the powers of the spiritual dimension. These rituals have been progressively simplified, resulting in the current state where most magic can be executed simply by uttering incantations and wielding a wand capable of bridging the spiritual dimension. Of course, neither incantations nor wands are strictly necessary. As long as a wizard can accurately construct a magical model within their mental dimension, they can perform magic without reciting incantations. Other wizards may opt for the lengthy and intricate ancient incantations, while Merlin chose a simpler mathematical method for construction. Merlin lived rationally on Earth for over 7 centuries, from the early 11th century until the late 18th century. Throughout this extensive lifespan, he encountered a genius named Newton. From that point onward, Merlin redefined all magical constructs using multivariable calculus. Fortunately for Tiara, Her previous life had been steeped in the sciences, having prepared for her postgraduate examinations. She had not entirely forgotten her higher mathematics. Moreover, due to the limitations of Merlin's ancient mindset, all the magical constructs he provided were merely foundational calculus constructs, augmented by a touch of simplified ancient incantations. Consequently, the current phase of her studies proved manageable for Tiara. In recent years, Tiara had not solely focused on the construction of the first layer of her spiritual barrier, alongside her study of Merlin's notes. She had also endeavored to create several small magical models, such as the Lumos charm, the Incendio charm, the Reparo charm, and, of course, the levitation charm she used to guide her magical energy. In the process of crafting these minor enchantments, Tiara deepened her comprehension of the entire dimensional theory of magic. Despite the existence of Merlin's notes, the limitations of his era rendered many descriptions perplexing to Tiara. Although the library housed a plethora of tomes, she was hesitant to peruse them indiscriminately, having only ventured into the sections detailing the principles of dark magic within the Book of the Dead and the Compendium on Alchemy. According to the descriptions in the dark magic section of the Book of the Dead, the biological dimension is not entirely immutable. Two-dimensional beings can evolve into three-dimensional entities, while three-dimensional beings may ascend to four-dimensional existence by acquiring coordinates of divine dimensions. The Muggles, as spoken of by wizards, are those who exist solely within the material and spiritual dimensions, lacking the spiritual dimension that serves as a source of magical power and simultaneously influences both. Hence, Muggles cannot wield magic, nor can they perceive magical creatures such as Dementors, which exist solely in the spiritual and mental realms. Yet, Dementors possess the ability to siphon the souls of Muggles through their unique spiritual attributes. For Muggles to attain magical power is a relatively straightforward endeavor. They merely need to construct a magical configuration within both the material and spiritual dimensions and resonate with a mysterious entity in the spiritual realm, subsequently establishing a mental connection to gain access to the spiritual dimension. This enigmatic entity could be a formidable demon, a god of paganism, an extraordinary wizard, or even a mad outer god. Naturally, such mental connections are fraught with peril. Powerful demons may seize the opportunity to inhabit one's body and descend into the material dimension, while pagan gods and wizards might transform one into a puppet. Tiara had already experienced this, as her left pinky now felt eerily empty. She even harbored doubts about her own nature, suspecting she might be a Muggle, relying entirely on the mental connection with the entity behind the 7 chapters of the Xianjun for her access to the spiritual dimension. After all, she had never received an acceptance letter from any magical academy in her previous life, and her current memories bore no anomalies, such as magical surges. 2 days later, Tiara received a response, delivered by a sleek gray owl that swooped in, dropped off the letter, and promptly departed. Dear Mr. Wu, we are delighted to have received your correspondence and sincerely welcome your enrollment. We are confident that you will enjoy a memorable and joyous 7 years at Hogwarts. Regarding the situation you mentioned, we have made arrangements. Our beloved keeper of keys and grounds, Rubius Hagrid, will arrive at your attic in the Old Quarter on the evening of July 31st or the early hours of August 1st to escort you to the marvelous world of wizards. There may also be a young wizard of your age accompanying you. Yours sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hagrid, a towering gentleman with a kind heart and a shaggy demeanor, should not be feared. May your time together be delightful. Could the young wizard accompanying him be Harry Potter? It seemed likely. After all, July 31st, 1991, marked Harry Potter's 11th birthday, when Hagrid would deliver a cake and admonish Dudley Dursley, who had persistently bullied Harry. Subsequently, Hagrid would lead Harry to the Leaky Cauldron in London, entering Diagon Alley through the back wall of the pub to procure magical supplies and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone stored in Gringotts. The Philosopher's Stone reminded Tara of the unfinished stone left by Merlin in the library. She pondered whether there might be any connection between the two. However, with 2 months remaining, she needed to prepare diligently. Although the first 4 years had been relatively uneventful, nothing was guaranteed, and the second year posed the most danger, particularly with the basilisk, mirrors, roosters, and the potion of phoenix tears. If possible, acquiring firebombs, sulfur bombs, and smoke bombs would be advantageous. Tara calculated silently. Voldemort's presence in the first year posed minimal risk as long as she avoided wandering alongside the main characters. But the basilisk was a different matter altogether. It indiscriminately slaughtered Muggles, and while the original narrative spared them all, that did not guarantee her own fortune. Thank you, Merlin, Tara sincerely expressed. On the day Tara received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, she returned to the library and transcribed the content from the HarryPotter clay tablets collected by Merlin. The inscriptions were limited due to the nature of clay tablet writing, detailing only the methods of learning Parseltongue and the techniques for breeding basilisks, along with some incomplete spells and curses created during HarryPotter's experiments. Half of a tablet was rendered illegible due to fractures and severe wear, and even Merlin's notes contained no record of this section, only hinting at a grand magical ritual. Learning Parseltongue required not only a degree of magical skill and linguistic talent, but also the aid of potions. The magical skill and linguistic talent were self-evident. Blessed by the knowledge of the great Tara could synchronize the reading of any text she encountered. The pronunciation of Parseltongue itself was derived from a variant of Ancient Greek. After touching the HarryPotter tablets, Tara had learned Ancient Greek, while not yet proficient. It sufficed for the study of Parseltongue. The remaining component was a potion known as Hydravenom. As the name suggests, it is a poison, albeit non-lethal, a byproduct of the Hydra's research into blood curses. It merely transforms the consumer into a humanoid beast for 24 hours. However, when taken in conjunction with the bile of a magical creature known as the Scorpius, this potion would render the consumer mute for several months. After this period, through appropriate study and practice, one could acquire a rudimentary command of Parseltongue. Most of the herbal ingredients for Hydravenom were available in Merlin's garden, as she had confirmed over the past 2 days of exploring the pyramid. Even the elusive sand thornflower, fairy wings, ghost-faced swan pupa, African tree snake skin, and the crucial component, the silver shell of the feathered serpent, should be obtainable from a common apothecary. Tara had already perused the dusty, deluxe printed edition of the magical textbooks collected by Merlin, and after reading the HarryPotter tablets, she examined them once more. Among the well-known potion recipes, such as the Living Death Potion, Polyjuice Potion, and Animagus Potion, she noted these ingredients, suggesting they were not particularly rare. The sole concern was the Scorpius bile. According to the 1645 edition of the Fantastic Beasts Compendium, this creature had been hunted to the brink of extinction due to its potent and remarkable antidote properties. It was uncertain whether any remained after all these years. Mastering Parseltongue would be ideal. However, if she were unable to do so, Tara would have to consider the items she had previously listed. Among these, the rooster's feather was a given. Smoke bombs could obscure the basilisk's line of sight, allowing her to escape, as per the film's depiction. The basilisk's sense of smell seemed rather poor. As long as its vision was obstructed, her chances of fleeing would significantly increase. Firebombs could instantly generate high temperatures. According to the HarryPotter tablets, the basilisk, aside from its fear of certain attacks, was also terrified of fire in its youth. However, as it matured, its sensitivity to flames diminished. Tara speculated that this might be due to the thickening of the basilisk scales, which made it difficult for ordinary flames to penetrate and affect its nervous system. However, the incendiary device is fundamentally different. The thermite reaction can instantaneously reach a searing temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius, sufficient to liquefy steel. This is particularly relevant when considering the flesh and blood serpent creature. Although its magical nature may render it impervious to death, it will nonetheless experience significant hindrance, affording it a moment's respite for escape. The assembly of a thermite incendiary is not overly complex. In fact, Tara has experimented with it on several occasions, not for the purpose of harming others, but rather to ignite aluminum powder and iron oxide in her laboratory, in alignment with the school's initiative to educate local high school and middle school students about chemical experiments. The concoction includes iron oxide, aluminum powder, and magnesium strips for ignition, all contained within a glass vial. However, controlling the ignition timing of magnesium strips proves to be quite challenging. Therefore, a basic sulfur bomb composed of a mixture of sulfur, saltpeter, and carbon powder is required, with a wet towel saturated in an accelerant serving as the fuse. Once bound together, upon encountering the serpent creature, igniting and hurling, it would generate the heat capable of melting metal. Although Tara has now attained a measure of wizardry, particularly with the curse worm spell, she possesses a level of self-defense that surpasses that of her peers. Yet, rooted in her past life as a science student, she instinctively resorts to technological reasoning to tackle problems. In essence, it is only when wielding the power of technology in the face of unknown perils that Tara feels a sense of security. This notion is deeply ingrained, accumulated over decades, and cannot simply be altered by a fleeting mastery of a few spells. Chapter 8. Hagrid. 2 months swiftly elapsed. In preparation for the exhilarating and adventurous life awaiting her at Hogwarts, Tara resigned from her position as a receptionist at a Chinese restaurant. The rationale for her departure was difficult to articulate, in the presence of the kind couple who had extended a helping hand during her darkest hours. She found herself unable to voice her intentions, ultimately opting for frankness. Yet, explaining the situation proved somewhat cumbersome. Even after Tara showcased her Hogwarts acceptance letter and her abilities in levitation, lumos, and incendio spells, the benevolent Chinese matron and the honest, steadfast man remained uneasy, insisting on accompanying Tara to meet the gamekeeper, Hagrid, on July 31st. However, Tara firmly declined for Hagrid. A half-giant, towering nearly 3 meters tall and resembling a great shaggy bear, had previously startled the couple during her demonstration of the levitation and incendio spells, nearly giving them heart attacks, only to be saved by her curse worm ability. Should Hagrid, with his childlike exuberance, engage in any outrageous antics, Tara would undoubtedly need to come to the rescue once more. Although she rejected the couple's suggestion, it left her with a warm feeling. In truth, Tara understood the couple's sentiments. Having lost their own child, they had come to regard her as their own over the years. Had it not been for Tara's respectful yet distant demeanor, they might have formally requested to adopt her. Yet in Tara's heart, her parents remained alive, existing in another parallel world. A series of urgent and heavy knocks echoed from the first floor of the small building. Peering out from her attic window, Tara caught sight of a shaggy giant and a slender boy. "Hello, is anyone there? I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Is Tara, the witch, at home? Please hold on." Tara called out from the attic, then hurried downstairs. "Hello, you must be Tara the witch. I am Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. This young wizard is Harry Potter, your classmate." The furry Hagrid boomed, shifting slightly to reveal Harry Potter standing behind him. "Hello, Hagrid." "Hello, Harry," Tara greeted, embracing Hagrid and then Harry. Despite being the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid emitted no foul odor. Rather, he bore a pleasant scent of leather, grass, and gasoline. In contrast, Harry carried the aromas of licorice, cake, and a hint of sweat. Harry seemed unaccustomed to such embraces, stiffening momentarily during their contact, though he eventually reciprocated the hug awkwardly. Sensing Harry's discomfort, Tara silently released him. She scrutinized Harry closely. He bore a striking resemblance to Daniel Radcliffe from the films, albeit thinner and slightly shorter, clad in a long-sleeved shirt and canvas trousers that were already frayed. His hair was disheveled, akin to a thicket, and his glasses were slightly askew, as if frequently subjected to impact. "Hello, Tara. I was supposed to take you both to Diagon Alley, but, it's a bit late now. Would you mind if we stay the night? I don't need a bed. Just a sufficiently large space will suffice." "I'm truly sorry. I intended to take you to Diagon Alley this afternoon, but Harry's uncle moved to a small island, which was exceedingly difficult to locate. Hence the delay." "No problem at all," Tara replied cheerfully, having anticipated this scenario, as depicted in both the film and the novel. Hagrid typically arrives in the dead of night to take Harry away, and with Diagon Alley only accessible during the day, Hagrid and Harry would surely seek a place to sleep outside. Ordinarily, they would have spent the night on the Dursley sofa or in a room at the Leaky Cauldron. But with Tara's unexpected presence, Hagrid was likely to request lodging. In the eyes of most witches and wizards, a muggle home with no residence equated to a free inn. Once Tara consented, Hagrid and Harry entered her small building with an air of familiarity. Harry appeared somewhat reserved, while Hagrid treated the space as if it were his own. With a flourish of his pink umbrella, he ignited the fireplace on the ground floor, casting aside his damp leather coat to spread it across the floor before the hearth. "I'll sleep here. Can you find a bed for Harry? The poor little lad has been sleeping on the sofa at that wretched Dursley house for several days." "Of course," Tara replied, taking Harry's hand. "You can sleep with me. My bed is upstairs, and it's quite spacious." But would that be inconvenient for you?" he replied awkwardly. Having lived in the shadow of his cousin Dudley, Harry had never experienced such close contact with anyone outside of bullying, nor had he received any kindness from his peers. This unexpected warmth left him feeling both uncomfortable and touched. "My bed is very large," Tara reassured him. "You need not worry about inconveniencing me. I grew up in an orphanage after my parents were killed by a villain, and the children there bullied me. I am delighted to have met a friend like you. We are friends, right?" "I am too," Harry exclaimed, nearly shouting as the initial awkwardness and unfamiliarity melted away. In the presence of this boy whose experiences mirrored his own, Harry felt a profound sense of resonance. Had Harry been in Tara's position, he would have recognized this poignant feeling as the empathy of friendship. In unfamiliar environments, individuals are often drawn to forge connections with those who share similar experiences, using their commonalities to break the ice and dispel initial awkwardness. This empathetic approach to friendship proves to be of little utility in adult social settings. As even devoid of common topics, adults can engage in awkward small talk. However, this same empathetic connection is remarkably effective with children. This insight emerged from Tierra's experiences as an intern teacher and while caring for a relative's child. Shared experiences foster empathy, bridging the gap between Tierra and the child. Presently, Harry is a child desperately in need of affection. One might say a rather neglected wealthy child. Admittedly, Tierra finds herself in dire financial straits, as the cost for the subsequent potions from Hagrid, as well as the Hydra venom and Scorpion tail, require substantial monetary support. By Merlin's beard, it is at this juncture that he encounters the lonely, pitiable, and helpless young Potter. Chapter 9. The Poor Boy, Harry. Hey, Tierra, are you awake? Harry, nestled under the covers, gently nudged Tierra, who lay beside him. No, what is it, Harry? Tierra replied softly. You've been tossing and turning. How could I possibly sleep? Tierra thought to herself. It's nothing, I just can't sleep. I hope I'm not bothering you, Harry murmured. No, it's quite all right, Harry. I can't sleep either, Tierra responded. It's simply unbelievable, like a dream. I can't believe there's truly magic in the world and a magic school. Harry exclaimed. Indeed, like a dream. Even after waking for quite some time, the emotion lingers, Tierra teased. Regrettably, Harry did not grasp the advanced joke. By the way, Harry, you need not whisper so quietly. Hagrid resides on the first floor while we are in the attic. Speak as loudly as you wish. You want to disturb Hagrid. Oh, okay. Harry's voice rose significantly, although it remained soft, akin to a kitten's mew. Years of living under someone else's roof had instilled habits in Harry that were not easily altered. Though he had distanced himself from the cupboard at his aunt and uncle's home, he remained that little boy confined to a cupboard until he beheld the piles of galleons in Gringotts. In the presence of Tierra, who shared similar experiences, Harry quickly opened up, recounting everything he had just learned from Hagrid about the magical world and his parents, as well as the tragic existence he had endured at the Dursleys. While Tierra was already aware of these circumstances through the Harry Potter series of books and films, he still feigned interest and engagement. There are quite a few items to purchase from the acceptance letter, Tierra remarked. Yes, Hagrid will take us shopping tomorrow morning. I can hardly wait, Harry replied excitedly. Harry, do you have any money? Money? I don't have any. Harry's face fell instantly. Uncle Vernon certainly won't give me money to attend a magic school. Do not worry, Harry. With that, Tierra leapt from the bed, stealthily opened the third drawer of his desk in the dim light, and retrieved an old leather pouch, placing it before Harry under the moonlight streaming through the skylight. What is this? Harry inquired, shaking it slightly and hearing the clinking of metal within. Money, Tierra replied, opening the pouch to reveal a neat stack of banknotes of varying denominations and several gleaming gold coins. Harry's eyes widened. He had never seen so much money in his life, whether the thick bundle of notes or the somewhat aged yet radiant gold coins. Tierra, this is money, Harry. This is what I saved from working after I ran away from the orphanage at 6, Tierra explained. The pouch contained approximately 1,100 pounds, composed of notes in denominations of 10, 20, and 50, accumulated from his years of working in restaurants and performing magic on the streets. This money was originally intended for his plane ticket once he turned 12 and could fly independently. If this world were to be parallel to the one from which he had crossed over, he still had numerous relatives back in his homeland and a house. And even if he had to return to share meals with others, it would be preferable to drifting alone in a foreign land. However, the acceptance letter from Hogwarts offered him an alternative choice. I hope this money will suffice for our tuition, Tierra said. Wait, Tierra, our tuition? Harry asked, astonished. Yes, Harry, our tuition. If you lack funds, I can help cover your tuition. I have saved a bit from working over the years, considerably better than your situation. If it's not enough, I may have to part with some of these gold coins. Tierra's face reflected a hint of sorrow as he continued. These coins are the only relics left to me by my parents. Oh no, Tierra, I can't accept this money. Harry quickly declined. No, Harry, we are friends. Are we not? Tierra insisted. Friends ought to support one another. But Tierra, this is too much. I can't repay it. No, you can repay it. Tierra thought silently. I do not wish for you to repay me. Tierra continued. I have longed for a true friend since my days in the orphanage. He then recounted his tragic past with embellishments. The loss of his parents in childhood, being bullied at the orphanage, escaping to the streets only to experience hunger, even competing with stray dogs for food, until he encountered a kind-hearted Chinese lady. Of course, the latter part of his narrative was fabricated. Although Tierra had escaped from the orphanage at the tender age of 6, he had navigated the small group of homeless children with the acumen of an adult, and experiences of hunger or rivaling with stray dogs were entirely fictitious. In reality, Tierra had already begun to gather a small, organized group of street children in London, assisting the local gangs and rogue organizations by relaying messages or transporting contraband, occasionally engaging in premeditated scams or thefts. Circumstances compelled him. And during the initial 2 months, when he could not find work, Tierra was stripped of all his scholarly edges from his previous life. This morally compromising transformation was the only significant hardship of his life as a drifter. However, this was merely psychological torment and self-reproach, not material suffering. Those months of vagabond existence had seeded many dark thoughts within Tierra. Children cling to their past sorrows, wallowing in self-pity, while adults learn to exploit the sympathy of others to garner sufficient benefits. Ultimately, Harry did not accept Tierra's pounds and coins. Yet Tierra's open-hearted offer of assistance was enough to leave Harry overwhelmed with gratitude, lying in bed at night, sniffling quietly, clearly enveloped in his blankets and silently crying. This instilled a faint sense of guilt in Tierra. He did not genuinely wish to help Harry. Even though Harry was the protagonist of his most beloved series of films and novels, that could not compel him to offer unreserved support. What Tierra desired was Harry's assistance, not merely stemming from Harry's financial resources, but also from his connections and renown. In his previous life, he had read numerous cultivation novels, where wealth, companionship, knowledge, and territory were indispensable elements. The study of magic follows a similar principle. Chapter 10. The Leaky Cauldron. Children, rise and shine. We have a plethora of items to procure today. Hagrid's gruff voice echoed through the thick floorboards from the cupboard on the ground floor, reaching the ears of Taylor and Harry. Harry, still in a state of drowsiness, sat up, perhaps exhilarated by the prospect of entering the magical world, or perhaps filled with joy at having gained such a wonderful friend as Taylor. He had tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning, and thus, when Hagrid's powerful voice roused him, he felt an odd sense of unreality. It was as if everything that had transpired yesterday was merely a dream, one in which his parents were not the hapless failures of his recollections, but rather the heroes standing valiantly against the forces of darkness in the magical realm. Friends of his parents had appeared on his 11th birthday, bringing not only the first sweet birthday cake of his life, but also leading him away from the Dursleys to meet his very first friend. "Oh God, if this is a dream, please don't let me wake up," Harry silently prayed as he opened his eyes. The morning sunlight streamed through the attic skylight, illuminating a young boy with dark hair and eyes as he scribbled at an old wooden table. Sensing Harry's gaze, Taylor lifted her head from a mound of mathematical equations. "Are you up?" Taylor smiled at Harry, revealing her 2 sharp little canine teeth, reminiscent of a small fox he had seen at the zoo on Dudley's birthday, grinning at him with a mischievous yet endearing smile. "Quick, get dressed and freshen up. We're off to Diagon Alley today." It was only after Taylor tossed him some clothes that Harry realized what he wore was not the tattered, dusty outfit he had arrived in, but a clean set of garments he had never seen before. "I woke up early and had nothing to do, so I decided to wash your clothes for you," Taylor said with a bright smile. "Yours aren't dry yet, so put on mine for now." Both Taylor and Harry were 11 years old. However, due to her work at the Chinese restaurant, Taylor had no worries about food or drink, and under the special care of the owner, she was even slightly overnourished. Consequently, Taylor was not only half a head taller than Harry, but also a bit sturdier, making it entirely suitable for Harry to wear her clothes. Harry grasped the clean garment in his hands, still faintly fragrant with soap, and quickly donned it. Today was a momentous occasion for Harry, if given the choice. He would not wish to enter the magical world clad in a tattered outfit. Dressed and ready, Harry and Taylor were escorted by Hagrid to the Leaky Cauldron. The establishment was a dingy, cramped pub nestled between a large bookstore and a record shop, merely 2 streets away from Taylor's attic. Had it not been for Hagrid's guidance, one would scarcely notice the run-down little pub. In fact, Taylor had passed by it numerous times on her way home from work, always focusing on the bookstore and record shop, never noticing the leaky cauldron that lay hidden between the two. It was indeed difficult for the average person to discern. Hagrid winked at Taylor, explaining that first-time visitors, both young witches and wizards or muggles, could not see the leaky cauldron unless led by someone. Before Harry and Taylor could utter a word, they were thrust into the leaky cauldron by Hagrid, as a location renowned in both the Wizarding World and Taylor's previous life. The pub was far darker and dirtier than portrayed in the films. Taylor felt that even an average third-rate restaurant in a Chinese city would be cleaner. Inside the leaky cauldron, a few elderly women sat in a corner sipping sherry, one of whom was puffing on a long pipe. A small man in a top hat was conversing with a bald, walnut-like bartender. As they entered, the chatter abruptly ceased, as if everyone recognized Hagrid. They greeted him with smiles, waves, and whistles. "Same old routine, eh, Hagrid?" said a hunchback man behind the bar, polishing a glass. "Oh no, Tom. I would love a drink, but I'm here on business for Hogwarts," Hagrid replied, giving the bartender a hearty slap on the shoulder that nearly toppled him. "You know I never drink while on duty. That's why Dumbledore trusts me," Hagrid said proudly. "Oh my goodness," the bartender exclaimed, shifting his focus to the two young boys following Hagrid. Upon seeing Harry's almost emerald green eyes and a lightning-shaped scar hidden beneath his unruly hair, he let out a shriek akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Oh, Merlin above. Could this be? Could this be?" The leaky cauldron fell into a hushed silence. "Oh dear," the bartender seemed to realize his faux pas and quickly lowered his voice. "Harry Potter. By Merlin's beard, it is an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter." He hurried from behind the bar, rushing towards Harry, grasping his hand with tears welling in his eyes. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Welcome back." Harry was at a loss for words, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. The elderly woman with the pipe continued to smoke, oblivious to the fact that her pipe had gone cold. Hagrid burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing through the bar as chairs clattered to the floor. Wizards of all ages and peculiarities crowded around Harry, and had it not been for Taylor's persistent tugging on Hagrid's coat sleeve, he would have surely been swept away. Harry had never experienced such a scene. As he regained his composure, he found himself shaking hands with the patrons of the leaky cauldron one by one. Kodoli. "Mr. Potter, I can hardly believe I'm finally meeting you. One honor, Mr. Potter, truly an honor. I've been looking forward to shaking your hand. My heart is racing. Such joy, Mr. Potter. Words cannot express how I feel. I'm Digger. I've seen you before. Once in a shop you bowed to me," Harry exclaimed as Digger became overly excited, causing his hat to tumble off. "He remembers me," Digger shouted to everyone present. "Did you hear that? Harry Potter remembers me." Thus, Harry continued to shake hands repeatedly. Codily, the first wizard to greet him, kept rushing back for another handshake. A pale young man approached, visibly anxious, one of his eyes twitching. "Professor Quirrell," Hagrid nodded slightly, acknowledging him. "Harry, Taylor, allow me to introduce you. This is Professor Quirrell, your teacher," Hagrid said. "P.P. Potter." Professor Quirrell stammered, grasping Harry's hand. "I must say, meeting you brings an indescribable joy." Taila stood beside Hagrid, noticing that Quirrell was wearing a pair of black gloves while holding Harry's hand. At that moment, a peculiar thought flashed through Taila's mind. If Professor Quirrell were to remove his gloves and shake hands with Harry, would the first installment of Harry Potter conclude prematurely? "What type of magic do you teach?" "Professor Quirrell?" Dark arts defense," Quirrell mumbled vaguely, as though he preferred to say no more. "You certainly don't need to learn that, do you, Mr. Potter?" Quirrell suddenly erupted into a nervous, high-pitched laugh. "You're preparing to buy what you need, aren't you?" "Coincidentally, I too need to purchase a book on vampires." However, the others wouldn't allow Professor Quirrell to continue speaking with Harry. It took Harry about 10 minutes to extricate himself from them. Amidst the incessant chatter, Hagrid raised his voice to call out to Harry, "Time to go. There is still much to buy. Come on, Harry, don't keep Taila waiting." After shaking Harry's hand one last time, Hagrid led him through the bar counter to a small courtyard surrounded by walls. Apart from a rubbish bin and some weeds, there was nothing else. "I'm sorry, Harry, Taila, I had intended to bring you to the Leaky Cauldron for breakfast. Their mashed potato sandwiches are exceptional. Even Hogwarts house elves can't match that skill." Hagrid grinned at Harry and Taila, "But now we'll have to grab a quick bite in Diagon Alley. Fortunately, those delicious sausages are still available." As he spoke, Hagrid pulled out a pink umbrella. Chapter 11, Diagon Alley. Hagrid counted the bricks beside the rubbish bin. "Remember, Harry, Taila, if you ever want to enter Diagon Alley, take your wands and count 3 bricks up and 2 bricks across," he whispered. "All right, step back, Harry and Taila. When did you move to the back?" Hagrid gently tapped the wall with the tip of his umbrella 3 times. The brick he struck quivered and began to shift, revealing a small hole that widened until a broad archway appeared, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. "Welcome," Hagrid declared, "welcome to Diagon Alley." With that, Hagrid strode through the archway, followed by Taila and Harry. Once they passed through, the wall behind them reverted to its original solid form. Harry was astounded by the miraculous transformation of the wall, while Taila stood in a daze. Despite having seen it countless times in films, books, dreams, and imagination, the reality of Diagon Alley stripped him of all composure. Brilliant sunlight illuminated a stack of cauldrons outside the nearest shop. Above the cauldrons hung a sign made of brass, indicating a variety of cauldrons, automatic stirring, foldable, in different sizes. A plump woman stood outside a potion shop, shaking her head in exasperation. "Dragon liver, 17 sickles an ounce. They've gone mad, absolutely mad." Merlin S. beard, The fools at this apothecary must have been driven insane by their own potions. A low, soft whimper emanated from a dim shop. Its sign reading, Elop's Owl Emporium, gray owls, barn owls, tawny owls, brown owls, snowy owls. Several boys, about the same age as Harry and Taila, pressed their noses against the shop window, where flying broomsticks were displayed. "Look, Harry," one boy exclaimed, "that's the new Nimbus 2000, the fastest model." At another corner of the street was a shop selling robes, its sign depicting golden scissors cutting a shimmering pink fabric, inscribed with the words Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Other shops offered telescopes and the most peculiar silverware Harry had ever seen. There were also displays filled with baskets of bat spleens and eel eyes, piled high with spellbooks, quills, rolls of parchment, potion bottles, and lunar globes. "Come on, lads. You'll have plenty of time to look later. We must make haste. You've got a lot to buy," Hagrid said proudly, patting Harry and Taila on the shoulder. "But Hagrid, I don't have any money." Harry suddenly remembered his lack of funds, jolting back to reality. Aunt Petunia had said he wouldn't spend a penny for his education. "Ha ha ha. Harry, you don't honestly think your parents left you with nothing, do you?" Hagrid chuckled. "But you said they didn't even leave a house. Wizards don't keep their money at home. We have a special bank." Hagrid interrupted Harry. "This is our first stop, Gringotts. We need to retrieve the money Harry's parents left for him, along with the student loans for those in need." "Student loans?" Taila couldn't fathom that she would be involved in this. "Yes, the goblins at Gringotts may be greedy, but they haven't lost their wits. They understand their responsibilities as part of the wizarding community." Hagrid's tone turned acerbic when discussing goblins, suggesting he held a strong dislike for the money-obsessed creatures. Approved by Hogwarts. Loans from Gringotts provide 100 galleons annually for students unable to pay their tuition, interest-free, but they require repayment within 5 years or a term of employment. Hagrid pondered for a moment before adding, "Additionally, they offer currency exchange services for Muggle-born children. I believe it's 5 Muggle coins for 1 galleon, with a cap of 100 galleons. Taila, if you have any Muggle currency, I suggest you exchange for some extra galleons. Mrs. Norris's licorice wands on the Hogwarts Express are quite delightful. You should buy some to try." Suddenly, Hagrid halted outside a peculiar candy shop, staring at the fire-roasted dragon sausages like a child. "Oh, Merlin's beard!" Hagrid exclaimed. "This is fantastic. The dragon sausages haven't sold out yet. Harry, Taila, you must try them." With that, Hagrid rushed into the candy shop, returning with 3 sausages and a bag of dark candies. As Hagrid handed the sausages to Harry and Taila, they noticed the pile of black candies writhing inside the transparent plastic bag. "Oh, this?" Hagrid observed Harry's startled expression and chuckled. "These are lemon beetle balls, the headmaster's favorite treat. He insists I bring him a bag whenever I visit Diagon Alley. Don't let their appearance fool you. They're made entirely from lemon juice, honey syrup, and licorice. Would you care for some? I'm sure the headmaster wouldn't mind losing a piece or two." Harry quickly shook his head. Taila initially intended to decline as well, but ultimately made the opposite choice. "One, thank you." Tiara carefully accepted the dark, ominous cockroach ball from Hagrid's stout fingers, gingerly unwrapping the outer packaging to reveal a pale, yellow confection resembling a juvenile cockroach, which she placed in her mouth. She could distinctly sense that the once vibrant cockroach ball fell silent the moment it touched her tongue, transforming into a mildly tart sweetness that flowed down her throat, carried by her saliva into her stomach. It was delightful. Tiara smiled. Despite her enjoyment, Harry remained uninterested in sampling it, quietly consuming his roasted dragon sausage while casting eager glances at the myriad of goods on display in Diagon Alley. "We've arrived," Hagrid announced. They stood before a towering, pristine white building that loomed over the surrounding shops. The edifice boasted a gleaming bronze door, flanked by a figure clad in a scarlet uniform adorned with gold trim. That is, Chapter 12, Gringotts. Indeed, it was a goblin. As they approached the figure along the white stone steps, Hagrid calmly whispered, "This goblin is approximately a head shorter than Harry, with a clever, dark visage and pointed beard." Harry noticed that his hands and feet were particularly elongated. Upon entering, the goblin bowed in greeting. Before them stood a second door, silver in hue, inscribed with the following words, "Enter, stranger. But beware, the fate of the greedy is dire. To take without labor will invoke the harshest punishment. Thus, if you seek to plunder wealth that never belonged to you, thief, consider this your warning. What you summon may not be fortune, but retribution. If you ask me, if you're planning to rob a bank, you're out of your mind," Hagrid remarked. Yet, Tiara thought to herself that Harry had indeed attempted a robbery in his 7th year. 2 goblins bowed to them, ushering them into a grand marble hall. Approximately 100 goblins sat upon high stools behind a long counter, some weighing coins on brass scales, others inspecting gems with magnifying glasses, while hastily recording entries in large ledgers. The hall was filled with countless doors leading to various locales, with many goblins guiding patrons through them. Hagrid and Harry made their way to the counter. "Good morning," Hagrid greeted a free goblin. "We wish to withdraw some money from Harry Potter's vault, as well as Tiara's student loan. Your keys and proof from Hogwarts," the goblin stated with a hint of arrogance. Yes, I remember bringing them. Now, where did I put them?" Hagrid rummaged through the deep pockets of his leather coat, pulling out all its contents and inadvertently spilling a handful of moldy dog biscuits onto the goblin's ledger. The goblin wrinkled his nose. Harry observed the goblin to his right weighing a handful of rubies, which are the size of glowing coals. "Aha, found them," Hagrid finally exclaimed, retrieving a small key and a slip of paper to present to the goblin. "This should suffice." The goblin meticulously read the letter before carefully inspecting the key. "I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid stated, collecting the scattered items back into his coat before producing another envelope from the pocket of his jacket, declaring solemnly, "It pertains to the matter of Vault 713. Although Hagrid spoke in a hushed tone, Tiara keenly picked up on it, discreetly squeezing the object nestled in her own pocket. The goblin scrutinized the letter. "Very well," he said, returning the letter to Hagrid, and then extracted 100 galleons, placing them heavily into a deep brown leather pouch before marking a line on the letter Hagrid had initially presented. He then handed the pouch filled with 100 galleons and the letter to Tiara. As she accepted the pouch and letter, she noted the 7 columns of Hogwarts review comments regarding her student loan on the paper. The column representing her first year had just been crossed out by the earlier goblin, replaced with 100 galleons. "You may return for 6 additional student loans," the goblin at the counter informed her, "if you possess Muggle currency. We can also exchange it for galleons, but you are limited to 100 galleons each year." "Very well, esteemed goblin. Please assist me in exchanging 100 galleons," Tiara replied, retrieving a handful of pound notes from her pouch, counting out 500 pounds to hand over to the goblin. "There is also a 1% transaction fee." The goblin's sharp voice chimed in. Reluctantly, Tiara produced an additional 5-pound note. After accepting it, the goblin then presented her with 100 galleons. "Your business here is concluded. I will find someone to escort you to the 2 underground vaults." Grip Hook was another goblin. Hagrid, Harry, and Tiara followed Grip Hook as he led them through one of the doors, exiting the hall. "What is this child doing here?" Grip Hook glared at Tiara with piercing eyes. "You can wait here." I would like to accompany you to witness the Wizarding Bank's vaults, if that's all right," Tiara stammered, evidently startled by Grip Hook's intensity. She understood that once Harry spoke up, any objections from the goblin would be futile. "He's coming with us. Do you have a problem with that, Grip Hook?" Hagrid interjected, positioning himself protectively between Grip Hook and Tiara, adding with a touch of irony, "This is a student from Hogwarts. Surely you aren't afraid of such a student robbing your bank?" Harry nodded in agreement, seeing that both Hagrid and Harry were insistent. Grip Hook said nothing further, turning to continue guiding the 3 deeper into Gringotts. Grip Hook and Tiara were unfamiliar with each other, and there were no personal grievances. The goblins simply harbored an instinctual disdain for anyone attempting to take gold from their grasp. This was their nature, akin to that of greedy spiders. "What is in Vault 713? Harry inquired. "I cannot disclose that," Hagrid replied mysteriously. "It is strictly confidential, pertaining to Hogwarts. Dumbledore entrusted it to me. It is my duty, and I cannot share it with you." Grip Hook opened the door for them. Harry had expected to see more marble, but was taken aback by the sight before him. A narrow stone corridor lay ahead, illuminated by burning torches. The passage descended steeply, revealing a small railway below. Grip Hook whistled, and a small cart hurtled towards them along the track. They climbed aboard, though it took considerable effort for Hagrid to squeeze his towering frame into the compact minecart. And then they were off. Initially, they sped along the labyrinthine, winding passages. Harry attempted to memorize the route. Left turn, another right left, a fork in the middle, another right left, yet the maze was too intricate to retain. The clattering cart seemed sentient, navigating the path effortlessly without Grip Hook needing to steer. The cold air rushed past, causing even Harry, with his glasses, to feel a stinging chill, while Tiara, clutching Hagrid's sturdy arm with her eyes tightly shut, experienced the thrill as though riding a roller coaster. Albeit with rather rudimentary safety measures this time. They turned left and right for a while before finally coming to a halt. Just as the minecart came to a stop, Tiara nearly lost her composure, but she managed to suppress it, her face pale as she followed Hagrid to an iron door. Hagrid unlocked the door, and a thick plume of green smoke billowed forth. Once the smoke dissipated, Harry gasped in astonishment. Inside lay heaps of gold coins, silver bars, and towering piles of bronze nuts. "This is all yours," Hagrid chuckled. "All of it belongs to Harry," Tyera exclaimed, her eyes wide with envy. Harry felt the same. Hagrid and Tyera assisted Harry in filling bags with galleons, and Harry even contemplated gifting some to Tyera on the spot, but she promptly declined. "Now, let us proceed to Vault 713. But could you kindly slow the car down a bit?" Hagrid requested of the car driver. Together, they loaded 3 large bags filled with galleons, sickles, and nuts, enough to last Harry for 3 terms. "The speed is fixed," the driver replied. They descended deeper, the pace quickening, and as they rounded sharp corners, the air grew increasingly frigid, the wind slicing against Tyera's face like a knife. The minecart clattered to a stop above a chasm. Harry leaned out to peer into the dark abyss, curious about what lay below. Hagrid snorted, grabbing Harry by the collar and pulling him back. Before long, they halted at the platform of Vault 713. The vault bore no keyhole. "Step back," the driver instructed gravely, but even before he spoke, Tyera, Harry, and Hagrid had already taken a step back. The driver extended a long finger and lightly tapped the door, which gradually began to vanish, as if an eraser were gliding over a sketch. "Only goblins from Gringotts can do this. Anyone else would be sucked in and trapped within," the driver explained. "How often do you check it?" "About once every 10 years, he replied with a mischievous grin. It was evident that this highly secure vault contained extraordinary treasures. As the door slowly swung open, Tyera spotted a small, grimy package wrapped in brown paper on the ground. "The Philosopher's Stone," Tyera gasped, her heart racing as her gaze fixated on the small parcel until Hagrid picked it up and stowed it in the inner pocket of his coat, close to his heart. Only then did Tyera avert her eyes. "Let us go back to that wretched cart. And please, don't speak to me on the way back." "I prefer to keep my mouth shut," Hagrid said. After another wild ride, they finally emerged onto the sunlit street outside Gringotts. Harry, burdened with a bag full of money, feeling utterly lost. "Let us first get you some robes," Hagrid said, nodding towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. "Harry, Tyera, I think I'll pop in the leaky cauldron for a refreshing drink. I hope you don't mind." That minecart was truly dreadful. It made my head spin. Hagrid appeared quite unwell, prompting Harry and Tyera to accompany him to Madame Malkin's. With Tyera by his side, Harry felt less anxious. When the stout Madame Malkin measured Harry for his robes, he was less stiff. Once she finished with Harry, it was Tyera's turn. Just as both were done, Hagrid returned, holding 2 paper bowls filled with chocolate raspberries and crushed nut ice cream. "Eat on the go," Hagrid said with a smile, then led Tyera and Harry to buy quills and ink. They stopped at a bookstore named Flourish and Blots to procure their textbooks, and at the cauldron shop, they purchased a tin cauldron, a high-quality scale, and a foldable brass telescope. They visited a potion shop, which emitted a pungent odor reminiscent of rotten eggs and decaying cabbage. Yet, the shop was quite remarkable, lined with barrels of viscous substances, jars of herbs, dried roots, and vividly colored powders. Bundles of feathers, strings of sharp teeth, and the claws of various creatures hung from the ceiling, while Hagrid was at the counter purchasing standard quantities of various potion powders. Harry was examining a horn made from unicorn horn, priced at 21 galleons each, with a scoop of beetle eyes sitting nearby for 5 nuts. Tyera was thrilled to discover scorpion snake gall and feathered serpent silver shells in the potion shop, along with desert thorn flowers, fairy wings, ghost-faced swan pupa, and African tree snake skins. However, the African tree snake skins and ghost-faced swan pupa were regulated by the Ministry of Magic, requiring wand registration for purchase. The scorpion snake gall and feathered serpent silver shells were also quite expensive, approximately 2 galleons per ounce. Tyera estimated that concocting a batch of Hydra's potion would require around 56 ounces. Factoring in the likelihood of failure, he would need roughly 72 galleons, which would deplete more than half of the galleons he had exchanged from pounds. To avoid suspicion, Tyera refrained from purchasing any materials beyond those required for his school acceptance letter. After all, the leaky cauldron was just 2 streets away. He could return whenever he wished. As they exited the potion shop, Tyera suddenly crouched on the ground, clutching his stomach, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Tyera, what's wrong?" Harry exclaimed, startled. Even Hagrid appeared somewhat at a loss. "I have a stomach ache," Tyera gritted through clenched teeth. "It might be from the minecart. It's an old issue of mine. If I eat and then exert myself too much, I end up with a stomach ache." Tyera's pallor was alarming, as if someone had struck him in the abdomen. "Ashagid, I'm terribly sorry, but could you hold me for just a moment? I'll feel better soon." "Oh, Merlin above, come here, you poor thing," Hagrid replied, cradling Tyera in his arms like a small kitten, gently patting his back. "Harry, how about this? Do you see that sign at the corner? That S. Ollivander's wand shop. You go ahead and choose your wand while I take Tyara to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. It's south very close, just at the Leaky Cauldron. We'll be back soon. If you finish choosing your wand first, just wait for us in the common room of the Leaky Cauldron. I'll explain things to Tom. I'm sure he'd be delighted to offer you some pumpkin juice. All right, Hagrid, but will Tyara be okay? Harry asked anxiously. Yes, he'll be fine, Harry. The doctors at St. Mungo's are the best in all of Britain. Tyara will certainly be all right. It's nothing serious. Look at me. I'm quite tall. And I felt unwell after that Gringotts mine cart ride, too. Tyara, I must be feeling the same. I mean the doctors at St. Mungo's will surely have something to remedy it, Hagrid reassured himself. After scooping up Taylor, Hagrid stumbled toward the Leaky Cauldron. Along the way, his immense form collided with numerous pedestrians and wizards, but he paid them no heed, for he sensed that Taylor's hands and feet were growing increasingly cold, akin to the delicate snowflakes of Christmas. Thus, when Taylor reached out for warmth, slipping her hand into Hagrid's coat, he instinctively wrapped it around her, enveloping her icy extremities with utmost care. Chapter 14. St. Mungo's. After explaining the situation to Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, Hagrid burst through the establishment's doors, cradling Taylor like a great brown bear. Witnessing Hagrid's anxious demeanor stirred a sense of guilt within Taylor, who lay in his arms. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was founded in London, England, by Mungo Bonham in the late 16th or early 17th century. It stands as the preeminent, perhaps the only large comprehensive magical hospital in the wizarding world, its emblem an intersection of a bone and a wand. The entrance to the hospital is not visible to the public eye. Rather, it is concealed behind the red brick facade of an old department store. Much like Platform 9 3/4, Hagrid approached a grotesque doll station before the window and articulated his purpose. The hideous figure waved a hand, prompting Hagrid to step forward, traversing the glass display to emerge into a spacious hall. "Hello, how may I assist you?" inquired a plump, blonde witch at the reception. "Oh, my poor little darling. What has happened to you?" The witch quickly discerned Taylor, curled up in Hagrid's embrace. She reached out to touch Taylor's forehead, which was alarmingly hot, then pinched his wrist. "I don't know what happened. We were shopping, and suddenly Taylor clutched his stomach. Racked with pain, Hagrid stammered. "Oh yes, we rode the Gringotts cart and ate cockroach clusters and dragon sausages. Hurry, take him to Dr. Malachi on the 3rd floor." The witch interjected, casting a spell with her wand. "It's the plague." "Oh, Merlin's beard," Hagrid exclaimed, striding forward with great urgency. "Poor child, how could you have contracted the plague?" His long strides carried him swiftly up the stairs to the 3rd floor, where Dr. Malachi's office awaited. Dr. Malachi, a middle-aged man with graying hair, appeared to have been pre-informed by the reception witch. As Hagrid entered with Taylor, the doctor promptly retrieved 2 vials from a high shelf. "Fortunately, we often have wizards bitten by rats. One for him and one for you," Dr. Malachi instructed. "Once he awakens, let him wait in the corridor for half an hour. If all is well, you may leave. Shall I bill it to Hogwarts?" "Thank you, Doctor," Hagrid replied, pocketing his vial and carefully lifting Taylor. He uncorked the bottle filled with a pale red potion. With a gentle yet firm hand, he administered the slightly sweet potion to Taylor. Despite his serious illness, Taylor remained lucid, benefiting from the enhancement that the potion provided, allowing the liquid to flow down easily. Upon seeing Taylor's complexion improve significantly after taking the potion, Hagrid sighed with relief, gently placing Taylor on a soft, comfortable sofa in the waiting area, draping his own coat over her. Observing Taylor's recovery, Hagrid settled onto the adjacent sofa, opening the vial given to him by Dr. Malachi. Taylor, in a deep slumber, stirred slightly, emitting a soft hum and tugging at Hagrid's coat. A grimy paper package slipped from Hagrid's coat pocket, tumbling to the ground. "Merlin's beard," Hagrid gasped, his large hand swiftly snatching up the dirty parcel, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was observing. He sighed in relief and tucked the brown paper package into his shirt pocket. Taylor's recovery was swifter than anticipated. In less than 10 minutes, his fever subsided, and his complexion returned to normal. However, Hagrid refrained from rushing back, adhering to the doctor's advice to wait the full half hour before confirming Taylor's condition with Dr. Malachi once more before departing St. Mungo's. "I'm terribly sorry, Hagrid," Taylor said upon awakening, a deep sense of remorse evident in his voice, as if he had committed some grievous offense. "I truly apologize." "No need for that, young Taylor," Hagrid chuckled warmly. "You're a Hogwarts student, and ensuring the safety of every student is my duty as keeper of keys and grounds." Hagrid puffed out his chest proudly at the mention of his title. Just a brief interlude, Hagrid added, "I hope our little Harry hasn't waited too long." With that, he quickened his pace, compelling Tayla to jog to keep up with him. As they traversed a square filled with white doves, Hagrid failed to notice Tayla casually tossing a slender black worm to the ground for the pecking birds. The unsuspecting dove, mistaking it for a mere offering, consumed the worm and soon convulsed violently before stiffening, succumbing to death. Harry sat amidst a crowd of adults, occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the leaky cauldron. After purchasing his wand at Ollivander's, he had meandered through Diagon Alley, acquiring a few seemingly innocuous sweets from the candy shop, before returning to the leaky cauldron as instructed by Hagrid. As anticipated, the moment Harry stepped inside, he became the center of attention. Had it not been for Hagrid's prior warning to Tom, the bar owner, Harry likely would have found himself besieged by well-wishers once more. Nevertheless, several wizards still encircled him, their gazes fixed upon him with an intensity that made Harry feel like a delectable morsel. Among them was Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor at Hogwarts, who made Harry feel as though he might be devoured at any moment. Yet, whenever Harry returned his gaze, Quirrell displayed a timid yet benevolent smile. "Oh, Hagrid! Tayla! Is your health restored?" Harry exclaimed, spotting Hagrid's towering figure at the entrance. He leaped down from a high stool at the bar and sprinted toward Hagrid. "I'm fine now," Tayla replied apologetically. "I'm sorry for making you wait and for Hagrid having to run back and forth." "Oh, Tayla, I told you. No need to apologize," Hagrid reassured him. "But what happened? How did you contract the plague?" "Well, it must have been when I was tossing out the rubbish the other day. I was bitten by a rat," Tayla explained, his voice laced with the innocence of one uneducated in the perils of such maladies. "At the time, I didn't think much of it, never imagining I would catch the plague. That is quite unfortunate." Hagrid rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Well, this afternoon, you should first visit Ollivander's wand shop. Once you've chosen your wand, we shall proceed to the Elop's Owl Emporium together to procure an owl for both of you little ones. You must know, owls have a particular fondness for mice." However, Hagrid then pulled out his pocket watch and glanced at it. "Let's have a meal first. You hardly ate anything this morning, and you must be quite famished by now." Harry and Tayla patted their flat bellies in agreement. Chapter 15, The Raven. "We shall have a roast chicken, a pot of green beans, and a rack of wine-braised beef ribs," Hagrid declared, his robust fingers pointing at the menu. "And I would like a mug of butterbeer, along with 2 pumpkin juices for these 2 young gentlemen. Oh, and let us not forget your tuna mashed potatoes and a serving of seaweed soup. Also a pumpkin pasty and some lemon-fried cod." In the blink of an eye, Hagrid had ordered 5 or 6 dishes, all at his own expense. Ah, and a portion of fried pig's trotter as well. With that, he handed the menu back to the server. Given Hagrid's half-giant stature, both Harry and Tayla felt that his copious orders were entirely justifiable. However, when the food arrived at their table, Tayla and Harry soon realized they were gravely mistaken, perhaps due to the abundance of food in the magical realm. The lamb was served in a massive iron pot, the beef ribs numbered 10, each as thick as Harry's little arm. The roast chicken was larger than a turkey, and the fried pig's trotter was the size of Hagrid's head, with the tuna mashed potatoes piled in the center of the table like a small mountain. Even with Hagrid's enormous physique, Harry and Tayla doubted he could finish it all. However, it was evident they had worried in vain. As Harry and Tayla had nearly finished their meal, Hagrid began to gnaw on the pig's trotter and roast chicken with both hands. Clearly, Hagrid's manner of eating at the leaky cauldron was not a novel occurrence. Passing wizards, the server, and the pub owner were all quite accustomed to it. "Come on, Harry. Tayla, I apologize for keeping you waiting." With that, Hagrid tossed down 5 galleons. Compared to the Muggle world, food in the magical realm was far more easily acquired, and consequently, prices were considerably lower. "Let us go. I wish to buy you a birthday gift." "Well, Tayla, your birthday has already passed over a month ago, but it's never too late to make amends." With that, Hagrid cheerfully led Tayla and Harry into the dimly lit Elop's Owl Emporium. "Owls, toads, bats, and lizards, what kind of pet do you wish to have?" Hagrid puffed out his chest proudly. "I am well acquainted with the proprietor. He will grant me the best prices." Hagrid, there you are." The owner of Elop's, a gentle but boisterous woman, spotted Hagrid through the flapping wings and gem-like eyes of the owls. Her gaze then turned to Harry, who trailed behind Hagrid. "I heard from that old drunkard, Lavender, that you are bringing Harry Potter here to procure his school supplies. He must be the one." The proprietor, a warm-hearted lady with a robust voice, hurried over to Hagrid, seizing Harry's hand and shaking it vigorously. "This young gentleman here, Iam Tayla, Mom, Tayla introduced herself." "Welcome," the lady exclaimed, shaking Tayla's hand with equal fervor, leaving a white imprint on her palm. "My, what a strong grip you have," Tayla thought, discreetly rubbing her sore right hand. She noticed Harry was doing the same. "You must be a Muggle-born wizard, am I correct?" The proprietor chuckled warmly. "Otherwise, your parents would surely be standing behind you," rather than allowing Hagrid, that creature-obsessed madman, to take you two young children to choose a pet. Oh, come now, not so hasty, Hagrid growled, slightly embarrassed. Ha! All right, Hagrid. I know you and T cause a ruckus in front of little Harry. With that, the proprietor let out a hearty laugh. You two little ones may choose any pet you wish on my account, to celebrate our dear little Harry finally stepping into the magical world. Go on, don't be shy. Hagrid's large hand nudged Tila and Harry from behind, pushing them into the owl shop, which was filled with bird droppings, dust, and the cacophony of chirping owls. This owl is named Clark, a true barn owl. This one is Hedwig, a purebred snowy owl. Her parents hailed from Leningrad in the Soviet Union, but unfortunately, they passed away last year. As Tila and Harry strolled through the shop, they listened attentively to the proprietor's detailed introductions of her owls. After finishing her introductions, Mrs. Delilah led Harry and Tila through 3 additional small doors in the shop, each a room enhanced by a non-detectable extension charm. The first room was a rainforest habitat suitable for toads, snakes, lizards, chameleons, toucans, and whip spiders. Tila found it quite delightful. Yet Harry felt somewhat uneasy under the curious gazes of the creatures hiding behind broad leaves, reminiscent of the snake he had inadvertently released at Dudley's birthday. Did that snake also endure such scrutiny at the zoo? The second room was a cave suitable for bats and mice, enveloped in darkness. This prompted Harry to select a pet right there amidst the owls instead. As in the original tale, he chose the pure, white, snowy owl named Hedwig. Tila followed Mrs. Delilah into the second room, while the overly anxious Harry and the towering Hagrid opted to remain outside. You seem quite interested in the nurturing of magical creatures, Mrs. Delilah remarked as she observed Tila squatting down and conducting simple reaction tests with the mice. Fortunately, due to the lingering shadows of the pandemic, Tila refrained from touching the bats. After playing with the mice for a while, Tila joined Mrs. Delilah in the final room. This one will do. In the last room, which housed common creatures such as ravens, chickens, geese, ducks, and dogs, Tila pointed at a raven perched on a wooden stand. Good eye, Mrs. Delilah complimented, her throat emitting a sharp call. Upon hearing this sound, all the ravens turned their gaze towards the doorway where Tila stood. But only the raven that Tila had just chosen flapped its wings, soaring to land on Mrs. Delilah's arm. Following that, Mrs. Delilah spoke something to the raven in that same sharp tone, and the raven flapped its wings, settling atop Tila's head. It's yours now. Give a name, Mrs. Delilah said with a smile. Raven, Tila exclaimed. Let us call him Raven. A raven named Raven. Mrs. Delilah chuckled. Quite an imaginative young man you are. Ravens do not require cages. They're far more attached to humans than owls, she added, and they are also cleverer. Thank you, Mrs. Delilah, Tila said, raising her hand. Raven smartly perched on Tila's arm. This raven appeared to still be in its juvenile stage, measuring only 20 centimeters in length, with a hint of brown fluff, resembling an ordinary crow. Hence, with Tila's current strength, holding Raven was not particularly laborious. Chapter 16, The Wand. Ah, welcome back, Mr. Hagrid, Mr. Harry, and a young wizard whom I do not yet know. Ollivander's head peeked out from the narrow passage between the shelves. After exiting the Elop's Owl Emporium, Hagrid, Harry, and Tiara made their way directly to Ollivander's wand shop. Although Harry had already acquired his wand, he was eager to relive the fascinating experience of selecting it. Moreover, he was quite curious about which wand Tiara would choose. He silently hoped for a wand with a phoenix feather core, as anything reminiscent of Voldemort's wand core was decidedly unsettling. Mr. Wu, please step forward. Ollivander produced a silver-marked measuring tape from his pocket. I am accustomed to using my right hand, Tiara replied obediently. Raise your arm. Yes, good. As Ollivander unfurled the measuring tape, he took measurements from Tiara's shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally, the circumference of her head. As he measured, he recited his well-worn line. Each Ollivander wand possesses extraordinary magical properties, which is the essence of its being. Mr. Wu, we craft wands from unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Every wand we make is unique, for no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Of course, should you use a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, it will never yield such excellent results. When measuring the distance between Tiara's nostrils, she noticed that the measuring tape was operating autonomously. Ollivander had turned away to the shelves, busy selecting some long boxes to bring down. To be frank, Tiara found the significance of this measurement rather perplexing. According to the alchemical section of the Book of the Dead, wizards themselves are three-dimensional magical beings, and the finest wand is, in fact, the wizard's own body. If one must have a wand, It should be derived from a living, three-dimensional magical being. One could say that a wizard's arm bone, a basilisk's horn, or a phoenix's tail feather would suffice. The shape need not be strictly wand-like. It could take the form of a ring, bracelet, necklace, or anything that makes contact with the body. Yet, she dared not voice her thoughts or inquiries. Very well. Ollivander stowed the measuring tape back into his pocket. Now, Mr. Wu, please try this wand. Walnut, dragon heartstring, 12 inches long. It is a sensitive and somewhat suspicious wand, yet undoubtedly powerful. Give it a wave. Tierra took the wand, and as her hand grasped its base, a wave of exhilaration surged through her, akin to the relief of finally releasing a long-held need. She felt her innate magical power find its outlet. With a swift motion, Tierra waved the wand, and a towering column of fire erupted from its tip, racing towards the opposite wand stand. Ollivander, quick as a flash, drew his wand from his waist and, with a gentle flick, extinguished the flames, transforming them into a cascade of red sparkles. Ah, quite impressive, Ollivander remarked, though he seemed puzzled as he reclaimed the wand from Tierra, casting a penetrating glance her way before returning it to its box, leaving the box open on the counter. He then retrieved another wand and handed it to Tierra. She waved it lightly, this time casting a dazzling charm, resulting in a blindingly bright white orb appearing at the tip of her wand. Startled, Tierra hastily dispelled the magic. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Ollivander leaned in closer to Tierra, nearly touching her face, his murky eyes scrutinizing her as if attempting to see through to her very essence. I have never encountered a young wizard with such innate magical power. Afterward, Ollivander had Tierra try 5 more wands, each reacting similarly to the previous ones. She wielded them effortlessly, producing spell effects far beyond her expectations. While practicing the dazzling charm without a wand had only yielded a minuscule speck of light at her fingertip. Using a wand amplified the effect to that of a high-wattage bulb. After placing the final wand back into its box, Ollivander gazed silently at Tierra. Harry and Hagrid exchanged glances, perplexed by the unfolding events, and sensing Tierra's discomfort under Ollivander's intense scrutiny, he finally spoke. Every wand chooses its wizard, Mr. Wu, Ollivander stated. The selection process is distinct for each wand. The first one I offered you, Walnut with Dragon Heartstring, 12 inches long, is more suited to an ordinary yet ambitious wizard. It is a quintessential wand for a brave soul, and I believed it would suit you well. However, when you attempted to cast magic with it, I did not hear its voice. Upon its return to me, its response was most ambiguous, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, which is rare. Next, I provided you with a wand of purple heartwood, Ukrainian iron belly dragon heartstring, 11 inches, designed specifically for aurors, favoring those who revel in combat and possess a strong sense of justice. The result was the same. This fierce wand, like the previous one, offered neither endorsement nor rejection. The third was an elm wand, unicorn hair, 13 inches long, our shop's most obstinate and proud wand, which prefers to be wielded only by witches of noble blood. Yet again, its answer was ambiguous. The subsequent wands, each unique, also returned ambiguous responses. I believe your magic is special, remarkably powerful, Ollivander continued, though I cannot fathom why. It is evident that your magic is extraordinary enough to wield any wand. So, Mr. Wu, please tell me, what kind of wand do you desire? Since wands do not choose wizards, it seems the wizard must choose the wand. Ollivander's tone bore a hint of disappointment, as if he were disheartened by his own profound knowledge of wand lore yielding no results. Faced with thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of wands, Tierra felt utterly at a loss. Do you have any wands that no one can wield, but legend has it that should a wizard manage to use one, it will emit a blinding white light that illuminates all of England and release 9 silver spectral beasts from its tip, circling their master? Tierra asked with eager anticipation. You are referring to the Sword of Gryffindor, Ollivander replied with a stoic expression. If you're interested, you may attempt to retrieve it when you return to school. It lies at the bottom of the Black Lake, behind your school. The Sword of Gryffindor is in the Black Lake? Tierra exclaimed in surprise. No, you cannot go. Hagrid interjected sternly. The Black Lake is off limits for students below 4th year. You are not permitted to approach without a teacher or 2 or more adult guides. However, since you mentioned the wand that no one can wield, Ollivander turned and delved deep into the wand shelf, rummaging through a pile of boxes that were almost decayed. He unearthed a slender box crafted from dark brown wood. Gently brushing away the dust from its surface, Ollivander carefully placed the box upon the counter. This was a replica of a legendary artifact. It was created by my uncle, Ollivander remarked, and it is the finest imitation among all replicas. Yet shortly after its completion, misfortune befell my uncle, and thereafter countless wizards approached my family, offering exorbitant sums for this wand. But not a single one could cast even the simplest levitation chart with it. As Ollivander spoke, he slowly opened the box. It measured 15 inches, made of elder, and contained the tail hair of a thestral. Chapter 17, The Sorcerer's Stone. Ultimately, Tierra chose the first wand he tried, 12 inches of walnut, with a dragon heartstring core. It cost him 8 galleons and 5 sickles. He did not even attempt to try the replica of the old wand. At this stage, Tierra felt no imminent danger that necessitated reliance on violence. With caution, prudence, and avoidance of the trio that deducted points, he believed he could survive until the arrival of his 7th year. Thus, the replica of the Deathly Hallow was of little significance to him. He grasped the wand, hoping that nothing would transpire. Should any anomaly occur, it would inscribe the words, "I have a problem," upon his face. For Tierra, the foremost concern at this juncture was to remain inconspicuous, blending in as an ordinary student during enrollment. After all, Tierra was unaware of how much the most powerful wizards at the pinnacle of this world knew about Merlin, the outer gods, and the great race of Iz. To speak of others, at the very least, there was the world's mightiest, Dumbledore, who could see through time, and an alchemical master, Nicholas Flamel, who had lived for over 6 centuries. Tierra found it implausible that they were entirely ignorant of matters concerning the outer gods. As far as he knew, Nicholas had indeed encountered Merlin, although this was not explicitly detailed in Merlin's diary, where he merely mentioned meeting a talented young wizard during his travels. Merlin was historically the first wizard to create the Philosopher's Stone, and for centuries thereafter, only Nicholas had succeeded. Moreover, the timeline of Merlin's departure coincided precisely with Nicholas's period of activity, making it reasonably certain that Nicholas was the young wizard Merlin referred to. In the presence of such formidable and enigmatic wizards, Tierra dared not exhibit excessive flamboyance, particularly with the existence of prophecies in this world. Even Merlin could foretell his arrival, and it was conceivable that other wizards possessed similar abilities. Although even if Dumbledore were to learn of Tierra's possession of such a library, he might not take any action. However, how could Tierra entrust his very life to others? No matter how selfless or benevolent Dumbledore might be, this was not a manifestation of paranoia. Rather, it was a natural instinct to fear the unknown and those who were more powerful, especially given that he had already wronged them. This apprehension and unease intensified. Had he known that choosing a wand would entail such tribulations, Tierra would have insisted that Hagrid and Harry not accompany him. He believed that upon Hagrid's return to Hogwarts that night, Dumbledore would learn that, besides the savior Harry Potter, there was also a peculiar young wizard with innate magical anomalies enrolling this year. "This is your ticket to Hogwarts." Hagrid produced 2 letters from his pocket, instructing them to board the train at the foreign Crossfire station by 11 o'clock on September 1st, due to the time spent selecting pets and wands. Coupled with Harry's reluctance to return to the Dursleys so soon, Hagrid decided to have dinner at the Leaky Cauldron before escorting Harry and Tierra back. Before their meal, Hagrid led Harry and Tierra through the candy and toy shops, where they encountered the haughty Draco Malfoy at Flourish and Blotts. Draco was quite charming, with a cherubic face and platinum hair styled like an adult's. Regardless of Draco's character, he was undeniably studious, sneaking away to the bookstore while his father was in Nocturne Alley. What a diligent and adorable boy, though a pity he was not mute. His first words revealed a certain arrogance. Tierra and Harry were somewhat shabbily dressed, though neat, with visible wear and tear, and their style was evidently outdated by half a century compared to wizarding fashion. In Draco's words, their attire was a ridiculous mishmash of bad taste. Meanwhile, Hagrid had just returned from a date with a troll, and it was unclear where he had learned such banter at such a young age. However, this was merely a minor episode, causing only a slight ripple of discontent in the otherwise cheerful Harry. What truly dampened Harry's spirits was the impending separation from Tierra at the train station. Ironically, Draco Malfoy's intrusion seemed to strengthen the bond between Harry and Tierra. Such is the wondrous nature of childhood friendships, which rendered their parting deeply reluctant. "See you in a month." Harry knelt on the train seat, heading back to the Dursleys, his nose pressed against the glass. In the blink of an eye, Hagrid and Tierra became 2 diminishing specks, ultimately vanishing from sight. After seeing Harry onto the train, Hagrid escorted Tierra back to his small attic in the Old Town before hastily returning to Hogwarts on Dumbledore's errand. Tierra silently prayed that the false Philosopher's Stone would remain undiscovered. Once Hagrid departed, Tierra, like an ordinary child, tidied up, bathed, and went to bed. To guard against potential spies that may or may not exist, Tierra waited an hour after getting into bed before suddenly vanishing from under the covers, reappearing in a library light years away from Earth. Upon reaching the library, Tierra retrieved a semi-transparent, irregularly shaped deep red gemstone from a pocket he had sewn into his undergarments. The Philosopher's Stone, the genuine article, capable of concocting the elixir of life. When Hagrid and Harry stood before him, Tierra's mind rapidly devised a plan to substitute the half-finished Philosopher's Stone left by Merlin in the library for the real Philosopher's Stone stashed in Hagrid's coat pocket. This was the closest and most accessible opportunity he had to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, while his primary objective was to remain concealed. It did not mean he would forsake the immense benefit within reach. Successfully obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, even if he chose not to attend Hogwarts and instead fled far away, would still render everything worthwhile. After all, this was the key to immortality. Few could resist the allure of eternal life. Though the Philosopher's Stone manifests in an irregular gem-like form, its creation necessitates an exceptionally rigorous series of mathematical calculations and chemical reactions, resulting in stones that bear a general uniformity in their angular features. From a fourth stage of its refinement, the stone adopts a hue reminiscent of deep, almost sanguine red. Thus, unless employed for concocting the elixir of immortality or under the direct supervision of Nicholas Flamel, even Albus Dumbledore would likely be deceived. Upon confirming this, Tierra began to orchestrate his plan, utilizing the resources at his disposal. As his magical prowess continued to flourish, so too did his mastery over the curse worms gleaned from the cosmos. Initially, the curse could only manifest in strands of hair. However, through years of practice and observations from his previous life, Tierra had learned to enable the curse to exist externally in the form of worms, devoid of any return time. This was the true mastery of the curse worm magic. Yet, to ensure their continued survival outside his body, Tierra needed to periodically inject them with new curses. This became one of Tierra's self-preservation strategies. He spent the past few years wandering through various clinics and areas frequented by the homeless. He successfully gathered 5 HIV worms, 2 plague worms, 5 lung cancer worms, 3 liver cancer worms, and 3 brain tumor worms. He found himself curious. If Peter, the dwarf star, were to resurrect Voldemort while simultaneously harboring cancer, tumors, plague, and AIDS, what form would the revived Voldemort take? Chapter 18, King's Cross Station. His plan was deceptively simple: to find an opportunity to approach Hagrid and surreptitiously swap the Philosopher's Stone. The months of wandering after leaving the orphanage had honed Tierra's skills in theft and lockpicking. He was confident that as long as he could reach into Hagrid's leather pocket, he would be able to execute the swap without detection. Hagrid, a kind-hearted half-giant with a strong sense of justice, possessed an inherent naivety that Tierra intended to exploit. Tierra would inoculate himself with the plague worm. Hagrid, being the compassionate soul he was, would undoubtedly rush to assist him in his moment of suffering, likely carrying Tierra to St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. And indeed, without hesitation, Hagrid scooped him up and made a beeline for the hospital. Tierra, feeling the chill in his limbs, instinctively sought warmth, which provided him the perfect pretext to slip his hand into Hagrid's coat. The journey from Diagon Alley to St. Mungo's took 20 minutes, ample time for Tierra to swap the Philosopher's Stone 10 times over. By the time they arrived, the genuine Philosopher's Stone was safely tucked away in the pocket of his self-sewn undergarment. However, the only issue was that he could not perfectly restore the package containing the stone. Thus, when Hagrid draped his coat over Tierra, he intentionally pushed out the fake Philosopher's Stone package concealed within Hagrid's clothing, hoping to use its fall to mask the slight discrepancies in the packaging of the actual stone. After all, it was reasonable and logical that the stone's wrapping, which was initially not very secure, would show minor displacements after rolling a few times on the ground. To obscure his fingerprints, Tierra had, earlier that morning, coated 9 of his fingers with solid glue, a trick he had learned from Conan. At the time, he found the method amusing and committed it to memory, never anticipating it would come in handy in another world. He then deliberately delayed the selection of a pet, intending to keep Hagrid in the bustling, dimly lit Ollery a bit longer. Thus, even if Dumbledore were to discover the Philosopher's Stone had been swapped, he would likely suspect other wizards had utilized the Ollery's environment to commit the theft, rather than considering a plague-ridden, nearly deceased first-year wizard. The plan was nearly flawless, save for the uncertainty surrounding the peculiar incident with his wand. Tierra was not entirely certain how significant this anomaly would appear in Dumbledore's eyes, or whether it could link the theft of the stone to him. For now, Tierra could only await developments, planning not to return to the library until after the Philosopher's Stone had been placed there. He aimed to present himself as an ordinary first-year student over the next month, to avoid drawing any attention from Dumbledore should he come searching. In regard to the theft of the Philosopher's Stone, Tierra felt no guilt aside from that towards Hagrid. After all, the stone would ultimately be destroyed after a year of being locked away at Hogwarts. It was better to seize it for himself than let it be wasted. He believed this would not significantly alter the course of future events. If it did result in undesirable consequences, Tierra was prepared to pack up and leave. He had relatives back in his homeland, and even if it meant spending all he had on a plane ticket, it would be worth it. With a bit of gold, he knew he could quickly recoup his losses. Tierra was acutely aware of his position in the wizarding world, an insignificant figure devoid of power and influence, relying solely on his knowledge of future events and a library. Should any drastic and unforeseen changes occur in the timeline, he would not hesitate to depart. While the allure of learning magic was enticing, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. Voldemort and his Death Eaters were a band of lunatics, and it was uncertain when they might settle their sights upon him. Tierra concealed the Philosopher's Stone in a black obsidian box within the drawer of a wooden table in the library, a box originally intended to hold Merlin's unfinished work. Without a moment's hesitation, he recited the incantation and returned to his bed. Raven was settled on the first floor, ensuring that the events occurring here did not disturb any living beings. The following morning, after washing and having breakfast, Tierra, like a child newly introduced to the magical world, began to read his spell book, herbology book, and potion book. Though confident in his abilities compared to other young wizards, he was still a self-taught novice, and he intended to utilize this month to prepare for his foundational studies. The month passed swiftly. In contrast to Harry's unpleasant experiences, Tierra found his days fulfilling. He occasionally ventured into the streets to perform magic tricks, earning a bit of extra pocket money. His youthful appearance garnered generous tips from Londoners, sufficient to cover his expenses for the month. The remainder of his time was devoted to training Raven and studying the first-year magical curriculum. Tierra's concerns proved unfounded. The month unfolded peacefully, and he remained unaware whether Dumbledore had discovered the Philosopher's Stone had been swapped or had simply chosen to remain silent. A month later, Tierra and Harry met as previously arranged at King's Cross Station at 10 past 10. Harry arrived slightly earlier than anticipated, as he was accompanying the Dursleys to London and had no control over the timing. Tierra, do you know where platform 9 3/4 is? Harry repeatedly scrutinized the ticket in his hand. He and Tierra had traversed the entirety of the train station, but had yet to locate the elusive platform 9 3/4 inscribed on the ticket. I don't know, Tierra replied indifferently, glancing at her watch from time to time and observing the bustling crowd, seemingly in search of the red-haired Weasley family. But we can wait here, Tierra suggested. Today is the day of the school term. There must be other wizarding children heading to platform 9 3/4, and we can follow them. As soon as Tierra's words fell, a throng of people hurried past them. Muggles. A high-pitched, urgent voice reached Harry and Tierra's ears. Both turned around joyfully to see a stout woman with a head full of curly blonde hair, striding confidently as she conversed with a boy with flaming red hair trailing behind her. Among the 4 red-hair boys, one appeared to be of a similar age to Harry and Tierra, with a round, chubby face, while the other 3 were pushing suitcases akin to Harry's, atop which perched an owl in a cage. Exchanging glances, Harry and Tierra hastily pushed their trolley towards what seemed to be a wizarding family. All right, which platform is it? Children? Inquired the mother of the red-haired boys. 9. A little girl, holding her mother's hand, piped up with a shrill voice. Mommy, I want to go too. You're too small, Ginny. Now be quiet. Percy, you lead the way, the eldest boy instructed, making his way towards the junction of platforms 9 and 10. Harry gazed intently at him, not daring to blink for fear of missing something. Yet, just as the boy reached the boundary, a throng of travelers surged in front of Harry. When the last bulky backpack shifted aside, the boy had vanished. Fred, it's your turn, the stout woman said. I'm not Fred. I'm George, the boy replied. Honestly, you say you're our mother, yet you can't tell I'm George? Sorry, George, dear. Just a joke. I'm Fred, the boy declared before moving ahead, with his twin urging him to hurry. He must have heeded the call. For in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Meanwhile, the third brother, the youngest with a round face, stepped forward towards the ticket barrier. Excuse me, ma'am. Tierra stepped forward to address the stout lady. Are you heading to platform 9 3/4? Harry and I are first-time students at Hogwarts and don't know how to get there. Oh, my dear, the woman replied, don't worry. My little Ron is also a first year. She pointed to her last and smallest son, who was lanky yet had a round, cherubic face, appearing rather clumsy with his freckles, large hands and long nose. But how? Harry began to inquire. How to get there, you say? Mrs. Weasley, understanding his concern, replied as Harry and Tierra nodded eagerly. Just walk straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop. Don't be afraid. Run at the pillar. That's crucial. If you feel nervous, just sprint. Now, Ron, you go first and show these two little dears how it's done. With that, Mrs. Weasley gave Ron a gentle pat on the back. Okay, Ron replied, pushing his trolley as he took off at a brisk pace, fixating on the ticket barrier ahead, accelerating as he went, while Tiara and Harry closely followed the back of Ron's head. Suddenly, Ron vanished before the pillar, followed closely by Harry and Tiara. Through a brief moment of darkness, Tiara emerged onto a bustling, chaotic platform. A deep crimson steam engine stood alongside the crowded platform, with a sign reading, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Tiara turned back to see that the ticket barrier had transformed into a wrought iron archway, inscribed with the words, Platform 9 3/4. Chapter 19, The Hogwarts Express. The steam locomotive's dense smoke swirled above the chattering crowd, while an array of colorful cats darted about at the feet of the passengers. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls screeched in response, creating a cacophony. To prevent Raven from causing mischief, Tiara had to purchase a small cage for him. Otherwise, in such a chaotic scene, the mischievous Raven would surely fly off to wreak havoc. Even with the cage, Raven was pecking at the lock, seemingly urging Tiara to let him out, relishing the commotion as he sought shiny trinkets from the pockets of wizards. The first few carriages were already filled with students, some leaning out of the windows to converse with their families, while others frolicked in their seats. Harry pushed his trolley forward on the platform, searching for an empty compartment. As they passed, a round-faced boy exclaimed, "Grandma, I lost my toad again." "Oh, Neville." A disapproving voice of an elderly lady sighed. "Need a hand?" asked the Weasley twins, who they had encountered outside, clearly waiting for their younger brother, who was just starting school. After assisting their brother with his luggage onto the train, they turned to help Harry and Tiara. "Thank you," Harry said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Hey, Fred, lend a hand," one of the twins called. With the Weasley twins' assistance, Harry finally managed to push his suitcase into a corner of the compartment. Then, they turned to Tiara. Tiara had only a small suitcase containing some essential clothes and stationery. "Your suitcase is quite light," George remarked. "I live in London," Tiara replied. "My books were sent to the school via owl post just yesterday, so they should arrive by the time we get there." Having attended university herself, she had no intention of lugging heavy tomes to school. After all, sending a book was quite economical, costing merely 6 nuts. Sending all her books and potion cauldron had cost her less than 5 sickles. It could be said that it was a testament to the capitalistic origins, with even owls being exploited. As she watched several owls wobble and grasp her books to fly to Hogwarts, she inexplicably recalled this notion. "Very clever," Fred and George chimed in. "Too clever," Ron exclaimed, nearly shouting. How had he not thought of that? In their first-year compartment, Tiara, Harry, and Ron discovered an empty space, where the Weasley twins seized the opportunity to amuse themselves by teasing their foolish younger brother. "Hey, clever little one, what is your name?" The twins appeared particularly intrigued by Tiara. In contrast to Harry, who exhibited a certain shyness in the face of such a bustling environment, Tiara's demeanor was remarkably poised, making it easier for her to endear herself to the other children. "I am Tiara Wu, my parents are muggles, and this is Harry Potter." "Harry Potter," Ron exclaimed in a voice still adjusting to the throes of adolescence. "Do you have, that thing? That scar on your forehead?" he asked, his tone tinged with nervousness. "Yes," Harry replied graciously, lifting his damp hair to reveal the mark. "Oh, my blood, it really is Harry Potter." The twins, who had initially shown interest in Tiara, abruptly shifted their focus to Harry, bombarding him with inquiries, leaving Harry feeling a mix of discomfort and a flicker of joy, a delight in being the center of attention. Tiara, feeling somewhat overlooked, retrieved a book titled Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them from her suitcase. Having lived as a creature in her past life, she was particularly fascinated by the myriad of whimsical beasts in the magical world. Considering the inefficiency of studying during the train ride, she opted for leisurely reading instead. At the same time, Tiara began to grasp the sentiments that Ron might have experienced during the 4th and 7th books. The affections and aversions of children are often laid bare and unmasked when one finds themselves in the company of someone extraordinarily powerful and radiant. Even the closest friends may harbor jealousy, leading to a rift. Fortunately, Tiara was an adult. She knew precisely what she wanted and truly did not care for the fleeting joys of childhood camaraderie, perhaps due to the exuberance of the Weasley brothers. It wasn't until Mrs. Weasley shouted 3 times from outside the window that the 3 mischievous boys finally peered out. "Hey, Mom, guess what? You won't believe who I just met on the train. Do you remember that boy with black hair who was standing next to us at the station? Do you know who he is? It's Harry Potter." Harry, having overheard a girl's voice, shyly edged closer to Tiara, hoping to remain unnoticed. He was still adjusting to Mrs. Weasley's overly enthusiastic demeanor and instinctively sought the comfort of Tyara's familiar presence. "Oh, Mum, can I go on a train to see him?" "Please, Mum. You've already seen him, Ginny. He's not an animal at the zoo for you to gawk at." "Is he really Harry?" Mrs. Weasley's eyes brimmed with affection. "No wonder he has dressed so lightly. And who is that other boy? The one with black hair?" "That's Tyara Wu. She's from a Muggle family. You all must look after Harry and that Muggle child at school. They're in a strange environment and must be terrified. Look how polite and sensible they are when asking for directions. Especially you, George. No bullying or pranks at their expense. If I find out you've been up to mischief, I assure you, you'll never see those silly props you hide under the bed again." "We won't, Mom, don't worry." "But do you think he remembers what the Dark Lord looks like?" Suddenly, Mrs. Weasley's expression darkened. "You are not to ask him, Fred. Absolutely not. Do you want him to think of that dreadful incident on his very first day at school?" "All right, no need to get angry, Mum. We want tea asked." A whistle sounded, marking the train's departure. No mischief at school. As the train began to speed away, the Weasley brothers drifted further from their mother, prompting her to raise her voice, causing a stir among the nearby wizards. The train accelerated, and Harry observed the children's mother waving, while their little sister ran alongside, alternating between laughter and tears, until the train's pace left her far behind, still waving. Harry continued to watch the mother and daughter until they turned a corner and vanished from sight. Houses flashed by the window, and Harry felt an exhilarating thrill. He was uncertain of what lay ahead, but it was surely better than the past he had left behind. Chapter 20. Speculations on the genetic principles of wizarding spiritual dimensions. The compartment door slid open, and the youngest of the fiery-haired children entered. "May I sit here?" he asked cautiously, pointing to the empty seat opposite Harry, as the other places were taken. "Of course, please do," Harry replied. Ron settled down, feeling somewhat awkward in the presence of the legendary Harry Potter, especially without the support of his mischievous twin brothers. He stole a glance at Harry, then at Tyara, who was engrossed in her book, and promptly shifted his gaze to the window, pretending not to notice Harry. Harry observed a conspicuous smudge on Ron's nose, akin to a dried mixture of wall dust and cheese, which stood in stark contrast to Tyara's always immaculate appearance. It made Harry want to reach out and help him clean it off. Hey Ron, the Weasley twins, having bid farewell to their mother and little sister, joined Ron in the compartment. "Listen, we want to go check out the middle car. We heard Jordan got hold of a huge bag of spiders." "Oh," Ron muttered, gripping his clothing tightly, appearing somewhat anxious. Harry and Tyara, one of the twins, continued. "We haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm Fred, and he George. And this is our little brother, Ron Weasley. See you in a bit." With that, the Weasley twins dashed down the train aisle. "Goodbye," Harry and Ron replied politely, while Tyara sighed, watching the twins disappear. "Tragedy is merely beauty destroyed for the sake of observation," Tyara mused silently. She then gently closed Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. "Hello, I am Tyara Wu," she said, extending her hand to Ron. "From now on, we shall be classmates. E.M. Ronald Weasley. You can call me Ron," he replied, shaking her hand. "Do you remember what the Dark Lord looks like?" After Tyara broke the awkward silence, Ron finally mustered the courage to ask his burning question. "I don't remember." Harry replied that if he had remembered, he would not have only discovered he was a wizard at the age of 11. "You don't recall anything at all?" Ron asked eagerly. "Well, I only remember a great deal of green light. Beyond that, I have no recollection." "Oh dear." Ron stared at Harry's forehead for quite a while, then suddenly realized that this might be rather impolite and quickly turned his gaze towards the window. "Is your entire family composed of wizards?" When Harry sensed that both he and Ron were intrigued by each other, he ventured to inquire. "Oh yes, I believe so," Ron responded. "I think my mother has a distant cousin who is an accountant, though we never speak of him." "An accountant?" Taylor keenly seized upon this detail, her instinct akin to that of a biological hound. "So, does that mean a relative on your mother's side is not a wizard?" Taylor asked. It seems so. That's what I've heard," Ron scratched his head. "Is that accounting relative's lineage entirely composed of wizards on both sides? Or is there a mix of a wizard and a muggle? What about the grandparents on your relative's father's side? Are they wizards as well? Or was there muggle blood in the mix? And what about the grandparents on your relative's mother's side? What's the situation there?" To be honest, I'm not quite sure. He's a very distant relative, and we hardly keep in touch," Ron admitted, feeling a bit dizzy from the barrage of questions. Puzzled as to why Taylor was so insistent on such trivial matters, he silently labeled her as peculiar. "Is that so?" Taylor appeared somewhat dejected. "What a pity." Indeed, Taylor was deeply curious about the emergence of wizards. Although Merlin's notes and the Book of the Dead elucidated the origins of magic through a triad of material, spiritual, and metaphysical dimensions, the existence of squibs and the sudden birth of a wizard from a muggle lineage alongside the striking similarity in hereditary attributes between Muggles and pure-blood wizards, led Taylor to discern a hint of genetic phenomena. She speculated that the existence of squibs could be a manifestation of genetic masking. Drawing from her previous knowledge of J.K. Rowling's supplementary lore regarding Harry Potter, Taylor noted that there were only a little over 8,000 witches and wizards in Britain, compounded by the adherence to the pure-blood theory among certain factions, which suggested that consanguinity among wizards would be rather common. From Neville's experience, having shown no overt magical talent until he was accidentally thrown down the stairs by his uncle, thus revealing his abilities, it became evident that magical aptitude or spiritual dimensional coordinates, if indeed governed by genetics, were profoundly influenced by environmental factors, indicating they were likely quantitative traits. From a genetic perspective, consanguinity could lead to an increase in homozygosity or identical genes, which would facilitate the accumulation of quantitative traits. Much like the selection of desired traits in hybrid rice requiring several generations of inbreeding, this accumulation could ultimately lead to the overexpression of a specific quantitative gene, masking or suppressing the expression of its alleles. Perhaps this was the rationale behind the existence of squibs. Squibs, being three-dimensional beings capable of perceiving the spectral entities known as dementors, could, if we were to assume that possessing a coordinate in the spiritual dimension was a result of gene expression, be reasonably explained as having an overexpression of the gene responsible for spiritual dimensional coordinates, thereby completely obscuring the gene that allows for magical ability. Well, Taylor nodded silently, acknowledging that all of this was merely conjecture lacking empirical evidence. If Ron's distant relatives' parents were indeed pure-blood wizards and there had never been a record of intermarriage with Muggles, that might serve as a compelling corroboration of her hypothesis. Yet, confirmation would ultimately require rigorous experimentation to substantiate her theories. Regrettably, she possessed only ideas, devoid of the requisite experimental facilities or personnel. If such an experiment could be conducted, it would undoubtedly yield a discovery worthy of a Nobel Prize, revealing another potential branch of human evolution. Suddenly, Taylor realized that the Wizarding World constituted a grand subject of study, extending beyond mere genetic research to encompass the physical and chemical principles of magic, transfiguration, the biological underpinnings of animagy, and further still, merely examining the psychology of wizards, the structure of their society, and the financial systems of Gringotts could furnish a multitude of researchers with ample opportunities to secure significant grants and projects. Perhaps it's best not to delve too deeply into such extensive studies just yet, even though she found herself immersed in the magical realm of Harry Potter. This seemingly simple and orderly magical world on Earth constituted but a minuscule fragment of the chaotic universe. The vast majority of cosmic rules beyond Earth were wild and tumultuous, and knowledge corresponding to these universal laws could pose maddening dangers. Yet, this was not a reason for Taylor to halt her pursuits. Technology remains the foremost productive force, a timeless truth. Just observe the wizards of this world. The prolonged stagnation and insular approach to the study of magic have transformed those who once created countless glorious legends into pitiable beings, reduced to living in the wilderness. Chapter 21, The Affectionate Peter. Surely you must have learned a great deal of magic, Harry inquired curiously, noting that Taylor seemed lost in thought, having entered a state of reverie, compelling him to break the silence. The Weasley family must be the magical lineage referred to by the pale-faced boy he and Taylor had encountered in Flourish and Blots. I heard you later lived with Muggles. Ron said, how are they? Dad says Muggles are a charming and amusing lot. Terrible. Not all of them, of course. Some are quite nice, but my uncle, aunt, and cousin are insufferable. I wish I had a few wizard brothers instead. 5 of them, Ron lamented, for some reason appearing somewhat disheartened. I'm a 6th in my family to attend Hogwarts, he continued. You could say I ought to look up to them. Bill and Charlie have already graduated. Bill was the president of the student council, and Charlie was the captain of the Quidditch team. Now Percy has become a prefect, and despite Fred and George's mischievous antics, their academic performance is top-notch. Everyone expects me to follow in their footsteps. But honestly, if I were to achieve that, it wouldn't be anything remarkable since they accomplished it before me. If you have 5 brothers, you'll never get anything new. I wear Bill's old robes, use Charlie's old wand, and even have Percy's discarded rat. An inferiority complex Taylor instantly assessed, even as she remained lost in thought, her senses keenly attuned to her surroundings. In truth, the Weasley family presents a remarkably perfect subject for a psychological study. From Charlie, Bill, Percy, to the mischievous twins Fred and George, and finally Ron, all are boys raised by the same parents in a similar environment, yet their personalities are strikingly different. Charlie and Bill are not particularly familiar to him. but they likely embody the gentle older brother archetype. Percy, on the other hand, possesses a strong desire for authority. George and Fred exhibit creativity and a spirit of exploration, excelling in research and development. Meanwhile, Ron, though intelligent, seldom holds his own opinions. He exhibits traits of both inferiority and a people-pleasing personality, likely stemming from being the youngest son in a family that has not paid him much attention. Unfortunately, Tierra's expertise does not lie in psychology. He only took a few psychology-related elective courses during his university years, most of which he dozed through. Otherwise, merely by studying the Weasley family, he could have published an article in a prestigious journal like the Journal of Psychology. As Ron spoke, he reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out a plump gray mouse, which was sound asleep. Its name was Scabbers, and it had become utterly useless, spending its days in a perpetual slumber. After Percy became the prefect, his father gifted him an owl. They could not afford one for me, so Percy gave me the mouse instead. Ron's ears flushed with embarrassment. Seemingly feeling he had spoken too much, he turned his gaze back to the window. Upon seeing Ron retrieve Scabbers, Tierra's eyes brightened. Yes, how could I forget the adorable Peter Pettigrew? When an animagus transforms, does their DNA become that of the animal? Or does only their appearance change while their DNA remains human? If Peter Pettigrew, in his mouse form, were to exchange hereditary chromosomes with other female mice, would there be reproductive isolation? Would the offspring be mouse pups, human infants, or perhaps hybrid creatures? What would the DNA of these descendants resemble? Would they exhibit entirely human traits, entirely mouse traits, or a blend of both? Might new traits emerge? All of this holds immense value. Tierra's gaze upon the small Peter Pettigrew resting on Ron's lap grew increasingly fervent. It seemed that even in his slumber, Peter sensed Tierra's curiosity and thirst for knowledge, causing him to shiver slightly. May I touch your mouse? Tierra asked Ron with palpable eagerness. I don't particularly like birds. I've always wanted a pet mouse, he added. Of course, while Ron found it strange that anyone would want to touch his chubby, bald mouse, he generously handed Scabbers over to Tierra. Just waking up, Scabbers found himself grasped by an unfamiliar child. Just a little wizard, he thought, gradually relaxing his body and allowing Tierra to massage him comfortably. The prolonged maintenance of his mouse form had somewhat affected Peter's cognition. Although his former memories and personality remained, over time, his behavior increasingly resembled that of a true mouse. Thus, when Tierra presented a pea-sized, slightly sweet pellet to his mouth, he swallowed it without hesitation. The seemingly candy-like morsel, however, carried a pungent fishy aroma. A typical mouse would relish such a scent. Yet, Peter was nearly startled into jumping by the odor. What is this? Seeing Tierra feeding his mouse, Ron could not help but inquire. A supplement, Tierra casually replied. A potion invented by muggles to extend a mouse's lifespan. Really? Ron asked, his excitement palpable. Indeed, Tierra assured him. I can guarantee your mouse will live to see the 7th book. As Peter jumped, Tierra effortlessly pressed it back down. The original formula for this pill derived from a curse he had created to tame ferocious snakes using the Hippogriff Stone, combining his blood with a spell and administering it to the snakes, making even the most fearsome python as docile as a kitten. Hippogriff did not name this potion, so Tierra dubbed it the Hippogriff Pill. Building upon the Hippogriff Pill, Merlin added snake root, sun grass roots, and mercury, allowing this pill to broadly affect other magical creatures. This was also a key element in the legends of Merlin's ability to tame dragons. Almost all dragons possess inherently turbulent and restless minds. Even the cleverest Swiss short-nosed dragon cannot be tamed like kittens or puppies. Only through greater violence can these savage beings be instilled with sufficient psychological trauma to become manageable. Soon, Peter Pettigrew ceased his struggles in Tierra's hands, instead lying like he had fallen asleep on Tierra's lap. Tierra, seeing Scabbers lethargically resting on Tierra's lap, Ron grew anxious. Does your muggle pill really work? He asked, reflecting on how this mouse had been with him for a decade. Though he often found the pet distasteful, he held a deep affection for it, ranking it among his closest companions after his family. Don't worry, it will definitely work, Tierra replied, though he himself felt uncertain. If something does happen, I'll replace him with an owl. Oh, well then. Ron suddenly felt reassured, even hoping something might occur with Scabbers. Chapter 22, Nutritional Balance. To Ron's mixed delight and disappointment, Scabbers was perfectly fine. After lying on Tierra's lap for a while, he stood up with renewed vigor and affectionately rubbed against Tierra's palm. Peter's mind was somewhat muddled at that moment. On one hand, he recognized himself as Peter Pettigrew, a disgraceful traitor and Death Eater of the Dark Lord. Yet on the other, he felt that the little wizard before him was so magnificent that he could not help but willingly submit to him. As if he were the most powerful wizard in the world, deserving of reverence. Peter Pettigrew was not a person of strong will. After a brief period of confusion, he succumbed to this new sensation, viewing Tierra as the greatest and most irresistible wizard, instinctively nuzzling against Tierra's hand like a true mouse. "All right, return to your master," Tierra commanded, noting that Peter had been influenced. Peter reluctantly returned to Ron's embrace, unable to disobey Tierra's order. "I need to wash my hands," Tierra said as he stood up, feeling somewhat disgusted by having a middle-aged, balding man rubbing against him for the sake of the experiment. After scrubbing his hands and arms 5 times with soap, he noticed that Harry and Ron had been engaged in conversation for quite some time. It seemed that without Tierra's interruptions, the two had grown considerably more familiar with each other. Noting that Ron's subsequent discussions revealed no interesting content, Tierra quietly took out the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to continue reading. Around 12:30, a loud commotion echoed down the corridor, and a smiling woman with dimples pushed open the partition door, asking, "Darling, would you like to buy any snacks for the train?" Having eaten nothing that morning, Harry jumped up, while Ron's ears turned red once more as he muttered that he had brought a sandwich. In a manner akin to the original narrative, Harry, who had scarcely indulged in snacks throughout his childhood, produced a handful of silver nuts and procured a modest selection of every treat from the vendor's cart. Ron gazed in rapt attention as Harry brought the bounty into their compartment, where the assortment tumbled onto the vacant seat, embodying a desire to indulge tempered by trepidation. Upon their return to the train compartment, Harry beckoned Taila and Ron to partake in the feast. Taila retrieved a tin lunchbox from her bag, brimming with rice, bamboo shoots with pork, eggs with shrimp, and garlic sautéed lettuce. Placing the lunchbox on the table, Taila drew her wand and lightly tapped it, emitting a soft, rosy flame that flickered briefly before vanishing. Moments later, an enticing aroma wafted forth from the box. "Do you possess magical abilities?" Harry exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Indeed. Just a bit," Taila nodded. "I practiced during the month-long summer break and managed to learn it." The spell she employed was known as the Heating Charm, acquired from a recently purchased tome, Standard Spells, Beginner Level. Unlike the fire-making charm, the Heating Charm did not conjure open flames, but rather elevated the temperature of the object touched by the wand to the desired warmth. Of course, this skill was contingent upon the wizard's control. Some young wizards, lacking finesse, could inadvertently ignite a fire. Had the explosive genius Seamus attempted it, Taila's lunch would likely have transformed into a hand grenade. Ron then unveiled a salt beef sandwich made by his mother and shared it with Taila and Harry. The trio enjoyed a delightful luncheon, with Harry and Ron lavishing praise upon Taila's meal. However, the two boys still preferred to substitute their lunch with sweets. Consequently, by the end of their repast, Harry and Ron had filled themselves with an abundance of candies, while Taila had only sampled a few Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and chocolate frogs. Having long outgrown her sweet tooth, Taila favored a balanced diet, which struck Ron and Harry as rather peculiar. What child did not relish sugary treats? Just then, a knock echoed at their compartment door. Taila had just used a cleaning charm to tidy her lunchbox away when a chubby little face peered in. "Excuse me," the boy, appearing rather distraught, nearly on the verge of tears, inquired, "Have you seen my toad? It's about this big." He gestured with his hands, indicating its size. Both Harry and Ron shook their heads simultaneously. Neville's countenance fell instantly, tears beginning to well in his eyes. "I've lost it again. It always tries to escape from me," he wailed. "It will come back," Harry reassured him. "I don't understand why he is so anxious," Ron remarked after Neville departed. "If I had a toad as a pet, I would be eager to get rid of it." Harry nodded thoughtfully, neither affirming nor denying Ron's sentiment. Scabbers, restless upon Ron's lap, seemed intent on darting towards Taila, but under her formidable gaze, the rat remained obediently perched on Ron's knee. "Hey, Taila, your muggle potion is quite effective," Ron commented. "I've never seen Scabbers so lively." With that, Ron rummaged through his trunk and produced a rather battered wand, its surface peeling in places to reveal glimmers of silver. "This wand belonged to my brother Charlie. It's a bit old, but I hope it will work." "Hey, do you want to see me turn it yellow?" Ron exclaimed, brimming with excitement. For Scabbers' vivacity alleviated his worry about accidentally harming the creature with a miscast spell. Just as Taila and Harry nodded in agreement, the compartment door swung open unexpectedly, and the boy who had lost his toad reappeared, this time accompanied by a young girl. She bore a face full of freckles, unruly hair, and a slightly prominent pair of front teeth. Both had donned their Hogwarts robes. Upon seeing the girl, Taila felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness. She isn't black, he thought to himself. Though the girl bore some resemblance to Emma Watson, she was undeniably a Caucasian. Taila had feared he had been transported into a peculiar theatrical world. Fortunately, judging by their appearances, it seemed they were within a familiar narrative thread. "Have any of you seen a toad?" "Neville lost one," she announced, her tone tinged with arrogance and dismissiveness. "We already told him we haven't seen it," Ron replied. But the girl paid him no heed, instead focusing on the wand in his hand. "Oh, are you performing magic? Then let us behold your talents," she said, seating herself beside Neville. Ron, taken aback and somewhat flustered, responded, "Well, all right then." Clearing his throat, he pointed his wand at Scabbers. "Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine. Turn this foolish fat rat yellow." A beam of yellow light shot forth from his wand, yet nothing happened. "Are you certain that was indeed a spell?" the girl inquired. Her brow furrowed. "It doesn't seem very impressive. I've successfully cast several simple spells at home, just for practice, and they all worked. No one in my family understands magic. So I was utterly astonished and delighted to receive my acceptance letter to Hogwarts. As I understand, it's the finest magical school there is." She began to ramble on. "Oh my goodness, are you reading?" she queried, noticing Taila engrossed in a book. She quietly settled beside Taila, glancing at the cover. "Oh, I haven't read that one. I mean, before coming to school, I went through all the textbooks and memorized them. This one must not have been on the list. Of course, I believe those textbooks are sufficient. By the way, I'm Hermione Granger. May I ask your names?" "Ron Weasley. Taila Wu. Harry Potter. Is it really you?" Hermione's eyes widened. "I know all about your exploits. Of course. It's mainly because I bought a few extra reference books, A History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century. All of them mention you." Hermione paused, glancing at Taila, who remained impassive. Hermione continued, "These books are incredibly useful. They've taught me so much about the wizarding world." "Me?" Harry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, disliking the sensation of being abruptly thrust from a humble, unassuming figure into the limelight of public admiration. "My goodness, how would you not know? If I were you, I would certainly find a way to collect every book that mentions me," Hermione said incredulously. "Do you two know which house you will be sorted into?" "I've inquired everywhere, and I hope to be placed in Gryffindor. They say it's the best. I heard that Dumbledore himself graduated from there, but I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad either. You will be sorted into Gryffindor." Taila suddenly raised her head and uttered, "What?" Hermione seemed momentarily taken aback, perplexed. "Why?" "Because you're the most brilliant witch, destined to be placed in the finest house." Exhausted by Hermione's incessant chatter, Taila could only muster a compliment. Dealing with such an arrogant overachiever required a delicate balance. One could not belittle her. For the more one did so, the more spirited she became. This was a lesson Taila had gleaned during her time as a trainee teacher. She had to flatter Hermione, yet not excessively, to keep her at bay. "Oh, thank you, Hermione replied, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks. She had never received such candid praise, especially from a stranger. "I think we should first look for Neville's toad. You three should swiftly change into your robes. We are likely to arrive shortly." Hermione did not afford Taila a moment to respond, as she seized Neville and turned away. "Thank you," Taila said politely, indifferent to whether Hermione heard her. "Regardless of which house I am sorted into, I sincerely hope I am not placed with her," Ron remarked, tossing his wand back into his suitcase. "No, you'll find yourself irresistibly drawn to her," Taila silently mused. She stood and donned a house robe several sizes too large, having purchased it based on her 14-year-old frame to save money. Thus, she would not need to buy a new one for several years, conserving a substantial sum. After all, in the magical world, mending clothes was a rather simple task. "Why is your robe so large?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "This way. I won't need to buy new robes until my 3rd year," Taila explained, while binding her robe with a rope and clips. Though it appeared somewhat cumbersome, overall, it was not significantly different from Harry and Ron's robes. "Which house did your two brothers belong to?" Harry asked as he changed his robe. "Gryffindor," Ron replied, looking somewhat discontented. "Mom and Dad were in that house too. I wonder how they would react if I were sorted elsewhere. I don't think being placed in Ravenclaw is particularly bad, but please do not let me be sorted into Slytherin." Taila suddenly realized she ought to avoid mentioning that name. Wasn't T that the house where Voldemort had once resided? "Indeed," Ron said, adjusting his robe and flopping down onto the train's plush seat. "Almost all dark wizards hail from Slytherin," he added. "Look, I think the color of Scabbers' fur is fading," Harry remarked, attempting to divert Ron's attention from the subject of houses. "Now that your two brothers have graduated, what are they doing?" Harry was curious about the paths wizards took after finishing school and whether he would have to return to the Dursleys. "Charlie is studying dragons in Romania, and Bill is working for Gringotts in Africa," Ron answered. "By the way, have you heard about the Gringotts incident? It's all over the Daily Prophet. But since you've been living among muggles, I suppose you haven't seen it. Someone attempted to rob the highly secure underground vault. Harry's eyes widened. Really? What happened next? Did they manage to steal anything? Nothing at all. That's what made it such a big story. They weren't caught. My dad said only the most powerful dark wizards could evade Gringotts' pursuit. Yet, they took nothing. Strange, isn't it? Of course, whenever such events occur, people become uneasy, worrying that the Dark Lord is involved. When did this happen? Taila inquired. I can't recall precisely, but it seems it was July 31st. Yes, I remember now. That was the day my mom yelled at George and Fred for throwing dung bombs into the pigpen. July 31st, Harry exclaimed, looking at Taila in astonishment, who was also gazing back at him. What's wrong? Is there something significant about July 31st? Ron asked, confused by their reactions. July 31st is Harry's birthday. That day, Hagrid took me and Harry shopping, and when we went to Gringotts to retrieve Harry's parents' inheritance and exchange some muggle money. It seems Hagrid also fetched something that appeared quite important, Taila explained. What was it? Ron asked with curiosity. I don't know. Harry shook his head. We didn't see. So, this means Gringotts was attacked right after Hagrid took that item? Could it possibly be related to it? Well, I'm not sure, Harry said. I can't determine if it's mere coincidence. I hope it's just coincidence, Taila thought quietly. If the attackers had indeed targeted Gringotts for what Hagrid had taken, would they not ambush Hagrid on his way back to Hogwarts? After all, he was quite a conspicuous target. In criminal psychology, offenders often engage in discussions about their cases or return to the scene of the crime, aside from certain perverse desires. Most do so to gauge the progress of the investigation. Hearing Taila's words, Harry felt a surge of anxiety, just as he was about to inquire further. The compartment door was open for the third time from the outside. Chapter 24, Draco Malfoy. 3 boys entered, 2 stout figures standing like sentinels flanking a pale-faced boy in the center. Harry immediately recognized the pale boy as the one he had encountered in the leaky cauldron with Taila. He regarded Harry with far greater interest than he had shown in Diagon Alley. However, upon sighting Ron and Taila, a distinct look of disdain crossed his features. Is it true? He asked, mimicking the adults. The entire train is abuzz with whispers that Harry Potter is in this compartment. So, that must be you, right? Yes, Harry replied, glancing at the 2 other boys, who were both short and portly, standing on either side of the pale boy. Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. The pale boy said casually, I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron cleared his throat gently to suppress a laugh, but Taila did not possess such restraint, emitting a soft chuckle. Do you find my name amusing? Malfoy glared at Taila. No, I just happened to recall something quite delightful. Taila replied earnestly, though a smile lingered on her lips. Who are you? Malfoy queried. Oh, I remember now, the little sidekick who followed Harry around in Diagon Alley. He then sneered, I recall now. The mudblood, looking like a pauper. Mudblood. The moment Draco uttered that word, Ron's mouth fell open in disbelief, as if he could not fathom such a venomous term emerging from the lips of a boy his age. His face flushed crimson with anger. While Taila was indeed an oddity, she had become a friend to him and Harry. How could Malfoy insult her so? However, before Ron could utter a word in defense, a thick tome came crashing down upon Malfoy's face, wielded by none other than Tila. Malfoy's cronies were still caught up in laughter over the term mudblood, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Harry sat there in a daze, having been raised in the Muggle world. He had no comprehension of the implications behind mudblood, merely sensing it was not a term of endearment. Tila's movements were remarkably swift, possessing the soul of an adult combined with the enhanced mental acuity from the Helly's potion. His reflexes were extraordinarily acute. He first lifted the hefty fantastic beasts and where to find them, striking Malfoy's pale, pudgy face with its cover. Then, before anyone could react, he raised Fantastic Beasts high above and brought it crashing down onto the crown of Malfoy's head. The weight of the book, coupled with Tila's strength, far exceeding that of an ordinary child due to years of labor, made Malfoy dizzy, causing him to kneel. Crabbe and Goyle finally snapped back to reality, stepping forward, but Tila's reflexes were even quicker. After bringing Malfoy down, he swiftly turned the book around and delivered a resounding slap to each of the 2 henchmen. They were momentarily taken aback. You, how dare you strike me? Malfoy exclaimed, rising with a flushed face, drawn by indignation and brandishing his wand. Unfortunately, the speed of a child could not compare to that of an adult. Tila, with the book raised aloft, struck again, the tome landing heavily on Malfoy's hand, forcing him to drop his wand. Subsequently, Tila hoisted Fantastic Beasts high above his head, its spine pointed outward, and stepped forward with an imposing presence. Goyle, Crabbe, and Malfoy were momentarily intimidated by Tila's demeanor. Malfoy scurried away, tumbling out of the compartment, tripping over Crabbe and Goyle in the process. The three of them rolling out like three hapless mice. You will remember this," Malfoy shouted in exasperation as he stood up. "When we reach Hogwarts, I will make you pay." Perhaps hearing footsteps, Malfoy turned furiously and stormed away with his two lackeys. What transpired? A haughty young witch caught sight of Malfoy's disgrace in the corridor. "Tila, you were absolutely magnificent," Ron exclaimed to Tila, recounting how Malfoy had come to provoke them, only to be sent packing. As he spoke, Ron puffed out his chest, as if he had played an equal part in the encounter. "Magnificent?" Hermione nearly shrieked. "Aren't you violating school rules? Will he report you? Could you be expelled?" Hermione inquired anxiously. "I have read Hogwarts rules, and young witches and wizards are prohibited from using magic to attack one another. If discovered, the consequences could be severe." "Not at all," Tila interjected nonchalantly. Raising Fantastic Beasts in his hand, "Knowledge is power." Ron then animatedly narrated the events of Tila's confrontation with Malfoy. Though Hermione frowned at Tila's unconventional use of a book, she couldn't suppress a laugh upon hearing of Malfoy's misfortune. "Have you encountered Malfoy before?" Ron asked. "Indeed," Harry replied, "at the Leaky Cauldron." He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired then. "I have heard of their family," Ron exclaimed, seemingly excited to delve into familiar territory. "My father mentioned that he works in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures. And he said that the Malfoy family originally gained their title by providing magical services to a Muggle king, a story well known among wizards." Lowering his voice, Ron continued, "However, over a decade ago, when the Dark Lord rose to power, they were among his first followers. Yet, after his downfall, they were the first to return, claiming they were under the influence of the Imperius curse. But my father and I do not believe them." Ron spoke with the gravity of an adult. "By the way, is there something you need?" He suddenly recalled Hermione's presence in the room. "I merely came to ensure that you all had changed into your robes," Hermione replied, adopting a maternal tone. Then her expression turned serious. "But I never anticipated you would cause such a ruckus, especially you." Hermione glared at Tila, admonishing, "Fighting is unacceptable. Just ignore people like him. No more brawls in the future." "Understood," Tila responded, letting out a weary sigh once Hermione departed, rubbing his temples in fatigue. "I am utterly exhausted. These children are all pretending to be adults, while I, the genuine adult, am masquerading as a child." Chapter 25. Professor McGonagall. The train gradually slowed its pace, causing Harry and Ron to rise nervously, while Tila remained seated on the train's couch. However, the tension in his tightly clenched hands suggested that he was not as composed as he appeared. In 5 minutes, the train would arrive at Hogwarts. "Please leave your luggage on board, as we will transport it to the school." The voice echoed through the train, and Tila recognized it as belonging to the Hogwarts house elves. Harry's stomach churned with anxiety, and he noticed that Ron's freckled face had also paled. They hastily stuffed the remaining sweets into their pockets and joined the throng in the aisle, moving forward. The train gradually came to a halt, and the young witches and wizards jostled one another, eager to reach the door, stepping onto a dimly lit platform. The chill of the night air sent a shiver through Harry. Suddenly, a lantern swayed above the students, and he heard a familiar voice calling, "First-year students. First-year students. Come this way." "Oh, Harry, Tila, you've finally arrived. Come over here, quickly." Hagrid loomed over the crowd of small witches and wizards, easily distinguishable. He smiled broadly with his bushy beard directed toward Tila and Harry. Tila tried to discern something from Hagrid's large face, but his grin remained as radiant as ever, revealing nothing. He wished for Hagrid to adopt a more serious or somber expression. Tila squeezed through to Hagrid's side and embraced him warmly. Hagrid appeared taken aback, beaming even more brightly. Tila shook his head and, along with the other young witches and wizards, followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path, stumbling along the way. The path was shrouded in darkness, flanked by dense woods, and silence reigned, broken only by the occasional sniffle. They advanced like the nefarious dark wizards of medieval legend, led by Hagrid through the deep, moonless forest path toward the mysterious castle at its heart. "Turn this corner, and you will soon catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts." Hagrid called back. At the end of the narrow path, a dark lake suddenly unfurled before them. On the opposite shore, a towering castle loomed majestically atop a steep hill, its spires reaching skyward, while windows glimmered with a dazzling light akin to diamonds against the night. "Hogwarts," whispered Tierra, her voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. "Each boat can hold no more than 4 people, Hagrid announced, gesturing toward a line of small boats moored at the water's edge. Harry, Ron, and Tierra boarded one boat, with Hermione following closely behind. Neville had to take the adjacent vessel. "Is everyone aboard?" Hagrid called out, as he himself climbed into a separate boat. "Very well, then. Off we go." The fleet of boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake. Silence enveloped them as they gazed up at the colossal castle, which seemed to tower above them as they approached the cliff on which it was perched. "Duck!" Hagrid bellowed as the first boats neared the precipice. Instinctively, they all lowered their heads, the boats carrying them through a verdant curtain of ivy that cloaked the cliff face, revealing a hidden, expansive entrance. They traversed a pitch-black tunnel that seemed to lead them beneath the castle, ultimately arriving at a place reminiscent of an underground dock, where they disembarked onto a surface of gravel and small pebbles. "Hey, is it your toad?" Hagrid pointed at an empty boat while checking the others. "Oh, thank you, Merlin," Neville exclaimed, hurriedly taking the toad from Hagrid's hands. Following Hagrid, they walked down a winding path until they reached a massive wooden door. Hagrid raised his enormous hand and knocked 3 times. The door creaked open slowly, revealing an elderly witch-clad in emerald green robes. Her hair impeccably styled and her nose sharply defined. "First years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. You may go enjoy the feast." McGonagall replied with a nod. She swung the door wide open, revealing an entrance so grand it could accommodate 10 Gringotts, the ceiling soaring high above, nearly out of sight, while stone walls flickered with the light of roaring torches, more magnificent than anything Tierra had ever witnessed in a film. Tierra followed closely behind Harry, her body trembling uncontrollably, her fingers turning white from gripping tightly, desperately suppressing the urge to break into an unrestrained grin. She was acutely aware that if she did not rein herself in, she would laugh out loud, reminiscent of her first visit to the Wizarding World at Universal Studios, surrounded then by giddy visitors, but now in the company of anxious young witches and wizards. "Tierra, don't be nervous," Ron gently patted her shoulder. "My brothers said the sorting ceremony isn't too daunting. They wouldn't send us home, would they?" He assumed Tierra's anxiety was due to nerves and sought to reassure her. "Oh, well, thank you, Ron," Tierra replied, taking a deep breath in an effort to relax her body. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The feast is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first determine to which house you shall belong. The sorting is a significant ceremony, for during your time here, your house will serve as your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, reside in the house dormitories, and spend your leisure time in the house common room. A group is akin to a family, and comrades are like siblings." For some inexplicable reason, Tierra recalled this phrase. The 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each boasting its own illustrious history in nurturing exceptional witches and wizards. During your tenure at Hogwarts, your commendable achievements will earn points for your house, while any infractions will result in point deductions. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that no matter which house you are sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to it. Soon, you shall find yourselves in Gryffindor. In just a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I advise you to compose yourselves and present your best selves while you wait, for this is indeed a momentous occasion. Her gaze lingered briefly on Neville's cloak and the smudge on Ron's nose, before nodding approvingly at Tierra's meticulous hairstyle and attire. Harry anxiously smoothed his hair down. "Once they're ready over there, I'll come to fetch you," Professor McGonagall instructed. "Please remain quiet while you wait." It was only after she exited the room that Harry exhaled deeply. Chapter 26, The Sorting Hat. After Professor McGonagall departed, translucent, gray ghosts began to drift in through the walls, the floor, and the windows, causing some muggle-born and timid wizarding students to scream in fright. However, the more humorous and benevolent of the ghosts quickly assuaged the young witches' and wizards' fears. Yet, when the topic of the sorting ceremony arose, the ghosts became grave and intimidating. "The Gryffindor sorting ceremony requires you to battle a fire dragon," one knightly ghost proclaimed. "If you prevail, you may enter Gryffindor. If not, you will have to settle for another house, like Slytherin." Upon finishing, the ghost cast a glance at a nearby elegantly dressed, tall, and slender gentleman-like ghost. "Nonsense," the latter exclaimed vehemently. "Gryffindor is but a mediocre house. Slytherin is the true place to learn magic." Thus, a cacophony of spectral voices erupted, each ghost hurling insults at the others, nearly leading to a scuffle. This chaotic scene only ceased when Professor McGonagall reappeared, at which point the ghosts glided gracefully into the walls and vanished. "Now line up in single file," McGonagall instructed. "Follow me." Ron took the lead, with Harry following closely, and Tierra right behind him, trailed by a boy with chestnut hair, slightly shorter than her. They ascended the staircase, traversed the entrance hall, and arrived at an opulently adorned dining hall. The ceiling mirrored a starry night sky, with countless candles floating like jellyfish beneath its expanse. Apart from the first-year students, all other students were seated at 4 long tables, laden with gleaming gold plates and goblets. At the head of the hall stood a long table for the faculty, with Hagrid among them. McGonagall guided the first-year students to face the upperclassmen lined up before them, the teacher's position behind. The flickering candlelight cast hundreds of faces watching them like pale lanterns. Ghosts mingled among the students, shimmering with a faint silver glow. "This place has been bewitched to resemble the sky outside," Hermione whispered to Tiara, having appeared at her side, her tone brimming with barely contained pride. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which she set a tattered, patched-up pointed wizard's hat. The hat's greasy fabric glimmered with a slick sheen, its creases resembling the deeply lined face of an elderly person. The hat began to twitch. A wide seam split open along its brim, akin to a mouth, and the hat commenced to sing. "You may deem me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge by outward appearances. Should you find a hat more splendid than I shall devour myself whole. You may polish your top hats to a gleaming black, and ensure your high-crowned silk hats are smooth and stiff. But I am the enchanted sorting hat of Hogwarts, naturally superior to any of your hats. No thought concealed within your minds can elude my discerning gaze. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. You may find yourself in Gryffindor, where bravery lies buried deep within the heart. Their courage, spirit, and generosity render Gryffindor exceptional. You may belong to Hufflepuff, whose members are steadfast and loyal, embodying resilience and honesty, unafraid of arduous labor. If your intellect is sharp, perhaps you shall join the wise old Ravenclaw, where the learned and sagacious gather. Or perhaps you will find yourself in Slytherin, where you may forge genuine friendships, though cunning and treachery lurk among those who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Come, dummy, fear not, do not panic. In my grasp, though I possess not a hand, you are entirely secure, for I am a hat with thoughts of my own." As the hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, and the hat bowed graciously to each of the 4 tables before becoming still. At this moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, clutching a scroll of parchment. "I shall call forth the names, and whoever's name I announce shall don the hat and sit upon the stool for sorting," she stated. Hannah Abbott, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden pigtails, obediently ascended, her eyes, brows, and nose reminiscent of the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. "Hannah Abbott, the steadfast," thought Tila. "Hufflepuff," the hat bellowed. The students at the right table erupted in applause, welcoming her to their ranks. "Susan Bones, Hufflepuff." "Terry Boot, Ravenclaw," Professor McGonagall continued. "Tila Wu," she announced. Tila dutifully took her place. Before the hat settled upon her head, Tila forced her mind to harbor but a single thought: Gryffindor, 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 Gryffindor. Just a fortnight prior, she had consumed a vial of Felix Felicis, and its effects still lingered, though not strongly enough to alert the sorting hat to any abnormalities, at least not to reveal her memories. It was one thing if it glimpsed her theft of the Philosopher's Stone or her connection to a library from another world. If it were to uncover her ties to the 7 chapters of the mysterious classic, the hat might very well transform in shock. The hat remained unusually silent for several moments. "Ah, intriguing, exceedingly intriguing," it mused. Tila sensed her deepest desires being unearthed, yet, thanks to her adult-like self-control and the fortifications of her psyche, the sorting hat did not perceive too much, only pure thoughts devoid of any memories. This was a testament to Tila's formidable mental strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary young witch. First and foremost, a thirst for knowledge. You are a remarkably curious young witch. Your appetite for learning exceeds even some adult wizards I have encountered. You be well suited for Ravenclaw. Gryffindor, 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 Gryffindor. Tila continued to repeat in her mind, suppressing the urge for knowledge that had been stirred. However, soon after, a surge of greed emerged from the depths of her thoughts. Fortunately, Tila was prepared, swiftly quelling it. "Ah, and you possess ambition, a desire for renown. Slytherin might also suit you," the hat continued. "Yet clearly, you do not wish to join either of these houses, but rather Gryffindor," it stated slowly. "However, you're not quite fit for Gryffindor," the hat teased. "You are more akin to a natural snake or a raven than a lion, lacking the qualities required by the honeypot. Can you enlighten me?" Before the hat could finish, Tila discreetly retrieved a slender knitting needle from her robe and gently prodded the sorting hat. "Oh, well, I concede. You are indeed a Gryffindor. You are the first to dare threaten the old hat during the sorting ceremony. Very well, then. The hat proclaimed Gryffindor. A raucous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table, with the Weasley twins' cheers being the loudest, clearly believing Tila to be a kindred spirit of mischief. After all, who but a serious person would conceal a knitting needle within their robe? Chapter 27. The Feast. As Tila descended from the stool, she greeted Hagrid at the teacher's table with a nod, glancing at the other professors' reactions, some engaged in conversation, others quietly enjoying their meals. Hagrid returned her greeting with a smile, while Dumbledore focused intently on slicing his steak. Upon reaching the Gryffindor table, Tila was met with a warm welcome. This boisterous, earnest group of young lions was thoroughly intrigued by Tila's audacity in threatening the Sorting Hat with a knitting needle during the ceremony. How did you think of that? Prodding the Sorting Hat with a knitting needle? George inquired, astonished. That's sheer genius. Fred chimed in. As Tila settled down, the Weasley twins made room for her between them. I heard you confronted Malfoy on the train. That's so cool. Our dad often says the Malfoy family are all cowards, pitiful creatures and scum. Are you really a Muggle-born? How did you come by a knitting needle? Is the Muggle world enjoyable? I've heard there are wizards among Muggles. Is that true? The barrage of questions from the twins hit Tila like cannon fire, leaving her momentarily flustered. However, soon after, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor, and the twins drew him into their circle. Ironically, Ron, Tila's younger brother, found himself on the outskirts. Nevertheless, Ron paid no mind, happily gnawing on a chicken leg, occasionally bumping elbows with Hermione seated beside him. "Want you try this cream? Hogwarts cream is absolutely delicious," George remarked, eyeing Tila curiously as she had only sampled a bit of steak, chicken leg, and vegetable salad before quietly indulging in fruit. "No, the cream is too sweet for my taste." Tiara delicately excised only the bread portion of the cake, reserving the creamy layer for another occasion as her carbohydrate intake for the day. As a biological canine, Tiara remained attentive to her dietary choices. Indulging in such sugary and caloric delights occasionally was acceptable, but frequent consumption would surely lead her to develop a spare tire around her waist. After all, she was well aware of her own physique. In her previous life, during her middle school years, she had broken her leg while attempting to catch sparrows in a tree, forcing her to lie in bed for 3 months. Her doting parents, concerned for her well-being, lavished her with rich foods, resulting in the accumulation of a double layer of flab, ultimately expanding her stomach. This led to a gradual increase in weight until she joined her roommates at university to regain her former figure through swimming and fitness. The journey of weight loss was a harrowing one, and Tiara had no desire to traverse that path again, opting instead for strict self-discipline from the outset. Moreover, excessive consumption of British cuisine could lead to hair loss. No, excessive sugar intake could result in digestive distress. Tiara could not possibly elucidate to these young witches about hypertension, hyperlipidemia, or hyperglycemia, so she hastily concocted an excuse. Consuming overly sweet foods is detrimental to one's health, she stated. Hermione interjected, excessive sweets can lead to fatty liver disease and diabetes. We ought to consume more vegetables and fruits, as they are vital sources of vitamins. The young witch declared solemnly, mimicking Tiara's actions by taking a bite of salad devoid of dressing. However, Hermione was not accustomed to the texture of raw vegetables without dressing, which felt as dry and tough as chewing on paper. After struggling to swallow, she began to cut her steak. Fatty liver? Diabetes? Vitamins? George and Fred exchanged puzzled glances. Were those Muggle ailments? Tiara replied, and to deter the Weasley twins from further inquiries, she added, wizards cannot contract them. Before taking her seat, she had requested a vegetable salad without dressing and a fruit salad without dressing from the house elf, who, though puzzled by the peculiar request, complied. Soon, a bowl of salads devoid of dressing appeared on the table. Upon hearing that wizards were immune to such ailments, the Weasley twins lost interest and redirected their curiosity to other facets of the Muggle world, such as rubber ducks, Muggle automobiles, and their daily lives. Occasionally, Hermione and Harry would chime in, but for the most part, they allowed Tiara to weave her fanciful tales, her words flowing like a river. For instance, she declared that rubber ducks were created by Muggles to commemorate a hero who perished in the bathroom, named Robo-Dakin, who was assassinated while opposing a tyrannical Muggle dictator. According to Muggle customs, one must enter the bathroom while holding a rubber duck and shout Robo-Dakin. Alternatively, she explained how Muggle cars could be captured in the wild. When a car nears the end of its life, it might have 4 or even 5 tires, which would sometimes detach. Muggles would pile these tires together, allowing young cars to hatch anew from the heap, requiring training before they could be sold. The Weasley twins listened with wide-eyed wonder, reminiscent of Tiara's own awe for Hogwarts, as if Muggles inhabited an entirely different realm of magic. Only Hermione and Harry struggled to suppress their laughter. Suddenly, Harry pressed his hand to his forehead, as a sharp pain radiated from his lightning-shaped scar. "What's wrong?" Tiara, seated beside him, was the first to notice his discomfort, feigning ignorance. The others turned their gaze towards Harry. "No, it's nothing," he replied, feeling the searing pain dissipate as quickly as it had arisen. "Who was that teacher speaking to Professor Quirrell?" Harry inquired of Percy, seated across from him. He had noticed that during his discomfort, the instructor with a hooked nose and greasy black hair had been observing him with a disquieting intensity. "Oh, you've already met Professor Quirrell." It's no surprise he asked nervous. "That as Professor Snape, who teaches potions, though he would prefer not to teach it. Everyone knows he covets Professor Quirrell's position. Snape is quite adept in the dark arts." Harry scrutinized Snape for a moment, but Snape did not return his gaze. Before long, as the young witches and wizards finished their meal, the remnants on the table were cleared away, vanishing as suddenly as they had appeared. As the last plate disappeared, Professor Dumbledore rose with gravity, tapping his glass to regain the room's attention. "Ah, now that everyone is satiated, I have a few words to impart. At the onset of the term, I would like to remind everyone of several important matters. First-year students, be advised that the forest on campus is strictly off-limits to students. Older students should take heed as well." Dumbledore's piercing gaze swept towards the Weasley twins. "Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, as requested, I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks." Dumbledore cast another glance in the twins' direction. "The tryouts for the Quidditch team will occur in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to represent their house should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution all of you that those unwilling to encounter unforeseen circumstances or suffer untimely and painful demises should refrain from entering the corridor on the fourth floor to the right." Harry burst into laughter, though only a few joined him. Tiara shot him a curious glance. "What are you laughing at? He is talking about you." In the Gryffindor common room, Harry quietly questioned Percy. "He can't be serious, can he?" "Impossible." Percy frowned at Dumbledore. "It's strange. He usually explains why certain places are off-limits, like the forest being home to dangerous beasts, something everyone knows. I think you should at least clarify it to our prefect. Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us sing the school song together," Dumbledore proclaimed. Harry noticed that the smiles of the other professors appeared stiff. Even Hagrid was no exception. Dumbledore waved his wand gently, conjuring a long golden ribbon that slithered through the air above the dining table, forming lines of text. "Choose your preferred tune," Dumbledore instructed. "Ready, sing." And so, the entire assembly, faculty, and students alike raised their voices in song. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 teach us something." Whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees, our minds can embrace intriguing knowledge. For now, our minds are empty, filled with air, dead flies, and trivialities. Impart to us valuable lessons, restore what we have forgotten, and we shall do our utmost, leaving the rest to ourselves, striving to learn until we turn to dust. The song concluded in a disarray of voices. The Weasley twins, seated beside Tiara, continued to sing along with the slow melody of the funeral march. Dumbledore conducted them with his wand for the final few bars, and when they finished, his applause was the loudest. "Ah, music!" He remarked that it was far more enchanting than anything we have done here. "It is time to retire for the night. Everyone, return to your dormitories." Tara followed Percy and the other first-year Gryffindor wizards as they exited the dining hall and ascended the perpetually shifting marble staircase. "I am certain I will lose my way," Tara expressed. "This place is immensely larger than it appeared in the films. The intricate interweaving of the staircases renders this castle akin to a moving labyrinth. Indeed, there are far too many staircases here, and they are in constant motion." Harry concurred from behind, stifling a yawn. He was utterly fatigued, both from the fullness of his stomach and the exhaustion of making new friends and the sorting ceremony. Percy led them through corridors adorned with whispering portraits, navigating layers of draped curtains until they arrived at a dimly lit passageway. At the corridor's end, a bundle of wands floated in midair, and Percy was but a step away from the others, prompting them to tumble towards him. It was Peeves. Percy, somewhat disdainfully, addressed the first-year students, explaining that he was a mischievous ghost. He raised his voice, calling Peeves, "Show yourself." In response, a loud, jarring sound erupted, akin to the deflation of a balloon. "Are you summoning me to fetch the Bloody Baron?" Suddenly, a rotund, ball-like poltergeist appeared, with malevolent black eyes and a wide grin, floating cross-legged in the air while clutching the bundle of wands. He cackled mischievously. It was the pesky, first-year imp. How delightful! He suddenly lunged towards Tara and her companions, startling the young wizards in the front rows. "Get away," Peeves, or I shall inform the bloody baron. This is no jest. Percy shouted. Peeves stuck out his tongue and vanished. The wands fell squarely on Neville's head, and they heard him soar away, the armor clanking as he flew past. You ought to be wary of Peeves, Percy cautioned as he continued, leading them forward. Only the bloody baron and Professor Dumbledore can keep him in check. He doesn't even heed us prefects. They arrived at their destination. At the corridor's end hung a portrait of a rather plump woman dressed in layers of a pink court gown. Password? She inquired. Dodagong Petsy Zeepli. The portrait swayed forward, revealing a circular opening in the wall. Once they passed through the wall hole, they found themselves in the Gryffindor common room. It was a cozy circular chamber, encircled by a non-lit fireplace, furnished with plush armchairs arranged in a fan shape. Percy guided the girls through a door leading to their dormitory before taking the boys through another. Ascending a spiral staircase, they evidently found themselves in a tower. A minute later, Tara and Harry finally located their beds. 5 grand 4-poster beds draped with deep red velvet curtains. The 5 luxurious beds formed a circle around a central hearth. Aside from Tara, Harry, and Ron, the famed Gryffindor sword master Neville Longbottom and the explosive genius Seamus Finnegan were also in the dormitory. Their trunks and pets had already been delivered, including the boxes filled with books that Tara had sent ahead, all quietly resting beside his bed. The 5 young wizards, even Tara, were utterly exhausted and wished to speak no more. One by one, they changed into their pajamas and collapsed into slumber. Only Tara took out his toothbrush and toothpaste from his bag and brushed his teeth in the dormitory bathroom, wiping his face with a towel afterward. No matter how tired one may be, maintaining cleanliness is essential. It was evident that a bath would not be possible today, Tara thought wistfully. Even though he had long since mastered the cleaning charm, he still relished the pleasure of a soak. Yet today he had not even employed the cleaning charm, for he was simply too fatigued, and not solely from the hours of train travel. Tara had expended considerable energy not only resisting the probing of the Sorting Hat, but also managing to sustain the presence of the cursed worms. Otherwise, once his magical energy was depleted, those cursed creatures would seek out the nearest living being to parasitize. Although he had been studying magic for over 5 years since the age of 6, having read every accessible text in Merlin's notes, he considered his accumulation of advanced magical knowledge on par with any young wizard at this school. However, constrained by a lack of foundational knowledge and limitations on his magical power, his application of magic remained at a novice level. Consequently, the Merlin pills he had administered to the rat Peter Pettigrew were gradually losing their efficacy. These pills were essentially curses, and although they had been refined by Merlin to control magical creatures, the potency of this control depended on one's magical power. Given Tara's current magical level, managing to maintain control from the train to the present was commendable. Had it been Ron or Neville, the Merlin pill would have likely only been effective for an hour. Yes, it is best to use such pills sparingly, Tara mused. He wondered if excessive use would lead to resistance. After brushing his teeth, Tara fell onto his bed and drifted into slumber without even bidding Harry goodnight. A wizard's magical energy, besides relying on potions, could only be replenished through rest, that is, sleep. Harry too soon succumbed to sleep, and before long, the dormitory was filled solely with the sound of even breathing. Chapter 29. The Castle. Years of conditioning by his biological clock roused Tara at 6 in the morning. After lying in bed with his eyes open until 10 past 6 to fully awaken, he swiftly rose, washed up, and after feeding Raven a bit of birdseed and worms, opened the cage to allow it to roam freely. Raven chirped softly before soaring out of the dormitory window. Tara was unconcerned about Raven flying away or getting lost. As his pet, Raven was the first magical creature to consume the Merlin pill. Thus, for Tara, Raven harbored a dependency akin to that of a young bird toward its mother. Moreover, as crows are known to be intelligent birds, allowing him to fly might enable Raven to comprehend the castle's layout even sooner than Tara himself. Hogwarts was vastly different from what he had seen in films. It was at least double the size of the castle in the Harry Potter section of Universal Studios he had once visited. The decor style also exhibited slight changes. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Tara exited the Gryffindor dormitory and wandered aimlessly. Of course, he did not intend to venture to the third-floor corridor. The genuine Philosopher's Stone was already in his possession. Instead, he aimed to familiarize himself with Hogwarts ahead of time. The strength of one's mental faculties seemed to correlate with the capacity for magical energy recovery. Thus, despite Tara's exhaustion from the previous day and near depletion of his magical energy, after a night of rest, he felt invigorated and full of energy. The interrelation among the material, spiritual, and mental dimensions was clearly documented in Merlin's notes. the growth of the material dimension, signifying the normal development of a young wizard, inevitably catalyzes an enhancement in the spiritual dimension and the amplification of magical power. The fortification of the mental dimension similarly accelerates the growth and restoration of the spiritual dimension. However, its manifestations in the material realm are merely characterized by heightened auditory and visual acuity alongside improved reflexes, which pales in comparison to the pronounced effects on the spiritual dimension. Typically, the three dimensions of a juvenile wizard are exceedingly fragile. Yet Tierra clearly stands apart from the average young sorcerer. Originally an adult, his soul's strength far surpasses that of an ordinary juvenile wizard, compounded by the integration of fragment of Tierra's residual soul from this world during his traversal. This unique circumstance endows Tierra's mental dimension with a robustness that exceeds that of most adult wizards, thereby stabilizing his spiritual dimension relative to typical young wizards. This stability results in a swifter recovery and growth of his magical power, enhanced physical reflexes, a slight increase in strength, and a significant reduction in his required sleep duration. In his previous life, he felt the need to sleep nearly 10 hours a day, seldom rising before 10 in the morning. Now, he finds himself invigorated at 6 in the morning, even able to wander the halls of Hogwarts. This formidable mental prowess also enables Tierra to consume the heliotrope potion at this stage without fearing that his mental dimension would shatter under its influence, turning him into a madman or a simpleton. After all, this potion, devised by Merlin, is intended to resist the influence of external deities. He hardly considers the implications for young wizards who have not yet enrolled should they consume it. However, as with all potions, dosage equates to toxicity. Tierra commenced his experimentation with the potion at a concentration of 10 to the power of -7, gradually increasing the dosage in increments. He ultimately determined that the most suitable concentration for his current state was 10 to the power of -2, or a dilution of 100 times. Once the effects of this concentration diminished, ceasing to induce hallucinations, he adjusted the dosage incrementally, finally settling on a concentration of 6. This allowed for the generation of illusions without the risk of inducing shock. The first-year classes commence at 9 in the morning. Thus Tierra felt no urgency. After exiting the Gryffindor common room, he inquired of a painting on the wall for directions, making his way down to the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Unfortunately, the hour was too early, and the hall lay desolate. Tierra continued downward into the dungeons, traversing past the potions classroom, the Slytherin common room, and Snape's office, until he arrived at the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen. There, the house elves, just awakening, busily prepared breakfast. One of the elves, appearing to be the leader, rushed over upon noticing Tierra's arrival, bowing and fixating on the tips of Tierra's shoes, and inquired, "Oh, esteemed wizard master, what is your command?" "I merely came to see if there was anything to eat, for I awoke rather early and find myself a bit hungry. However, esteemed wizard master, we currently have only bread and milk. The delightful breakfast is not yet prepared." "Then I shall have bread and milk, thank you." Tierra's expression of gratitude seemed to astonish the house elf, who hurried away to fetch a bag of freshly baked bread and a bottle of milk, holding them aloft with reverence. "You are truly a remarkable and capable house elf," Tierra remarked, feeling slightly embarrassed by the elf's demeanor, yet reminded that these house elves are complete servants to wizards, requiring neither wages nor rewards. Thus he felt compelled to offer praise. Indeed, the leader elf appeared to be in ecstasy, a grotesque yet endearing smile spreading across his wrinkled face. Tierra quickly exited the dungeons, munching as he ascended toward the library on the 5th floor. Having grown up amidst the crimson banners, Tierra had never before witnessed such a scene, this unabashed and overt form of servitude. It must be said that the Anglo-Saxons excel in the practice of slavery, with house elves in the wizarding world and African Americans in the muggle world. The Hogwarts library, aside from the restricted section, remains unlocked. However, due to the early hour, Madame Pants, the librarian, had yet to arrive. Tierra, displaying remarkable self-discipline, stood outside, finishing the last remnants of his milk before entering the library. The library was vast. It seemed to be enhanced by the undetectable extension charm, appearing to exceed its intended capacity. Tierra did not rush to read. Instead, he spent over an hour navigating the narrow gaps between the bookshelves, lightly tapping the spines with his fingers. The titles surged into his mind. The blessings of the great race of is, whose blessings are directed towards people, not places. Thus, even without being physically present in the library, Tierra could comprehend the knowledge contained within those tomes. Ultimately, he selected a book titled Principles of Modern Magic, taking a seat at a table to peruse its contents. It was not until 8 o'clock that Madame Pants arrived, at which point Tiara returned Principles of Modern Magic to the shelf and presented the already chosen Principles of Potions and Introduction to Alchemy for her to register. I have never seen a young wizard borrow books from the library so early on the very first day of school, Madame Pants remarked as she completed the registration and returned the 2 books to Tiara. I'm a child of Muggle heritage, Tiara replied, and cannot compare to those from established wizarding families who have been exposed to magic from a young age, nor can I match the cleverness of other Muggle children. So I must strive harder. I recall now, Madame Pants' stern expression softened considerably. Everyone appreciates a diligent and ambitious child. You are the one who should have been sorted into Ravenclaw during yesterday's sorting ceremony. Why did you choose Gryffindor? Madame Pants, being a Ravenclaw herself, found Tiara's choice perplexing. I wish to be with my friends. Tiara offered a reasonably acceptable response. I met the Weasley family on the train here. Madame Pants nodded, seemingly accepting Tiara's explanation, yet immediately followed with a stern warning. Stay away from those Weasley twins. They're troublemakers who will inevitably be expelled from Hogwarts. Indeed, you are correct, Tiara thought, recalling that the Weasley twins were ultimately expelled. Now, off to class, she instructed. I remember your first class in Gryffindor is Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson. Do not be late, for Professor McGonagall detests tardiness. In her youth, she relished turning latecomers into pocket watches. Alas, after Dumbledore assumed leadership, a decree was issued prohibiting the use of transfiguration as punishment. As Tiara nodded in acknowledgement, Madame Pants continued to gossip about the professor's past antics. Chapter 30. Transfiguration Class. Upon exiting the library, Tiara proceeded directly to the Transfiguration classroom located between the 2nd and 3rd floors. It was just past 5 minutes past 8, and the classroom was remarkably empty. Aside from Tiara, there was only one young witch present. It was immediately apparent who it was. Hi, Tiara, the young witch greeted him upon his entrance. It was none other than Hermione Granger. I heard from a portrait that you left early this morning, around 6 o'clock. I didn't see you in the dining hall. Where have you been during this time? I visited the library, said Tiara, sitting beside Hermione, as he retrieved 3 books from his backpack. One was the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, which they were to study in this lesson, while the other 2 were Principles of Potion Making and Introduction to Alchemy, which he had just borrowed. Principles of Potion Making? Introduction to Alchemy? Tiara, these are advanced texts. You shouldn't be reading them at your level. Hermione exclaimed, her voice tinged with disbelief. Well, I'm merely curious. I'm just browsing, not studying. If it proves unsuitable, I shall return them, Tiara replied somewhat awkwardly, feeling that this young witch was being overly concerned. That's fine then. The young witch seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. However, being overly ambitious in one's studies is inadvisable. I understand your desire to excel in magic, but we should start with the foundational texts. Look at this one. Major Discoveries in Modern Magic, which is quite suitable for our current level, Hermione advised earnestly, gesturing to the thick volume in her hands. Thank you for your suggestion, Tiara replied with a smile. Although he found Hermione a tad bothersome, he respected all intelligent students. After all, he mused, he lacked the ability to immerse himself in a hefty tome at her age. Thus, despite feeling that Hermione was being a bit intrusive, he responded to her with polite, albeit distant gratitude. The 2 continued to read in silence, Hermione preparing for Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, while Tiara delved into Principles of Potion Making. As the other young witches and wizards gradually assembled, 2 seats remained vacant even as class time approached. Professor McGonagall entered the classroom, noting the absence of students. It seems we have yet again encountered some tardy pupils, Professor McGonagall stated sternly. Please, review your materials. With that, she transformed into a tabby cat, leaping gracefully onto the teacher's desk. A few moments later, Harry and Ron rushed into the classroom just in time. We made it. Can you imagine Professor McGonagall's expression if we had been late? Ron exclaimed, but before he could finish, he witnessed the tabby cat leap down and transform back into an elderly witch garbed in a flowing emerald robe, her expression severe. That was utterly wicked. Ron remarked in awe. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall replied, her smile revealing her teeth in a rather threatening manner. Perhaps I should transform you and Mr. Potter into a pocket watch. At least one of you would then have a sense of time. We got lost, Harry defended. Then perhaps I should turn you into a map? McGonagall suggested. Surely, you do not need a map to find your seats. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and hurriedly found the only 2 remaining empty seats in the classroom. Tiara, who had just learned from Madame Pants about Professor McGonagall's past, cast a sympathetic glance at Harry and Ron, who could hardly fathom how close they had come to being transformed into pocket watches. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will encounter at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall stated, having ensured all were seated. Any mischief in my classroom will result in immediate expulsion, and you shall never be allowed to return. I have warned you. With that, she transformed her desk into a pig and back again. The students were captivated, eager to begin their lessons. Yet they quickly realized that transforming furniture into animals would require considerable time. After taking extensive notes filled with intricate complexities, she distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to attempt to transform it into a needle. Those notes proved challenging for the younger witches and wizards, but for Tyera, they represented little more than introductory physics and chemistry. Though the descriptions varied, he could discern from the numbers and so-called magical models that they were discussing the atomic structure of iron, atomic mass, and the spatial analysis of a needle's form. Of course, these were articulated in a literary manner designed to stimulate the young wizards' imaginations rather than through rigorous mathematical and chemical frameworks. Yet such concepts were already firmly lodged in Tyera's mind, as they would be in the mind of any university-level student. Thus, when he waved his wand and incanted the spell, envisioning this knowledge, the matchstick on the desk effortlessly transformed into a slender iron needle. Excellent, Tyera, splendid work. Professor McGonagall praised, bestowing a rare smile upon him, and awarding Gryffindor 5 points. The class that truly ignited the students' anticipation was Defense Against the Dark Arts. However, Professor Quirrell's lesson had devolved into something of a farce. The classroom was permeated by the pungent scent of garlic, which everyone claimed was to ward off a vampire he had encountered in Romania, fearing it might return to ensnare him. Quirrell regaled them with tales of a grand scarf gifted to him by an African prince, purportedly in gratitude for his assistance in evading a ghoul's grasp. Yet few dared to believe the veracity of his story. When Seamus Finnegan eagerly inquired how Quirrell had vanquished the ghoul, the professor turned beet red and awkwardly began discussing the weather instead. Moreover, they discovered that his scarf emitted a peculiar odor, leading the Weasley twins to insist it was stuffed with garlic, ensuring that wherever Professor Quirrell roamed, he would be protected. Laughter filled Quirrell's class. Almost all the young witches and wizards mocked the timid, stuttering professor of defense against the dark arts. Yet Tyera remained silent. He was no immature child. His university experience had taught him that regardless of a teacher's incompetence, absurdity, or unlikability, one should never lay their grievances out in the open. Moreover, this teacher was not devoid of genuine talent. The back of his head belonged to the most fearsome and brutal Dark Lord in contemporary British wizardry. With this realization, Tyera found that he could not summon laughter. Hogwarts lore-level classes concluded at 3:30 in the afternoon, and with their flying lessons scheduled for Tuesday, Tyera opted not to join the rowdy children in their antics. He had long outgrown that phase. Instead, he chose to accompany the little adult, Hermione, to the library for some reading, also inviting Ron and Harry along. After a full day of classes, Harry noticed that despite the presence of many children from wizarding families, they were all, in essence, equally inexperienced. While this insight greatly relieved him, Tyera's demeanor began to pique his curiosity. Once class commenced, he observed that Tyera seemed to have transformed into a different person altogether, in stark contrast to the charmingly humorous and understanding demeanor he displayed when they first met. Once in class, with an assignment book and exercises in hand, Tyera transformed into a figure of formidable seriousness. His expression, when he was meticulously focused, mirrored that of Professor McGonagall or Madame Pants from the library. In Chapter 31, Potions class, the morning of Tuesday was devoted to charms, taught by the exceedingly diminutive wizard, Professor Flitwick, who was obliged to stand upon a stack of books merely to reach the lectern. At the commencement of the first lesson, he retrieved the attendance register and, upon calling Harry's name, let out a squeal of excitement, collapsing to the ground and disappearing from sight. Every Wednesday evening, they would observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of various stars and the trajectories of planets. 3 times a week, a stout, short witch named Sprout would lead them to the greenhouse behind the castle to study herbology, where they learned to cultivate peculiar plants and fungi while understanding their uses. For reasons unknown, Tyera seemed particularly exhilarated by this class. Harry noticed that after each lesson, Tyera would pursue Professor Sprout with a barrage of questions. Initially, Professor Sprout responded with delight, but gradually, Harry sensed a hint of exasperation in the kindly witch's tone. The most tedious subject was undoubtedly history of magic, which was the only class taught by Ghost. It was said that Professor Binns had fallen asleep in the staff room by the fireplace, and, upon waking for class the next morning, had forgotten to bring his body along, a clear indication of his advanced age. During lessons, Professor Binns droned on in a monotone voice, while students hastily scribbled down names and dates, often confusing the villainous Morick with the eccentric Uric. Even Tierra, typically diligent in other subjects, seemed less engaged in this class, as he sat beside Harry, engrossed in a book entitled Introduction to Alchemy, which left Harry feeling quite bewildered. Due to the utter banality of the lesson, and having not brought another book to read, Harry found himself leaning sideways on the desk, fixated on Tierra. It was undeniable that Tierra was strikingly beautiful. In an age where most children were either unkempt or messy, Tierra's hair was always impeccably styled, and his face was as pristine as that of a porcelain doll. When he was reading, Harry mused, Tierra appeared even more captivating. He often bore a slight, gentle smile, yet when absorbed in his studies, his expression would shift to one of blankness, even rigidity. It was at this moment Harry discovered Tierra's peculiar habit while reading. In addition to his eyes fixed on the text, Tierra's fingers seemed to glide over each line and word on the page. Since you're so bored, Tierra suddenly lifted his head, producing a neatly folded stack of parchment from his bag and spreading it across Harry's desk. Why not memorize these potions notes? Tierra suggested. This is a compilation of essential knowledge I gathered over a month during the summer. With potions class on Friday and our lack of prior magical exposure, we should strive to excel. Bezoar? Full stomach? Were these things? Although Tierra's notes were concise, with neat handwriting and each point occupying a single line, separated by generous spacing and highlighted with different colored inks, Harry still felt dizzy. However, there were intriguing facts, such as how combining daffodil root powder with mugwort could create a potent sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Harry contemplated whether he should concoct a cup for his cousin Dudley and trick him into believing it was a fizzy drink. As Friday approached, Harry and Ron finally located the path to the dining hall without getting lost in the moving staircases. What classes do we have today? Harry inquired while adding sugar to his porridge. 2 potions classes with Slytherin students, Ron replied, his mouth full of food. Tierra and Hermione were nearby, studying, and while they were willing to assist with academic inquiries, they wouldn't engage in trivial questions. Snape is the head of Slytherin House. They say he favors his own students. Now we shall see if that holds true, Harry remarked. I hope Professor McGonagall will be more lenient with us, he added, recalling how she had assigned them a hefty amount of homework the previous day. Just then the mail arrived. By now, Harry had become accustomed to it. However, on the first day of breakfast, the sudden arrival of over 100 owls swooping into the hall had startled him. The owls flitted around the tables until they found their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels onto their laps. Tierra quietly stuffed the remaining half of his fried egg into his mouth, while Hermione had already drained her glass of juice at the first hoot of an owl, wary of it crashing into them. Up until now, Hedwig had not delivered anything to Harry. Occasionally, she would swoop down to peck at his ear for a morsel of toast before returning to the Ollery to sleep with the other owls. However, that morning, she fluttered down between the jam dish and the sugar bowl, placing a note onto Harry's plate. Harry promptly unfolded the note. It was scrawled in a hasty hand. Dear Harry, I know you have no classes on Friday afternoon. Would you care to join me for tea around 3? I am eager to hear about your first week. Please have Hedwig send me a reply. Hagrid. Harry borrowed a quill from Ron and quickly scribbled on the back of the note. Sure, I'd be delighted. See you then. He then sent Hedwig off. Fortunately, Harry had the prospect of tea with Hagrid to look forward to, as potions was the most tedious class he had experienced since entering Hogwarts. During the feast, Harry sensed that Professor Snape harbored a dislike for him. Thus he arrived at the potions classroom a full 10 minutes early. The class was held in a dimly lit chamber in the dungeons of Hogwarts, which was cold and damp, lined with shelves of glass jars containing various preserved specimens. Like Professor Flitwick, Snape also took the attendance register and, upon reaching Harry's name, paused. Ah, yes, Snape murmured, Harry Potter, our new celebrity. Harry could not shake the feeling that there was a sardonic undertone in Snape's voice. You are here to learn the intricate science and precise craft of potion making, Snape proclaimed, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in the room. Much like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless ability to command order in the classroom. Since there will be no mindless wand-waving here, many of you may find it hard to believe that this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite allure of that large cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant wisps of steam. Nor will you comprehend the enchanting magic of the liquid that courses through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the will. I can teach you how to elevate your prestige, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of fool I often encounter. After delivering this captivating prologue, the classroom fell into an expectant silence. Harry and Ron raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances. Hermione Granger nearly scooted to the edge of her seat, leaning forward, eager to prove that she was not a fool. The entire classroom seemed unaffected save for Tila, who remained as composed as an expressionless porcelain doll. "Potter," Snape suddenly called out. "What would happen if I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of wormwood?" Chapter 32. Past glories are but smoke. It would yield a potent sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death, Harry stammered, casting a grateful glance at his desk mate Tila before quickly averting his gaze. Excellent. A flicker of an indefinable emotion passed through Snape's eyes. "Where might we find a piece of bezoar?" Snape inquired again. "In the stomach of a goat, sir." Harry replied. "What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" There is no difference, sir," Harry answered uncertainly, recalling that both were colloquial names for the same plant. Snape stared intently into Harry's emerald green eyes for a prolonged moment. Eventually, his expression softened slightly. 5 points to Gryffindor. With that, Snape turned back to the lectern, tapping his wand on the surface to silence the chattering students. The potions class continued, yet the predicament of the Gryffindor students did not improve. Snape quickly deducted the points he had just awarded to Harry. Snape paired them into groups of 2, guiding them in concocting a simple potion for treating scabies. He paced the classroom in his long black cloak, observing as they measured dried nettles and crushed snake fangs. Almost all the students faced reprimands, with only Tila and Harry escaping unscathed. Harry believed his reprieve was entirely due to Tila's prowess. He watched as she effortlessly grabbed a handful of dried nettles, delicately rubbed them between her fingers, and placed precisely 5 grams on the scale. Then, Tila selected several small snake fangs and placed them carefully on the scale, measuring 31 grams. Harry noted that they needed only 3 grams of snake fangs, yet Tila did not bother to weigh them out to the exact measurement. Instead, she took the pestle and crushed the fangs, deftly grinding them into a fine powder in a clockwise motion, gradually increasing her speed. Before grinding, Tila had ignited the alcohol and retrieved a larger cauldron, filling it halfway with water. She submerged the required small cauldron from Hogwarts into the water, then chopped the snail's tentacles and nettles, pouring 5 liters of water into her small cauldron. Once the water in the larger cauldron began to boil, Tila swiftly swept the powdered snake fangs from a mortar into the cauldron with a small brush. Harry's eyes widened. Tila's movements were fluid and graceful. While the other young witches and wizards were still adjusting measurements on their scales, Tila had already initiated the potion's brewing process. The concoction transitioned smoothly from a mottled brown to a pale yellow. Tila stirred it 3 times in a slow, clockwise motion, at which point the potion ceased to boil, settling into a gentle yellow liquid. At this moment, Tila quickly donned heat-resistant gloves and lifted the small cauldron from the water bath, sequentially adding the pre-chopped hedgehog spines and raven saliva. The pale yellow potion ultimately transformed into a soft green hue, and throughout this process, no violent reactions occurred. Everything appeared serene. Thus, Tila emerged as the fastest student to complete potion brewing in the class. Even those from prestigious wizarding families, such as Malfoy, were still grappling with the crushing of snake fangs. "Have you studied potions before?" Snape inquired, scrutinizing Tila after inspecting her potion. "No, sir," Tila replied. "I previously worked at a herbal shop in Chinatown, where muggles used this water bath method to brew potions, as they lack the magic to control temperature. This method of potion brewing is not particularly challenging. The difficulty lies in temperature control and the timing for adding the hedgehog spines and raven saliva." However, for Tila, who had undergone formal training in chemical engineering and passed university chemistry labs with top marks in 3 organic chemistry, biochemistry, and biochemical separation, this was a mere trifle. Snape regarded her thoughtfully before silently nodding, acknowledging her explanation. Muggles indeed possess many intricate methods for brewing potions, a fact Snape had observed firsthand, and it seemed entirely plausible that a wayward orphan from the Muggle world had encountered such techniques during her employment. Furthermore, these refined methods proved exceptionally beneficial to novice witches and wizards, as they lacked the ability to precisely control flame temperatures with magic. Thus, this water bath heating technique could effectively enhance their potion brewing success rates. However, for Snape, such methods were unnecessary. As a master of potions, he could alter the flames to his desired temperature with merely a thought, rendering the water bath somewhat superfluous. Just as he intended to showcase how flawlessly Tila brewed her potion, an acrid green smoke suddenly erupted in the basement classroom, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Neville, for reasons unknown, had managed to burn Seamus's cauldron into a twisted mass. The potion splashed onto the stone floor, burning holes in the students' shoes. Within seconds, the entire class stood on their stools, and, as the cauldron toppled, Neville was drenched in potion, his arms and legs covered in red, swollen welts, crying out in pain. "Idiot!" Snape bellowed, waving his wand to clear the potion from the floor. "I presume you did not remove the cauldron from the heat before adding the hedgehog spines. Did you?" Neville began to sob, his nose suddenly dotted with welts. "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape instructed Seamus sternly. After this minor disruption, Snape's mood seemed to deteriorate further, as he deducted another 10 points from Gryffindor, even selectively forgetting Tila's reward for being the first to complete the potion. Nonetheless, the little lions remained buoyed by their spirits, for Harry was the first Gryffindor to receive points from Snape since he began teaching potions. Truly, he deserved the title of the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. Almost all the Gryffindor students mentally recorded another merit for Harry, for in comparison to the terrifying tales of the Dark Lord from their childhood, Snape was the genuine specter of point deductions looming over their house. This rendered Harry increasingly popular, as he was greeted with congratulations from Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw wherever he went, all having heard of the event. Such adoration, akin to that of a moon revered by the masses, both delighted and unnerved him. Nearly everyone credited this success to Harry alone, including Ron and Hermione, who also came to offer their felicitations. Yet, only Harry was aware that this was far from the truth. If it were not for Tayla's notes, he mused, he would have usurped Tayla's glory. A wave of guilt washed over him, as he felt akin to a thief who had stolen another's achievement. Harry, in a state of inner turmoil, sought out Tayla, wishing to clarify his misgivings. He was fearful of losing this friendship, for he had indeed appropriated what rightfully belonged to Tayla. It felt like theft. "What? Oh, you mean that?" Tayla remarked nonchalantly, lifting his gaze from his book, a gentle, breezy smile returning to his face. "Focus on your studies, Harry," he added, rubbing his brow in mild exasperation. He had somewhat underestimated the youthful wizard's reverence for honor and accolades. He had merely assisted Harry in amplifying the resonance of his savior's aura, ensuring that no one would pay heed to the somewhat peculiar Tayla trailing behind him, a classic case of the darkness beneath the lamp. Little did he expect Harry to take such matters to heart. In comparison to true knowledge, all we possess now is but fleeting vapors, Tayla said, at a loss for words, and could only offer earnest counsel. Chapter 33, Transformation. Upon completing their potions class, the trio, Harry, Tayla, and the ever-persistent Ron, departed the castle at 5 minutes to 3, traversing the fields towards Hagrid's modest abode on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. As Harry knocked on the door, they were met with sounds of a tense struggle and low, throaty barks emanating from within. "Back, fall back!" They heard Hagrid's voice call out. He opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage. "Wait a moment," he instructed, still grappling with a massive black hound. The hut was a singular room, with hams and game birds hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling water over the hearth, and a large bed in the corner, its bedding a patchwork of torn fabric. "Make yourselves at home," Hagrid said, releasing Fong, who promptly bounded towards Ron, licking his ears, only to be redirected by Tayla's casual gesture to rub against him instead. Tayla had once owned a small dog, now long deceased before his doctoral studies. Had that dog known its little master would never return, it would surely have grieved deeply. Much like Hagrid, Fong was evidently not as fierce as his appearance suggested. Upon receiving Tayla's familiar touch, he rolled over, exposing his belly. "You're quite popular with Fong, Tayla," Hagrid chuckled, pouring steaming cups of tea for Harry, Ron, and Tayla, before retrieving a batch of gray rock-like cakes that emitted a faintly sweet aroma. "This one asks for Ron," Harry informed Hagrid. As Hagrid transferred the cakes from the tray to a plate, he glanced at Ron's red hair. "Another one from the Weasley clan, right? I nearly spent half my life trying to keep your twin brothers out of the Forbidden Forest." He then inquired about their classes, and Harry and Ron excitedly recounted their amusing experiences since the term began. "Snape awarded you 5 points," Hagrid exclaimed, his mouth agape, crumbs from the cakes tumbling into his beard. "He has never given points to Gryffindor. It's a miracle if he doesn't deduct points." Hagrid continued in astonishment. "What did you do to earn such favor?" "I answered 3 of Snape's questions," Ron declared proudly, as though he himself had been the one to respond to those 3 questions that stumped everyone else. Ron seemed blissfully unaware that Hermione, his desk mate, had been fervently raising her hand. "No, it wasn't me." Harry looked nervously at Tayla, who appeared absorbed in petting Fong, not participating in the conversation. Just as he was about to clarify, Hagrid's rugged voice cut in. "I remember Lily, Harry's mother, was quite adept at potions while at school." "My mom was good at potions," Harry exclaimed, excitement coursing through him, momentarily forgetting to explain. "Yes," Hagrid mused. "I've been a gamekeeper at Hogwarts for quite some time now." Your mother, Lily, was one of the kindest and brightest witches I've ever known. She excelled in many subjects during her time at Hogwarts. It's hard to believe she hails from a Muggle family, particularly in potions. Oh, and she got along famously with Snape, despite being from Gryffindor and he from Slytherin, Hagrid reminisced. My mom was friends with Snape? This revelation left Harry astounded, as it was difficult to fathom that the sharp-tongued, greasy-haired, ominous Snape could have been a friend to his mother. Close friends, as a matter of fact. At first, they were inseparable, sticking together in classes, at meals, and even during study sessions, save for when they slept, Hagrid replied. And then, Harry pressed, eager to uncover every detail about his mother. Well, eventually, Professor Snape, had some disagreements with your mother, leading them apart ways. Ultimately, your mother married your father, James Potter. What kind of disagreements? Harry inquired. I'm not quite sure. Hagrid hesitated, seemingly reluctant to delve into the topic. Oh, by the way, Ron, how is your brother Charlie? I quite like him. He has a knack for those magical creatures. As Ron shared tales of Charlie's dragon studies, Harry noticed a small piece of paper pressed under the teapot's cozy. It was a clipping from the Daily Prophet. Latest report on the Gringotts break-in. The investigation into the illegal break-in at Gringotts on July 31st is ongoing. It is widely believed to have been perpetrated by unidentified dark wizards, both male and female. Goblins at Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The underground vault that was breached had, in fact, been emptied earlier that day. A spokesperson for Gringotts stated in the afternoon while facing a swarm of pesky reporters. We can offer no comment on what the vault contained. Please refrain from interfering in this matter. Hagrid, Harry suddenly recalled that Ron had mentioned this incident. He had previously worried alongside Taylor about the possibility of dark wizards attacking Hagrid. However, upon seeing Hagrid safe and sound as he disembarked from the train, he had put the matter aside. However, it is now explicitly stated in the newspaper that the looted vault was emptied earlier that morning, which means that the object taken is highly likely to be the filthy little package that Hagrid led them to retrieve. On the very day of the Gringotts heist, Hagrid happened to be with them, and could it be that the robber was after that very package? Oh my goodness! Hagrid suddenly exclaimed, his large head swiveling as he glanced at the clock on the wall. Oh dear, Hagrid continued, it's already so late. He hurriedly grabbed his coat. I am terribly sorry, children, I just remembered that I have an appointment with the creatures in the Forbidden Forest to visit the unicorns, yes. Those poor unicorns who were attacked. I must go check on them. I truly apologize, children, here, take this, take plenty. As he spoke, Hagrid stuffed rock cakes from the table into Ron and Harry's arms, and Taylor, yes, you too, take some. I must dash off to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid declared, you all head back to the castle. I am sincerely sorry, children. We shall have a proper chat next time. Thus, Taylor, Harry, and Ron found themselves inexplicably ushered out, each pocket filled with heavy rock cakes. In truth, only Ron felt the confusion. Harry, on the second floor, had nearly confirmed that the stolen item from Gringotts was indeed that dirty paper parcel Hagrid had taken them to retrieve from Vault 713 that day. Taylor, on the fourth floor, not only knew who sought that parcel, but also where the true Philosopher's Stone was hidden. He just wondered if there was a long-bearded old man fond of lemon drops on the fifth floor. Chapter 34, Exercises. Harry had never believed he would come to know a boy he despised even more than Dudley. That realization dawned upon him after encountering Draco Malfoy. Fortunately, in their first year, Gryffindor students only shared potions class with Slytherin students, and Harry had made quite a splash, becoming the first Gryffindor in nearly a decade to earn points in potions. Thus, enduring Malfoy wasn't overly difficult. At least that was their initial thought. Until one day, they discovered a notice posted in the Gryffindor common room, which led to collective sighs of despair. Flying lessons were set to commence this Thursday, and Gryffindor students would have to share the class with Slytherin students. What bad luck, Harry lamented, just as I feared. Riding a broomstick and making a fool of myself in front of Malfoy. He had long wished to learn flying, a desire stronger than any other. You might not make a fool of yourself, Ron rationally replied. I know Malfoy always boasts about being a brilliant Quidditch player, but I wager he is merely blowing smoke. Malfoy incessantly bragged about flying, lamenting that first-year students were unqualified to join the house Quidditch team, regaling everyone with lengthy, self-aggrandizing tales, ultimately concluding with a harrowing escape from a Muggle helicopter. However, Taylor once mercilessly punctured this story when passing by. Taylor first pointed out, citing the International Confederation of Wizard Secrecy Laws, that Malfoy could not possibly practice on a broom where Muggles would be flying, which meant he was either breaking the law or lying. He then highlighted several inaccuracies in Malfoy's description of helicopters. This assertion was supported by many Muggle students present in the Great Hall. Finally, Taylor listed a plethora of terms that left both him and the attending witches and wizards baffled, such as aerodynamics, suggesting that if Malfoy truly came within 5 meters of a helicopter, the powerful airflow produced by its rotor blades would immediately suck him in, reducing him to a pulp, leaving him no time to react as he had claimed. This ruthless exposure led Malfoy to harbor a grudge against Taylor, vowing to make him pay during flying lessons. Thus, although Taylor had become a wise and formidable older brother in Harry's eyes, Harry still felt a twinge of uncertainty about riding a broom. After all, children from wizarding families were far more experienced than those from Muggle households. All the wizarding children Harry knew had at least seen a broomstick, even the clumsy Neville, who had once seen his cousin ride one in front of him. However, when he had wished to mount it himself, his grandmother had scolded him down. Moreover, even Ron had boasted to Harry and Taylor about a near miss with a hang glider while riding his brother Charlie's old broom. Taylor remained quiet while other young wizards bragged about their broom-riding exploits, merely rolling his eyes or pulling out a book to read silently, only breaking his silence to puncture Malfoy's boast. It was the first time Harry had seen a look of derision on Taylor's face, leading him to wonder if there was animosity between Taylor and Malfoy. Thursday morning arrived swiftly, and nearly everyone was on edge about the impending flying lessons, including both wizarding and Muggle children. Hermione was chattering away about a book she had recently read titled Quidditch Through the Ages, while Neville listened eagerly to every word she said. Even those who claimed to have ridden brooms before were too nervous to eat. Almost everyone, that is, except Taylor. Harry noticed that Taylor still wore that doll-like expression, clutching a hefty tome titled Introduction to Alchemy. This book was dense and perplexing, filled with dizzying geometric patterns and a plethora of lettered formulas. Even little Hermione found it difficult to comprehend, yet she refused to be deterred, having borrowed not only Quidditch Through the Ages, but also an even larger and thicker book titled A Brief History of Alchemical Development. Ultimately, Hermione's discourse was interrupted by an owl swooping in, and everyone, except Neville and the Muggle students, breathed a sigh of relief. Since Hagrid's last letter, Harry hadn't received any correspondence, let alone Taylor, who had never received a single parcel. However, Taylor never seemed to care, perpetually engrossed in his reading. Even when Malfoy ostentatiously displayed various sweets, toys, and magical items sent from home, Taylor remained unperturbed. Harry was similar. Although he couldn't maintain the same impassive demeanor as Taylor, he managed to ignore Malfoy. For every time Taylor read, he would hand Harry a densely packed worksheet. These were all fill-in-the-blank exercises Taylor had crafted over the past 5 years, intended to assist him in memorizing potion and spell knowledge. After Taylor magically erased the answers and some sensitive information, he passed it to Harry. Taylor discovered that raising a savior was quite an amusing endeavor. In a certain sense, the more powerful Harry became, the safer he was, for he was the primary force against Voldemort. The stronger and more radiant Harry grew, the more Voldemort's attention would be drawn to him, ultimately rendering his situation more secure. The questions were all derived from the printed textbooks of Merlin's era, bearing little difference to the current curriculum at Hogwarts. Remarkably, after several centuries, this set of materials had not only failed to evolve, but had also excised the section on animagy from Transfiguration while reducing the study of alchemy. Having tasted the sweetness of glory, Harry's thirst for knowledge about the magical world grew ever more insatiable. However, Harry was merely an 11-year-old wizard. His natural exuberance rendered him restless. After completing just a few exercises, he could no longer remain still, either gazing about or engaging Ron in wizarding card games. Taylor was neither Harry's father nor mother, and thus did not wish to impose too much. Harry's passion for learning was commendable, but if he chose not to study, so be it. It was only when Malfoy came to flaunt his gifts that Harry would diligently focus on his practice exercises. This was precisely why Taylor graciously allowed Malfoy to visit frequently, for why would an adult wish to quarrel with a child? Chapter 35, Flight. By approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Taylor, Harry, and Ron arrived at the verdant lawn before the school, where over 20 broomsticks were neatly arranged on the grass. Upon their arrival, the field was already brimming with young wizards from Gryffindor and Slytherin. They were the last to arrive, as Taylor adhered to his customary afternoon nap, which spanned from 12:30 to 2:30 or from 1 to 3. This routine was not for mere rest. Taylor possessed enough mental fortitude to sustain days and nights without sleep. Rather, it was a long-standing habit born from a busy research life in his previous existence, which necessitated such repose. Harry awaited Taylor, while Ron awaited Harry, hence their delayed arrival. Nonetheless, It seemed they had quietly blended into the throng of young wizards before their instructor's appearance. This time, Ron had learned his lesson and refrained from making boastful remarks as he had during the first Transfiguration class. Instead, he urged Harry and Taila to draw closer to Hermione. Just 1 minute after the trio's arrival, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, strode onto the Emerald Field. With her short, gray hair and piercing yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, she commanded attention. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" Madame Hooch declared with a decisive tone. "Everyone, stand next to a broomstick. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Time is of the essence." Taila cast a glance at his broomstick, worn and tattered, with branches protruding haphazardly. The others were similarly unimpressive, as first-year students were not permitted to bring their own brooms. Taila was certain that Malfoy would have brought his supposedly Nimbus 2000, flaunting it before Taila and Harry. "Extend your right hand above the broomstick," Madame Hooch instructed, then commanded up. "Up," echoed the students. Harry's broom immediately leapt into his grasp, but such obedience was rare among the others. Taila's broom merely bounced on the ground, failing to reach his hand. Hermione's broom rolled over, while Neville's broom remained utterly still. Madame Hooch then demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. She walked among the students, correcting their grip. To Taila's surprise, mounting the broom was not uncomfortable. It felt as though a gentle force supported him, significantly diminishing his prior aversion to flying. After all, discussions in certain online forums often revolved around whether brooms were uncomfortable. "All right, when I whistle, you will kick off with your legs, leaving the ground. Use force," Madame Hooch instructed. "Steady the broom, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward to descend vertically. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. However, Neville, overly anxious about being left behind, kicked off before Madame Hooch's whistle touched her lips, soaring into the air. Come back, Madame Hooch shouted. But Neville ascended straight up like a cork from a bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Oh no! Pale-faced, Neville slipped off the broom, crashing to the ground with a thud, curling into a ball. Fortunately, the freshly turned soil was soft, and although he groaned in pain, he was still alive. Madame Hooch bent down to lift Neville. Her face as pale as his. "Your wrist is broken," she murmured. "All right, children, it's nothing serious. Let's proceed to the hospital wing together." She turned to address the other students. "I will take this child to the hospital. No one is to move. Return the brooms to their place, or before you can utter the word Quidditch, you will be expelled from Hogwarts." Her final words were directed at Neville. With that, Madame Hooch and Neville disappeared through the castle's doors. No sooner had they left than Malfoy erupted in laughter. "Did you see that pathetic sight? That big oaf?" Other Slytherin students chimed in with agreement. "Shut up, Malfoy," Parvati Patil retorted sharply. "Oh, protecting Longbottom, are we?" Pansy Parkinson, an unattractive Slytherin girl, sneered. "I never imagined you would take a liking to that chubby little crybaby, Patil." "Look," Malfoy said, rushing to seize something from the grass. It was the memory ball that Longbottom's grandmother had sent him. He held it aloft, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. At that moment, Taila approached, broom in hand. It was longer than a book, yet thinner. However, having already suffered once, Malfoy was not about to fall for the same trick again. Before Taila's broom could reach him, he mounted his broom and soared into the air, causing a stir among the young wizards below. It seemed that aside from the helicopter aspect, Malfoy could indeed ride a broom. "Come and catch me, you bookworm muggle," Malfoy taunted from above, glaring menacingly at Taila. "Get back, Malfoy," Harry shouted at him. Malfoy smirked maliciously, tossing Longbottom's memory ball into the air. "Come and take if you can." Upon noticing Taila draw his wand, Malfoy ascended even higher. Harry seized his broom. "No," Hermione exclaimed. "Madame Hooch told us not to move. You're going to get us all into trouble." Harry disregarded her protest. With determination, he mounted his broom, kicking off on the ground with force, and soon found himself at the same altitude as Malfoy. The inherited prowess from James was unmistakable, leaving Malfoy astonished. "Give it here," Harry shouted, "or I'll knock you off your broom." "Oh, really?" Malfoy retorted. He wished to emit a derisive laugh, yet his throat felt as though it were ensnared by a toad. Harry seemed innately aware of what to do. He leaned forward, gripping the broom tightly, and thus the broom shot forth like a javelin towards Malfoy. Malfoy barely managed to evade it. Harry abruptly turned back, maintaining a firm grasp on the broom. A few spectators below erupted into applause. Once again, he reveled in the sensation of being the center of attention. However, this time, it was entirely achieved through his own prowess. Harry glanced down at Taila. She still bore that faint smile, gently applauding him amidst the crowd. For reasons unknown, Harry felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped to witness surprise or delight upon Taila's face, rather than that ever-present, serene smile. Chapter 36. The Youngest Quidditch Player. Here, let's see if you can catch this, Malfoy shouted as he hurled the glass ball high into the air, only for it to plummet swiftly toward the ground. Having entertained thoughts of retreat, Malfoy felt increasingly uneasy in light of Harry's sudden display of flying prowess. However, just as he descended a meter, he heard the incantation Wingardium Leviosa. The broom continued its descent, while Malfoy remained suspended in midair, frozen in place. "Help! Help!" Malfoy cried out, his panic evident as he flailed his arms and legs wildly. At that moment, Harry was already in pursuit of the memory ball that Malfoy had cast aside, having soared up to the castle tower. Thus, he did not hear Malfoy's cries for assistance. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have glanced back. Crabbe and Goyle, along with other Slytherin students, were in a chaotic uproar on the ground, yet none dared to mount their brooms to rescue Malfoy. "You better let Malfoy down," the plump Goyle yelled at Taylor, though he did not dare approach, for in her possession was not only a wand but also a broom. Ever since their last encounter on the train, when they had been thoroughly outmatched by Taylor's display of power, Crabbe and Goyle merely resorted to shouting insults from a distance. "Let him down, the unattractive witch Pansy chimed in, or you will regret it when Madame Hooch returns." Madame Hooch had issued a strict edict forbidding any young witches and wizards from flying their brooms until her return. Taylor smiled faintly, her demeanor one of righteous indignation as she declared, "Mr. Malfoy has violated Madame Hooch's orders by taking to the skies without supervision. I saw him about to tumble from his broom, and I used the levitation spell to save him from injury. Madame Hooch ought to commend me." Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. This was indeed factual. Madame Hooch had unequivocally prohibited young wizards from flying. "That's not true. Malfoy was about to fall, and you were the one who suddenly used the levitation spell to freeze him midair," Pansy quickly countered. "Is that so? What I witnessed was Malfoy on the brink of crashing down from his broom." With that, Taylor turned to the Gryffindor students, saying Madame Hooch should award Gryffindor some points. "Don't you think?" Yes. Almost all the Gryffindor students enthusiastically agreed at the mention of points. As an adult, Taylor effortlessly stirred the emotions of the young wizards. While the two factions were at an impasse, Harry gradually returned, clutching the memory ball in his hand. "Hooray for Gryffindor!" The crowd cheered. "Harry Potter!" However, their jubilant cries were soon interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who was hastening towards them. "And Malfoy, what is going on here?" Professor McGonagall's gaze immediately fixed upon Draco Malfoy, suspended in midair. "Professor McGonagall," Taylor stepped forward, eager to explain before McGonagall could unleash her wrath. "Malfoy has disobeyed Madame Hooch's orders by flying without permission and stole Neville's memory ball while he was injured." Harry was trying to stop him, but Malfoy, unrepentant, threw the memory ball far away, causing him to lose his balance and fall from his broom. "I used the levitation spell to keep him safe." Taylor spoke rapidly, her face displaying an appropriate sense of urgency. Taylor's interruption softened McGonagall's anger considerably, as she looked back and forth between Taylor and Harry with an expression of surprise. Taylor felt perplexed. What did she have to do with any of this? "Mr. Taylor, how long have you kept Malfoy suspended in midair?" McGonagall inquired. Perhaps a few minutes," Taylor replied, somewhat uncertain. At this moment, Harry had dismounted the broom, standing obediently behind Taylor with his head bowed. Unbeknownst to Taylor, who had not received formal wizarding education, the magical energy required to levitate a living being in midair was exceedingly vast for a first-year wizard. "Harry, come with me," McGonagall commanded, waving her wand. Malfoy floated gently to the ground like a feather. As soon as he touched down, Malfoy erupted into a fit of tears, leaving Taylor feeling a pang of guilt, contemplating whether she had perhaps gone too far in her dealings with him. "Harry, come with me," McGonagall reiterated, striding purposefully towards the castle, with Harry mechanically following in her wake. With Malfoy thoroughly frightened, Slytherin offered no effective resistance, remaining as quiet as mice until Madame Hooch's return. Of course, when Madame Hooch eventually arrived, there was no commotion. Only a recovering Malfoy glared resentfully at Taylor. Having achieved her objective, Taylor resolved to refrain from provoking Malfoy for the time being. At dinner, Harry returned with an air of exhilaration, albeit somewhat disheveled, yet brimming with enthusiasm. He recounted to Ron and Taylor the events that unfolded after he and Professor McGonagall left the field. Ron, about to take a bite of his steak and kidney pie, momentarily forgot his food. "A seeker? You're surely the youngest player on the house team in many years," he exclaimed. "Indeed, in a century," Harry replied, shoving a piece of pie into his mouth. After an afternoon filled with thrilling escapades, he felt particularly famished. "Would inform me," he added, glancing at Taylor, who was smiling back at him, her expression still that gentle smile. It was Ron who was truly taken aback, stunned into silence as he stared at Harry in disbelief. I start training next week, Harry announced, but don't tell anyone. Wood wants to keep it under wraps. Just then, Fred and George Weasley burst into the dining hall. Spotting Harry, they hurried over. Well done, George whispered. Wood told us. We're on the house team too, as beaters. Mark my words. We're going to win the Quidditch Cup this year. Fred declared. Ever since Charlie left, we haven't won. But this year, our team is destined for glory. You are undoubtedly remarkable, Harry would relay to us, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. However, we must take our leave, as Lee Jordan believes he has discovered a new secret passage leading outside the school. I suspect it is the very passage behind the statue of the sycophant Gregory that we unearthed during our first week here. Farewell. Chapter 37. The Duel Invitation. As Harry animatedly recounted his tale, Draco Malfoy stealthily approached Tyra, flanked by the stout Crabbe and the diminutive Goyle. The trio glared menacingly at Tyra, for during the afternoon's flying lesson, she had not only bested Malfoy, but had also humiliated the entire Slytherin house. This affront sent the image-conscious Slytherins into a fury. Tyra, however, was entirely unfazed by their approach, knowing they would not dare to engage in a brawl with the professor seated nearby. Although Malfoy was frightened, he could hardly swallow his pride, prompting him to devise a malicious scheme. Tyra, tonight at midnight, in the trophy room, we shall duel one-on-one. Do you dare accept? Malfoy hissed, adding with a sneer, only wands allowed. Clearly, Malfoy harbored a deeper resentment towards Tyra, a Muggle-born, due to the embarrassment she had inflicted upon him with her levitation spell, more so than he felt towards Harry. Tyra cast a bemused glance at Malfoy, her smile widening. Harry recognized this expression as one of derision. Hey, everyone silence. Look over here, Tyra exclaimed, standing atop a bench. Mr. Malfoy has issued me a challenge for a wizard duel. Tonight, at midnight, in the trophy room. He claims he will defeat me in single combat. Her proclamation drew the attention of nearly every student present, particularly that of Professors McGonagall and Snape, whose gazes were particularly piercing. Nonsense, McGonagall bellowed. Snape regarded Tyra with a knowing look. Professor McGonagall, a stern traditionalist, had engaged in her share of reckless antics in her youth. But age had rendered her increasingly adherent to propriety. You have not learned a single proper spell. What if you injure one another? Do you not realize— Wait, Professor McGonagall. Snape interjected. Perhaps it is not as dire as you presume. What do you mean, Professor Snape? McGonagall addressed him with respect. Perhaps we should allow Mr. Malfoy and Miss Tyra to duel now, rather than waiting until midnight. After all, dueling is an inevitability they must face. Rather than having them encounter it unprepared in the future, it may be wiser to introduce them to it now. But what if they sustain injuries? What if their magic goes awry? McGonagall fretted. We are here, Snape replied, and Professor Flitwick, the dueling champion, is present as well. I believe we can assure their safety. But Tyra is a Muggle-born child. McGonagall expressed her concern for Tyra, who had not yet mastered many spells, unlike Malfoy. Professor McGonagall, you have stated before, Snape said dismissively, that Tyra is a remarkably gifted young witch. I believe this talent will sufficiently compensate for her lack of spell knowledge. With that, Snape waved his wand, causing the tables in the hall to shift aside, revealing a spacious area in the center. Given the sparse number of diners at that hour, even though the tables had been pushed to the periphery, it did not impede the young witches and wizards from partaking in their evening meal. However, who could possibly focus on dining at such a momentous occasion? A wizard duel. They had only ever read about such events in books, or perhaps had never even heard of them. Following Tyra's audacious display during the flying lesson, her name began to circulate among the young witches and wizards, garnering her a measure of fame, though certainly not comparable to the illustrious Harry Potter. Yet, she felt this was sufficient. While she wished to maintain a low profile, she could not afford to be completely overlooked, lest others perceive her as merely another appendage to Harry Potter, rather than a complete individual in her own right. Thus, she needed to occasionally assert her presence, at least to secure a modicum of standing among the Gryffindor students, which would greatly facilitate her efforts in resisting Voldemort in the future, whether in organizing young witches and wizards or in evading danger alone. However, the recognition she sought was not of the overtly conspicuous kind. Tyra now found herself in a predicament. Malfoy's position was slightly more advantageous. He had already taken center stage, wearing a cold smirk as he regarded Tyra. Malfoy had initially planned to lure Tyra into the trophy room at midnight and then alert Filch to have her expelled. Yet, he had not anticipated Tyra's unexpected public declaration. He initially thought the professors would intervene. McGonagall did intend to halt the proceedings. but was interrupted by her own head of house, Professor Snape. Nevertheless, it worked out for Malfoy, while Tierra could not be expelled. Defeating her in single combat would still provide him a great deal of satisfaction. Born into a wizarding family, and having practiced magic with house elves since childhood, he had never considered the possibility of defeat. "What is the matter, Tierra? Are you not planning to step up?" Malfoy taunted, a mocking grin plastered across his face. "Or are you afraid?" With a resigned sigh, Tierra walked into the arena. She felt compelled to accept the duel. Unlike children in her homeland, those abroad revered strength while scorned the weak and timid, especially in a militant group like Gryffindor. She was almost certain that if she were to decline Malfoy as challenge, the Gryffindor students would mock and ostracize her the following day. After all, in the fourth book, Harry became a target for ridicule over something as trivial as the Goblet of Fire. So what chance did she have as a coward unwilling to accept a duel? In time, even the ever-conforming Harry would likely distance himself from her, and all her previous efforts along with her research funding would vanish like the wind. "Don't do it, Tierra!" At that moment, the only relatively rational voice, Hermione, grasped her sleeve. "You hardly know any spells. Malfoy is from a wizarding family and undoubtedly possesses a greater arsenal of magic than you. You would be at a disadvantage. You haven't accepted Malfoy's invitation yet, have you?" Hermione urged amid the cheers of the Gryffindor students. "You can still refuse. What's wrong, Tierra? Do you wish to bid farewell to your little girlfriend?" Malfoy jeered from the center of the arena, eliciting laughter from the Slytherin table. Chapter 38, Differences. Tierra ultimately accepted the challenge to duel, which caused Hermione some displeasure. Yet she could not help but gaze at Tierra with concern. "Very well, now you, Flitwick, stand in the center of the clearing, poised to instruct the two young wizards on the nuances of dueling." However, before he could finish his sentence, he observed Tierra emerging from the crowd, raising her wand. Petrificus Totalis. A beam of white light struck Draco, who immediately fell to the ground, stiff as a board. "Hey, the duel has not yet commenced," Flitwick exclaimed in a shrill voice. Such a breach of dueling etiquette struck him as decidedly informal. The spell was one that Tierra had mastered since her arrival at Hogwarts, a charm that was technically intended for third-year students. After 5 years of absorbing magical theory, Tierra had accumulated ample knowledge, though she lacked the finesse and foundational skills. However, these deficiencies were swiftly rectified upon her arrival at Hogwarts. After every charms class, she lingered the longest, clutching a copy of Beginner's Charms Tutorial 3 borrowed from the library, eagerly querying Professor Flitwick to remedy her shortcomings in spellcasting technique and foundational knowledge. All the teachers appreciated eager students, even if their inquiries ventured far beyond what was typically expected. Flitwick was no exception, providing enthusiastic answers. Yet, he would not condone a violation of dueling rules, regardless of how new the young wizard was. "What are you doing, Tierra? You should know that a wizard's duel must wait for the referee, namely myself, to count down before you may engage in combat." Flitwick had already released Draco from his petrified state, his annoyance palpable. Petrificus Totalis. Undeterred by his unexpected fall, Draco scrambled to his feet, disregarding the pain in his backside, and brandished his wand, intending to cast Expelliarmus on Tierra. However, Tierra, ever vigilant, swiftly countered with a second Petrificus Totalis, leaving him once more rigid and sprawled upon the ground. A double triumph. At this point, Flitwick found himself at a loss. Not only Flitwick but even McGonagall and Snape looked on in astonishment. The duel concluded in an anticlimactic fashion, although Flitwick did not officially declare Tierra the victor. In the hearts of the Gryffindor students, she had undeniably triumphed. Almost all the young wizards surrounded Tierra, showering her with congratulations. Only Hermione appeared somewhat displeased, standing at the periphery of the crowd, seemingly lost in thought. Hermione felt left behind, yet simultaneously, a fierce competitive spirit ignited within her. "Well done, Tierra!" Ron exclaimed in congratulations. "That was brilliant." Harry seized a moment to tousle Tierra's soft hair, something he had longed to do. Tierra seemed to possess a touch of cleanliness obsession, bathing daily, which imparted a subtle fragrance of soap upon her. Her hair, soft and untrimmed for some time, shimmered like silk. Tierra was not entirely comfortable with such exuberant attention, especially as the unabashed praise from her peers left her feeling somewhat awkward. She was far less graceful in this social setting than she had been in commanding the mood during flying lessons. As she found herself wedged between the fluffy heads of her fellow students, Tierra felt a piercing gaze from Snape, who then swished his robes and exited the scene. Rather than returning to his office in the dungeons, Snape made his way to a large, grotesque gargoyle on the 3rd floor. "Honeydukes." Snape uttered a phrase devoid of magical power. The gargoyle, remarkably anthropomorphic, nodded in response, then rotated to reveal a spiral staircase behind it. Finally free from the enthusiastic throng of young wizards, Tiara arrived at the library on the 5th floor, where Hermione was already engrossed in a thick, open tome. Her frizzy hair stood out among the older students like a broomstick. Tiara refrained from disturbing her, quietly bypassing Hermione to settle into her accustomed seat by the window. Unfurling the book on Introduction to Alchemy that she had borrowed over a month ago, she had returned Principles of Potions the previous week, exchanging it for a volume that even graduates would seldom borrow, Principles of Magic. When Tiara had borrowed this book, Madame Pants had regarded her with several curious glances. It remained a mystery why Snape had insisted on the duel with Draco, squandering precious minutes of her study time. More than a month had passed since her enrollment, and with each passing day, Tiara felt increasingly overwhelmed by the vastness and complexity of magical knowledge. In her otherworldly library, whether it be the Book of the Dead, the Lolly text, or other ancient tomes she could now explore, all magic, despite variations in description, was fundamentally rooted in the theory of magical dimensions. Yet, none of the texts in the Hogwarts library contained any knowledge pertaining to this theory. The Book of the Dead and Merlin's notes attributed the source of magic to the spiritual dimension, while Hogwarts texts like Principles of Magic traced the origins of magical power to bloodline strength. These writings posited that magic is a form of mental prowess, and wizards can harness it due to their unique physiological structure, allowing them to manifest this mental power in the tangible world. In other words, the power of magic derives from the soul, and only wizards possess such a soul, a concept that Tiara termed the theory of magical souls. Hogwarts' magical curriculum reduced the essence of magic to the soul, viewing it as a form of material substance, akin to the physical body. Tiara first discerned the disparity between her studies and Hogwarts teachings within the pages of Introduction to Alchemy. According to the Book of the Dead and Merlin's notes, alchemy involves the perfect fusion of the spiritual, material, and mental dimensions, ultimately achieving the convergence point of these three dimensions, the Philosopher's Stone. Any overlap among the three dimensions could be classified as an alchemical item, while perfect fusion would constitute the Philosopher's Stone. This starkly contrasted with Hogwarts' Introduction to Alchemy. The Hogwarts text claimed that to create an alchemical item, one must infuse a magical soul into specific magical materials, often derived from magical creatures, while early alchemical explorations frequently involved the souls of wizards. Consequently, the early development of alchemy was often accompanied by bloodshed and brutality. However, it was evident that extracting a soul was not a simple endeavor. Introduction to Alchemy detailed methods for the separate and complete extraction of the soul, though the entire process was fraught with violence and savagery. It was not until a brilliant wizard and an esteemed alchemical master discovered 12 uses for dragon blood that the door to modern alchemy was opened. Chapter 39, Dark Magic. It is hardly surprising that the textbooks following Hogwarts have excised the content pertaining to alchemy. The raw essence of alchemy is undeniably brutal and sanguinary, truly unfit for the education of underage wizards. This violent methodology bears a striking resemblance to the practices delineated in the Book of the Dead, perhaps even surpassing them in its ferocity. According to the theory of magical dimensions, the soul represents the finest material of the spiritual realm. However, the methods elucidated in the Book of the Dead for extracting pure spiritual entities diverge from the purification and separation of magical beings. Rather, they advocate for the direct capture of pure dimensional spirits or, employing a more audacious approach, beseeching higher dimensional deities for their favor. The successful creation of the Philosopher's Stone by Merlin was indeed a consequence of such divine grace. Despite Merlin's comprehension of the principles and correct methods of stone fabrication, he was constrained by the limitations of his era and the medieval mindset, rendering him incapable of achieving the perfect amalgamation of spirituality, materiality, and mentality through intricate experiments and flawless designs during his attempts to create the Philosopher's Stone. Thus, as his life approached its twilight, he was compelled to seek assistance from the outer gods at the cost of a finger. Fortunately, Tiara need not ponder such distressing matters, for he already possesses a Philosopher's Stone in his grasp. As Tiara perused an introduction to alchemy, he not only sought to acquire the alchemical techniques for crafting magical artifacts, but also endeavored to uncover the formula for the elixir of immortality. However, during his reading, he discerned a divergence. According to the accounts in the Book of the Dead and Merlin's notes, alchemy is an exceptionally intricate discipline reliant on the theory of magical dimensions. To forge a flawless three-dimensional focal point, namely the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemist must tailor their spells and reactions to their unique magical characteristics and the various materials at hand. It is not merely a matter of conducting vast experiments to discover the optimal formula, as suggested in an introduction to alchemy, for that immutable three-dimensional focal point. We three-dimensional beings are in a constant state of flux and motion. Thus, if we are to discover that singular, unchanging three-dimensional focal point, we must depend on meticulous design and precise calculations, rather than rely on mere happenstance akin to a blind cat catching a dead mouse. During the alchemical process, one may inadvertently give rise to perilously dangerous dark magical artifacts or beings. The preliminary fusion of matter, spirituality, and mentality can be deemed alchemical products, with the correct sequence being the amalgamation of pure spirit with pure matter, followed by the introduction of the pure spiritual dimension. Yet, there are always those who misstep in the order or introduce impure spiritual dimensions, resulting in the birth of dark magical artifacts. According to Merlin's notes in the dark magic section of the Book of the Dead, dark magic is a unique force generated by the fusion of spiritual and mental dimensions. The specifics of this combination are elaborated in great detail within the Book of the Dead, which extensively describes the principles and mechanisms of dark magic, even providing several examples, including Voldemort's Horcruxes, which are referred to therein as anchors of dark magic. The potency of dark magic, as recorded in the Book of the Dead, primarily emanates from two sources: the inherent strength of the spiritual dimension and the output of the mental dimension. In simpler terms, it is the intensity of magical power combined with emotional output. To be even more straightforward, it equates to an explosive surge. This is why many spells, such as the Killing Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, necessitate extreme negative emotions to achieve their effects. Although dark magic wields considerable power, it inflicts harm both upon others and oneself. No wizard, even the most nefarious among them, can maintain the state of their magic in a constant dark magic condition. Otherwise, they risk emotional turmoil at best, or at worst, the seepage of dark magical power into the material dimension, leading to the collapse of all three dimensions, resulting in an existence akin to that of a mere shadow. Thus, battles among dark wizards often devolve into a series of mundane exchanges, punctuated by bursts of genuine power, only to return to simple strikes once more. According to the principles of dark magic outlined in the Book of the Dead, any magical force resulting from the amalgamation of emotion and magical energy is classified as dark magic, possessing enduring and indestructible characteristics. Thus, both Voldemort's Horcruxes and Lily Potter's blood protection charm can be categorized as dark magic from a magical principles perspective. This explains why Lily's blood protection charm continues to safeguard Harry even after her demise, while the magical goldfish she gifted Professor Slughorn reverted to petals on the very afternoon of her death. This also accounts for the difficulty in obliterating Voldemort's Horcruxes, which can only be destroyed by a more potent dark magic, such as fiend fire, or by a special object capable of slaying spiritual entities, such as a basilisk fawn. The distinction between the two lies in one being the power of love, while the other embodies a pure spirit of slaughter. The principles behind the Patronus charm are similarly aligned. The Patronus manifests as a wizard's representation within the spiritual dimension, also referred to as a spiritual entity. Our corporeal form exists within the material dimension. Our souls reside in the mental dimension, while the Patronus embodies the spiritual existence. The Patronus charm harnesses the power of positive emotions to empower the spiritual entity, rendering it semi-materialized or, in essence, concretized, thus enabling it to shield against soul-sucking entities from the spiritual and mental planes. This charm can only be considered a rudimentary application of dark magic theory, as it does not involve the fusion of spiritual and mental existences, thus not resulting in any mutations within those dimensions. Consequently, wizards who frequently employ dark magic do not have their patron uses vanish, but rather they transform into indeterminate forms. The anchor of dark magic is one of the sorceries recorded in the dark magic principles section of the Book of the Dead, enabling wizards to sustain their magical power in a dark magic state over extended periods. This is achieved by utilizing the force of slaughter to cleave one's spiritual existence, and subsequently employing alchemical principles to integrate that spiritual existence into a magical artifact where the spiritual and material realms are already perfectly fused, thus creating the anchor of dark magic. A wizard possessing a dark magic anchor not only retains their spiritual existence, but can also utilize the spiritual essence of the dark magical artifact, akin to wielding a high-capacity external magical battery. This dark magic battery not only continually supplies the base entity with dark magical power, but also serves as a mental anchor in times of dire peril. Although the soul of the base entity may become severed from the soul within the dark magic anchor, A special connection is established through the dark magic curse. As long as the dark magic anchor endures, the base entity will not truly perish, as long as the spiritual existence remains unharmed. The entity will merely exist in a state of perpetual near-death, rather than experiencing actual death. These dark magic anchors function like a rope tethered to the edge of a cliff. Even if the individual falls, as long as the rope remains intact, there exists a chance for resurgence. The number of dark magic anchors is limitless. The boldness of the individual determines the quantity of anchors they may possess. However, it is indeed rare to encounter someone like Voldemort who has created 7 in one breath. A small number of fragmented souls will not inflict significant harm, as at that juncture, the soul of the base entity remains robust and relatively whole, rendering it less susceptible to the influence of dark magic anchors. However, as the soul continued to fracture, the essence of the original will was weakened, gradually succumbing to the influence of the dark magic's anchor. The personality became increasingly radical and brutal. Chapter 40. The Corridor. Due to Taila's intervention, Harry did not venture into the room guarded by the three-headed dog that night, instead dutifully retiring to bed. However, he underestimated Harry's propensity for mischief and Ron's disorientation. 2 weeks later, Harry and Ron had the rare opportunity to accompany Taila and Hermione to the library for some study. Taila continued to delve into Introduction to Alchemy, while Hermione borrowed a book on famous transfiguration masters in history. Harry and Ron intended to review potion making, but within minutes, they began to play wizard cards. Since Harry had answered 3 of Snape's questions in the first lesson, he had garnered Snape's special attention. Each class, Snape would pose questions far beyond the knowledge of a first-year wizard. Yet fortunately, Harry had Taila, an external brain, to assist him in answering most of them. Of course, it was impossible to voice this assistance aloud. Snape was not deaf. Taila, possessing an extraordinary understanding of the essence of magic, had now mastered certain practical spells far beyond that of an average young wizard. Furthermore, having grasped the principles of alchemy, Taila began crafting some simple, temporary magical items. For instance, before each class, he would hand Harry a piece of parchment, which was actually Taila's potion notebook, transformed into a thin sheet of parchment through transfiguration. This parchment could not last long, at most an hour, but it sufficed to handle Snape's inquiries. Whenever Snape asked a question, as long as the answer was in the notebook, Harry merely had to point to the parchment, and the answer would materialize. Of course, Taila was not a potion master, far from the expertise that Snape had accumulated over decades in the field. Thus, even with Taila's notes, Harry often found himself answering in a manner that was either inaccurate or incomplete, frequently subjected to Snape's scathing remarks. Each time, Taila could discern a mixture of love and frustration in Snape's gaze, an emotion akin to despair over a protégé's shortcomings. This dynamic swiftly transformed into a sense of betrayed anger when Snape discovered Taila's subtle assistance to Harry. It was the first time Taila witnessed Snape's fury, not through shouting or curses, but with a stoic, brooding demeanor, his sharp eyes fixated intently on him and Harry, like a cold, venomous serpent, as if seeking to freeze Taila's very soul. Taila finally understood Neville's feelings. That class, both Taila and Harry were docked 30 points by Snape and had Taila's potion notes confiscated. However, Taila was unperturbed at dinner. The notes he had given to Harry Potter were certainly not of great significance, containing only basic potion knowledge and some chemical procedures he deemed applicable from experiments in his previous life. Even in Snape's eyes, it was merely the study notes of an ordinary, diligent, and precocious student. Taila's true calculations on alchemy and analyses of dark magic were securely stored in a library light years away. At this age, young wizards were prone to attracting unwanted attention, and Taila wished to avoid any melodramatic scenarios that might arise from Harry, Hermione, Ron, or other young wizards discovering his research into dark magic. He quickly reclaimed the confiscated notebook after dinner, seeking out Professor McGonagall to explain the situation. McGonagall was particularly fond of Taila, appreciating his obedient and thoughtful nature. Especially in this instance, Taila showcased his extraordinary transfiguration skills and magical aptitude, prompting McGonagall to readily assist him. The next morning at breakfast, when Taila encountered Professor McGonagall again, his potion notebook was resting at his usual seat, having reverted from parchment back into a thick notebook due to the time constraints of transfiguration, impeccably crafted magic. When Taila expressed his gratitude to Professor McGonagall, she kindly remarked, "In my recollection, very few young wizards can wield such intricate transfiguration at your age. Moreover, your notes are exceptionally well organized and structured." With a smile, McGonagall decreed, 5 points to Gryffindor for your notebook. As soon as her words left her lips, The Gryffindor scorekeeper automatically registered an increase of 5 points. While this matter was perfectly resolved, during the subsequent potion class, Snape forbade Harry and Tyela from sitting together, instead pairing Tyela with Ron. Harry teamed up with Ron, while Tyela partnered with Hermione. This arrangement exposed Harry's true nature, previously preoccupied with Quidditch training, and bolstered by Tyela's external intellect. Harry had begun to neglect his studies, even avoiding Tyela to escape being compelled into completing assignments. Consequently, the combination of Harry, who had never diligently studied potions, and Ron, who was engrossed in wizard cards, became the most notorious troublemakers in potions class, second only to Neville. On one occasion, after Harry and Ron caused their potion to explode for the second time during class, Tyela swore he saw Snape point his wand at Harry, lips moving slightly, yet ultimately, Snape silently redirected his wand toward the remnants of the exploded potion. Due to Snape's demeanor, Harry's fondness for him plummeted dramatically. Simultaneously, he was compelled to sacrifice his Quidditch practice and join Tyela and Hermione in the library for study. As Harry and Ron engaged in an intense discussion about wizard cards and Quidditch while ascending the staircase, Hermione incessantly shared her academic insights with Tyela, who was quietly pondering a technique related to alchemy. When he regained his focus, he realized they had been led by Harry and Ron into a dimly lit, shadowy corridor on the 4th floor. The corridor's walls bore no adornments, only dull stone and dust-laden cobwebs, all indicative of its desolation, as if even spiders were reluctant to linger there. The moment the 4 young wizards stepped into the corridor, flames suddenly ignited on the stone pedestals lining the sides, illuminating an old wooden door at the end. "Oh no, we need to leave." Tyela immediately recognized their location. This was the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. "Quickly, we must escape before Mr. Filch finds us." Tyela tugged at Harry and turned to retreat, but a translucent, squat, grotesque ghost suddenly appeared before them. "Ha ha ha! Come quick, Mr. Filch! Another young wizard has entered the forbidden corridor." As Peeves exclaimed, he casually shut the door leading out the corridor. "Alohomora!" Hermione swiftly drew her wand and pointed it toward the door. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the enchantments cast by Peeves upon this formidable door rendered it utterly immobile. With a resounding explosion, Tara simultaneously brandished his wand. Though lacking the literary finesse of Hermione, he unleashed the most potent spell within his current repertoire. Regrettably, the wooden door merely quivered, revealing a slight fissure. Just as Tara was preparing to exert more effort, the door swung open unexpectedly. An elderly cat, with blood-red eyes and a mottled coat, appeared gracefully at the threshold. Chapter 41, Mischief. The appearance of Mrs. Norris, the feline guardian, signified that the caretaker, Filch, was drawing near. Tara resolved to make a final dash, if he could reach the staircase without being caught by Filch. Even if the caretaker discovered their intrusion into the forbidden zone, he would be unable to take any action against them. However, it was evident that the other young wizards did not share this sentiment. Ron was the first to bolt, not toward the staircase, but towards the door at the end of the corridor. Hermione, in her maiden act of rule-breaking, panicked and followed closely behind Ron. Harry, too, ran instinctively, pulling Tara, who had been preparing to flee in the opposite direction, causing him to stumble. Tara exclaimed, "I truly appreciate your help." They sprinted down the corridor, heads lowered, evading the debris and dust hurled by Peeves. Clearly, Peeves was determined not to let them escape, vociferously attempting to obstruct their path. With a thud, Ron was the first to collide with the door at the corridor's end, tugging at the handle. "Oh no, it's locked," he fretted. "Alohomora." Hermione, running second, waved her wand at the door. With a creak, the massive wooden door swung open, allowing the 4 young wizards to file in. Tara found himself enchanted by the scene. "You claimed to safeguard the last remaining philosopher's stone in existence, yet you couldn't have placed an additional enchantment upon the door," he pondered. "With your brilliance, Dumbledore, could you not have devised a spell requiring 4 wizards to simultaneously perform a specific incantation to unlock it?" Tara mused, baffled by the seemingly juvenile method of safeguarding the stone. It felt as though it were designed for training purposes. Wait, could this truly be Dumbledore's way of testing Harry? In his previous readings, he had always found the challenges guarding the Philosopher's Stone rather trivial, dismissing them as mere children's literature. Yet now, reflecting on it from his own perspective, he recognized that these obstacles resembled levels in a video game. Moreover, the timing of Peeves' interference seemed highly suspicious. How fortuitous that he obstructed their path. But since the event had transpired, Tara chose not to dwell excessively on the underlying reasons. Preparing for the worst. Scenario 1. This was indeed a challenge set forth by Dumbledore for the Savior, Harry, and Tara was merely an unwitting participant. needing to calculate what benefits he could derive from the situation. Scenario 2. Dumbledore had noticed his peculiarities, and he needed to devise a manner to earn Dumbledore's trust. Perhaps, Tara contemplated, he could attain both benefits and trust simultaneously. At that moment, the four of them pressed against the wooden door, listening to the sounds fading down the corridor. Only for Tara to notice the 6 eyes of the 3-headed dog behind him slowly opening. He squeezed the stinky bomb in his pocket, a purchase from the Wizarding Joke Shop in Diagon Alley during his summer visit, capable of emitting any desired odor. He had acquired a substantial amount of realgar from a Chinese herbal shop in London, originally intended as a weapon against the basilisk. But it would prove effective against the scent-sensitive 3-headed dog as well. Although the 3-headed dog loomed large in Muggle history and mythology, depicted as the guardian of the underworld capable of breathing fire, in the Wizarding World, it was merely a tough-skinned, high-magic-resistant creature of immense strength and acute sense of smell, an exceptionally loyal magical beast. While not particularly dangerous, it could still pose a threat to young wizards like Tara. He certainly did not wish to spend the weeks leading up to Christmas in the hospital. Hermione was the first to cry out, having spotted the 3 heads, 3 pairs of eyes, and 3 gaping mouths sniffing in her direction. The 3 enormous jaws dripped with foul-smelling saliva. They moved with alarming speed, flinging the door open and slamming it shut behind them as they dashed down the corridor, finally catching their breath upon reaching the moving staircase. What on earth are they keeping locked up in this school? Ron exclaimed breathlessly. Once Hermione regained her composure, her penchant for lecturing resurfaced as she pointed an accusatory finger at Harry and Ron. "You two," she scolded. "What are your eyes for? Didn't you see what it was standing on?" "On the floor," Harry speculated. "I didn't see its feet. I was too busy looking at its head." "No, not on the floor. It stood upon a trapdoor," she insisted. "It was evidently guarding something, and the reason students were prohibited from entering the 4th-floor corridor must surely be that something of great importance lay concealed there." Rising to her feet, she glared at Harry and Ron. "I hope you both pay attention to where you're walking next time, lest you lead us into places we ought not to be," Hermione admonished. "We could have been bitten to death, or worse, expelled from the school." It was now dinner time, and the 4 had just returned from the library, mentally drained after their harrowing escape. They were ravenous. Harry ordered a glass of orange juice, a bowl of cherries, and a black pepper steak, while Ron opted for half a honey-roasted chicken and a cup of lemon tea. Even Hermione, who usually ate sparingly, ordered an extra serving of fries. Only Tara's portions remained unchanged. He quietly consumed a plate of salt and pepper poached chicken breast, a serving of English fried rice with only cucumber and egg, a salad devoid of dressing, and a glass of milk. The culinary offerings in England were exceedingly limited, most laden with oil and salt. After over a month of persistent trips to the kitchen, Tara had finally taught the house elves how to prepare meat with less salt, how to poach chicken breast, and how to minimize butter and salt in fried rice, only incorporating cucumber and egg. Of course, not every meal consisted solely of chicken breast. Even Tara would find that unbearable. Thus, he occasionally indulged in roasted fish, pan-fried steak, or lamb and pea soup. After satisfying their hunger, Harry suddenly posed a question. "What do you think the professors are guarding with that 3-headed dog?" He turned to Tara. "Do you think it could be the item Hagrid took from Vault 713? After all, Hagrid had told them that the safest place in the world, besides Gringotts, was Hogwarts." Noticing Tara rolling his eyes ever so slightly before raising his gaze from his book, Harry's curiosity was piqued. Chapter 42. The Curse the Following Morning. Taylor rose promptly at 6 o'clock, yawning. Typically, he was accustomed to retiring early, but the previous night had seen Harry and Ron engage in a lengthy discussion about the 3-headed dog, which they had roped Taylor into as well. Ron's memory, however, was rather selective. He could only recall that the thick tome Taylor had wielded against Malfoy on the Hogwarts Express was titled Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Throughout the night, the 2 boys bombarded Taylor with inquiries about the 3-headed dog and other magical creatures. Their insatiable curiosity seemed to manifest predominantly in matters of mischief and Quidditch. Last night, Harry had also showcased the formidable legacy of the James Potter gene. Despite having been thoroughly frightened earlier that afternoon, he and Ron had unanimously deemed the experience of encountering the 3-headed canine a thrilling adventure, eagerly wishing to relive it. Yet, Taylor alone harbored a paternal concern, internally lamenting, "We were but a hair's breadth from death yesterday." Having thoroughly perused Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, Taylor was acutely aware of the ferocity of the 3-headed dog. While it might appear docile under the reluctant guidance of its master, once provoked, this creature, with its tough hide and formidable strength, could stand its ground even against a dragon. Had not the taming of such beasts required only modest magical skill, they would certainly merit a classification of 4X. Thus, Hermione's outrage in the original text following this incident was entirely justified. The reality diverged significantly from the cinematic portrayal. In the film, the three-headed dog seemed merely an easy obstacle. Yet when Taylor had truly faced its gaping maws the previous night, he felt his legs tremble. To complicate matters further, Harry had recounted in detail to Ron the little package that had seemingly been transported from Gringotts to Hogwarts, leading them to speculate for an extended period about what could necessitate such stringent guarding, were it not for Neville and Seamus being fast asleep in their dormitory. Taylor suspected that the little wizards would have convened a discussion about the Philosopher's Stone that very night. It was either extraordinarily precious or exceptionally perilous, or perhaps both, as Harry conjectured. "Or I suggest you all retire early," Taylor interjected softly. "Let's not forget that there is potions class tomorrow." "Do you truly believe that what the three-headed dog guards is more dangerous than Snape?" Harry and Ron merely contemplated Snape's visage, which resembled that of a man who had just lost his beloved, and the world suddenly fell silent. As Taylor ambled, still somewhat groggy, into the dining hall, he encountered Hermione, the young witch, already seated with a copy of a brief introduction to Transfiguration in hand. It seemed that word had spread about Taylor's transformation of his notebook into parchment. Witnessing a fellow Muggle-born like Taylor perform such intricate transfiguration had ignited Hermione's competitive spirit, prompting her to borrow the very same book from the library the previous day. However, it was evident that the text was somewhat beyond Hermione's grasp, for she had yet to delve deeply into it. Otherwise, she would not have greeted Taylor the moment he arrived, only to return to feigning interest in a brief introduction to Transfiguration. "Good morning," Taylor smiled gently, as was his custom, ordering a cup of hot milk, a soft-boiled egg, a small piece of rye bread, and an apple, proceeding to savor his meal at a leisurely pace. The day's lessons promised to be quite relaxed, at least for Taylor and Hermione, allowing them to peruse some unrelated texts after breakfast, since Snape had separated Taylor from Harry and paired him with another know-it-all in class. Snape had taken to avoiding Taylor and Hermione's group during his rounds, even when Hermione accidentally omitted the absinthium seed, resulting in their potion emitting a foul odor reminiscent of rancid leather. Snape had turned a blind eye. The only challenge Taylor faced in potions lay with Hermione, who insisted upon adhering strictly to the prescribed steps and techniques from the book, despite Taylor possessing more efficient, streamlined, and contemporary methods. This often led to spirited disagreements during their potions classes. Naturally, neither the obstinate Hermione nor the determined Taylor could sway the other, resulting in their potions being brewed in two separate cauldrons, each of them taking one. Taylor invariably completed his potion first, swiftly and expertly, which irked Hermione, who believed Taylor had taken shortcuts, motivating her to surpass him in other subjects. However, the other young wizards, particularly the Gryffindors, could only grimly prepare for the afternoon's potions class. Notably, Harry and Ron, the prime targets for Snape's scrutiny, found themselves scrambling for knowledge, having squandered several hours playing wizarding cards in the library the day before. "Hey, Taylor, why can snakeweed treat abdominal pain?" Harry inquired. Page 27 of the book. Taylor replied without lifting his gaze. "Wizards typically do not suffer from abdominal pain due to indigestion. Rather, it is an external manifestation of stress-induced coughing or a result of curses or diseases. These curses or maladies are the root cause of the pain, and they prefer to parasitize snakeweed, which is why it can alleviate most wizards' abdominal discomfort. However, it must be expelled from the body in a timely manner. Thus, today's potion brewed with snakeweed for treating abdominal pain will have the side effect of causing significant diarrhea after ingestion," Taylor explained. "Oh, I see," Harry murmured, returning to his studies. Taylor had once conducted an experiment with snakeweed and curseworms, discovering that snakeweed indeed possessed the ability to absorb curses and diseases, albeit with limited efficacy. It could attract curseworms, but merely attract them. It did not compel them to swarm. Curseworms could be classified as semi-living entities, even the simplest varieties, such as those Taylor had conjured using cuts, common flu, and tobacco mosaic virus, exhibited basic multicellular biological responses. More advanced types, such as HIV worms, cancer worms, and those conjured by Taylor's petrification curse, demonstrated further neurological responses. He pondered whether, in the future, when encountering higher-level curses like the killing curse, the torture curse, or the cruciatus curse, the curse worms generated from these three unforgivable curses might exhibit more complex biological forms. Suddenly, Taylor recalled Professor Quirrell, who sat timidly at the staff table, consuming his breakfast. Speaking of higher-level curses, he recalled that Voldemort, who resided within Quirrell, had been drinking unicorn blood to sustain himself. The consumption of unicorn blood was known to invite terrible curses. Could Voldemort, as a parasite residing within coral, be considered a curse? Might the curse associated with unicorn blood be extractable by the curse worms? Chapter 43. The package tailor felt a surge of excitement at these audacious thoughts. Although his current abilities were insufficient to conduct such a bold experiment, he increasingly felt that the sacrifice of his left pinky finger had been worthwhile. Due to the fact that Tiara's wizarding robe was a size larger, its ample cuffs effectively concealed his left hand. Consequently, up until now, aside from Harry, no one had noticed that Tiara consistently wore a flesh-colored glove on his left hand. When Harry inquired about it, Tiara replied, "I have a rather unsightly burn on this hand, so I keep it covered with a glove, and I hope you won't mention it to anyone." Although Tiara's pinky finger had lost its flesh, it remained surprisingly agile, moving freely despite being merely a skeletal remnant. Thus, Harry did not doubt Tiara's explanation and offered words of comfort. "Your potion-making skills are exceptional. Surely you will find a potion to heal that scar in no time." Harry's diligent studying, however, could not shield him from Snape's relentless scrutiny. Once Snape discovered that Harry's previous answers stemmed from Tiara's assistance rather than a genuine passion for potions, he ceased the questioning and instead focused on mocking Harry and Ron while they brewed potions. "Ah, it seems our Mr. Potter cannot even slice ingredients without his little sidekick. Even if we toss some snakeweed to a bunch of crabs, they would perform better than you." Snape sneered. "Mr. Potter, this is potions class, not a kitchen. Kindly refrain from your pumpkin juice antics. Do you wish to blow up your classmates? Please preheat the Lora juice before adding it in." Although Snape frequently targeted him, today he appeared particularly irritable, deducting over 20 points from Gryffindor, effectively nullifying the points Hermione had amassed in other classes. This provoked Hermione, who had been paired with Tiara, to grind her teeth in frustration. As a result, after class, Hermione barely acknowledged Ron and Harry. Following a lecture from Snape that had lasted the entire class, Harry could not help but argue with Hermione when she attempted to scold him. Enraged, the little witch turned on her heel and stormed off. "Come on, Tiara. Let us head to the library," Hermione huffed, eager to drag Tiara along. No, I'd rather not," Tiara replied. "Harry is practicing Quidditch today, and I would like to watch." "Quidditch? Quidditch!" Hermione nearly shrieked. "Aren't you the one who dislikes it?" "Indeed, I'm not fond of riding a broomstick myself, but I find pleasure in watching Harry fly," Tiara confessed, feeling somewhat guilty for his avoidance of Hermione. While Hermione was undeniably intelligent, her demeanor often came off as rather bothersome at this age, constantly adopting a condescending tone when lecturing Harry and Ron. Additionally, her tendency to chatter incessantly about trivial matters around Tiara became increasingly tiresome. "Fine, fine, fine." Hermione shot Tiara a glare. "Go watch your Quidditch." With that, she turned and stomped away toward the staircase. Tiara, along with Harry and Ron, let out a collective sigh of relief. "Phew, I tell you. Hermione must have read herself silly," Ron remarked. Harry silently nodded in agreement. Tiara, however, countered, "It's true that your potion-making techniques leave much to be desired. You cannot place all the blame on Snape for the deductions." Hermione, being young and passionate, could be understood in her frustrations. It was only natural for such a proud little witch to feel overwhelmed, and her irritability was somewhat justifiable. During dinner, Hermione chose not to sit with them. Instead, she dined alone at the far end of the long table, engrossed in a hefty tome. Tiara noticed Hermione's agitation as she cut her steak with more force than usual. As dinner neared its conclusion, a flock of owls swooped into the hall, delivering letters and parcels. Among them, Malfoy appeared to receive the most. Tiara noticed Malfoy glance at him with a smug expression as he unwrapped one of the parcels, but he quickly rewrapped it without revealing its contents. It seemed Malfoy was concocting some nefarious scheme once again. Tiara pondered, recalling how he had been subdued after Tiara had bested him in an unofficial duel. Since then, Malfoy had avoided him like a mouse evading a cat. However, it was evident that Malfoy was relentless, likely having summoned some external aid or magical item from home, given his family's close ties to Borgin and Burks. Amidst the chaos, Tiara received a parcel delivered by his pet raven, Raven. After 2 months of devoted care, Raven now resembled a fully grown raven, landing gently on Tiara's table with a package in its grasp. Raven squawked, clearly excited about his first long-distance delivery. All right, I know you've worked hard," Tiara said, gently stroking Raven's small head as he retrieved a small bowl and poured some warm milk. "House elf, could you kindly fetch me some slices of lamb? My little Raven is famished," Tiara called out to the empty hall. Moments later, a small dish of diced lamb appeared before Raven. Raven chirped joyfully, bowing his head to devour the meat. Meanwhile, Tiara opened his package, revealing a box measuring 20 centimeters long, 10 wide, and 10 high. Inside, bundles of herbs were carefully wrapped in pale yellow oil paper. Tiara had established a connection with Slag and Gig's apothecary through the Weasley twins, George and Fred, and had sent a letter via Raven with a deposit requesting some rare but not overly precious ingredients. Given the twins' frequent need for magical materials for their prank products, the apothecary owners were well acquainted with them. Thus, when Tiara approached the apothecary as a junior of the Weasley twins, requesting some uncommon herbs, Slag and Giggs promptly dispatched them. It was quite common for Hogwarts students to experiment with potions or practice brewing in preparation for their final potion exams. Tiara had procured 180 grams of desert thorn flower, a plant mass cultivated by the Ministry of Magic, along with 200 grams of fairy wings. And beneath the package lay 2 ounces each of scorpion venom and feathered serpent silver shell. Aside from that, he had gathered materials necessary for brewing the Felix Felicis potion. Now, Tiara was merely 2 ingredients away from learning Parseltongue, the Murtlap essence and African tree snake skin, both of which were regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 44, The Little Tycoon. As Tiara meticulously sorted and inspected the potion ingredients, Harry's fluffy head peeked in curiously. Were these, Tiara? They're potion ingredients, Tiara replied, contemplating before adding, you shouldn't keep provoking Hermione like that. I plan to brew a restorative potion that should help you concentrate while studying. Really? Is that true? Harry inquired, not out of lack of love for learning, but as any child might, he found his interest waning when progress in a subject eluded him for an extended period. Don't bother, Ron interjected with a roll of his eyes. With Snape around, it's impossible not to lose points. Besides, rather than trying to impress your little girlfriend, you might as well pay attention to her in class and abandon that peculiar potion brewing method of yours. Ron added, since Tia was the only one in this year's Gryffindor capable of enduring Hermione's incessant chatter for long stretches. Among both boys and girls, everyone speculated whether Tia was pursuing Hermione. Even Hermione thought so, once resolutely telling Tia that her heart belonged solely to her studies. Are these ingredients expensive? Harry asked. Not all, Tia replied, just about 30 or 40 galleons. In reality, it was 20 galleons and 10 sickles. That's so pricey? Harry exclaimed, awkwardly pulling a handful of galleons from his pocket and placing it in front of Tia. Here, 30 galleons. We can't rely solely on your money for potion brewing. There's no need, Harry, Tia thought joyfully, yet maintained a facade of difficulty. With so many ingredients, we can always sell the excess. Take it, Tia. Harry mustered the courage to push the galleons toward her. You've already helped so many of us, assisting me with my studies, tackling Snape's questions, and now helping me brew potions. I can't keep taking your things for free. Keep the galleons. It's not enough. I have plenty more. The innocence and sincerity of childhood friendships shone through. We are friends, Harry. You don't need to worry about this. Saying so, Tia slyly slid the pile of galleons into her pocket. A week later, at breakfast, just before potions class, Tia arrived carrying 2 jars of potions. Morning. The little witch Hermione, no longer upset after a week, reattached herself to Tia, though she still paid little heed to Harry and Ron. Is this the potion you brewed for them? Hermione asked curiously, eyeing the 2 glass jars in Tia's hands. Indeed, Tia replied, placing the jars on the table. One jar contained a calming potion from Intermediate Potions, while the other was Tia's own concoction, enhanced with her understanding and experience from the principles of potions, incorporating Balania mushrooms, dried lightning beetle shells, and fire snake scales, with an increased amount of calming flower pollen. The original calming potion was a pale lavender hue, exuding a subtle fragrance reminiscent of lavender, while Tia's improved version was a deep crimson, with a robust, spicy aroma. What is this red one? Hermione inquired. Also a calming potion, Tia explained, an older formula from the Principles of Potions. I experimented with both. Tia refrained from mentioning her improvements, knowing it would lead to Hermione's relentless queries. Regardless, Tia was aware Hermione would not revisit the Principles of Potions for the day after Tia returned it. The book was borrowed by the indefatigable Hermione. Yet, it reappeared on the library shelves 3 days later. Even for Tia, who had studied chemical principles, instrumental analysis, biochemical reaction engineering, and physical chemistry at university, the Principles of Potions proved somewhat challenging, let alone for Hermione, who had not even completed high school. Is it effective? Hermione asked. I gave a bit to Scabbers, and it worked quite well. At least he didn't die, Tia remarked, unable to assess the state of the rat, Peter Pettigrew. After observing no adverse effects in Scabbers, Tia took a sip herself. However, nothing happened. Akin to when she had consumed the original calming potion, she did not feel a heightened focus. It was clear that the original potion had worked wonders for Harry and Ron, Perhaps her prior consumption of the Harris potion had rendered her resistant to the calming potion. Yet, this situation was impossible to verify, and Tia had to let it go. She had brewed the original calming potion 3 days prior, while the improved version was only completed the night before. For this, she had spent 5 galleons purchasing some necessary ingredients, along with sulfur, iron powder, aluminum powder, and other materials for creating explosives. Considering Harry's impending vibrant campus life, Tia resolved to broaden her focus beyond just the calming potion and prepare several magical explosives. Perhaps I could collaborate more with the Weasley twins in the future. Could I have a bit? Hermione asked, finishing the last of her orange juice and pushing the cup toward Tia. Actually, I intended to have Professor Snape evaluate it this afternoon, Tia said, opening the jar containing the purple potion and pouring some into Hermione's cup. It's quite effective, isn't it? After drinking it all in one go, Hermione felt a refreshing coolness in her mind, awakening as if from a prolonged winter slumber, with everything around her becoming vibrant and bright. As long as it works. Tia smiled. Harry and Ron said the same. Can you teach me how to brew it? Hermione asked. Certainly, Tia replied nonchalantly, but the ingredients are all used up. We'll have to wait until next time. As Tia and Hermione conversed, more students trickled into the dining hall. Many 5th and 6th years, rising early to prepare for their OWL examinations. Hello, Hermione. Hello, Tia. Percy, with his curly hair, greeted the 2 first-year witches with a smile. Good morning, Percy. Good morning, Prefect, Tia added. Percy beamed at Tia's respectful address, clearly pleased. He appreciated these 2 first-year students for their diligence, discipline, and, most importantly, their respect for him as a prefect, finding them far more likable than his mischievous twin brothers or their dim-witted younger sibling. Prefect, I have a question about transfiguration. Could you possibly explain it to me? Tia spread her prepared notes on transfiguration on the table. The film's portrayal of Percy highlighted him as the odd one in the Weasley family. A humorless, studious workaholic with a strong desire for authority and a keen sense of pride. Thus, Tia's respectful address and occasional admiring glances effectively ensnared him, allowing this academic zealot to spare some of his scarce free time to answer Tia's inquiries. Tia's knowledge was indeed substantial, yet eclectic, blending his prior life's materialistic scientific worldview with the 3-dimensional magical theory he first encountered in this life. Culminating in what he termed classical magical theory learned at Hogwarts, Tia encountered challenges in the virtual spiritual dimension of transfiguration, specifically in the transformation of living beings into inanimate objects and vice versa. To conjure vibrant animals or plants from lifeless matter, rather than merely creating organic flesh, one must construct a virtual spiritual dimension according to the principles of magical 3-dimensional theory. This is not a genuine spiritual dimension, but rather a virtual soul akin to a computer program. Tia found herself at an impasse regarding this construction, leading her to seek guidance from upperclassmen through Hogwarts textbooks. Chapter 45. Snape's Shock. Is this the principle of transfiguration for upperclassmen? Percy exclaimed in astonishment after reviewing the notes. The principles of transfiguration? Hermione echoed, squeezing closer. Yet, Tia's notes were nothing but a bewildering array of symbols, formulas, and geometric shapes. This is not material you should be studying at your age. What do you intend to do? Prepare for your OWLs? Percy questioned sternly, suspecting that Tia and his 2 younger brothers had conspired to perplex him with the exceedingly difficult principles of transfiguration. Having grown up alongside his siblings, Percy had developed a touch of PTSD from their mischievous antics. No, Prefect, I merely wish to create magical items, Tia replied. She understood that her learning process involved first mastering theory before conducting experiments, a standard approach in Chinese education. Texts such as Potion's Principles and a brief discussion on transfiguration were typically reserved for upperclassmen who had passed their OWLs, seeking to advance further on the path of magic. Aside from select few wizards, including the young Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Voldemort, and Snape, only Tia and Hermione would delve into these texts at their age. However, at Hogwarts, the emphasis was on practical application, mastering techniques through extensive practice, which often meant that many young witches and wizards, even some graduates, might never engage with these books, yet still wield transfiguration with remarkable skill. Focus on your studies appropriate for your age. Do not aim too high, Percy admonished, clearly agitated by the mention of magical items. With that, he stormed off. Tia and Hermione exchanged glances. Hermione perplexed as to how a simple academic inquiry had devolved into such a confrontation. Tia speculated, recalling the Weasley joke shop from books. The twins must have begun their research into prank products. It stood to reason that their initial explorations would not be smooth, for just moments ago, Tiara had noticed a look of sheer disgust on Percy's face. Shortly after Percy departed, Harry and Ron arrived in the dining hall. Tiara, we'll be relying on you in potions class shortly, Ron said. Even if you drink the calming potion, Hermione interjected loudly. If your execution is lacking, Snape will still deduct points. I suggest you review Tiara's potion notes now. Review Tiara's potion notes. Ron exaggeratedly echoed in Hermione's style, as if implying she had a particular fondness for Tiara. You. Hermione's face flushed with indignation as she shot Ron a fierce glare. You are utterly unreasonable. With that, she slammed her book shut and moved to another seat. She is the unreasonable one, Ron remarked to Harry and Tiara after Hermione had walked away. Harry nodded silently. Tiara countered, you shouldn't speak of her that way. Though she may be a bit preachy and annoying, her intentions are for your benefit. Besides, she will be your future wife, Tiara mused inwardly. Ultimately, Hermione's predictions proved accurate. After consuming the calming potion, Harry and Ron were indeed more focused, at least. They did not fumble during Snape's potions class. However, their circumstances remained unchanged. In the eyes of Master Potion Maker Snape, their techniques were riddled with errors. Harry and Ron endured a full class of ridicule. Fortunately, Gryffindor only lost 15 points in this instance. Thanks to the effects of the calming potion, Harry and Ron managed to filter out Snape's taunts and genuinely learn something from the class, which slightly alleviated the gloom that had enveloped Hermione all morning. Your classmates have all left. What are you still doing here, our little prodigy? After everyone else had departed, only Tiara remained, cradling a glass vial filled with a crimson potion. Following Snape's discovery of his previous assistance to Harry in cheating, the professor's perception of Tiara had taken a drastic turn. Tiara suspected that Snape viewed him and his trio of point-deducting friends as the new Marauders, likely rekindling unpleasant memories for him. Professor Snape. Tiara feigned the demeanor of an eager, inquisitive young wizard. This is the calming potion I brewed, but for some reason, it has manifested as a deep red, pungent concoction rather than the pale lavender described in the texts. Could you kindly assist me in discerning its properties? She extended the glass vial, which she had held tightly in both hands, toward him. Oomph. Snape scoffed. It seems our little prodigy wishes to refine his potion independently. Despite his sarcasm, Snape gestured for him to place the potion on the front desk and then waved his wand, casting an unfamiliar incantation. Potion assessment charm, Snape stated, found on page 89 of Advanced Potion Making. In the future, you may. Snape's words abruptly halted as his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Although the potion assessment charm was effective on potions, only the caster could discern the specific results. If one wished to demonstrate findings, they would need to cast a retrieving charm afterward to convey the information to others. After a moment of stunned silence, Snape cast another potion assessment charm. Without revealing the results, he turned and retreated to his potion chamber, leaving Tiara abandoned in the classroom. Tiara stood uncertainly, not knowing whether to leave or remain, fidgeting anxiously in place. She had brought the potion to Snape for evaluation as a means to validate her progress in potion making. Only through this could she confidently consume the Hydreigon venom she planned to brew next. That was a derivative poison of the blood-cursed beast, and given Tiara's current abilities, he might not be able to dispel such a high-level curse. If anything were to go awry, he would have no time for regret. However, she had not anticipated Snape's intense reaction to her potion. Based on her assessment, even if her refined potion was significantly more potent than the standard calming potion, it should not have elicited such an extreme response from him. Had he not also experimented with potion modifications in his youth? Chapter 46, The Master of Potions. Did you brew this potion? 10 minutes later, Severus Snape appeared before Tila, holding a vial of potion that was missing a layer. Why yes, Tila stammered, discreetly observing Snape's expression. If you wish to look, then do so openly. Snape's cold voice cut through the air. Do not steal glances. All right, Professor Snape, Tila replied. At that moment, Snape's countenance, while not overtly displeasing, bore a hint of something Tila found difficult to articulate, perhaps a tinge of complexity. Where did you acquire the potion's recipe? Snape inquired. I devised it myself, Tila explained, while procuring ingredients for a calming draft. I discovered that dried lightning beetle shells and balania mushrooms were considerably less expensive than the required mandrake roots and the eye of a golden beetle. Furthermore, according to principles of potion making, these two ingredients are primary components of a potent analgesic, which aids wizards in maintaining focus under extreme conditions. Hence I thought, thus, you speculated that the four ingredients might possess an esoteric and material connection, prompting you to substitute the mandrake roots and golden beetle eyes with these two materials? Snape interjected. However, the effect was not significant, So you increase the original quantity of calming flowers while adding 23 grams and 30 grams of the two new materials, resulting in this vial of crimson calming potion, correct? Indeed, Tila replied quietly. Though Snape's account lacked a step in her calculation process, it was sufficiently close. After scrutinizing her for a moment, Snape asked, "Are you interested in potion making?" "Yes," Tila answered earnestly. "Have you studied potion making before?" Snape pressed. "Not formally, but my parents are herbalists from the Muggle world, and during my time of wandering, I worked briefly in an apothecary," Tila elaborated, adding that she found similarities between Muggle herbalism and the potions taught at Hogwarts. Snape nodded, seemingly accepting Tila's explanation. After all, herbalism could be seen as the Eastern equivalent of potion making. "Do you wish to continue learning about potions?" Snape queried. "Absolutely," Tila nearly exclaimed. "Very well. Meet me in my office every Sunday evening from 6:30 to 7:30. I can only spare 1 hour, so do not be late, and come prepared with your questions. Do not waste my time." If ranked, Tila's excitement now rivaled her initial thrill upon entering Hogwarts. She had merely sought Snape's assistance in identifying her potion, fully expecting to be rebuffed, yet to her astonishment, he had offered her one-on-one tutoring in potion making. "I still need to examine this potion further. You may leave now," Snape commanded, dismissing her without hesitation once she acquiesced. Even after exiting the potions classroom, Tila felt an air of unreality enveloping her. She glanced back at Snape's office before hastily ascending the staircase. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after her departure, Snape emerged from his office, the vial of deep crimson potion in hand, and made his way directly to the entrance of the headmaster's office. Upon correctly answering the password, he traversed the gargoyle and ascended the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. During dinner, George and Fred Weasley sought out Tila. "Hey, Tila, we hear you're also crafting magical items?" George, or perhaps it was Fred, asked. "This morning, Percy stormed over and gave us a lecture. He thought we had led you astray. Honestly, if you have any questions about transfiguration, you can certainly ask us," one of the twins offered. "Yes, we are experts in transfiguration. We even heard from Ron that you brewed a calming draft for him and Harry. That's something many sixth years struggle with. Even Percy can't manage it," he chuckled. "By the way, would you like to team up with us? Fred and I are working on prank products." Tila was momentarily taken aback by the twins' rapid-fire conversation, but managed to grasp the gist. "What progress have you made?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. The Weasley twins' joke shop had dominated Diagon Alley, a testament to their claim of expertise in transfiguration. After all, Tila considered herself a theoretical giant, but a practical dwarf. Her knowledge of transfiguration, alchemy, and the crafting of magical items, including potion-making techniques, was bolstered by an accumulation of experience and knowledge from a past life that far surpassed her current era. "We made some progress," Fred, or was it George, mysteriously revealed, producing a pale yellow, egg-sized object from his pocket. "This is a modified dung bomb. Once it hits someone, the stench will be, well, you can imagine." "All right, I'm in." Tila suddenly recalled that the twins also possessed the Marauders map, a magical artifact created by the 4 Marauders that they had acquired during their first year. An impressive feat thus. Tila had merely been engaging in casual banter, never truly expecting to uncover any significant news. The twins welcomed her participation with enthusiasm, sandwiching her between them as they dined, sharing tales of the school's professors and staff, most notably the antics of Argus Filch and Madame Pants, the librarian, as well as their own glorious exploits. Meanwhile, their brother Ron was relegated to the sidelines. Listening to their tales, Tila could only marvel at their resilience. That these two had survived to this point without severe reprimand was a testament to Dumbledore's reforms, which had abolished many punitive regulations against students. "When do we meet for our activities?" Tila inquired, acknowledging the intrigue of their stories, yet aware that honing her magical practical skills was paramount. "Anytime," one of them, perhaps George, responded. "Typically on Saturdays and Sundays," the other added, "but we also gather whenever we don't have classes. Inspiration often strikes unexpectedly, and that we cannot control." Chapter 47, The Firebolt 2000. Tila keenly detected the hint of truancy in that statement. Just as she was about to respond, a flurry of owls swept in, accompanied by a multitude of parcels. Tila retrieved a cardboard box containing the potion ingredients she had recently ordered from Slughorn and Giggs Apothecary. Thanks to Harry's investment and her own exchange of pounds for galleons at Gringotts, Tila's finances remained quite ample, with most of the contents comprising magical materials sourced from fantastic creatures. This time, she had also procured a selection of herb seeds from the apothecary. After all, with an entire planet's worth of land at her disposal, it would be a shame not to cultivate something. In his previous life, although Tila specialized in molecular crop breeding and primarily engaged in laboratory work. The severe outflux of young people from the village where their experimental fields were located meant that the youngest temporary workers available to their research group were already 72 years old. Consequently, most of the field work had to be undertaken by him and his senior colleagues, which endowed Tila with a certain proficiency in basic agricultural planting techniques. In fact, even before receiving his acceptance letter, Tila had aspired to cultivate something within the few acres of herb gardens encircled by Merlin. However, he lacked access to herb seeds and was without the strength to manage it alone. Hence, Tila was in a hurry to master transfiguration, not only to create magical items, but also to devise an automatic sewing device. This time, the Weasley twins had not received any mail, evidently due to their meager pocket money having been nearly exhausted, compelling them to conserve their resources. Nevertheless, among all the owl couriers, the most striking sight was a slender parcel carried by 6 long-eared owls. A mere glance was sufficient for Tila to comprehend its contents. The Nimbus 2000 that Professor McGonagall had purchased for Harry. Upon reaching Harry, the 6 owls simultaneously released their grips, causing the hefty package to thud onto the table before him, eliciting a resounding noise that captured the attention of everyone in the dining hall. Just as the 6 owls flapped their wings and took flight, the pristine white Hedwig swooped down, grasping a letter in her beak and landing in Harry's embrace. Harry hastily tore open the letter, revealing the message: "Do not open the parcel on the table. It contains your new Nimbus 2000. I wish to keep it a secret from everyone else to avoid inciting their envy. Oliver Wood will meet you at the Quidditch pitch at 7 tonight for your first training session. Professor McGonagall." Harry passed the note to Ron, unable to conceal his joy. "The Nimbus 2000. Ron exclaimed enviously. "I've never even touched one." Harry quickly rounded up Tila and Ron, eager to find a secluded spot before their first class to unwrap the parcel and reveal the broomstick. However, as fate would have it, they encountered Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle just as they were passing through the entrance hall. "Look, someone's sending gifts to the poor little Potter," Malfoy shouted, attempting to snatch the parcel from Harry's hands. Yet, he was momentarily taken aback by Tila, who stood behind Harry, casting a sidelong glance at him. Malfoy's hand faltered. Tila swiftly urged Harry and Ron to squeeze past Malfoy. "It must be a flying broom," Malfoy declared excitedly, having deduced the shape of the parcel at a glance. "You'd better brace yourself for punishment, Potter. First years aren't allowed to bring brooms to school. I'm going to tell Professor McGonagall. Potter, you're breaking school rules." Upon hearing Malfoy's shouts from behind, Tila, Harry, and Ron exchanged glances, each bearing a suppressed smile. "This is no ordinary broomstick." Ron could no longer contain himself. Yet, Tila, quick on the uptake, clamped a hand over Ron's mouth just before he could finish, and with one arm around Ron and the other holding Harry, he hurried up the stairs. "Honestly, I should really thank Malfoy," Harry said with a grin once they reached the top of the marble staircase, where Malfoy and his 2 lackeys were no longer visible. "If he hadn't stolen Neville-esque glass ball, I wouldn't have had the chance to ride the broom and catch it. If I hadn't ridden the broom, Professor McGonagall wouldn't have seen me. If she hadn't seen me, I wouldn't have made the team. So you think this is a reward for breaking school rules?" Came an irate voice from behind them. Hermione stomped up the stairs, glaring at the parcel in Harry's hands. "I thought you weren't going to talk to us anymore," Harry remarked. "Yes, and it's rather comforting," Ron added. Hermione shot them a cold look, especially at Tila, and strode away with her nose held high. "Honestly, mate," Ron nudged Tila with his elbow, "if you say Hermione is not interested in you, I want to believe it." Harry perked up intrigued. "My focus is solely on my studies," Tila replied, rolling his eyes, thinking to himself that Ron would have his share of trouble once they were married. Although in potions class he and Harry were separated by Snape, they still habitually sat together in other classes. Tila noticed that Harry found it hard to concentrate, frequently glancing at the clock mounted on the classroom wall and shifting restlessly in his seat. Surely, Harry's thoughts were already drifting to the dormitory, where his new broom lay beneath his bed. Finally, the hour of 7 approached. More accurately, it was 6:40, and after only taking a couple of bites of food, Harry swiftly left the castle for the Quidditch pitch. Tila accompanied him, for after all, Harry was his little benefactor, and this was a splendid opportunity to enhance his rapport. Moreover, he wished to test the effects of the calming potion during the Quidditch match. According to George and Fred, while the use of such potions was prohibited in Quidditch, the intensity of the sport meant that if consumed in small quantities, the effects would dissipate quickly within a wizard system. Therefore, even if tested afterward with a revealing charm, it would show no trace. Thus, the discreet consumption of these attention-enhancing potions had become an unspoken rule on the Quidditch field. Not to mention, even in formal Quidditch teams. Each of the 4 Hogwarts houses maintained a so-called medical assistant, typically a potion maker. Originally, the Gryffindor potion maker was a 7th-year student named Poppy Pomfrey, a small wizard with fluffy hair. However, since he had graduated and was currently interning at Slughorn and Giggs Apothecary, the role was temporarily filled by Captain Wood. Upon learning from the Weasley twins that among this year's first-year wizards, besides the talented seeker Harry Potter, there was also a prodigious potion maker Tila, who had managed to brew the calming potion with only one failure. Oliver Wood invited Tila to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. This year, we are sure to win the House Cup, Oliver Wood, a tall boy with soft, light brown hair, said, patting Tila on the shoulder. Chapter 48, Conflict. Unbeknownst to him, Tila had already spent 2 months at Hogwarts, and time swiftly marched toward the eve of Halloween. Now, aside from his weekly assignments and self-study, Tila also allocated some of his time to assist the Gryffindor Quidditch team in brewing potions, with all expenses for potion ingredients covered by the school. Many graduates, including Professor McGonagall, were willing to shoulder this cost, especially since Professor McGonagall was already aware of Tyela's potion brewing skills. Given that each potion master concocts potions with significantly varying effects, they must consume a bottle or 2 during their training. This practice not only enhances the quality of their training, but also helps them acclimatize to the slight discomfort that arises after the potions dissipate. After confirming, through the potion identification spell detailed in an in-depth study of potions, that her newly brewed calming potion was flawless, all the trainees at Hogwarts began to drink this more potent crimson concoction. Additionally, Tyela was required to study potion knowledge with Snape for an hour every Sunday evening, grappling with a multitude of thought-provoking questions he left behind after class, along with the occasional bursts of inspiration from the Weasley twins. This infusion of knowledge invigorated Tyela's campus life, and she sensed remarkable progress in her potion-making, transfiguration, and alchemy skills. Unlike Harry, who felt overwhelmed by the demands of Quidditch and his studies, Tyela felt a surge of exhilaration. This was not solely due to her acquisition of new knowledge, but also largely attributed to the effects of the Rise Potion. The Rise Potion bolstered Tyela's spirit, enhancing her mental presence. After months of consumption, she could distinctly feel her mental clarity, reaction speed, and memory improving. Nevertheless, Tyela maintained her routine of retiring to bed by 9:30 p.m. and rising at 6 a.m., allowing herself an hour's nap at noon. Even on the rare occasions when sleep eluded her and she felt invigorated, Tyela would lie in bed with her eyes closed, attempting to fully relax her body, where she would consume the raw egg whites of the mist serpent's eggs, small magical creatures residing in coastal caves, which wizards had bred in abundance. These serpents, feeding on small shrimp or fish, were non-venomous and social, their brains being the primary ingredient for brewing a hypnotic mist. Hence their name. Their eggs, rich in protein and possessing mild sleep-inducing properties, were used to calm young wizards whose magical powers had spiraled out of control, allowing them to swiftly enter a state of slumber without any side effects, and rather benefiting their health. With just 7 silver sickles, Tyela could procure 16 from a grocery store in Diagon Alley, an exceedingly affordable price. Furthermore, Tyela instructed the house elves at Hogwarts to provide her with an extra cup of milk at breakfast, an additional slice of rye bread, a small serving of tuna salad at lunch, and a bowl of fruit at dinner. This was to safeguard her physical existence, her underage body, ensuring she received ample sleep and nutrition. Since Tyela's mental acuity far surpassed the typical limits for someone her age, it inevitably placed some strain on her physical form. Determined to maintain a balance between work and leisure, Tyela resolved to indulge herself on Halloween. Thanks to the rich tapestry of traditional Chinese culture and the vibrant array of Western festivities, Tyela found ample reasons each month to grant herself a reprieve. For instance, on the 22nd of last month, coinciding with the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, a Sunday, Tyela chose not to visit the library, opting instead to spend the day in her dormitory chatting with Harry and Ron, and at dinner, she indulged in 4 excessively sweet chocolate cakes. It was her first foray into using transfiguration outside of class, transforming those 4 sinfully sweet chocolate pieces into 4 intricately shaped mooncakes adorned with symbols of reunion, which she shared with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. On the 1st of October, Tyela similarly abstained from the library, choosing instead to celebrate her motherland's 42nd birthday by transfiguring a small 5-star red flag onto her flesh-colored glove. In doing so, Tyela honored her homeland, which she could never return to, and the parents she would never see again. Given that today was Halloween, Tyela decided to grant herself another moment of indulgence. After rising early, she unusually refrained from bringing a book to the dining hall, instead choosing to lie on her bed, gazing at the ceiling in idleness. With the Halloween ball scheduled for that evening, Taila mused that she had been exceedingly busy over the past half-month and truly needed to rest. Last night, she had already stowed 5 firebombs, crafted through a combination of transfiguration and rudimentary alchemy, into the pocket of her wizarding robes. After all, a challenging confrontation awaited her. If all went as planned, Professor Quirrell would unleash the troll guarding the Philosopher's Stone during tonight's festivities. Over the past 2 weeks, since Harry had received the Firebolt 2000, the rift between him and Hermione had deepened. Hermione had nearly ceased all communication with Harry and Ron, speaking only on the rare occasions they encountered one another in class or the common room, exchanging curt pleasantries. Taila found herself similarly disregarded. Whenever they crossed paths in the library, Hermione either buried herself in a book she could not fully comprehend or averted her gaze, pretending not to see Taila. Even when Taila greeted her politely, Hermione would hastily excuse herself, feigning urgency. This situation left Harry feeling somewhat disheartened. While Taila and Ron were eager to be rid of Hermione, though Taila was an adult, she had little patience for Hermione's tendency to act like a self-important young witch. Ron, needless to say, wished never to see her again. However, fate had other plans. During today's Charms class, Harry and Ron arrived late. Their excitement over spending their first Halloween here, causing them to lose track of time in discussion until Taila had already dozed off. Consequently, when Harry and Ron entered the Charms classroom, aside from Taila reserving a spot for Harry, Ron was left to sit at a table with Hermione. Both Ron and Hermione exhibited considerable irritation. Harry felt immensely grateful to have Taila as a friend, not only for her academic support, but also for her assistance in securing a good seat, especially when Professor Flitwick announced the lesson on the levitation charm. Harry felt a jolt of excitement. Since Taila had demonstrated the charm during their first flying lesson weeks ago, Harry had persistently asked her to teach him. Just 5 days prior, Harry had successfully managed to levitate a piece of parchment for a brief moment. Chapter 49, Chaos. Now, do not forget that subtle wrist motion we have been practicing, Professor Flitwick called sharply from atop his pile of books, gesturing with a flick and a shake. Remember, a flick and a shake. Pronunciation of the incantation is equally crucial. Do not forget about the wizard Baruffio, who mispronounced emphasis and ended up lying on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. This was likely an incident of erroneous magical configuration, coincidentally influenced by the wizard's spiritual dimension, resulting in a significant deviation. Taila deduced that it could not merely be a matter of mispronouncing a single sound. Each individual's spiritual dimension is unique and singular. Thus, even if different wizards pronounce the same incantation identically, the outcomes can vary drastically. Just like the explosive genius, Seamus Finnegan. With a mere incantation, he could conjure an explosion effect from a cauldron full of potions. After outlining the key points, Flitwick waved his wand, indicating that the young wizards present could practice independently. However, it was evident that while Flitwick demonstrated the spell with remarkable ease, very few of the young wizards succeeded when it came to executing it themselves. Naturally, the first to master it was Hermione, who had learned this charm on her own just weeks after their first flying lesson. Splendid, Miss Granger, Flitwick exclaimed, awarding Gryffindor 5 points. This caused Hermione's stern expression, which she had maintained all morning, to soften slightly. Next were Taila and Harry, who, with a flick and a shake, managed to lift the feather on their table into the air with grace. Yet, the other young wizards were not as fortunate. Seamus Finnegan once again set his props ablaze. With a loud pop, the feather before him erupted into a cloud of black smoke. His desk, Mate Neville, quick on the uptake, promptly slammed a hefty spellbook on Seamus's table, showcasing a level of skill that was almost painful to witness. Meanwhile, Ron, at another table, seemed to share a similar fate. Wingardium Leviosa, he bellowed with all his might, flailing his long arms like a windmill. Yet, the feather on his table remained utterly unmoved. You pronounced it wrong, Hermione said bluntly, her spirits evidently lifted after receiving Flitwick's praise. It's Wingardium Leviosa. The gar should be elongated and pronounced clearly. All right, got it, Ron mumbled under his breath. As the class neared its conclusion, Ron's mood soured considerably. No wonder everyone is fed up with her. Taila overheard Ron say to Harry as they struggled through the crowded corridor. Honestly, she's like a nightmare. Someone jostled Taila roughly as they hurried past. It was Hermione. Taila had noticed her shedding tears as she passed by. I think she heard you, Taila remarked coolly. So what? Ron retorted, though a hint of unease crept into his voice. She must have noticed she doesn't have a single friend left. Look, even you haven't been hanging out with her lately. Taila sighed softly, at a loss for words to express her frustration at being embroiled in this petty conflict among the young students. The next lesson saw Hermione absent, and she remained unseen throughout the afternoon. At dinner time, Taylor, Harry, and Ron made their way down to the Great Hall, en route to the Halloween feast, when they inadvertently overheard Parvati telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and refusing to let anyone comfort her. Upon hearing this, Ron appeared increasingly uncomfortable, even contemplating whether he should apologize to Hermione. However, moments later, as they entered the Great Hall and were greeted by a kaleidoscope of Halloween decorations, Ron and Harry quickly forgot about Hermione. 1,000 bats flapped against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000, resembling low-hanging clouds, swirled above the dining tables, causing the candle flames and the pumpkins to flicker incessantly. Delectable dishes materialized on golden plates, reminiscent of the grand feast at the start of the school year. Once the feast commenced, Ron held a chicken leg in one hand and speared a piece of beef with a fork in the other. Harry was spooning a piece of perfectly steamed potato. Meanwhile, Taylor swiftly finished his main course of pan-seared cod, roasted lamb, and a bit of bacon, and was now ladling caramel fruit pudding from the dish in front of him. Nonetheless, Taylor appeared somewhat restless, occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the hall. "Stop looking, Taylor," Ron said, his mouth full of meat. "I'm sure Hermione will come once she has done crying." "Well, okay. I'm a bit worried about Hermione," Taylor replied. Just then, Taylor's eyes brightened as he spotted Professor Quirrell, clad in a loose robe and with a rag tied around his head, stumbling in. "Troll!" he shouted, his voice breaking as he entered the hall. "A troll has appeared in the dungeons." Quirrell collapsed in front of Dumbledore's podium, unconscious. He fell with the elegance of a tragic actress, deliberately presenting her face to the ground. "Ah!" Someone shrieked, and chaos erupted in the Great Hall, with some young wizards dropping their food in panic. Indeed, it was Ron who tossed aside his steak and chicken leg, toppling Taylor's caramel pudding in the process, and he joined the other young wizards in screaming. Professor Dumbledore was compelled to emit several sharp, crackling sounds from the tip of his wand before the room quieted down. "Heads of houses," Dumbledore said in a hushed tone, "please escort your students back to their dormitories immediately. All teachers, follow me." Percy, of course, was adept at the task. "Follow me. Stay together, first-year students. As long as you heed my instructions, there's no need to fear any trolls." "All right, stay closely behind me. Make way, first years coming through." "Excuse me. I'm the head boy. Don't shove me. How could a troll get in here?" Harry turned to ask Taylor, but he realized that only Ron and a few other first-year wizards were beside him. "Where's Taylor?" Harry asked, nearly panicking as he stood on tiptoe, scanning the vicinity. In the midst of the chaotic crowd, Taylor was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Taylor? Have you seen Taylor?" Harry suddenly grasped Ron's arm. "Taylor is missing." Chapter 50, The Troll. At that moment, Taylor was walking briskly against the flow of the crowd, checking his gear as he went. 5 exploding snap bombs, a dung bomb from the Weasleys, a chunk of freshly requested bloody raw lamb from the kitchen house elf, and a dozen cursed worms, entirely under his control, affixed to the inner side of the lamb. Taylor was uncertain whether the cursed worms could penetrate the troll's thick, coarse skin to inflict damage, so he concealed them within the lamb, leveraging the troll's penchant for raw meat to entice it to consume the cursed worms. The raw meat was wrapped in oil paper and tucked into his robe. Thanks to the voluminous wizarding robes, it was impossible to discern from the outside that Taylor had hidden such items. Taylor truly had no obligation to wade into this mess. Even if he hadn't sought out Hermione, Harry and Ron would undoubtedly have noticed her absence. Yet, he needed the troll's blood. It was to be used in crafting his first genuine magical item, the Titan Amulet. Amulets forged from the fresh blood of trolls, giants, or ogres would grant the bearer magical resistance akin to that of trolls, giants, or ogres for 1 minute upon activation. It is a semi-permanent talisman, and the general construction has already been completed by Tila. Thanks to the wonders of magic, it does not require high temperatures, only a regular flame and a few incantations. Tila managed to create a smooth, coin-like amulet in just 3 days. At present, the talisman holds no power. It only reaches completion upon the infusion of ogre's blood. The talisman can be utilized a maximum of 3 times. After the 3rd use, fresh blood from an ogre, giant, or troll must be added to maintain its functionality. Tila had once contemplated using Hagrid's blood, for in the 5th book of the original series, Hagrid endured several dark curses from the Ministry of Magic's Aurors without a scratch. However, the principle of this talisman is to use blood as a medium to siphon the life force of ogres. In essence, it entails harming the ogres to gain their magical resilience. Thus, she ultimately chose to take the risk and target the ogre guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Thundering footsteps echoed through the corridor ahead, accompanied by an intensely foul and nauseating odor. Tila slowed her pace, waving her wand to cast an air-freshening charm, pressing herself against the wall as she stealthily approached the enormous shadow. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, realizing Tila had vanished, crouched down and blended into the crowd of Hufflepuffs. Heading in a different direction, they quietly slipped past the empty side corridor, hurrying toward the hall where they had just dined. However, as they turned a corner, they heard hurried footsteps behind them. "Percy," Ron whispered urgently, pulling Harry behind a large griffin statue. Peering from behind the statue, they saw not Percy, but Snape, who crossed the corridor and disappeared from their view. "What is he doing?" Harry inquired softly. "Isn't he with the other professors in the underground classroom?" "How should I know?" They followed the fading footsteps of Snape, cautiously moving along another corridor while trying to remain silent. "He's heading to the 3rd floor," Harry noted. But Ron raised his hand. "Do you smell that?" Harry inhaled deeply, a putrid stench invading his nostrils, a vile mix of dirty socks and a long unattended public restroom. Then, they heard a deep, agonizing roar that reverberated painfully in their ears, a sound so terrifying they swore they had never encountered anything like it before. Following that, there was the sound of something large crashing to the ground. Harry and Ron exchanged glances before simultaneously sprinting toward the source of the noise. "It's the girls' bathroom." Guided by the foul odor and the tremendous clamor, they quickly located the source of the disturbance. Hermione is still in the girls' bathroom," Harry suddenly exclaimed, as if only then recalling the young witch, Hermione. Yet, as they entered the bathroom, they were met with a scene they would never forget. Tear-streaked and wide-eyed, Hermione was curled up in the cramped space beneath the sink. Most of the stalls and toilets in the bathroom lay in ruins. In the center of the restroom, a massive ogre, at least 12 feet tall, its skin dull and gray, resembling granite, lay sprawled on the floor, seemingly unconscious. Its head bore scorch marks, and a small wound on its neck, about 5 centimeters below its grotesque head, oozed green blood. Tila, covered in dust, sat beside it, her face radiating uncontainable joy. Upon hearing their arrival, a flicker of panic crossed Tila's face. However, upon seeing Harry and Ron, she shook the dust from her robes. "Harry, Ron." Tila's voice was noticeably more jubilant. "I found Hermione," she exclaimed, gesturing animatedly toward them. "I'm so glad I found her in time. Otherwise, the ogre would have nearly struck Hermione." You came looking for me?" Hermione, regaining her composure, seemed on the verge of tears again. "Yes, right?" Harry and Ron replied almost in unison. Tila had already stood up and quickly embraced them, turning her back to Hermione while gripping Harry and Ron's thumbs tightly. "Oh, right. About this afternoon." Harry and Ron suddenly realized, speaking one after another, "We're sorry about this afternoon. We shouldn't have spoken ill of you." However, Tila continued to grip their fingers. "Your admonitions are sometimes quite useful," Harry added. Only then did Tila slowly release them. No, you're right," Hermione said, smiling sheepishly. "I could be a bit bothersome." The 4 young wizards exchanged glances and unexpectedly burst into laughter. They laughed for a moment before falling silent. "So, are we still friends?" Hermione asked cautiously. "Of course." Ron was the first to respond, with Harry and Tila nodding in agreement. "What on earth just happened?" Ron inquired. "How did Tila end up here?" "We split up to search for Hermione," Tila explained. "I came to the 3rd floor first to confirm a hypothesis of mine. And indeed, it was true." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Tila. Professor McGonagall burst into the shattered girls' bathroom, her heart nearly stopping at the sight of the fallen ogre and the 4 Gryffindor students, calling their names with increasing alarm. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 51, Friends. Following Professor McGonagall were Snape and Flitwick, with Quirrell timidly trailing behind. Quirrell glanced at the ogre and immediately emitted a weak whimper, collapsing onto a toilet seat. Clutching his chest, Snape bent down to examine the ogre, noticing the extensive burns on its head and the abnormal cuts on its neck, which, although healed, were not right. Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze on the 4 young wizards. Tila observed the pallor of McGonagall's lips and the tremor in her body, her feline-like eyes simmering with immense fury. "What in the name of Merlin are you playing at?" Professor McGonagall demanded again, her voice laced with icy anger. "Consider yourselves fortunate that you weren't killed by it. Why weren't you simply staying in your dormitory?" "Professor McGonagall, it's like this." Tila began to recount the events, knowing she must conceal certain details, for she believed that conflicts among children were entirely normal. After all, with Harry as her accomplice, the school could not possibly expel them. Yet Hermione stepped forward from the corner, speaking up first. "Professor McGonagall, it was me. It was I who sought out the troll, for I believed I could confront it alone. You see, I had read extensively about them in books and fancied myself well acquainted with their nature. Tiella couldn't help but regard Hermione with newfound respect. Observing such creatures in literature or film is one matter, yet encountering one in the flesh is an entirely different experience. The mere fact that Hermione dared to risk expulsion to provide cover for Tiella was commendable in itself. For Hermione, the prospect of expulsion was a punishment more dreadful than death itself. Hermione Granger had spun a grand deception against the teacher. Ron gazed at Hermione in astonishment. Had it not been for me, I would surely be dead by now. Tiella, along with Harry and Ron, hurled the newly devised flash bombs, created in collaboration with George Weasley, at the troll. They had no time to seek assistance, as the threat loomed too large. The troll was on the verge of swallowing me whole. Thus, Tiella first threw several flash bombs at the troll's head, before rescuing me from its grasp. Harry and Ron endeavored to feign familiarity with the tale. Oh, if that is the case. Professor McGonagall mused, her gaze fixed upon them. Miss Granger, you foolish girl. While curiosity is commendable, how could you possibly believe you could confront a troll the size of a mountain all by yourself? Hermione lowered her head. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Hermione was the least likely to violate school rules, yet now, to aid them in evading trouble. She had fabricated a lie, claiming she had broken the rules. It was akin to Snape distributing Halloween sweets to everyone, utterly unbelievable. Miss Granger, as a consequence of this incident, Gryffindor will lose 5 points, Professor McGonagall declared, disappointment evident in her tone. If you are uninjured, you ought to return to Gryffindor Tower at once. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their respective houses. Hermione swiftly exited the restroom. Professor McGonagall turned to Tiella, Harry, and Ron. Well, I must say, you are fortunate. Few first-year students can contend with an adult troll. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this incident. You may leave. They hurriedly exited the room, but as Tiella passed by Snape, he unexpectedly reached out and seized him. This is no ordinary injury caused by a flash bomb, Snape remarked. Tiella's heart raced, and just as he was about to offer an explanation, Snape slowly released his grip. Tiella quickly made his escape. Yet Snape's hawk-like gaze remained fixed upon him until Tiella disappeared at the staircase. We should have earned more than 15 points. Tiella muttered to Harry and Ron as they ascended the stairs, only to hear Ron grumble in complaint. Tiella, actually defeated a troll. Ron quickly corrected himself upon noticing Tiella catching up from behind. Only 10 points, considering Professor McGonagall deducted points from Hermione, Harry stated. And the troll is not dead. Tiella added. He was well aware of the flash bomb's potency, although the troll's defenses were surprisingly fragile. Tiella had not employed the cursed chunks of flesh, nor used more than 3 flash bombs. Those 3 bombs would at most render the troll severely injured or disabled, but certainly not fatal. Tiella had observed the wound on the troll's head when he had drawn blood. The skull had not been charred through, and the troll's belly still exhibited faint rise and fall. Hermione is truly admirable. She stepped up to extricate us from trouble, Ron conceded. But let us not forget, it was Tiella who saved her. Had you not uttered that hurtful remark, perhaps she would not have required rescuing at all. Harry reminded Ron of that particularly stinging comment. As they continued on, they arrived before the portrait of the fat lady. Pig Snout. They recited the password and entered the dormitory one by one. The Gryffindor common room was teeming with students, a cacophony of laughter and chatter as groups huddled together. Every face was adorned with cheerful smiles, indulging in the food provided by the house elves. Only Hermione stood apart, waiting at the entrance, seemingly anticipating their return. Thank you, she said, embracing Tiella, then extending her arms to Harry and Ron in turn. After the brief hugs, she dashed away. For a moment, the 3 exchanged glances, bewildered. Yet they understood that from that moment forth, Hermione Granger had become their true friend. After sharing a significant ordeal, particularly one involving the stunning of a 12-foot troll, though Tiella had primarily done the heavy lifting, there was an undeniable bond forged among them. The evening's revelry persisted until midnight, and when all the little wizards finally retired to their beds, Tiella found himself alone in the common room, littered with refuse and remnants of meals. Obscure incantations flowed from Tiella's lips, wafting through the empty common room. He retrieved a gold coin and a jar of green blood, and by the flickering flames in the fireplace, the green flames gradually merged with the coin. The once smooth surface of the coin began to take on the crude outline of a troll, resembling a child's doodle. Chapter 52 Doubts. As November arrived, the weather in Britain plummeted to a frigid chill. The surrounding mountains were cloaked in a gray shroud of ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning, frost blanketed the ground. From the upper windows, one could see Hagrid swathed in a long, fur coat, donning rabbit fur gloves and massive beaver skin boots. diligently de-icing the Quidditch pitch. November also marked the onset of the Quidditch season, and nearly all the young wizards buzzed with excitement over the impending Hogwarts Quidditch matches. Even Hermione occasionally interjected a comment or two into Ron and Harry's discussions. However, Tiella found himself utterly disinterested. In his previous life, having been raised by relatively affluent parents who provided ample nourishment, Tiella had never known winter to be so arduous. The damp, biting cold of Hogwarts in November felt as though it were a swarm of tiny insects, penetrating his skin and reaching his bones. Aside from the warmth provided by the Gryffindor common room's fireplace and the one in his dormitory, Tiella longed to wrap himself into a ball. It seemed even his thoughts were dulled by the chill. Consequently, since the advent of November, Tiella had visited the library far less, only returning books and borrowing new ones. Although the library and various classrooms were enchanted with warmth, it appeared the professors had overlooked the hallways if Tiella wished to access the library. He still had to traverse the frigid corridors for 10 minutes. Tiella sighed, while seated on the sofa in the common room, engrossed in a book. If only I could have Hot Pot. Hot Pot. Sitting beside him, Hermione inquired with a hint of confusion, her voice faltering as she attempted to pronounce the 2 syllables of Hot Pot in Mandarin. An ancient delicacy hailing from the east. Tiella gently closed his book, rubbing his somewhat weary eyes, and began to elucidate to Hermione. In his previous life, at this age, Tiella was on the brink of transitioning from elementary to junior high, with his parents aspiring for him to attend either Beijing University Affiliated High School or Tsinghua University Affiliated High School. Consequently, he was engrossed in preparations for the entrance examinations of the former. Whenever he grew weary from studying, his mother would tenderly apply a few drops of eye medication or simmer a pot of nourishing soup to bolster his health. Ultimately, however, he was unable to gain admission, settling instead for a school that, while not inferior, was certainly not among the elite. His parents had provided him with ample resources, pouring significant funds into tutoring classes to facilitate his admission to Beijing University Affiliated High School. Now, in a foreign land, he found himself reminiscing fondly about his parents' nurturing. Indeed, there is no better love than a mother's. A child with a mother is akin to a treasure, while one without feels as desolate as a blade of grass. After Tiella commenced his studies in the common room, the young witch Hermione chose to forego the library, opting instead to sit beside him to study. Ever since their encounter with the troll, Hermione had become considerably more endearing, shedding her previous arrogance and humbly seeking Tiella's guidance on various matters. In the face of Hermione's eagerness to learn, Tiella delighted in teaching, for who does not appreciate an obedient, sensible, and intelligent child? Moreover, as he addressed Hermione's inquiries, Tiella found his own understanding of knowledge deepening. Although he still relished imparting wisdom, this unpretentious form of instruction was well received by both Tiella and his friends, Ron and Harry. The latter two, absorbing a modicum of Hermione's counsel, began to study alongside Tiella. Yet soon, the arrival of Quidditch season rendered both Harry and Ron restless once more. Consequently, Tiella found himself busy as well, tasked not only with brewing copious amounts of calming potions for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, but also concocting a simple cold resistance elixir. Hermione lent a helping hand to Tiella. Otherwise, his study time would have been further curtailed. Since the troll incident, Hermione seemed less concerned about school regulations. Akin to a bird that has taken its first flight, unable to cease its soaring, she frequently led Harry and Ron in breaching trivial rules. For instance, she often brought a cluster of magical flames along with Tiella, Ron, and Harry to sneak onto the lawn at Hogwarts entrance to release her recently learned spells into the night sky. Tiella attended once, but refrained from returning, as the cold was unbearable. Even the warmth of the magical flames did little to alleviate his discomfort. After one such nocturnal escapade prior to the Quidditch match, Harry discovered that he had lost the book he always carried, Quidditch Through the Ages. Hermione and Ron wore expressions of dismay. "What troubles you?" Tiella inquired as he sat by the hearth in the common room. "Encountered Snape, have you?" "How did you know?" Ron asked, astonished. "With the Quidditch match tomorrow. What else could elicit such forlorn faces but an encounter with Snape?" Tiella replied. The three young wizards then eagerly recounted their recent encounter with Snape. "Quarrel? Snape? His leg was injured?" Tiella feigned deep contemplation. "Snape, he must be trying to steal Dumbledore's collection," Harry exclaimed. "Impossible," Hermione retorted, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Though Snape may be somewhat loathsome, he would never pilfer Dumbledore's belongings." "Then how do you explain the scar on his leg?" "It must have been bitten by the three-headed dog." The trio nearly erupted into an argument. "I concur with Hermione's perspective," Tiella decisively interjected. having gradually established a sense of authority among the three young wizards over the past few months. To be honest, Tiara, you always seem to believe that all teachers are saints, Ron countered bluntly. I agree with Harry. I think a mean-spirited teacher like Snape is capable of anything. But what is he searching for? What is that large dog guarding? That night, Tiara heard Harry tossing and turning in bed. And even as he himself drifted off to sleep, the sound from Harry's bed persisted. He must have been contemplating the connection between Professor Snape and Dumbledore's artifacts. Tiara was too weary to correct Harry's misconceptions. For tomorrow, in the Quidditch arena, with Voldemort's lethal intent towards Harry, it was certain that Harry's broom would go awry. At that moment, Snape, who was consistently muttering counterspells, would undoubtedly be misinterpreted by Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The trio were rather obstinate. Once they formed a misunderstanding, it would be nearly impossible for them to reconsider. Tiara found that arguing was futile, so he opted to remain indifferent. Moreover, he realized that if everything unfolded according to the original plot, he might reap considerable benefits from this misunderstanding. Chapter 53, Quidditch. The following morning dawned bright, yet frigid. The aroma of sizzling sausages wafted through the dining hall, and every student eagerly anticipated an exhilarating Quidditch match, animatedly chattering amongst themselves. You must eat something for breakfast, Hermione urged. I have no appetite, Harry replied absently, fiddling with the ham and eggs on his plate. Just a bit of toast. Then Hermione continued to coax. I'm not hungry. Harry felt utterly despondent. In merely an hour, he would be heading to the arena. Harry, you need to maintain your energy, Seamus Finnegan chimed in. Seekers are always the primary targets of the opposing team. Thanks, Seamus, Harry said, watching as Seamus slathered a thick layer of ketchup on his sausage. At that moment, Tiara, who had been reading nearby, retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket and requested a cup of hot milk from the house elf, pushing it towards Harry. If you truly cannot eat, at least drink some hot milk and have this piece of chocolate, Tiara suggested. In his previous life, during his senior year, he too had struggled to eat breakfast. So his father would prepare a cup of hot milk and a piece of slightly bitter dark chocolate each morning to help him through the most arduous period of his studies. However, after his college entrance examination, he never touched dark chocolate again, as even the scent would induce nausea. Harry accepted the chocolate and milk, swiftly consuming the chocolate in a few bites and downing the sweetened hot milk that Tiara had specially requested the house elf to add sugar to. With a sigh of relief, Harry indeed felt considerably calmer. The pallor of his lips was replaced with a hint of color. Thank you, Tiara. Harry noticed that Tiara did not appear as impeccably groomed as usual. His face bore streaks of pale yellow and red, the colors of Gryffindor. He donned a massive lion plush hat, which finally instilled in Harry a sense of Tiara's Gryffindor spirit. Before long, the clock struck 11, and it seemed as though the entire student body had gathered around the Quidditch pitch. A multitude of students brought along binoculars, their seats seemingly elevated to the heavens, yet still struggling to capture the essence of the match. Tiara, Ron, and Hermione ascended to the top row, joining Neville, Seamus, and Dean, a fervent supporter of the Hufflepuff team. In a bid to surprise Harry, they crafted a magnificent banner from a bedsheet tarnished by the little mouse, Scabbers, emblazoned with the words Potter for victory. The artistically inclined Dean even depicted a large Gryffindor lion beneath the inscription. With a flick of her wand, Tiara enlarged the banner to twice its size, the paint shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling like neon lights. Excuse me, coming through, boomed a robust voice from behind them. It was Hagrid. Tiara, Ron, and Hermione shuffled aside, creating ample space for Hagrid to settle in. I was watching from my hut, Hagrid remarked, patting the large telescope hanging around his neck, but it pales in comparison to the atmosphere of watching the match amongst the crowd. No sooner had Hagrid taken his seat than Madame Hooch appeared at the center of the pitch, a box in hand. I hope for a clean and fair match, she declared, before blowing her whistle and unveiling the box. The quaffle and golden snitch soared into the sky as Madame Hooch hurled the bludger high into the air. Thus commenced an exhilarating and tense game of Quidditch. Tiara's vantage point offered an unparalleled view of the entire field, an ideal spot for spectating. However, her attention was not fixated on the game or even on Harry, but rather on the staff table, glancing intermittently. The manipulation of spiritual dimensions to influence the material realm, particularly in the context of dark magic, follows discernible patterns. The traces of such magic do not adhere to specific incantations or methods, relying solely on a wizard's innate talent and experience. The ability to sense these traces not only aids in concealing one's own tracks, but also assists in unveiling the disguises of other wizards. For instance, the disillusionment charm in advanced charms or transfiguration aside from animagus transformations. Tiara had attempted to sense such traces based on Merlin's notes, but, regrettably, he failed. He felt nothing at all. Whether it was due to his own inadequacies or the feeble magic of the other young wizards remained uncertain. Yet, a man must never concede defeat. If all went as anticipated, Voldemort was poised to strike at Harry during this Quidditch match. This was the sustained magical output of an adult dark wizard. The match progressed. Gryffindor started strong, but Slytherin quickly turned the tide. The competition grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, Tiara noticed Harry's broom trembling unnaturally. Here it comes, Tiara thought. As everyone else turned their gaze toward Harry, Tiara's eyes remained fixated on Quirrell at the staff table. Nothing. No sensation emerged. Tiara felt a twinge of disappointment. He still sensed nothing. The cacophony of gasps filled his ears while chaos unfolded before his eyes. There was no sensation akin to the brush of a mosquito's wings against the sole, as described in Merlin's notes. At that moment, Harry's broom began to spin wildly, and he struggled to remain aloft. Suddenly, the broom twisted violently once more, and Harry was flung off. He now clutched the broomstick with only one hand, suspended in midair. Did something go wrong with his broom when Flint collided with him? Seamus speculated in hushed tones. Impossible, Hagrid replied, his voice trembling slightly. No magic aside from formidable dark arts can interfere with a broomstick. A child could not possibly cast such a spell on a Firebolt 2000. Upon hearing this, Hermione seized Hagrid's telescope, not looking at Harry, but anxiously scanning the crowd. What are you doing? Ron inquired. I suspected it all along. Hermione panted. It's Snape. Look. Ron snatched the telescope. Snape stood in the center of the opposite stand, his eyes fixed intently on Harry, murmuring incantations under his breath. He's up to no good. Snape is casting a curse on Harry's broom. Hermione shouted. What'll we do? Ron's face blanched. Watch me, Hermione declared resolutely, turning away. Before Ron could utter another word, Hermione began to push her way through the throng. Wait, Hermione. Tiara grasped her arm firmly. Be careful, Hagrid, Tiara cautioned, releasing her grip. Thank you, Hermione stammered. Her cheeks flushed, oblivious to the segment of worm clinging to her robe, blending seamlessly with her attire. Hermione struggled through the crowd, reaching Snape's stand. At that moment, she dashed along the row of seats behind him, panting from the cold and the jostling crowd. As she passed Professor Quirrell, she inadvertently collided with him, sending him tumbling into the row in front. The worm, which had been tightly affixed to her robe, suddenly fell off, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to slip into Quirrell's body, vanishing without a trace. After much endeavor, Hermione finally reached Snape's side. She crouched down, drew her wand, and after a few moments of contemplation, whispered carefully crafted incantations. A brilliant blue flame erupted from the tip of her wand, leaping toward the hem of Snape's robe. Approximately 30 seconds passed before Snape realized he was on fire. It was only when the teacher behind him patted his shoulder and shouted in his ear that Snape reacted. Snape jumped up, startled. Upon hearing the scream, Hermione knew her task was accomplished. She swiftly extinguished the flames, pocketing the remnants, and hurried back along the row of seats. On her return, she collided awkwardly with another person. Neville, look! Ron exclaimed excitedly, pointing skyward. Harry's broom had ceased its tremors. He was climbing back onto it. For the past 5 minutes, Neville had buried his face in Hagrid's jacket, sobbing. Tiara found himself patting Neville's back gently, offering quiet reassurances. Despite having read about it in his previous life, Tiara could scarcely believe such a timid child existed, especially when it was not he who was airborne. Had Tiara not been familiar with the original text, he could never have imagined that this little crybaby would one day bravely stand against Voldemort during the Battle of Hogwarts in the 7th book. It appeared that Neville's journey toward becoming the Gryffindor Sword's hero was still a long one. Once back on his broom, Harry swiftly spotted the golden snitch and charged toward it with remarkable speed. It must be said, Harry possessed an undeniable talent for Quidditch. With a swift dash, the golden snitch vanished. Then, onlookers saw Harry plummet toward the ground, covering his mouth with his hand as if he were about to vomit. Harry landed on all fours. Coughing, cough, cough, ugh. A golden object was expelled from his mouth and landed in the palm of his hand. I caught the golden snitch, Harry exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He raised the ball high above his head. He has caught the golden snitch. Hermione, who had just returned to the Gryffindor stands, screamed in delight, enthusiastically embracing Tiara, who stood beside her. Ron was locked in an embrace with Neville. He has caught the golden snitch, Lee Jordan, the commentator, immediately declared. The match concluded amidst a flurry of confusion. Except for Tiara, no one anticipated that Harry would capture the golden snitch in such a manner. He hadn't merely caught it, he had nearly swallowed it. 20 minutes later, Slytherin's Flint was still fuming, but it was all in vain, as Harry had not breached any rules. Lee Jordan continued to exuberantly announce the match result. Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 170-60. However, Harry was oblivious to this. After the match, he, along with Tiara, Ron, and Hermione, returned to Hagrid's hut, where Hagrid brewed a strong cup of tea for each of them and retrieved freshly baked rock cakes from the oven. It was Snape's doing. Ron explained to Hagrid. We all saw him muttering incantations at your broomstick, his eyes glued to you. Nonsense, Hagrid retorted. He was completely unaware of what was happening in the stands. Why would Snape do such a thing? The three young wizards exchanged glances, with Harry and Hermione pointedly looking at Tiara, seemingly seeking his opinion. Yet, Tiara remained indifferent, wholly focused on sipping Hagrid's strong tea and methodically breaking apart the rock cakes. Unsure of how to communicate with Hagrid, Harry and Hermione resolved to speak candidly. We discovered something about him, Harry said to Hagrid. On Halloween, he tried to get past that three-headed dog, but it bit him. We believe he was attempting to steal whatever the dog was guarding. Hagrid's expression turned grave as he set down the teapot, unease flickering in his eyes as he looked at the four young wizards. How do you know about Fluffy? He inquired. Fluffy? Hermione, Harry, and Ron echoed in confusion. Yes, he's mine. I bought him from a Greek bloke I met at a pub last year. I lent him to Dumbledore for guarding. What? Harry asked urgently. Enough questions. Hagrid grumbled. That's classified information, understand? But Snape wants to steal it. Nonsense, Hagrid reiterated. Snape is a Hogwarts teacher. He would never do such a thing. Then why does he want to harm Harry? Hermione shouted, her opinion of Snape evidently shifting after the day's events. If I saw any ill-intentioned curses, I could easily recognize them. Hermione asserted, her chin lifted defiantly. I've read all about them. You must make eye contact. Snape's eyes never blinked. I saw it. Nonsense. I'm telling you, you're mistaken. Hagrid replied, his agitation palpable. I don't know why Harry's broom behaved that way, but Snape absolutely, positively would never wish harm upon any student. Hagrid emphasized the word absolutely 3 times. Now, all of you listen to me. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you. It is very dangerous. Forget about that dog, forget about what it is guarding, and forget about Snape. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Oh, Merlin's beard. Hagrid suddenly exclaimed. Uh-huh, Harry said excitedly. So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Hagrid glared, but it was clear he was angry with himself. Keep your mouth shut, Ruby is Hagrid. Tiara mused. Tiara, sipping her tea, lightly raised her cup in a toast. Congratulations to Keeper Ruby is Hagrid for initiating the main quest to find Nicholas Flamel, 01. Chapter 55, Christmas approaches. The festive season was drawing near. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts awoke from its slumber to find itself blanketed in several feet of snow. The lake frozen solid. George and Fred Weasley found themselves in trouble for enchanting a few snowballs to chase after Quirrell, pelting him in the back of his turban. Tiara captured this moment with her enchanted camera. From the end of October to now, nearly 2 months had passed, and through the embezzlement of funds earmarked for Harry and the Quidditch team, Tiara had finally saved enough money to purchase a magical camera in addition to acquiring her necessary potions. During this period, not only had her wallet gradually filled, but Tiara's knowledge of potions, alchemy, and transfiguration had also significantly advanced. Once Christmas arrived and the semester's final exams concluded, Tiara would be able to attempt brewing the Polyjuice potion. With winter's official onset, Tiara spent most of her time indoors, specifically in the warmth of her dormitory. Only when the snow fell heavily and the Weasley twins were outside did Tiara bundle herself up like a thick dumpling to venture outdoors. It was then that she captured this momentous scene. As the final exams drew to a close and Christmas approached, Tiara remained the only one focused on her studies. Even Hermione seemed a bit distracted these days, like everyone else, anticipating the holiday break, despite the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall being filled with roaring fires. Thanks to a warming charm, the corridors with their drafty winds became bitterly cold, and the classroom windows rattled in the biting gusts. I truly feel sorry for those people, Draco Malfoy remarked during the final exam in potions. They have to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families don't want them. He directed his gaze at Harry as he spoke. Crabbe and Goyle snickered beside him. Harry was busy grinding the spine of a lionfish into powder and ignored them. Tiara had already completed her exam and left early. Otherwise, Malfoy wouldn't have dared to speak so rudely. As keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid was responsible for decorating the Great Hall for Christmas. After finishing their exams, Harry and Ron coincidentally encountered Hagrid dragging a fir tree toward the hall. Thus, the three of them made their way to the Great Hall, where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy arranging Christmas decorations. Hermione and Tiara, who had also finished their exams early, were remarkably not reading, but instead engaged in a game of wizard chess. "You're playing terribly," Ron remarked as he walked by and glanced at the board. "Tiara, you should—" "Hey, don't speak, little brat," one of the knight chess pieces on the board replied. Lifting its head, Ron shrugged and sat down beside Harry to quietly watch them play. Since Harry, Ron, and Hermione had learned of Nicholas Flamel's name from Hagrid, they had been searching through books for any mention of Flamel. However, the challenge lies in their uncertainty regarding where to commence their search, as they are oblivious to any remarkable achievements of LeMay that might warrant inclusion in a tome. He is absent from both the great wizards of the 20th century and contemporary renowned wizards directory. Furthermore, his name cannot be found in either major discoveries in modern magic or studies on the development of modern witchcraft. Additionally, the sheer magnitude of the library's collection is daunting, with thousands of books, countless shelves, and hundreds of narrow corridors. Tara, too, feigned an earnest search behind the trio. Unlike Hermione, Tara's reading was limited yet profound. In her first semester, aside from her textbooks, she had delved into principles of potions, introduction to alchemy, fantastic beasts, and where to find them, fundamentals of modern magic, an overview of transfiguration, and the potion text recommended by Snape. Although this repertoire might seem extensive to other young wizards, it paled in comparison to Hermione's 50-plus books read in a single term. Consequently, Tara had committed every detail from the books she had read to memory, even if she could not recite them verbatim. She recalled how Hermione once borrowed a brief history of alchemy out of spite towards her. Although Tara had not perused it, she was confident that the tome mentioned Nicholas Flamel, as any work touching upon alchemy would invariably reference two pivotal figures, Merlin and Nicholas Flamel, the only two alchemists in history who successfully concocted the Philosopher's Stone. This exemplifies the pitfalls of superficial reading. Nevertheless, Tara refrained from enlightening Hermione on either Nicholas Flamel or the subject of reading. For children of their age, it is beneficial to read broadly, as their limited experiences and perspectives hinder them from delving deeply into any specific area of knowledge. Thus, it is far more advantageous to absorb a wide array of information while young, so that by the time they graduate, they might discern the paths they ought to pursue. As for Nicholas Flamel, Tara deemed it prudent to keep that knowledge concealed for the time being, for these three young wizards had a propensity for trouble. Moreover, Tara awaited Harry's invisibility cloak. Following Christmas, she could discreetly borrow it for nocturnal excursions around the campus. Tara required a tranquil space to brew the Hydreigon potion. With the holidays approaching, the eager young witch Hermione had lost interest in pursuing Nicholas Flamel and instead engaged Tara in a game of wizard chess. Tara welcomed the respite. After a match with Hermione, Ron pushed Tara aside to challenge her. Unlike Tara's somewhat novice chess skills, Ron's wizard chess was characterized by an aggressive, unyielding style, resulting in 3 consecutive victories without a shred of pity. Tara observed a shift in Hermione's demeanor. From the second game onward, she bit her lip in concentration, and by the end of the third, her lips were chafed and raw. "I'm done. This is pointless," Hermione declared, pushing the chessboard away. At that moment, the Christmas Eve feast commenced. The Great Hall was resplendently adorned by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, with walls festooned in garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees positioned throughout the room, some bedecked with shimmering icicles and others twinkling with hundreds of candles. The Christmas feast surpassed even the bounties of the start of term and Halloween combined. Foie gras, smoked salmon, crab cakes, melon and ham rolls, herring salad, and sheep stomach soup. Ron reveled in the indulgence, and even Tara partook heartily. Afterward, Ron clutched a hefty turkey leg as he returned to the Gryffindor common room. The day following the feast, Tara, Harry, and Ron escorted Hermione to the train. "While I'm away, you must continue the search, all right?" Hermione said, retrieving a list of books from her pocket and handing it directly to Tara, bypassing Harry and Ron. "Should you uncover anything, send me an owl. You might also inquire with your parents. Perhaps they know of LeMay," Ron suggested. "It's quite safe to ask them." "Very safe, as they are both dentists," Hermione retorted, rolling her eyes. Chapter 56, Gifts. After Hermione's departure, Harry and Ron indulged in unrestrained revelry, for with everyone gone home, they had commandeered the entire Gryffindor boys' dormitory and common room, entirely dismissing concerns regarding Nicholas Flamel. On Christmas morning, Harry awoke early. "Tara, Merry Christmas," he exclaimed, enthusiastically rousing her from slumber. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Tara replied, glancing at the clock. It was only 6. In the dormitory, it was just the two of them. Ron's bed was a chaotic mess, indicating he had long since risen. Since the holiday began, Harry and Ron had shed their former habits of sleeping in, seemingly unwilling to waste a moment of the day. "Harry, Tara, come quick." Ron's excited voice echoed from the common room. A multitude of gifts lay piled beneath the Christmas tree. Upon Tara and Harry's arrival, Ron was tugging a purple sweater emblazoned with a large from a box. His expression a mixture of emotions. "All right, Harry, you have gifts too?" Ron said, a hint of envy in his voice, gesturing towards a larger pile of presents on the opposite side of the tree. Harry picked up the topmost package, wrapped in thick brown paper, upon which was scrawled in flamboyant letters, "From Hagrid to Harry." Inside was a crudely crafted flute, clearly fashioned by Hagrid himself. Harry attempted to play it, producing a sound reminiscent of an owl's hoot. The second, smaller package contained a note. "We received your letter. Enclosed is your Christmas gift. Vernon and Petunia Dursley." Taped to the note was a 50-penny coin. "Quite friendly," Harry remarked. Ron was captivated by the coin. "How peculiar," he commented. "Is this what muggles use as currency?" "You keep it," Harry said, laughing at Ron's ecstatic expression. "Hagrid sent that, along with what Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon sent. How about these?" Harry selected a flat, rectangular box wrapped in pale green paper from his own pile and handed it to Tara. "Tara, this gift is for you." Harry noted the oddity of the present, merely wrapped in a single sheet of green paper, devoid of a bow or card, save for a small label that read, "To Tara the Witch, Merry Christmas." It bore no signature. "Another gift for me?" Tara exclaimed, surprised. She had anticipated Harry unveiling the invisibility cloak and had not expected to receive a present herself. As Tara reached for the gift, it slipped from her grasp with a resounding thud. Tila shivered slightly. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired. "Oh, nothing at all," Tila replied, momentarily regaining her composure as she cautiously picked up the pale green package from the ground. The moment Tila had taken the parcel from Harry's hands, he felt it, the sensation akin to the flutter of mosquito wings brushing against one's soul, reminiscent of the notes of Merlin. "I fumbled," Tila stated, silently placing the gift upon the tea table beside the fireplace. "Aren't you going to open it?" Ron asked curiously. "It's customary in China not to open gifts in public," Tila offered, casually deflecting. "Shall I help you with that?" Ron said, reaching for Tila's present. "No," Tila interjected swiftly, snatching the small package back and concealing it behind her. "This is a tradition of the Chinese," she explained, "a custom among Muggle Chinese during Christmas. You must respect it." "Oh, all right," Ron shrugged in mild resignation. Although Harry found it somewhat peculiar, he relented upon seeing Tila's resolute demeanor. Harry continued to unwrap the paper, revealing a thick, vibrant green-handed sweater and a large box of homemade fudge. "She knits us a sweater every year," Ron remarked, unwrapping his own package. "Mine is always a deep purple." "She truly is wonderful," Harry said, tasting a piece of fudge and relishing its delightful sweetness. The next gift, which could more accurately be described as 3 gifts, was also confectionery, a large box of horseshoe-shaped chocolates from Hermione for Harry, Ron, and Tila. There remained one final package. Harry lifted it, feeling its light weight. He gently unwrapped it, and something liquid-like, silver gray, spilled onto the floor, glimmering as it pooled. Ron gasped. "I've heard of this," he whispered, tossing aside the box of chocolates Hermione had given them. "If I'm not mistaken, this is exceedingly rare and valuable." "What is it?" Harry asked, picking up the shimmering fabric from the floor. It felt strange in his hands, as if woven from water. "It's an invisibility cloak," Tila exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she regarded the garment. "Put on and try it." Harry draped the cloak over his shoulders, and Ron let out a loud shout. Harry looked down at his feet. How strange, they had vanished. He dashed to the mirror. Indeed, in the reflection, only his head hung in mid-air, his body completely invisible. He pulled the cloak over his head, and his entire form disappeared from the mirror. "There's also a note," Ron suddenly interjected, as a piece of paper slipped out from within. Harry shed his robe and seized the letter. It was written in a slender, looping script he had never encountered before, proclaiming, "Your father left this for me before he died. It should now be returned to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." There was no signature. Harry stared blankly at the note, while Ron marveled at the invisibility cloak. Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins, who also remained at school, played with Harry's cloak all day. Of course, Tila tried it on as well. Yet, she seemed somewhat distracted throughout. Whenever Harry asked her what was wrong, she would revert to her faint, serene smile. The Christmas feast that evening was lavish. However, Tila unusually arrived late. Once all the young wizards had departed for the Christmas celebration, Tila quietly retrieved the pale green package. She gently squeezed it. The wrapping was merely a layer of bubbly green paper, and inside was not a box, but something soft and elastic. "It's a book," Tila quickly deduced, having felt the spine and the firm cover. She had no intention of unwrapping this gift, for regardless of its contents. It was undoubtedly a powerful and peculiar dark magical artifact. Otherwise, she would not have sensed the traces of magic upon first contact with the gift. Tila cast the book directly into the Gryffindor common room fireplace, allowing the roaring flames to consume it. After discarding the gift into the fire, Tila planned to join the feast. However, as she turned, her peripheral vision caught sight of the gift, which had only burned away the green wrapping, revealing a black-covered notebook within. The cover bore the inscription, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Chapter 57, Tom Riddle. Tila halted, standing frozen as she gazed at the diary in the flames, her expression shifting between apprehension and curiosity. Finally, she sighed, drew her wand, and waved it. The diary flew from the fire, landing softly on the tea table. Tila slowly reached out towards the diary. It felt icy to the touch. This was her first impression upon contacting the diary. Suddenly, an image flashed in Tila's mind. A tall, gaunt boy with black hair, around 15 or 16, curled up in a void of bright light. Tila felt an unusual stirring within her spiritual essence, as a faint, almost imperceptible flow of magic streamed into the diary. Fortunately, Tila's control far surpassed that of an ordinary child, and she swiftly cut off her magical connection. It was too late. Just before Tila withdrew her finger, she saw the vision of the emaciated boy opening his eyes. The diary, which had been lying closed on the tea table, inexplicably flipped open to the first page, upon which words began to emerge. Hello, my name is Tom Riddle. What is your name? Tila, retreating behind the sofa, raised her wand in alarm upon seeing the text appear. However, she ultimately lowered her wand slowly, for she knew that unless she wished to lose another finger, her current magic would be utterly ineffectual against this diary. She picked up a quill, seemingly left on the table by someone, dipped it in ink, and wrote, Hello, Tom. My name is Tila. Hello, Tila. Are you a little wizard from Hogwarts? The diary responded with another line of text. Yes, Tila wrote. What year are you in? First year, Tila answered, appearing honest while her fingers subtly brushed against the diary. How wonderful, a first-year little rascal. Welcome to the Hogwarts family. Tila's fingers conveyed a sensation entirely distinct from the written words. She furrowed her brow slightly, continuing to write. Are you also a student at Hogwarts? What is up with this little imp? Why can I not read his thoughts at all? Indeed, if one were to consider, I am still your senior, having attended Hogwarts a few years before you. Tyera realized, understanding that it was his own mental barriers at work. This spell, developed by Merlin to protect against the mental corruption of external deities, though still merely at the first tier, sufficed to defend against a feeble Horcrux. After all, what lay before him was merely a fragment of Voldemort's soul, not the full-fledged Dark Lord. Who sent you to me? Tyera inscribed. Our meeting is a gift from fate. Such words appeared on the diary's pages. Simultaneously, through his fingers, Tyera discerned Voldemort's true intentions. Malfoy is indeed untrustworthy. How casually he has handed my Horcrux to a mere young wizard. However, it may serve my purpose. I might be able to resurrect through him. But first, I must earn his trust. No, that is insufficient. I must control him, make him my slave. Fine, Tyera thought. Voldemort is quite the manipulator. He wondered if Bellatrix Lestrange had succumbed to madness in a similar fashion. A gift from fate? Tyera wrote again, punctuating it with a large question mark. I am the Book of Wisdom, as well as the Book of Power. I can fulfill your desires. Whether you wish to win the heart of your beloved or defeat your loathsome classmates, I can assist you. This was indeed the truth. Yet Tyera felt an inexplicable force attempting to breach his mental defenses. Damn it, why can't I draw upon his magical energy? To avoid arousing Voldemort's suspicion, Tyera slightly relaxed his mental dimensions, allowing a wisp of energy that even a simple levitation spell could not sustain to seep through. Satisfied with the energy he received, Voldemort still bore that gaunt appearance, yet a faint, malevolent smile crept across his face, plotting how to siphon Tyera's magical essence. Because Tyera only allowed a trickle of energy and did not fully open his mental dimensions, Voldemort could only glean a limited amount of information, only what Tyera wished him to know. Voldemort was aware that Tyera was also an orphan, equally gifted, equally ambitious. However, unlike himself, Tyera lacked noble blood and the art of persuasion, instead facing ostracism from the Gryffindor wizards due to his timid and awkward demeanor. Just like Peter that rat, Voldemort thought bitterly. Tyera, mirroring his initial approach to the Sorting Hat at the start of the term, fed the diary a blend of truths and half-truths. Yet, compared to months prior, Tyera, having significantly advanced in both magic and mental fortitude, found this task effortless. Suddenly, he experienced a moment of clarity regarding the construction of magical artifacts. Do you know how to create magical items? Can you brew potions? Do you know how to curse my classmates? They constantly discriminate against me and bully me. I wish to show them a thing or two. Tyera scribbled a series of inquiries. What a foolish mudblood, Voldemort remarked. But the more foolish, the better, once I am resurrected. Perhaps I can turn you into a zombie. Yet the diary replied, of course, our meeting is a gift from fate, at long last. I have encountered a delightful young wizard during my long and tedious existence. Your wishes are my mission. Tyera nearly rolled his eyes. Indeed, the duality of spirits was the most detestable. He himself was but a pawn. So, is this the fervor of convert? Meanwhile, at the Christmas feast, Harry anxiously scanned the room before nudging Ron. Hey, Ron, have you seen Tyera? No. Ron mumbled indistinctly as he stuffed buttery potatoes into his mouth. Ron, I want to check the dormitory for Tyera. Harry said with concern. Today, when Tyera received that gift, he acted quite strangely, and I am worried. Hey, don't fret. He is Tyera after all. Ron interrupted, puzzled by Harry's worry. He is Tyera. He can handle it. Hey, look, Harry, isn't that Tyera coming in? Following Ron's pointing finger, Harry turned to see Tyera entering with a faint smile. Tyera appeared somewhat weary, yet for some reason, Harry felt he was more enchanting than before, evoking a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze, prompting an irresistible urge to draw closer. Chapter 58, The Evolution of Dark Magic. Tyera settled beside Harry. Even Ron paused his meal, staring at Tyera with a somewhat dazed expression. Ron felt that Tyera seemed different, more authoritative, compelling submission. What is the matter? Why are you looking at me? Tyera inquired as he took his seat. Oh, nothing. Perhaps it was the warm ambience of the festive hall, but Harry's face flushed a slight red, akin to a ripe apple. Tyera smiled at him again, picked up a fork, and speared a piece of roasted meat from the central platter. Tyera understood the reason behind this. To secure his trust, Voldemort, within the diary, had cast a charm of infatuation on Tyera, using the scant magical energy he possessed, and now Voldemort had fallen into a renewed slumber. The charm of infatuation is a high-level spell. However, its effects are rather limited, far less potent than a love potion, merely making Tyera more popular. Any alert adult wizard could easily shake off its influence. Yet among young wizards, its effects were pronounced. Tyera noticed that, aside from Harry and Ron, he had attracted the gaze of many young witches upon entering. Among them were several young witches. Additionally, there was a particularly cold and sinister gaze. However, this gaze quickly averted after sweeping over Tyera. Tyera recognized that this gaze emanated from the staff table, from the perpetually obsequious Professor Quirrell. Voldemort's scheme was clicking into place. He believed that no matter how gifted and diligent a young wizard might be at this age, their fundamental desire ultimately hinged upon gaining the recognition and admiration of their peers. Thus, Voldemort had decided to cast the charm of infatuation upon Tyera. As Tyera became enraptured by this starstruck existence, becoming increasingly reliant on the diary, Voldemort would gradually begin to siphon away Tyera's magical energy, life force, and soul. This was an exceedingly malevolent form of magic. Tyera was unaware if Voldemort had gleaned it from secrets of advanced dark magic. In the instant when his magic was being siphoned, Tyera suddenly felt an unsettling familiarity with this magic. Perhaps the author of Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic had also encountered the Book of the Dead, for within the chapter on dark magic in the Book of the Dead, Tyera had discovered a spell strikingly similar, known as the evolution of dark magic. If you wish to avoid the fragmentation of your soul, while simultaneously maintaining a robust state of dark magic, you may harness the spiritual and mental dimensions of others, amalgamating them with your own soul dimension to facilitate the evolution of your spiritual dimension towards dark magical power. The advantage of this method lies in the fact that the dark magic thus generated will have no detrimental effect on your soul dimension. In other words, you will not suffer from confusion or a drastic change in temperament as a result of wielding dark magic. Furthermore, through specific rituals, you can preserve the integrity of your spiritual dimension. This means that while you're able to utilize dark magic, you can also invoke protective spells. However, the alteration of your spiritual dimension may lead to the mutation of your guardian spirit, potentially transforming it into a fantastic creature or a hybrid of two different animals. You need not endure the anguish of soul consumption, nor engage in cruel rituals. Nonetheless, the shortcomings of this dark magical evolution are quite pronounced. Firstly, the act of consuming or merging another's spiritual and mental dimensions, if conducted according to protocol, will indeed not affect your own mental dimension. Rather, All reactions and changes will be confined within your spiritual dimension. However, this also signifies that you can only merge with one individual's spiritual and mental dimensions at a time. The integration of another's mental dimension may easily provoke a clash between the two distinct spiritual existences, resulting in the collapse of the dark magical power, or the spiritual dimension itself. Consequently, such a merger can typically be executed only once. Secondly, the individual being merged must possess sufficient mental strength. If their spiritual power is excessively feeble, they will be incapable of effecting a qualitative transformation in the spiritual dimension, thus failing to generate dark magical power. This mental strength does not merely refer to the intensity of the mental dimension, but also to the extreme emotions accompanying the merger. Typically, these are feelings of profound hatred or murderous intent. In rare instances, they may manifest as intense love. However, this cannot be equated with the effects of a love potion, which merely induces an overwhelming infatuation rather than genuine love. It is surmised that Voldemort utilized a form of evolved dark magic, and Tara speculates that in the original text, Draco Malfoy's act of placing the diary into Ginny Weasley's cauldron was indeed a stroke of luck. The resurrection of Voldemort through Ginny Weasley's involvement could not have solely relied on absolute hatred or murderous intent. It is far more plausible that it was driven by an overwhelming love. The diary, in the hands of young Voldemort, likely captivated Ginny Weasley through his silver tongue charm, framing the final resurrection ritual as a grand act of love. Perhaps from the very beginning, from unleashing the basilisk to conducting Voldemort's resurrection ceremony, everything was entirely voluntary on Ginny Weasley's part. This thought sent a shiver down Tara's spine, leading him to resolve to exercise utmost caution in his interactions with the diary. This diary represents an opportunity for him, but simultaneously, it is a ticking time bomb lurking by his side to ensure the purity of the love involved. Voldemort likely refrained from employing any magic during his seduction of Ginny Weasley, managing to deceive a young witch into willingly sacrificing herself using only the diary. Truly, Voldemort has mastered the art of manipulation. Tara adjusted the diary concealed within his wizarding robe, discovering that Voldemort remained in slumber. Thanks to the existence of his mental barriers, Tara felt secure against Voldemort's soul-sucking capabilities. This implies that Voldemort's perceptions and experiences are limited to what Tara chooses to provide. Furthermore, with Tara's extraordinary control, he can regulate the magnitude of magical energy he imparts to Voldemort, thereby restraining the latter's ability to regain strength. These two factors constitute Tara's advantages, which he intends to leverage. For the time being, the diary does not appear to be excessively menacing. Moreover, for Voldemort to resurrect himself, it is highly probable that he will adhere to the narrative established in the original text. After all, a young wizard, regardless of how unpopular or ostracized, cannot summon the emotional energy necessary for the evolution of dark magic. Thus, it is likely that Voldemort will again seek the power of love. This may also represent an experiment or an attempt on his part. After all, considering his need for Harry's blood in the fourth book to resurrect himself, he has been striving to comprehend and master the power that allowed Lily Potter to rebound his killing curse. Chapter 59, A Night Walk in Hogwarts. The Christmas feast concluded amidst a cacophony of laughter and merriment. Voldemort's enchantment brought considerable trouble for Tara. As the festivities drew to a close, many young wizards had indulged in a bit of fruit wine. Most of the young witches, especially those slightly older than Tara, approached the Gryffindor table with flushed faces, eager to pinch the cheeks of this adorable, porcelain-like Eastern child. Yet Tara could not disallow Voldemort from enhancing him with the enchantment. He had to do something to deplete Voldemort's magical energy. The banquet ended in a joyful uproar. After leaving the dining hall, Harry and the Weasley brothers engaged in a snowball fight on the playground until they were thoroughly chilled, their clothes drenched, and they finally returned, breathless, to the warmth of the common room fireplace. Upon returning to the common room, Harry noticed Tara diligently writing in a notebook. When Harry attempted to lean in to see what Tara was writing, Tara, like a vigilant little mouse, quickly shoved the notebook into his robe. Feeling somewhat deflated, Harry decided to try out his new chess pieces received as a birthday gift, only to suffer a dismal defeat at the hands of Ron. After losing, Harry grumbled to himself that if Percy hadn't been incessantly offering ridiculous suggestions, he wouldn't have lost so badly. "Good night, Tara," Harry said to Tara, who was sleeping in the bed adjacent to his. "Good night, Harry," Tara replied, propped up on his bed, scribbling in his notebook without looking up. This left Harry feeling a twinge of disappointment, as if this otherwise perfect Christmas had suddenly acquired a small blemish. After the Christmas feast, the notebook, or rather, Tom Riddle, awoke and began chatting casually with Tara as though he were an older brother. Even with his prior university experience in psychology and a certain awareness of countermanipulation, Tara could not deny the joy that came from conversing with Voldemort, especially when Tara could glimpse into Voldemort's innermost thoughts. The sheer irony of Tom Riddle feigning brotherly kindness while simultaneously plotting to wholly consume Tara added an amusing twist to the experience. Naturally, Tara seized the opportunity to consult the academically astute Riddle regarding his inquiries about transfiguration and magical item creation. Tom Riddle answered all of Tara's questions with remarkable patience. This was also a primary reason Tara was disinterested in engaging with Harry, with the scholarly Riddle at his side, who had time to entertain a mere child like Harry. Oh, by the way, Harry Tierra suddenly recalled something and spoke to Harry. "What is up, Tierra?" Harry turned to face her. "Could I borrow your invisibility cloak?" Tierra inquired. "You know, Hermione asked us to thoroughly search the library for Nicholas Flamel during the holidays. I believe we have almost scoured the library, except for the restricted section. Since you have the invisibility cloak now, why don't we venture into the restricted section?" "Brilliant idea, Tierra. Absolutely brilliant," Harry exclaimed as he leaped off his bed and retrieved the invisibility cloak from a large trunk tucked beneath. "Why didn't I think of that? Shall we head out now?" he asked. No. Harry, Tierra hesitated. "I meant that we should go one at a time. For instance, I'll go today, you tomorrow, and Ron the day after. That way we can take turns." "Oh, all right then. Here you go," Harry replied, handing the invisibility cloak to Tierra. "Thank you, Harry. I'll go first today, and you can go tomorrow." With that, Tierra donned the invisibility cloak and vanished from sight. Harry stared blankly at the spot where Tierra had just been until the door of their dormitory creaked, prompting him to divert his gaze and return to his bed. Before exiting the Gryffindor common room, Tierra sought out George and Fred Weasley to borrow the Marauders map. Since her initiation into the Weasley twins' mischief-making duo, they had confided in her about this secret. The twins readily agreed to her request. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," George Weasley declared, as Tierra primarily identified the twins by the positions of their pimples. George placed his wand on the blank parchment, and, as he uttered the incantation, ink lines began to extend, revealing a map of Hogwarts that marked the locations of everyone within the castle and indicated the entrances to secret passages. "And if you wish to conceal it," Fred Weasley added, pointing his wand at the map, "it will transform into a mere piece of parchment." Tierra had already learned from the Marauders map, courtesy of the Weasley twins, that Dumbledore had left Hogwarts prior to Christmas, and he was still absent today. Thus, this excursion had been meticulously planned by Tierra, awaiting the arrival of Harry's invisibility cloak. Tierra approached the tapestry depicting the giant troll beating up the troll, calming her mind as she silently repeated 3 times, "I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something." However, nothing transpired. Puzzled, Tierra tilted her head and waited another minute, yet still, nothing occurred. Suddenly, it seemed an idea struck her, and she hurried back to the Gryffindor common room, retrieved her diary from her pocket, and concealed it within the blazing flames of the fireplace. Then, she turned and returned to the tapestry once more. With a tranquil demeanor, she repeated her mantra 3 times, "I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something. I need a place to hide something." This time, however, Tierra fully opened her mental barriers. Before her, the wall opposite the giant troll tapestry began to reveal enchanting lines and patterns, gradually forming a colossal bronze door. Placing her hand on the brass handle, Tierra pulled it open. Before her lay a most chaotic chamber, as vast as a cathedral, illuminated by shafts of light streaming through tall windows. Resembling a city encircled by towering walls, Tierra recognized that the contents of this room were amassed from the treasures hidden away by generations of Hogwarts inhabitants. Streets lined with precariously stacked broken furniture appear to be stuffed here to conceal evidence of miscast spells, or perhaps hidden by the house elves who maintained the castle as decorum. Within this room were thousands of books, undoubtedly forbidden tomes, scrawled over volumes, and stolen texts. There were slingshots with wings and flying discs, some still weakly hovering above the mountain of prohibited items, broken bottles filled with congealed potions, hats, jewelry, cloaks, and items resembling dragon egg shells, and several corked bottles still emanating a sinister glow, alongside rusty swords and a blood-stained axe. Chapter 60. The Treasure Hunt in the Room of Requirement. As Tierra walked, she drew her wand and began sifting through the disordered books scattered across the floor. Titles such as Powerful Potions, Dark History, Alchemy of Death and Life, Plague, and Brain Concealment. How to Master Mind caught her eye. With a flick of her wand, she magically stowed these volumes into a canvas bag strapped to her waist. This bag, borrowed from Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, had been enchanted with a stretching spell. Typically, each team as potioneer would possess one, most crafted by themselves. However, as Tierra had yet to master the spell, she was utilizing Wood's. It must be said that Oliver was not only an excellent Quidditch player, but also adept at crafting magical items. Tierra had already managed to fit 3 to 4 dozen books into this enchanted bag, yet it still held ample space. Like a greedy scavenger, she stuffed any book that appeared to be forbidden into her bag. However, the sheer volume of her finds became overwhelming, and ultimately, Tierra had to empty the bag, stacking all the books in a designated corner flanked by 2 enormous bronze pig statues. From the pile of forbidden texts she had collected, Tierra selected a handful of titles she knew would be of use. Ancient Dark Magic Rituals, Alchemy of Death and Life, Plague, and Detailed Guide to Dark Magical Artifacts. Of course, Brain Concealment, How to Mask Your Mind was among them. This was the book Tierra currently needed most, as facing Voldemort, a master of soul extraction, even if it was merely one of his Horcruxes, left her feeling precariously vulnerable. After securing the books, Tierra pressed onward, navigating around a towering cabinet. And in the passageway behind it, she discovered 4 rows of wooden bookshelves standing over 2 meters high. The first shelf was cluttered with wands, books, and an array of peculiar items whose purposes were unknown. Tierra glanced at the books and decided to pocket one titled Life Ritual, before proceeding to the 3 shelves further back. The next 3 shelves were filled to the brim with rows of glass jars. E llevore, Tierra murmured, unscrewing one jar to pinch a small amount and sniff it before quietly returning it. Wings of the clawback wasp, recognizing the contents of the next jar at a glance. She stowed it away. The wings were a principal ingredient for the flying potion, or could be used, according to the potion section of the Book of the Dead, to brew a potion that rendered the body semi-ethereal. Severus Snape's first task in conducting his private lesson was to escort Tila to his personal apothecary, where they would identify various herbs and potions. After all, for a potion master, one may lack finesse and technique or produce less than stellar potions, but one must undoubtedly possess the ability to recognize ingredients. The moment Tila's gaze fell upon the jar of silvery, scale-like substance on the 4th shelf of the 3rd rack, her eyes sparkled with excitement. African tree snake skin. She carefully opened the jar and inspected it, concluding that the scales were likely from a 50 to 100-year-old African tree snake. It is essential to note that the African tree snake in the wizarding realm differs significantly from its Muggle counterpart. The Muggle version is a fierce venomous serpent, measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, adorned in vibrant green, brown, or black hues. Conversely, the Wizarding World's African tree snake can reach lengths of up to 10 meters, shimmering in silver, and boasts a lifespan of around 120 years. These serpents inhabit the roots of trees that yield wand wood, subsisting on the roots themselves. Since its introduction to England by a wizard in 1860, and lacking natural predators, it has wreaked havoc upon the native wand trees, becoming a mortal enemy to the tree guardian. Tila produced a pair of tweezers she had fashioned using transfiguration and delicately pinched a few scales, bringing them to her nose for a whiff and meticulously examined their texture. Satisfied, Tila stowed the entire jar of African tree snake skin into her undetectable extension charm bag, knowing it could be preserved for an extended period if properly dried. It is worth mentioning that the African tree snake skin typically sold in potion shops is merely shed skin, while the contents of this glass jar were freshly extracted, complete with a layer of adipose tissue. Utilizing this particular skin to brew the Hydra potion could induce irreversible transformations in certain body parts. Yet the presence of the fatty layer enhances its efficacy for the Hydra potion. The jar from the House of Requirement should suffice for Tila to concoct 7 or even more doses of the potion. Regrettably, she had gathered only 3 other ingredients and had yet to procure the ghost moth pupa. After securing the jar of African tree snake skin and a few additional ingredients, Tila promptly turned to leave, ceasing her search for the elusive ghost moth pupa or any other seemingly bizarre magical artifacts. The notion of finding the pupa here had never truly crossed her mind, as it must be used alive in the brewing of the Hydra potion. Thus, she doubted that this long-abandoned House of Requirement would harbor such a specimen. Nevertheless, her discovery of the African tree snake skin left her quite content. Her venture to the House of Requirement today, clad in her invisibility cloak, was indeed a gamble of fortune, for she could not ascertain whether the cluttered space would yield the potion ingredients she sought. Fortuitously, Tila not only unearthed the desired African tree snake skin, but also stumbled upon various other potion components, such as the wings of the Corgaio wasp, the carapace of a frog crab, desiccated eggs of the pearl worm, and several common herbs suitable for brewing the misting agent from the Book of the Dead. Additionally, she acquired the talons of a phoenix and leaves from the Highland Tower tree, along with petals from the stone demon flower. These ingredients serve as primary components for crafting the transfiguration potion for deep divers as detailed in the Book of the Dead. Upon exiting the House of Requirement, Tila, still shrouded in her invisibility cloak, stealthily returned to the Gryffindor common room. To her relief, everything remained undisturbed. Rather than immediately retrieving her diary from the fireplace, she first extracted the tome titled Brain Closure Technique, How to Conceal Your Mind, from her bag, and began to read. Given her prior explorations into the virtual mental dimensions of magical object creation, Tila found the brain closure technique relatively manageable. After completing the first chapter, How to Control Your Emotions, although not yet a master of the technique, she had begun to construct a unique emotional disguise beyond her mental barriers. At this juncture, Tila waved her wand, summoning Tom Riddle's diary from the hearth. What transpired next was unexpected. As she grasped the diary, it began to inscribe words of its own accord. However, Voldemort's true thoughts were far less eloquent. Damn it, this little brat isn't doubting me, is he? Although Voldemort could only perceive the world through Tila's senses, he was far from oblivious to his own predicament of being cast into the flames. Quickly, Tila summoned memories from her time at the orphanage, her anger and sense of injustice swelling within her, and she directed these emotions towards her mental barriers. Feeling utterly wronged, she picked up the diary and wrote, "My classmates, my roommates, they bully me. They pour filth on my head, call me a mudblood, and lock me in the cold storage room. That upperclassman, dissatisfied with how close his girlfriend is to me, burned all my books and notes. You are all I have left, all I have left. Boo-hoo." Chapter 61. The Home of Longing, Never to Return. After exchanging a few more words with Voldemort, Tila quietly returned to her dormitory. With her fabricated sorrow and indignation, Voldemort was quickly convinced. Not only did he believe her, but he also surmised that his scheme had yielded unforeseen results, attributing Tila's misfortunes to his infatuation curse inadvertently, attracting unwanted attention. This experience of being idolized only served to deepen Tila's reliance on the diary. Voldemort's arrogance had always been his Achilles heel. Even a genius like him could not fathom the extent of the power that lay within Tila, a mere first-year witch. Hence, despite finding her demeanor and actions peculiar, he never connected the dots that within the body of this 11-year-old resided a soul of over 30 years, complete with access to a dark magic library. After an exchange of banter with Voldemort, Tila successfully persuaded him to cast a warming charm upon her, depleting his last vestige of strength. Content. She stealthily placed the invisibility cloak at Harry's bedside before climbing into her own bed to sleep. Tila? As soon as she lay down, Harry stirred from his own bed, gently calling her name. "Harry, are you still awake?" Tila replied, pulling the covers over her and turning to face him in the darkness. "Yes, I'm a bit worried about you," Harry said. "Did you find it? Did you locate Nicole May?" "No." Tila feigned a hint of disappointment with a sigh. "Don't be disheartened. I'll take another look tomorrow," Harry reassured her. "Good night, Harry," Tila said softly. "Good night, Tila." Although Harry spoke these words, Tila could distinctly hear him getting out of bed around 12:30, still engrossed in the tome brain closure technique, How to Conceal Your Mind. Due to the effects of the heliotrope potion, Tiara found it increasingly challenging to succumb to slumber. To stave off monotony while relaxing her body, she resorted to reading, employing her hands, which had been blessed by knowledge. As she listened to Harry donning the invisibility cloak with a rustle, Tiara sighed internally, hastily casting her book aside and focusing on calming her breath, feigning deep sleep. She sensed Harry gently approach her bedside in the darkness. It seemed he gazed at her for a moment before stealthily exiting the dormitory. Once assured that Harry had indeed departed, Tiara finally exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing that Harry would never remain still. Acquiring an invisibility cloak meant that if he didn't venture out that night, he would not be the son of James Potter. However, it mattered little. Tiara had gathered ample potion ingredients and even procured several tomes on dark magic. These potions and books would keep her occupied for quite some time. At least until she began brewing the heliotrope potion, she would no longer require Harry's cloak. Yet, before long, Tiara heard the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs, followed by the sensation of someone crashing onto her covers. "Tiara! Tiara! Wake up! Tiara! Wake up!" Harry's voice, deliberately hushed, rang in her ears. "What is it, Harry?" Tiara feigned drowsiness as she rose from her bed, discreetly tucking her copy of the mind cloaking spell. how to conceal your thoughts into the disheveled blankets. Tiara, I saw a mirror, Harry exclaimed excitedly. I saw my parents in the mirror. It must be the mirror of Ariste, Tiara thought, recalling the plot. Come on, Tiara. Let's go. I want to show you my parents, Harry urged, pulling her hand with enthusiasm. Harry, you must understand, Tiara began, only to abruptly halt and amend her words. All right, let me get dressed. Should we wake Ron and bring him along? Tiara suddenly remembered that Harry's memory of learning the Patronus charm in his 3rd year stemmed from a scene in the family portrait within the mirror of Ariste. Perhaps it was best not to shatter this illusion just yet. After all, the impact of dousing Harry's excitement with cold water immediately versus later would indeed differ. While Tiara dressed, Harry roused Ron from slumber. The 3 young wizards, clad in pajamas and simple wizarding robes, stealthily navigated the depths of Hogwarts beneath the cloak of invisibility. This is it, right here. After wandering through the icy corridors for nearly half an hour, Harry finally pushed open the door. Beyond it lay an abandoned classroom, thick with dust. Numerous desks and chairs were haphazardly stacked against the walls, casting dark, looming shadows, alongside an overturned wastebasket. Yet, on the wall directly opposite them stood something that seemed entirely out of place, as if someone had temporarily deposited it there due to a lack of space. It was an imposing mirror, reaching to the ceiling, adorned with an ornate golden frame, supported at the base by claw-like feet. Inscribed at the top were the words, Eristra eru oit ube kafra oit onwoser. Harry was elated to have discovered this place. He feared that it might vanish by the time he returned. He removed the invisibility cloak from his shoulders and fluttered toward the mirror, with Ron trailing closely behind, while Tiara, feeling chilled to the bone, approached the mirror at a leisurely pace. Although she possessed the warmth and chill-repelling charms, and could even replicate Hermione's method of containing fire in a bottle for convenience, they had rushed too hastily. Just as Tiara managed to don her outer garment, Harry seized her arm and pulled her out of the Gryffindor common room without even grabbing her wand. With the consumption of the heliotrope potion, Tiara's mental prowess surpassed that of her peers, even exceeding some adult wizards, leading to an accelerated growth of her innate magical essence, while using standard spells was manageable. Whenever she attempted to perform temperature-related charms, such as the fire charm or the warmth charm, she felt a potent surge of magic yearning to break free. Do you see it? Harry asked Ron, pointing at the mirror. I don't see anything, Ron replied. Look, there's so many people, Harry insisted. I can only see you, Ron said. Take a good look. Come over here and stand in my spot. As Harry stepped aside, the moment Ron positioned himself before the mirror, Harry could no longer see his family. Only Ron standing there in his plaid pajamas, gazing in astonishment at his own reflection. Look at me, Ron cried out. Can you see your family surrounding you? Harry inquired eagerly. No, it's just me, but I seem older. I'm still a boy. But I'm the head of the student council. What? Harry asked, perplexed. I'm wearing a badge like Bill used to, holding both the house cup and the Quidditch cup. I'm the captain of the Quidditch team, Ron exclaimed, struggling to tear his gaze away from the splendid vision. Excitedly looking at Harry. Do you think this mirror foretells the future? No, that can't be my parents. Hey, Tiara, come here, to the mirror. What do you see? My parents are there, right? Harry urged, pulling the still-dazed Tiara before the mirror. With great force, Harry gripped Tiara and pushed him in front of the mirror. The reflection revealed Tiara's bewildered visage. The moment he gazed into the mirror, his heart fluttered as if a buried emotional bomb within him had detonated, flooding him with warmth. Something was beckoning to emerge. In Tiara's view, the mirror rippled like water. Gradually, scenes of the university housing area where he often played as a child appeared. A quaint, 6-story complex near the university where his mother worked. Within the university grounds lay a shallow artificial lake where he and his childhood friends spent their summers catching tadpoles. However, as his father's business prospered, they gradually moved away to a more upscale neighborhood a few streets over, complete with refined European gardens, meticulously trimmed lawns, and neatly dressed security and cleaning staff who greeted passersby with smiles, yet lacking a sense of warmth. The neighbors were harmonious yet distant. Even his parents remarked that they would return to their old neighborhood upon retirement, leaving the new place for the younger generation. As the image in the mirror shifted, it revealed the familiar artificial lake from his childhood, where an elderly couple, their hair streaked with gray, sat on a bench by the water's edge. They seemed to notice Tiara, their faces lighting up with surprise as they approached him, albeit with some difficulty. They gently tapped on the mirror's surface, as if separated by a pane of glass. Just as Taylor celebrated his first birthday at university, his parents unexpectedly appeared outside his study room. A small black dog dashed toward him from behind them, frantically pawing at the mirror upon seeing Taylor. It was his parents, from whom he had never had the chance to say goodbye, and that little black dog, who waited for his return until death. That was his hometown, a place he could never return to. Warm tears streamed down Taylor's cheeks in two flowing lines. Chapter 62, Christmas Gift. That evening, Harry, Ron, and Taylor returned to their dormitory with a sense of melancholy. Taylor was overwhelmed by memories of his hometown, while Harry and Ron had engaged in a minor dispute over the mirror's revelations. Harry insisted that the mirror allowed him to see his deceased parents, while Ron believed it could predict the future. However, neither of them disturbed Taylor, as his sorrowful expression was too unsettling. Once Harry and Ron fell into slumber, Taylor quietly vanished from his bed and found himself in a library light years away. This was Taylor's first return to the library since entering Hogwarts. The confusion, shock, and sorrow he had just experienced were but fleeting emotions. Hogwarts was wondrous, and this magical world held great allure, yet it would never be his true home. Taylor longed for home. 5 years had passed since he crossed over. Even during his time in graduate and doctoral studies, he had never been away for so long. He missed his parents, the old neighborhood, his laboratory, his classmates, his seniors, and the doctoral thesis that was merely awaiting final edits before submission. His parents had not truly passed. When Taylor died in his previous life, they were still in their 50s, not yet 60. His mother had a touch of arthritis, and his father showed signs of mild fatty liver. Even in their twilight years, the loss of a child would not devastate them entirely. They had lived comfortably for many years, and their health was relatively robust. While not guaranteed to live to 90, reaching 70 seemed quite feasible. Taylor still had time. He still had a chance. He was merely far away from home, in a distant place, and he could return. Taylor yearned to see them again, to stroll hand in hand with his parents through the sunset-kissed neighborhood, to savor his mother's dumplings once more, and to endure the sweat-inducing spiciness of his father's braised eel. He wished to complete that unfinished thesis and submit it. For that paper, he and his seniors had spent 5 months planting seedlings in the fields. He wondered if the explosion had affected his laptop, where all his data resided. If it were destroyed, all the years of hard work with his seniors from the selection of target genes would be in vain. Taylor retrieved the thick tome, the Book of the Dead, and turned to the chapter on the cosmic deities. This was a realm he had previously dared not explore. This was a magical world, filled with ancient ones and outer gods. Nothing was impossible, and everything could be achieved, provided he was strong enough. A bold and audacious plan began to take shape in Taylor's mind. The following morning, after a sleepless night, Taylor calculated the time to return to his bed before Harry and Ron awoke, catching a brief nap while awaiting their calls. Harry rose, yawning, a bit preoccupied compared to the previous day. Aside from his thoughts on the mirror, he was somewhat concerned about Taylor. Taylor had remained reticent about what he saw in the mirror, which only heightened Harry's anxiety. The sorrow radiating from Taylor was so profound that it frightened Harry. Perhaps Taylor had seen his own parents? As Harry pondered this, he called out to Taylor. "Good morning, Taylor," he said, attempting to wear a smile. "Good morning, Harry." Taylor replied with a faint smile that revealed nothing. "Are you all right, Taylor?" Harry inquired. "Me fine," Taylor responded softly. "I just missed my parents. I saw them too." Harry exclaimed, sitting excitedly on Taylor's bed. "I saw my parents. They were smiling, their hands on my shoulders," he said with enthusiasm. "I saw them," Taylor replied. "I saw my parents slowly walking toward me. Then, tonight." Harry leaned closer to Taylor, trailing off, but the implication was clear. "Oh no," Taylor said. "The mirror of Ariste ultimately reveals illusions. By the way, Harry, I have a Christmas gift for you, though it's a bit late. My Raven, was a little lazy, which is why it only arrived today." With that, Taylor produced a small box and handed it to Harry. Raven, standing nearby, let out a disgruntled squawk. Harry, filled with delight, opened the box to find a moving, magical photograph of Taylor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione together. Sorry. I had to send a film to the Owl Post in Diagon Alley to develop, and Raven's laziness made this gift arrive a day late, Taylor explained. "This is fantastic, Taylor. Absolutely wonderful," Harry exclaimed, finding a thumbtack to pin the photo to his bedpost. After breakfast, Taylor carried his books to the library, seemingly returning to his diligent ways before winter. "A young wizard like you should be out enjoying the Christmas holiday. I know you've been spending time with the Weasley brothers. It's no big deal to play with them during the break. You want to turn into a troublemaker?" Madame Pants, the librarian, remarked, slightly annoyed that Taylor was adding to her workload during Christmas. Yet, before Taylor entered, Madame Pants handed him a cup of hot milk, insisting he drink it before entering the library. "Thank you, Madame Pants." After finishing the cup of hot milk, Taylor's pale face, chilled from traversing the corridor, regained some color. After returning the cup to Madame Pants, Taylor produced a small box from his robe and handed it to her. "Merry Christmas, Madame Pants," Taylor said with a smile. Madame Pants, somewhat incredulous, opened the small box he had given her. It was the first Christmas gift she had ever received from a student. Inside the box lay a wooden bookmark, adorned with a childlike drawing of an adorably awkward figure. When Madame Pants held the bookmark, the figure's sorrowful face transformed into a radiant smile. "Oh my goodness, child, this is wonderful. Thank you, dear." Taylor responded with a polite smile. Acknowledging Madame Pants's gratitude, Tiara introduced several of her acquaintances to him. Harry, Ron, Neville, Seamus, the Weasley twins, Percy, and all the teachers at Hogwarts, including the caretaker Mr. Filch and Dumbledore, to whom she bestowed Christmas gifts. Most of these gifts were hastily crafted the previous night, utilizing magical items she had previously rendered useless. For instance, the wooden bookmark meant for Madame Pants was originally intended to be a sharp wooden sword, but she ultimately succeeded only in enchanting it to change colors. The photograph she gifted to Harry was merely an ordinary magical picture, hastily selected from a plethora of snapshots taken earlier. Ron received a few Muggle coins, while the Weasley twins were each given a Muggle novel. Percy's gift was a blank Muggle notebook. To Professor McGonagall, she presented a magical scarf that could automatically shield against sunlight, and to Hagrid, she gifted a Muggle encyclopedia of animals. For Mr. Filch, she crafted a broom capable of cleaning the ceiling, stemming from her desire to repair several damaged brooms belonging to the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Tiara had initially considered gifting a bottle of shampoo produced by the Potter family to Snape, but feared his wrath. So she instead spent the night concocting a potion of jubilation for him, regardless of its utility. Professor Sprout received a self-moving artificial flower. Professor Flitwick a hat that was guaranteed to emit light. Madame Hooch a helmet that played music autonomously. Professor Burbage a unicorn model that could only perform piercing actions. Madame Sinistra a lamp resembling a star, and Professor Trelawney a bottle of calming potion, while Professor Quirrell received a new turban. As for Dumbledore, Tiara simply left a pair of light blue cashmere gloves adorned with yellow stars, a matching pair of woolen socks, and a set of cashmere long johns neatly wrapped in a gift box at the entrance of the headmaster's office. Chapter 63. The Mirror of Ariste. In contrast to Tiara's fervent dedication to studying and absorbing knowledge during the Christmas holidays, Harry found himself feeling somewhat aimless. He not only abstained from participating in the twin snowball fight, but also appeared indifferent when Ron invited him to play wizard chess. Each day, Harry eagerly awaited the arrival of night. During her evening breaks, Tiara devoted half her time to reading or surreptitiously recording and analyzing the magic within her diary. Consequently, Tiara was acutely aware that each night, Harry would quietly rise from his bed, don his invisibility cloak, pause momentarily beside her bed, and then stealthily descend the staircase. On this particular day, Harry navigated with ease to the abandoned classroom. Gazing into the mirror once more, he beheld the smiling faces of his parents and a long-bearded old man. "Back again, are you, Harry?" the old man remarked, perched on a dilapidated desk, swinging his legs. A chill coursed through Harry, freezing his insides. He immediately turned to see the long-bearded figure seated at a table against the wall, none other than Albus Dumbledore. Harry must have walked right past him in his haste to view the mirror, oblivious to Dumbledore's presence. I didn't see you, sir," Harry stammered nervously. "How curious. Considering you are the one cloaked in invisibility, not I," Dumbledore chuckled. Harry noticed the smile gracing Dumbledore's face bore a striking resemblance to Tiara's, and he felt an immense wave of relief. "Thus, you have discovered the allure of the Mirror of Ariste," Dumbledore continued, sliding off the desk to sit on the floor beside Harry. "I didn't know it was called that, sir, but I suppose you already understand its magic?" Dumbledore said with a smile. "Oh yes, I see my family," Harry replied. "And your friend Ron sees himself as the president of the Boy Student Council," Dumbledore added, pausing to chuckle, seemingly in high spirits. "And our porcelain doll-like little genius, Tiara, she saw her parents, the places where she once lived, and her pet dog." "How do you know?" "I do not require an invisibility cloak to become unseen," Dumbledore said kindly. "Now, can you ponder what the Mirror of Ariste reveals to us all?" Harry shook his head. He harbored suspicions, but was reluctant to acknowledge them. "Allow me to elucidate. The happiest individuals in the world can regard the Mirror of Ariste as an ordinary mirror, meaning they see their own reflection within it. Do you grasp anything from this?" Harry contemplated before slowly articulating. "The mirror shows us what we desire, regardless of what that may be." "Correct, yet incorrect," Dumbledore gently countered. "It reveals only our innermost, most fervent longings. You have never beheld your family, so you see them surrounding you. Ron Weasley has always felt overshadowed by his brothers, and thus he perceives himself standing alone, the most distinguished among them. And Tiara, she yearns for the past, longing to return to the places of her childhood. For her parents met untimely ends, Dumbledore paused here, contemplating. Perhaps she wishes for her parents to have lived to old age. However, this mirror cannot impart knowledge nor reveal truths. People waste their lives before it, entranced by what they see, even driven to madness. For they do not know whether what lies within the mirror is real or attainable. Tomorrow, the mirror shall be relocated, Harry, and I implore you not to seek it out again. If you happen upon it one day, prepare yourself. To languish in illusory dreams while neglecting the reality of life is utterly futile. Remember this well. Now let us conclude for today. Why not don that wondrous invisibility cloak and return to your slumber? Harry stood up. Professor Dumbledore, may I ask you a question? That goes without saying. You just did. Dumbledore laughed. However, you may inquire further. When you gaze in the mirror, what did you see? Dumbledore chuckled, rising to his feet and slightly lifting the hem of his vibrant purple robe towards Harry. It was then that Harry noticed that Dumbledore, who was likely over 100 years old, was dressed in a whimsical manner, adorned in a loose-fitting purple robe, beneath which lay a pair of pale blue cashmere trousers patterned with stars, the cuffs tucked into thick woolen socks of the same hue. I have received what I once desired this year. Now, I merely hope for a bright future for you little wizards. Harry tilted his head in mild confusion. Ha ha ha. Dumbledore seemed to erupt in joyous laughter, reaching out to ruffle Harry's hair, leaving it in a delightful disarray. Off you go now, back to bed. If you stay up too late, you won't grow tall, though there are potions to remedy that. They taste as dreadful as spoiled milkshakes, Dumbledore remarked. All right, sir, Harry nodded. Oh, one more thing. Harry, Dumbledore called after him. What is it, sir? Harry inquired. As a friend, you should take the opportunity to remind our dear Tila that having goals is commendable, but he must not push himself too hard. He ought to allow himself some respite. There are matters in which no amount of effort can yield results. After all, Dumbledore appeared somewhat conflicted about whether to articulate the next words. For it is imperative to remember, Harry, that no power in this world can resurrect the deceased. Very well, sir. Harry seemed somewhat disheartened, nodding before hastily vanishing through the classroom door. Once Harry had departed, the abandoned classroom soon became the solitary domain of Dumbledore. He stood in a daze before the mirror of Ariste, his shadow casting a lonely, desolate river behind him. The lines of Dumbledore's face, resembling ancient bark, could not conceal the profound loneliness and solitude he felt. The vague words that Tila had uttered echoed in the dimly lit classroom. Dumbledore's gaze drifted vacantly toward the mirror of Ariste. Chapter 64. The Lamb. During the remainder of the Christmas holiday, Tila continued to study diligently. Perhaps due to the effects of the elixir of Hecate and his remarkably potent mental presence, Tila made rapid progress in his studies of occlumency. By the day before the Christmas holiday concluded, he was already able to edit and modify certain memories within his own mind, projecting them beyond his mental barriers to Voldemort. This development reassured Voldemort, who initially attributed his inability to access Tila's thoughts to Tila's natural aptitude for occlumency, forming an involuntary layer of mental protection in a state of vigilance. Tom, this formula, Tila remarked, scribbling in his notebook, I still do not fully comprehend it. Within the brief span of the Christmas holiday, Tila had succumbed to Tom Riddle's extraordinary eloquence and intellect. He had not only opened the entirety of his mental dimensions to Tom Riddle, but had also amplified the magical energy he fed to him. Of course, this outpouring of magic was negligible in terms of Tila's overall spiritual existence, and Tom Riddle would certainly not drain him entirely in one go. Even if Tila did not consciously regulate the flow, Tom Riddle gradually reduced the rate of energy absorption once he freed himself from a state of near lethargy. After all, finding a long-term benefactor who suited his desires was no easy feat. Tom Riddle's ambition was complete resurrection, and retaining Tila as a robust and whole entity would better aid his return. Tila was currently calculating a formula for a magical enhancement potion. Many affluent pure-blood families administered this potion to their children once they began their studies in magic. The potion proved effective only during a wizard's adolescence. Its efficacy diminished year by year after reaching adulthood, ultimately waning entirely by the age of 20. Tila recognized that Tom Riddle was preparing sustenance for his resurrection ritual. After all, having encountered a young wizard capable of brewing potions, Tom Riddle would strive to ensure that his lamb was well fed for a triumphant return. Clearly, Tom Riddle no longer regarded him as human. With the frequent use of occlumency in recent days, Tila felt a marked increase in his mental presence, most notably in the speed at which he constructed mental barriers. The second layer of his mental wall had been completed a few days prior, directly facilitating his entry into occlumency. It seemed that this mental barrier was a fortified version of occlumency. Tila had now embarked on the construction of the third layer of his mental wall. He was now certain that the first 3 layers of this mental fortification relied predominantly on the residual potency of the elixir of Hecate. As he continued to employ a clemency frequently, this residual magical potency would gradually be assimilated into his spiritual existence. Since one fateful night, Harry had ceased to don the invisibility cloak in search of the mirror of Ariste. Instead, he began to approach Tila, engaging him in conversation. Their discussions revolved around themes, such as the departed should remain in the past, and the notion that they should move forward towards a brighter future, phrases that seemed to have been plucked straight from poetry. This left Tila somewhat bewildered. Hermione returned the day before the new term began, immediately immersing herself in the library, as ever the diligent scholar. "What? You found Nicholas Flamel?" Upon her arrival, Hermione exclaimed in astonishment at this momentous news. However, she quickly recognized the inappropriateness of her reaction and covered her mouth before Madame Pomfrey could appear. Ron and Harry, who had been forcibly dragged along by Hermione, were equally taken aback. Tila opened an introduction to alchemy, flipping to Chapter 2, which discussed the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel, the only known wizard to have successfully created the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione read aloud. Ancient alchemy involves the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a substance of astonishing properties. The stone can transform any metal into pure gold and can produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who consume it. For centuries, there have been numerous accounts regarding the Philosopher's Stone, yet the only surviving stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in Devon with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658 years old. It must be, Hermione whispered excitedly. This must be what the 3-headed dog is guarding. A stone that can turn things into gold and grant you eternal life. Harry exclaimed. No wonder Snape desires it. Who wouldn't want it? Indeed, everyone covets it, Tila remarked with a smile, silently reflecting, thank goodness I have obtained it. No wonder we couldn't find Flamel in studies on modern wizardry, Ron added. Since he's 665, he can't be considered modern, right? Thanks to Tila, Hermione shot Ron a look. If it weren't for Tila, we'd still be in the dark. You should be in the dark, Tila thought to himself, as even the first-year wizards are aware of this. It hardly qualifies as a secret. What should we do now? Harry asked. Now that we know what the 3-headed dog is guarding, what should we do? I suggest we refrain from taking any action, Tila replied. This is a matter for the professors. It does not concern us. But what if Snape steals it? Then let him, Tila declared firmly. Surely, none of you believe that Dumbledore is a fool? Surely not. After all, the headmaster of this school is the most powerful wizard of all time, Dumbledore. What could possibly elude him? Snape, no matter how formidable, cannot surpass Dumbledore. As Tila spoke, he felt increasingly uneasy. Damn it, how is Dumbledore so formidable? Chapter 65, Busy. After the Christmas holidays concluded, the lives and studies of everyone seemed to have returned to a semblance of normalcy. Now that they were aware of who Nicodemus was, the trio known for earning house points refrained from causing chaos, instead immersing themselves in the exhilarating and rigorous studies of the new semester. Tila had successfully persuaded them to acknowledge Dumbledore's power, while also convincing herself of it. With the arrival of the new term, Tila, Harry, and Hermione found themselves engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. Harry, of course, had his hands full. As Quidditch entered a new season, the fervent Gryffindor Quidditch captain would intensify the training regimen for the entire team, leaving even Harry, a first-year wizard, no exception. Several team members, including Harry, often returned from practice covered in bruises, which inadvertently increased Tila's workload. For in addition to brewing calming potions, she was also tasked with concocting remedies for their injuries. The prodigious Hermione had already pre-studied most of the semester's curriculum and was now busy borrowing textbooks for the upcoming term from the library. Yet, the busiest among them was undoubtedly Tila. Aside from preparing potions for the Quidditch team, the first private lesson with Snape following the Christmas break had seen a significant increase in difficulty. Had it not been for Tila's extensive experience in the laboratory, she might have struggled to grasp the advanced concepts, just as she had once administered the powerful Hebridean black potion to Peter Pettigrew. The more sophisticated potions required not only rare ingredients, but also the incorporation of spells or even curses during the brewing process. Thus, Tila found herself borrowing a tome titled Advanced Potion Spell Analysis from the library, in addition to her coursework, Quidditch responsibilities, and Snape's additional assignments. Tila had to contend with Tom Riddle, her dedicated tutor. Tom Riddle was astounded by Tila's demonstrated aptitude in potion making, alchemy, and transfiguration, and generously imparted a wealth of practical magical knowledge, which he deemed unnecessary to explain in terms of theory. Unbeknownst to him, Taylor was in dire need of such practical skills. While she possessed Merlin's research notes and the Book of the Dead, she had a firm grasp of magical principles but lacked the nuanced techniques. Magical theory resembled mathematical formulas. One could apply the formulas to physical, chemical, and biological reactions. Yet the actual practice often diverged from theoretical expectations. To translate magical principles into practice necessitated not only spellcasting techniques, but also extensive experimentation. This was precisely what Hogwarts taught. However, the majority of the spellcasting techniques imparted at Hogwarts were tailored to the students' individual proclivities rather than refined into more universally applicable methods. Of course, Tom Riddle's teachings were similarly specialized, and he occasionally withheld certain non-essential techniques. Nevertheless, Taylor's fingers, blessed by knowledge, could decipher Tom Riddle's thoughts as if they were inscribed on parchment. This included the practical spellcasting techniques he had formulated through relentless experimentation and observation during his own student days. Taylor was akin to a parched sponge, absorbing every morsel of knowledge Tom Riddle bestowed. Amidst this flurry of activity, it appeared that Ron was somewhat idle, occasionally accompanying Harry to spectate their Quidditch practice and at other times trailing behind Taylor to observe her potion-making, only to doze off in a chair after a mere 5 minutes. The days passed at a leisurely pace. Due to Taylor's incessant busyness and her reluctance to read either Tom Riddle's notebook or the books she had borrowed from her enchanted room in plain sight, she found herself unable to study openly, particularly in the presence of her trio of companions, as she harbored little faith in their discretion. Thus, Taylor resorted to clandestinely reading under the covers during her nightly rest or hiding among a throng of upperclassmen in the library. Yet, despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, Hermione frequently discovered her, compelling Taylor to seek other secluded spots for her studies: the observatory, the lawn, or the empty corridors. She even contemplated venturing into the restrooms frequented by Moaning Myrtle. Time flew by until Hagrid mysteriously summoned them, instructing them to quietly visit his hut that evening. It was then that Taylor realized nearly 2 months had elapsed, and less than 10 weeks remained before she would complete her first year of magical studies at Hogwarts. After Hagrid departed, Hermione pondered aloud. Do you think this might be related to the Philosopher's Stone? It was yet another day in the library when Hermione found Taylor once more, who was begrudgingly scribbling on parchment, attempting to design the magical configuration for the enhancing potion. Taylor had finalized the configuration over 2 weeks prior, but was still lacking a few essential ingredients, preventing her from brewing the potion. I'll go see what book he was searching for, Ron muttered, having grown weary of studying, and made his escape. A minute later, he returned, burdened with an armful of books, which he unceremoniously dropped onto the table. Dragons, he murmured. Hagrid is researching information on dragons. Look at these, the species of dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, from egg to phoenix, and the Dragon Keeping Guide. Hagrid has always wanted a dragon. He told me so the first time we met. But that's illegal, Ron countered. In 1709, the Wizarding Conference officially passed the law prohibiting dragon ownership. It's common knowledge. If we were to keep a dragon in the backyard, it would be nearly impossible to avoid attracting Muggle attention, and taming them is exceedingly perilous. You should see the burns on Charlie. They're from wild dragons in Romania. But don't wild dragons exist in Britain? Harry inquired. Of course they do, Ron replied. There's the common Welsh green and the Hebridean black. I can tell you that the Ministry has a department dedicated to concealing the existence of these wild dragons. Our wizards often have to cast memory charms on Muggles who have seen them, ensuring they forget the encounter entirely. What does Hagrid intend to do then? Hermione questioned. An hour later, they knocked on the door of the gamekeeper's hut. All 4 of them, including Taylor, were present. As Taylor needed dragon eggshell powder for her enhancing potion, they found all the curtains tightly drawn, and Hagrid first shouted, "Who's there?" before hastily turning to close the door behind them. The hut was stiflingly hot, with a roaring fire blazing in the hearth. Hagrid brewed them tea and served white weasel sandwiches. Chapter 66, Shame. In the sweltering room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione recounted Snape's affair to Hagrid. However, it was clear that Hagrid was already prepared for this conversation. Regardless of how the trio argued, Hagrid remained unconvinced. Suddenly, they heard a scrabbling sound emanating from the iron cauldron. "It's Norbert." Hagrid, brimming with excitement, cast aside his plate and donned a pair of thick, padded gloves, delicately placing a pale yellow egg, roughly the size of a football, upon the table. No sooner had the dragon egg been set upon the wooden surface than it cracked open, revealing a small dragon, its body slick with mucus, that pecked its way out of the shell, wobbling as it attempted to stand. This little dragon was far from beautiful, resembling a crumpled black umbrella. Its spiky wings appeared disproportionately large compared to its slender, inky body. It sported a long snout with white nostrils, and its head was adorned with bumpy horns, while its orange-red eyes bulged outward. It was difficult to conceive that this diminutive creature would grow into a formidable, fire-breathing dragon. The little dragon sneezed, sending a few sparks flying from its nostrils. "It's quite lovely, I senti it," Hagrid murmured. He extended a hand to stroke the dragon's head, only to have it bite his finger, revealing its sharp, elongated teeth. "Goodness, look, it recognizes its mother," Hagrid exclaimed. Hermione said, "How rapidly do Norwegian ridgebacks grow?" Just as Hagrid was about to respond, his complexion drained of color. He sprang to the window. "What is happening?" Harry inquired. Someone was peeking through the curtain. "A boy is running towards the school," Hagrid replied uncertainly. Harry darted to the door and peered outside. Even from a distance, he would not mistake the figure. "It's Malfoy," Harry was certain. Malfoy had seen the dragon, as well as them. They had come to Hagrid's right after finishing dinner, and unbeknownst to them, curfew had long since passed. "Oh no," Hermione suddenly realized. The four young wizards hurried back to the castle from Hagrid's hut. Before leaving, Tyera had asked Hagrid for the dragon eggshell and a vial of dragon blood. Despite dragon meat becoming as commonplace as steak in the wizarding world, that was only due to the sheer size of adult dragons. A single dragon could yield enough meat to satisfy hundreds of wizards. And considering the wizarding population totaled only around 8 or 9,000, it was ample. In their rush that afternoon, Harry had forgotten to bring his invisibility cloak. Thus, the four young wizards had no choice but to hasten back to the Gryffindor common room. However, oh, what a sight! Just as they stepped through the grand entrance of Hogwarts, they spotted the caretaker, Filch, emerging silently from the shadows. Malfoy stood smugly behind him. Filch escorted them to Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor, where they sat in silence. Hermione trembled. Harry's mind raced with numerous excuses and justifications, conjuring up lies to evade accountability, yet he found them increasingly untenable. Unsure how they could extricate themselves from this predicament, Harry helplessly glanced at Tyera. He noticed that Tyera maintained her serene smile, which instilled a modicum of calmness in him. Surely, Tyera must have a plan, he thought. "I can hardly believe it's you lot, especially you, Tyera, and Hermione, who have always been such law-abiding children. How could you be wandering near the Forbidden Forest at such a late hour?" Filch scolded. "You just returned from the Forbidden Forest, haven't you? Don't forget that curfew has long passed. Explain yourselves." This was the first time Hermione found herself at a loss for words in response to a teacher's inquiry. She stared at her slippers, frozen like a statue. "We were wrong, Professor McGonagall," Tyera sincerely apologized. "We shouldn't have been out so late, especially beyond curfew. Wandering near the Forbidden Forest. We merely wished to visit our good friend Hagrid, but we realized that even with Hagrid present, the Forbidden Forest is a perilous place that could very well claim our lives. I assure you, Professor McGonagall, this will be our last violation of school rules. We have deeply recognized our mistake, and we sincerely apologize." After speaking, Tyera bowed deeply. Children often find myriad justifications for their misdeeds, attempting to exhibit how helpless they were in their errors or how justified their actions seemed. Yet adults rarely wish to comprehend the reasons behind one's mistakes. They merely desire to know whether one has acknowledged their wrongdoing. Thus, Tyera's direct apology and bow at least conveyed her recognition of her fault. As for guarantees, he had not bound himself to McGonagall with an unbreakable vow, so what was there to fear? Indeed, after Tyera's words, McGonagall's demeanor softened considerably. Nevertheless, she sternly admonished, "I am quite angry. Therefore, each of you will lose 40 points. 40 points. Hermione's complexion turned ashen. Had she not been clutching Tyera in her nervousness, she might have collapsed. Suddenly losing 160 points meant that Gryffindor would plummet to the bottom of the standings. In just one night, they had obliterated all hopes for Gryffindor to win the House Cup. Harry felt a hollow emptiness within, and even Ron, typically carefree, appeared somewhat abashed. Only Tyera maintained her composure, while Malfoy beamed with smug satisfaction. "All 5 of you will also receive detention," Professor McGonagall continued. "Wait, Professor," Malfoy interjected, somewhat perplexed, stepping forward. "Did I just hear you say 5 people?" "Yes, Mr. Malfoy," McGonagall replied coldly. "After all, you too violated the rules, didn't you? Out past curfew." Upon hearing that Malfoy would also face punishment, Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt little joy. They trudged back to the Gryffindor common room in a daze. Harry couldn't sleep all night, while Tyera, hidden beneath her covers reading the plague, could hear Harry tossing and turning in the dark. Hermione was likely experiencing the same turmoil. The following morning proved to be their most arduous. As most Gryffindor students arose, had breakfast, and passed the enormous hourglass that recorded the house cup standings, they initially thought there had been some mistake. They discovered their house had inexplicably lost 160 points overnight. Then, the news began to spread slowly. Harry Potter, the illustrious Harry Potter, hero of 2 Quidditch matches, was responsible for their loss of points, along with 3 other foolish first-year students. Harry, once one of the most popular and revered figures in the school, suddenly found himself the target of scorn. Even the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students regarded him with disdain, as they had all hoped to see Slytherin lose the House Cup. Wherever Harry went, he felt the weight of people's judgment upon him, and their insults were often delivered at a volume that left no doubt as to their intent. Conversely, whenever he passed by Slytherins, they would erupt into applause, whistling, cheering, and exclaiming, "Thank you, Potter, you've done us a great favor." Chapter 67, The Heir. Hermione and Ron were also enduring their own trials. Although they did not suffer as intensely as Harry, for they lacked his notoriety, they found themselves increasingly isolated, with no one willing to converse with them. Their only companions were Ron's brothers, primarily George and Fred Weasley, who celebrated Ron's newfound audacity in defying school regulations. However, their other brother, Percy Weasley, sternly chastised the trio of mischief makers, threatening to inform Mrs. Weasley of their antics, which caused Ron's head to droop in dismay. In class, Hermione ceased to draw attention, occasionally appearing distracted even during her studies. The only one seemingly unaffected by these developments was Tila. Tila continued her routine, bustling between the dormitory, classroom, and study hall. The concept of collective honor had long been discarded by Tila after encountering a high school teacher who forced the entire class to remain at school practicing calisthenics on the eve of an examination for the sake of his own bonuses. Even when overhearing disparaging remarks from Gryffindor students or facing Draco Malfoy's direct ridicule, Tila remained indifferent. To be precise, he did not entirely ignore these slights. Rather, he meticulously committed the memories of mockery, discrimination, and isolation to memory, later artfully refining them to present to Tom Riddle in his diary at an opportune moment. This led Riddle to believe that Tila was ensnared in a dire existence. Thus, when Tila sought Riddle's counsel on certain dark magic inquiries, he readily provided answers regarding spells, such as the Black Death Curse from a plague, the Decay Curse, the incantations to summon the Desert Reaper from the Book of the Dead, or the conjuring of fiery specters. These spells, albeit basic applications, were not suitable for a wizard of Tila's age to learn. Consequently, Tila crafted a narrative for Voldemort, claiming to have stumbled upon the Room of Requirement and discovered an ancient spellbook. Drawing inspiration from a treasure hunt in the Room of Requirement that occurred on Christmas Day, Tila eagerly shared the knowledge within the book with Riddle, akin to a child reveling in a new toy. While relishing Riddle's teachings, he continued to feign the persona of a pitiful child drawn to dark magic due to bullying. With Riddle's guidance, combined with Tila's innate prowess, he made remarkable progress in his studies of dark magic. Tila commenced the creation of his first dark magical artifact. He perused the lore of Lalai and discovered an item known as the heirloom, a profoundly malevolent dark magical object. This artifact could take any form, though it often manifested as a book. It was not until roughly 2 weeks after Christmas, when Tila had mastered the brewing of the white potion, that he began crafting this artifact, as one of its ingredients was his own skin. Tila excised nearly a third of the skin from his back to produce a tome measuring 60 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in width, consisting of only a few pages and lacking a cover. This heirloom could not yet truly be considered a book, as it contained a mere 12 pages, crafted from a skin he repeatedly stripped from his back after healing it with the white potion. Even in its unfinished state, it exhibited its brutal nature. These scant pages of soft, white parchment perpetually yearned to strip the skin and flesh from every living being around Tila, save for him. This compulsion necessitated that he carry it with him at all times. It resembled a frenzied hound, docile before its master but eager to pounce and tear at any potential target. With Riddle's mentorship and the agony of repeated skinning, Tila had begun to integrate emotions such as pain with his spiritual dimension, employing rudimentary dark magic. Perhaps due to his prior knowledge in biology or the frequent skinning, Tila first mastered the flesh growth spell recorded in the Nameless Sacrificial Book, a rudimentary manifestation of advanced flesh magic. He could now accelerate his healing process with the aid of the white potion or through the consumption of copious amounts of meat. Tila also developed the ability to consciously manipulate certain plants, albeit limited to ordinary flowers and grasses, controlling their blooming, growth, or transformation. The creation of the heirloom was of paramount importance to Tila, not solely for the exploration of pain and emotions through dark magic, but also because he sought a tome that could encapsulate forbidden knowledge. Those spells transcending the cosmos were exceedingly rare, even within the Cthulhu mythos, as nearly all such magic bore a direct connection to the great key of all doors. However, confronting that key would cause mortals to lose their sanity with but a fleeting glance. Even the blessing of time on Tila proved ineffective when faced with the three pillars of deity. The heirloom served as a means to preserve one's sanity in the event of unforeseen calamity. Its principle bore resemblance to Horcruxes, yet the heirloom did not necessitate the severing of one's soul. Rather, it involved the use of a special dark magical vessel to back up a portion of one's personality, memories, and worldview. When the original self succumbed to madness or mutation due to unnameable forces, the heirloom would automatically initiate emergency measures, exchanging all memories and cognitions of the original self with those backed up within the heirloom, according to the law of spiritual immortality. When one encounters the truths of the universe, their spiritual dimension may shatter but will not be annihilated. Thus, upon receiving a complete and normal consciousness and memories, these shattered fragments of existence would gradually coalesce. Meanwhile, the heirloom would assume the burden of absorbing this forbidden knowledge and ultimate truth, transforming into a genuine tome of taboo. Regardless of a wizard's might, they could possess but a single heirloom in their lifetime. The majority of tomes within the library, such as the nameless sacrificial book, the Book of the Dead, and of course the tome that cost Tila a finger, the 7 chapters of the mysterious sovereign, were in fact the heirlooms of several grand wizards. This included the tome, long neglected by Merlin, known as the Book of Camelot, which stood as the sole original among all those chronicling forbidden knowledge, Merlin's own heirloom. Chapter 68, Confinement. Due to the rigorous approach to knowledge upheld by the esteemed race of Ifs, these replicated tomes were crafted to mirror the original editions in both style and text. While this practice maximized the preservation of the original work's knowledge, it simultaneously rendered readers susceptible to forming direct connections with the unknown entities lurking behind the knowledge, for words to possess power. As exemplified by ancient scripts such as those in Nibiru, the more ancient the script, the closer it is to hieroglyphics, and thus, the greater the magical potency it can harbor. In other words, in terms of magical capacity, among all known human scripts, the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs are equivalent to cuneiform, which is equal to water scripts and Nashi scripts, possessing the most formidable enchantments. Following closely are the oracle bone script of China and the Mayan glyphs. Seal script holds slightly more significance than Latin, while ancient languages such as Sumerian, Tibetan, and Sanskrit follow thereafter. Finally, we encounter English, Old English, and other relatively modern scripts, which bear almost no magical influence. This illustrates how the blessing of knowledge can serve as a safeguard for readers, allowing them to bypass perilous texts and confront knowledge directly. However, when the script is of the same lineage as your mother tongue, the blessing of knowledge may inadvertently forge a spiritual conduit to the outer gods. This is particularly true when the knowledge is gleaned from a highly accurate heirloom text. Hence, Tayela can read the Book of the Dead without consequence, peruse the Laloi text without issue, and engage with the nameless ritual book without harm. Yet the moment his fingers graze the 7 secret chapters of Xianjun, he instantly establishes a connection with the Lord of the Deep Space Star C and meets a sudden demise. Fortunately, that time, Tayela merely inadvertently connected with the king in yellow and was not directly scrutinized by him. Otherwise, even the blessing of time would have been unable to save him. Nothing within Tayela's known repertoire could shield him from direct intervention or observation by the outer gods. Soon, the time for confinement arrived for Tayela, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Malfoy. That morning, each of their bedside tables bore a small note, inscribed with. He drew forth an astronomical chart of Jupiter and began reviewing the names of Jupiter's moons. The following morning, at the breakfast table, Tayela, Harry, Hermione, and Malfoy received identical notes. Your confinement begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Find Mr. Filch in the foyer. That night at 11, they descended from the Gryffindor common room together and made their way to the foyer, where Filch awaited them, along with Malfoy. Malfoy wore a smug expression as he regarded the 4 of them, yet when his gaze fell upon Tayela, a flicker of confusion crossed his features. Why hasn't anything happened to him? My father promised to make him uncomfortable. Tayela could perceive Malfoy's thoughts, a result of the magic from the Lali text, peering. It resembled the enchantment of legilimency, but was far less intricate, allowing one to hear the current thoughts of another without delving into deeper memories. Even accomplished practitioners of mental occlusion, such as Dumbledore, Snape, and himself, could easily resist or deceive Tiella. Indeed, the premature appearance of the diary was linked to Draco. Tiella offered a kind smile to Malfoy, which startled him in return, leaving him gazing at Tiella with uncertainty. Tiella genuinely felt gratitude towards Malfoy, although the diary was perilous. It remained within his control. Contrarily, the diary had provided him with immense assistance. Whether through the considerable aid from Tom Riddle or the accelerated growth of his mental presence due to frequent scrutiny from Voldemort's legitimacy, as well as his increasingly adept mastery of mental magic. Tiella squeezed the diary nestled in his embrace. The most significant danger during tonight's expedition into the Forbidden Forest lay in Voldemort's essence parasitically residing within Professor Quirrell. Hence Tiella did not conceal anything from Tom Riddle. At the very least, even if Tiella were to encounter Voldemort's true form, considering he was merely a first-year Muggle-born under the control of a Horcrux, Voldemort would likely refrain from lethal actions, perhaps only subjecting him to a moment of amnesia. In addition to the diary, another pocket of Tiella's wizarding robe contained a stack of soft pages, his heirloom. Tonight, should the opportunity arise, he had another matter to attend to. "Follow me," Filch instructed, illuminating a lamp as he led them out. "I believe you will reconsider any future attempts to violate school rules, won't you?" He cast a sidelong glance at them, continuing, "Oh, indeed, if you were to ask me, I would assert that labor and hardship are the finest teachers. It is a pity that they have abolished the old-fashioned punishments of hanging you by your wrist from the ceiling for several days. I still have those chains in my office, regularly oiling them, just in case they're needed one day. Now, let us proceed. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Should you dare to flee, you might find yourself transformed into a book, a chair, or a fish by Professor McGonagall." Filch chuckled ominously, lamenting how quickly such transformations reverted, and noted that the prohibition against using transfiguration as punishment was inscribed in the school rules. Now, Harry and Ron finally grasped how close they were to becoming a pocket watch. They strode purposefully through the pitch-black grounds, though the moon was resplendently bright. Clouds incessantly drifted by, casting them into shadow. Suddenly, they heard a voice calling from the distance. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry, I'm ready to set off. If we could work alongside Hagrid, that wouldn't be too bad." Tiella heard Harry thinking beside him. The peering spell was a continuous skill-based magic. At this stage, Tiella needed to maintain close proximity, concentrate, and make direct eye contact to hear thoughts. Alternatively, as was the case now, with Harry gripping his hand tightly, their physical contact enabled Tiella to discern Harry's inner musings. Observing the joyful expression on Harry's face, Filch poured cold water on their excitement. "Surely, you don't believe you'll enjoy a delightful romp with that fool? Think again, Brad. You are heading into the Forbidden Forest. If you manage to emerge unscathed, I shall concede my error." Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy's faces paled at once. Harry seemed to grip Tiella's hand even tighter. "I must protect Tiella." Tiella heard Harry's thoughts once more. Who was protecting whom, he wondered. However, if they did encounter Voldemort, Tiella would undoubtedly push Harry out of the way first. After all, should Voldemort inadvertently make contact with Harry, this term might come to an abrupt end. Chapter 69, Spectre. Just as Filch was speaking, Hagrid strode towards them from the darkness, Fong trailing behind. Hagrid bore his enormous crossbow and a quiver brimming with arrows. "It's about time," Hagrid remarked. "I've been waiting for half an hour." "So, what have you?" Harry, Hermione, and Tiella. "You shouldn't be so courteous to them." "Hagrid," Filch replied coldly. "After all, they are here to receive punishment. Is that why you're late?" Hagrid frowned at Filch, saying, "You've been lecturing them, haven't you? This is not your place to lecture. Your task is done. I shall take over from here. I'll return at dawn," Filch retorted, "to clean up their remains." He spoke fiercely, then turned and strode towards the castle, the lamp swaying as it vanished into the darkness. At that moment, Malfoy turned to Hagrid and declared, "I refuse to enter that forbidden forest." "Ha, Malfoy is frightened. What a coward." Tiella, who had been tethered to Harry's side, heard Harry's thoughts echoing in her mind. Tiella felt somewhat exasperated, tugging at her hand. Yet unable to free herself, she resignedly allowed Harry to continue holding on. He had not learned the art of eavesdropping merely to overhear the musings of adolescent boys. "If you wish to remain at Hogwarts, you must go," Hagrid said unflinchingly to Malfoy. "You have erred, and now you must face the consequences. Undertaking tasks here is the duty of servants, not students. I had anticipated we would merely write lines or the like. If my father learns of this, he will tell you that Hogwarts operates in this manner." Hagrid retorted gruffly, "Write lines? What good does that do you? You must engage in something of value, or you will be dismissed." If you think your father would prefer you to be expelled, then by all means, return to the castle and pack your bags. Go on. Malfoy remained immobile, casting an angry glare at Hagrid, only to avert his gaze shortly thereafter. Very well, Hagrid continued. Now listen closely. What we are about to undertake tonight is perilous, and I do not wish for any of you to encounter danger. Follow me over here. He led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, raising the lamp high and pointing to a narrow, winding path that gradually disappeared into the dense black woods. They gazed into the forest, a gentle breeze tousling their hair. Look over there, Hagrid instructed. Do you see that glimmering object on the ground? The silvery one? That is unicorn blood. A unicorn in the Forbidden Forest has been severely wounded. This marks the second time this week. Last Wednesday, I discovered one dead. We must strive to find that poor unicorn and alleviate its suffering. What if the creature that harmed the unicorn finds us first? Malfoy inquired, his voice tinged with uncontainable fear. Taila, meanwhile, gazed thoughtfully at the specks of silvery blood, her other hand discreetly slipping into her robe to gently grasp the 12 soft white pages. As long as you are with me or Fong, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you, Hagrid assured. Do not stray from the path. Now, we will split into 2 groups, searching for the blood trail. There are traces of blood everywhere. Clearly, it has been wandering about since at least last night. I want Fong, Malfoy exclaimed, eyeing Fong's long teeth anxiously. Very well, but I must warn you, he is a coward, Hagrid replied. So, Hermione, Ron, and I will take one path, while Malfoy, Harry, Taila, and Fong will take another. If anyone finds a unicorn, signal with green sparks, understood? Take out your wands and practice. Oh, and if anyone encounters trouble, signal with red sparks, and we will come to your aid. Now, everyone be cautious. Let us proceed. Hagrid, armed with his crossbow, led the young wizards into the wild, overgrown, forbidden forest. As they entered, Taila stealthily retrieved the 12 pages she had hidden in her pocket, and, while they were distracted, cast them upon the ground. The moment the pages touched the earth, they unfurled slowly, then, like a great bird, soared into the dense depths of the Forbidden Forest. What was that noise? Malfoy gasped, startled. The forest was cloaked in darkness, and suddenly, the sound of flapping wings echoed. Hagrid raised the oil lamp, peering up, yet saw nothing. Probably just bats, Hagrid remarked nonchalantly, urging them to move on. After traversing a short distance, they reached a fork in the path. Ron, Hermione, and Hagrid took the left route, while Malfoy, Harry, and Fong ventured right. They walked in silence, their eyes fixed on the ground. Occasionally, a beam of moonlight filtered through the branches above, illuminating patches of silver-blue blood on the fallen leaves. As they searched along the blood trail, Taila's heir had arrived beside the ailing unicorn. Through the connection with her heir, Taila beheld a formless, towering shadow hunched over a silvery unicorn, relentlessly siphoning its lifeblood. The unicorn's belly barely rose and fell, its breath shallow and labored. The imposing shadow seemed oblivious to the heir's approach, engrossed in its grisly feast. The heir slowly turned to the 4th page. There, a portkey spell had been inscribed. Given that magical objects possess a far greater affinity for spirituality than wizards, even spells not yet mastered by their creators can be engraved directly onto the spiritual dimension of magical items when the principles and structures of magic are comprehended. This phenomenon is known as the constant effect of magical items. The portkey spell presently employed by the heir, along with the earlier levitation charm, were both inscribed in the heir's spiritual dimension through this constant effect by Taila. These spells are included in the Advanced Charms curriculum. Although Taila understood the principles of these spells, she had yet to master them due to time constraints. A burst of green sparks ignited about 20 meters away in the thicket. An elderly man clad in a light gray wizarding robe, sporting a beard of mixed white and gray, emerged from the glow. It was foolish for you to come here tonight, Tom, he said, gazing through crescent-shaped spectacles at the grotesque shadow feasting on the unicorn's blood. Chapter 70, The Unicorn. The moment the green sparks appeared, Voldemort, or rather Quirrell, alertly rose. Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence upon his arrival, Quirrell dissolved into a cloud of darkness, vanishing deeper into the Forbidden Forest. It was remarkable how deeply Quirrell and Voldemort feared Dumbledore. Thankfully, their terror of him prevented Taila's heir from being the one to flee into the forest depths. Fortunately, her heir, akin to a Horcrux, was a unique dark magical object, impervious to ordinary spells, even the killing curse, due to its spiritual protection. This explains why Taila, confident in her abilities, dared to deceive the half-dead Voldemort. After all, the Voldemort of first year had weakened to the point where he needed to use both hands to strangle Harry, especially after his recent encounter with a fourth-level magical creature, the unicorn, making it unlikely for him to cast powerful dark magic like fiendfire. The illusion conjured by the heir gradually faded after Voldemort's escape, transforming instead into a golden pyramid adorned with a single enormous eye at its center. Below the eye was a black bow tie, and atop the pyramid rested a small top hat with two pairs of simplistic hands and feet extending from the base and sides of the pyramid. The golden pyramid emitted a cacophony of laughter, discordant and laced with a mechanical timbre. Greetings, little unicorn. You may refer to me as Bill Cipher. Bill Cipher is a character from an anime that Tara encountered in a previous life. A demon from the realm of animation who delights in trade. His visage is that of a triangle adorned with a singular eye. This is not solely a reflection of Tara's peculiar tastes. Much like words, images possess their own enchantments. Among all shapes, triangles and circles are the most primordial, the most capable of harboring magical potency, whether as symbols of the Freemasons from his past life or the sigils of Deathly Hallows in this one. Both contain a triangle and a circle. Naturally, Tara constructed the foundational principles of the heir's spiritual dimension using these two archetypes. Hence, she unreservedly appropriated the image of Bill Cipher. Or you may call me your savior. Bill remarked, "You appear to be gravely injured. Do you require my assistance?" As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and a worm, thick as a finger, began to wriggle out from the unicorn's body, yet 3/4 of it remained embedded within. The unicorn was a 4x level magical creature, impervious to harm except from the most malevolent dark magic or curses. It fell squarely within the purview of the cursed worm, and Tara, through her connection with the heir, inflicted the curse upon the wounded unicorn. However, merely coaxing these dark magics to surface was the extent of Tara's capabilities. Like this, Bill stated, "Please, save me." A faint cry for help resonated as a psychic wave, reaching out to the air. The gravely injured unicorn exhibited a slight improvement after the cursed worm's head emerged, sending out a plea toward Tara. "I will save you." "No problem," Tara conveyed through Bill. "But I hope you will willingly offer me something in return." She emphasized the word willingly. "What do you want? Just a bit of your blood, fur, bones, and other such offerings?" Tara stated vaguely through Bill. The triangle, as a most robust two-dimensional structure, is often employed as a foundation for contract-based magic, such as the Unbreakable Curse. Excavating a circle from the centroid of such an equilateral triangle represents an entirely different fundamental cosmic law loophole. By utilizing this shape as the basic construct of the spiritual dimension, the heir inherently possesses the ability to forge contracts and exploit loopholes. "All right, I agree. Can I take it myself?" Tara inquired once more. "Yes, take as much as you wish to save me." Bill vanished from Adair, transforming into 12 soft pages of a book. The pages expanded, enveloping the entire unicorn like a blanket, forming a colossal cocoon. The unicorn thrashed and whinnied within the vast chrysalis, but as unsettling sounds of gnawing and writhing ensued, its struggles grew increasingly feeble. The cocoon formed by the heir gradually constricted, ultimately reverting to the 12 pages of the soft book. However, unlike before, each page was now adorned with silver patterns. With a rustling sound, each page multiplied, as if sprouting like plants, yielding more pages. Soon, including the pale silver hardcover, the tome totaled 666 pages, each corner embellished with silver-white designs. The second step of the heir's creation involved the voluntary sacrifice of a three-dimensional being. The original 12 pages of the soft book were merely Tara's means of solidifying the heir's virtual, spiritual, and magical dimensions using her own skin and precious materials. Only by consuming a complete three-dimensional entity could the heir attain genuine biological vitality. This entity could be a wizard, a magical creature, or even a Horcrux. Just as the heir completed its growth, a cold arrow shot forth. Following that was the sound of galloping hooves. Simultaneously, as Tara, along with Harry and Malfoy, ventured deeper into the forbidden forest, her countenance suddenly stiffened. "What is wrong?" Harry inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. "Nothing, it's nothing," Tara responded, masking her expression. Malfoy opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent, saying nothing. Even without the aid of divination, Tara could sense his unspoken thoughts. It was not because the heir's second step had been detected by the centaurs, for with the heir's constant flight, spell, and apparition charm, evading the centaurs in the dense forest was more than feasible. Rather, it was the unmistakable sensation of an extremely malevolent force rapidly approaching them. "No, it's Voldemort. He is fleeing this way." Indeed, a tall, grotesque figure burst forth from the thickets of the forbidden forest. Upon seeing Harry, the shadow paused momentarily, then charged toward him with fierce intent. Malfoy screamed and attempted to retreat, but Terra seized him. In the ensuing chaos, Harry felt a shove from behind, propelling him directly toward the towering dark figure. Chapter 71, The Centaur. Harry fell to the ground, still clutching Terra's hand tightly. A surge of agony pierced through his head, an unprecedented sensation, akin to a scar being seared by a red-hot iron. Terra, still holding Harry's hand, involuntarily shared in his torment. However, her mental fortitude and resilience far exceeded Harry's, enabling her to remain lucid even as Harry writhed in pain, determined to thrust her hand toward Voldemort's face. Just as Harry's hand was about to make contact with Voldemort, a hoof appeared in Terra's line of sight. With a resounding thud, it pressed Voldemort's face into the fragrant soil of the Forbidden Forest, narrowly missing Harry's hand. Alas, Terra lamented inwardly. It was another centaur, Firenze, the seer, arriving in accordance with celestial prophecies. As Firenze repelled Voldemort, he sought to assist Harry and Terra. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Terra, a clear expression of confusion crossed his face, followed by an unmistakable emotion, fear, like a meteor igniting the night sky. Are you all right? Firenze seemed to overlook Terra, his eyes fixated intently on Harry. Are you unhurt? He inquired, helping Harry to his feet. I'm fine, thank you. What was that just now? Harry asked. The centaur did not respond. His eyes were an astonishing blue, reminiscent of pale sapphires. Firenze scrutinized Harry intently, his gaze lingering upon the prominent scar adorning Harry's forehead. You are the boy from the Potter family, he remarked. It would be prudent for you to return to Hagrid's side. The forest is not particularly safe at this hour. Especially for you. Come along. I shall escort both of you to Hagrid. Firenze added. However, as he uttered these words, his eyes remained steadfastly averted, not once glancing at Terra. After gently nudging Harry with the bow's end, he strode forward with measured hoofbeats. Harry trailed behind Firenze, once again clasping Terra's hand. Terra gazed contemplatively at Firenze. It was said that centaurs possessed wisdom rivaling that of wizards, holding an intricate system of magic, particularly adept in healing arts, archery, divination, and astrology. They were rumored to perceive the trajectories of the stars. The very thought of Firenze's fearful expression intertwined with her own ethereal origins ignited an ominous speculation within Terra's mind. Could it be that he had glimpsed the Lord of the deep cosmos within her? Firenze slowed his pace, advising Harry to lower his head to evade the drooping branches, while Terra silently followed, her thoughts consumed by her own contemplations. If Firenze's dread truly stemmed from the centaur's ability to perceive the star's trajectories, linked to the Lord of the deep cosmos, did that imply a tenuous connection remained, despite the magical isolation of the library and the blessing of time? If the Lord of the deep cosmos could directly intervene, then upon first laying eyes on her, Firenze would have instantly transformed and succumbed to madness. A unicorn had perished. After a prolonged silence, Firenze shattered the uncomfortable stillness. Who killed the unicorn? Harry inquired. Harry Potter, do you know the purpose of unicorn blood? Firenze did not directly respond to Harry's query. I do not know, Harry replied, startled by the peculiar question. In potions class, we only utilized its horn and tail hair. That is because to slay a unicorn is an act of unparalleled cruelty, Firenze stated. Only one who possesses nothing yet covets everything would commit such a heinous crime. The blood of a unicorn can prolong your life, even when you're on the brink of death, but it exacts a heavy toll. To preserve your own existence, you would slaughter a pure, helpless life. Thus, from the moment its blood touches your lips, you shall possess a half-lived, cursed existence. But who is the desperate wretch? Harry voiced his inquiry aloud. If one is to be cursed for eternity, is it not better to perish? Indeed, Firenze concurred. Unless you merely use it to delay your demise, allowing you to consume something else, something that restores your vitality and magic entirely, something that grants you immortality. Mr. Potter, do you know what is presently concealed within the school? The Philosopher's Stone, of course, the elixir of life. But I do not understand who. Can you not fathom it? Who has waited in the shadows for so many years, yearning for a resurgence? Who clings to life so desperately, biding their time? Firenze countered. Voldemort. Terra once again heard Harry's thoughts, accompanied by the overwhelming dread that enveloped him. Are you suggesting that Voldemort? Harry's voice dropped to a hushed rasp. Harry, Terra, thank heavens. Are you both unharmed? Hermione came rushing down the path, with Hagrid huffing behind her. Malfoy returned and claimed you encountered the creature that killed the unicorn. Behind Hermione and Hagrid were a visibly anxious Malfoy and the squirming Fong he had firmly grasped. This was the fastest Malfoy had ever run. seizing the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. Having parted ways with Hagrid's group not long before, and with Malfoy shooting red fireworks into the sky while running, the familiar Hagrid quickly located him and Fong, guiding them towards Harry. They soon encountered Harry and Tyera, escorted by Firenze. A unicorn has been slain? Hagrid inquired upon seeing Firenze. Malfoy, breathless and incoherent, spoke of a monster that had killed the unicorn, then claimed a large bat had devoured Harry and Tyera. The stars tonight tell us that a unicorn has been murdered, Firenze stated calmly. Suddenly, the sound of rapid hoofbeats approached from behind Firenze, revealing another centaur with a flowing golden mane. The unicorn is dead, the centaur solemnly declared, nervously pawing at the ground. Tyera recognized this as the centaur who had once aimed an arrow at her ancestor. At that moment, her ancestor had long since exited the Forbidden Forest, using a disillusionment charm to disguise itself as a shrub near the castle gates. Tyera dared not allow it to enter the castle directly. After having consumed a unicorn that very night, its bloodthirsty nature appeared undiminished. The unicorn is dead, the centaur reiterated, consumed by a form of dark magic we have never before witnessed. Chapter 72. The Scapegoat. After escorting Harry, Ron, Hermione, Malfoy, and Tyera out of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid hurriedly followed Firenze and the golden-haired centaur, Ronan, to investigate the scene of the unicorn's demise. Yet the true instigator had already followed Tyera into the castle. Following a night of tension and excitement within the Forbidden Forest, even Malfoy had lost his appetite for mockery, appearing as wilted as a frost-bitten cucumber. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Tyera had intended to head straight for a bath in bed, but was instead unceremoniously squeezed onto the sofa by Harry and Hermione. With Tom Riddle's diary nestled in her arms and the recently transformed ancestor beneath her, these were two tomes she dared not part with. The discovery of either by another would invite endless troubles. Snape is procuring the Philosopher's Stone for Voldemort, Harry exclaimed excitedly as he settled down. He does not intend to use it for himself. He seeks it for Voldemort. Voldemort is waiting in the forest. We thought Snape merely wanted to profit from the stone. Stop. Do not utter that name, Ron urged in a hushed tone, as if fearing Voldemort might overhear. Yet Harry paid him no heed. Firenze saved me. It was Firenze who said. He said the stars indicated that Voldemort is returning. Tyera heard it too. Tyera nodded in resignation. Could you refrain from mentioning that name? Ron implored in a lowered voice. Thus, I can only await Snape's endeavor to pilfer the Philosopher's Stone, Harry exclaimed with tremendous excitement, continuing. And then Voldemort shall arrive and eliminate me. Hermione appeared profoundly frightened, yet she still sought words to console Harry. Harry, she asserted, everyone says that the only one Voldemort has ever feared is Dumbledore. Dumbledore is the most powerful white wizard in history, with him present. Voldemort will not harm you in the slightest. And who says the centaur's words are necessarily accurate? It sounds like mere divination. Professor McGonagall has stated that such magic is notoriously imprecise. Hermione rushed through her words. Taylor opened his mouth, intending to defend Snape, but ultimately fell silent. He felt somewhat fatigued and merely wished for this conversation to conclude swiftly so he could return to rest or perhaps indulge in a vial of Felix Felicis. Despite his abundant magical energy and physical vitality, his mental fortitude had been considerably drained. Taylor was tasked with maintaining the mental barriers while simultaneously constructing a deceptive persona to safeguard against Tom Riddle. He also needed to oversee the heir's growth ritual for the day. Although the heir devoured a unicorn and grew from a 12-page human skin book to a complete volume of 666 pages in under 5 minutes. This brief process demanded Taylor's remote manipulation, continuously outputting magical constructs of mental and spiritual dimensions, integrating them into the spiritual and mental realms formed around the unicorn. Thus, he was quite disinclined to correct a few obstinate children's misconceptions. Amidst the bickering and discussions of Harry, Hermione, and Ron, Taylor gradually closed his eyes, preparing for a brief slumber. It was only when dawn broke that they ceased their disputes. Ron and Hermione prepared to return to their dormitories for rest, while Harry opted to linger in the common room a while longer. As Taylor dozed lightly, his head began to nod lower and lower, eventually resting on Harry's shoulder. Following their confinement, they swiftly approached the end-of-term examinations. Taylor and Hermione naturally passed without any pressure. However, Harry and Ron did not fare as well. The typically idle Ron and the Quidditch-obsessed Harry had to seek Taylor's assistance for a last-minute review before they nervously exited the examination hall. It was far easier than I initially anticipated. As they emerged from the last examination room, History of Magic, into the sunlit grounds, Hermione remarked, I really didn't need to memorize the werewolf regulations from 1637 or the details of the Goblin Rebellion. Hermione always preferred to revisit the exam content after completion, but Ron declared it made him feel nauseous. Thus, they leisurely descended the slope to the lakeside, plopping down beneath a tree with a splash. There, a giant squid basked in the warm shallows, while the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan gently played with its tentacles. How splendid. No more studying to be done. Ron exhaled happily, stretching his limbs on the grass. Harry, cheer up. We won't know how poorly we did for another week. There's no need to fret about it now. Harry rubbed his forehead, feeling discomfort once more. Is it hurting again? Taylor extended his hand to assist Harry in massaging his brow. Upon inadvertently touching Harry's lightning-shaped scar, Taylor sensed an even more potent trace of dark magic, far stronger than what he had felt while touching the Horcrux. This was only to be expected, as Harry's scar was a result of the clash between two immensely powerful and opposing dark magical forces, the blood protection charm born from Lily's maternal love and Voldemort's lethal curse. Thus, when Harry's scar began to throb, Taylor willingly took on the task of massaging it. Taylor had spent considerable time working late into the night on experiments. Thus he had self-taught a few massage techniques, using a blend of essential oils to apply pressure to Harry's temples. While Taylor was well aware that this would be of little actual help, he could use Harry's scar to explore and practice sensing traces of dark magic. Thank you, Taylor. I feel much better, Harry said somewhat bashfully. Yet, through his magical insight, Taylor understood that Harry was not indeed well. The burning pain in his forehead persisted. The probing magic he employed functioned as a passive, simplified version of legilimency, allowing him to hear the thoughts of others upon physical contact. However, unlike legilimency, it could not delve deeply into buried memories, only skimming the surface of the subconscious. This could easily lead to misinterpretation, as one's consciousness is seldom singular. Rather, it often consists of a myriad of intertwined thoughts. The probing magic could only discern the most dominant thought, just as at this moment. While Harry was tormented by his scar, Taylor could only empathetically experience that searing pain, unable to perceive Harry's other thoughts. Chapter 73. No remarkable words, no rest. Perhaps we should consult Madame Pomfrey, Hermione suggested, the astute young, which having noticed Harry's frequent pain. Harry, relax a bit. Hermione is right. As long as Dumbledore is present, the Philosopher's Stone is in no danger. Regardless, we have uncovered no evidence to suggest that Snape has discovered a method to subdue Fluffy. He nearly lost his leg last time. He wouldn't hastily venture to take that risk again. If even Hagrid were to betray Dumbledore, then Neville could be selected for the England Quidditch team, Ron languidly remarked while lying on the grass, the heat of the day sapping his energy. Now devoid of the threat of examinations. Harry nodded, yet he could not shake the nagging feeling that he had forgotten something very important. As he articulated this sensation, Hermione interjected, "It's merely the stress from the exams. I woke last night, frantically reviewing my notes for Transfiguration, only to suddenly remember that we had already taken that exam." Suddenly, Harry leapt to his feet, pulling Taylor along as he dashed toward Hagrid's hut. "Where are you going?" Ron asked, still groggy. "I've just recalled something," Harry explained breathlessly, his complexion paling. "We must find Hagrid at once." "Why?" Hermione gasped, straining to keep pace with him. "Don't you find it peculiar?" Harry called out as he hurried down the slope, heading toward the forest. "Hagrid's greatest desire is to have a dragon, and coincidentally, a stranger just happens to possess a dragon egg. How many people walk around with a dragon egg? That's against wizarding law. Isn't it? Don't you think it's rather fortunate they found Hagrid? Why didn't I think of this before? What exactly do you intend to do?" Ron inquired. But Harry continued to sprint across the grounds toward the forest, ignoring his question. Hagrid sat outside his hut in a chair, his trousers rolled up, busily shelling peas into a large bowl. "Hello," he greeted with a smile. "The exams are over. Care for a cup of tea?" "All right, thank you," Ron replied. But Harry interrupted him. "No, we have urgent business. Hagrid, I have a question for you. Do you recall the night you played cards and won against Norbert? What did the stranger you played with look like?" "I don't know," Hagrid replied nonchalantly. He refused to remove his cloak. He noticed the immediate look of astonishment on the faces of the three children and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What's so strange about it?" "The Leaky Cauldron. That tavern in the village always attracts an assortment of peculiar characters. That fellow was probably a dragon dealer. I never got a good look at his face. He was wearing a hood. What did you say to him at the time, Hagrid? Did you mention Hogwarts?" "Perhaps I did." Hagrid frowned, straining to remember. "Right? He asked what I did, and I told him I was the gamekeeper here. He inquired a bit about the creatures I looked after, and I shared that I had always wanted a dragon. After that, I can't recall much. He kept buying me drinks, urging me to think it over." "Ah, yes. Then he said he had a dragon egg in his possession. and if I wanted it, we could gamble, but he needed to ascertain whether I could handle the dragon. He certainly didn't want it causing any trouble, so I told him that I could manage Fluffy just fine. A dragon would be no challenge at all. Did he seem particularly interested in Fluffy? Harry asked, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Absolutely, he was quite intrigued. After all, how often does one encounter a three-headed dog? Even near Hogwarts? So I explained that Fluffy is rather easy to handle. You simply need to know how to soothe him. Play him some music. And he'll fall right asleep. Suddenly, a look of horror crossed Hagrid's face. Oh dear, Tara sighed internally. Hagrid is being tight-lipped. Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have told. Wait, what are you all planning to do? As Hagrid revealed Fluffy's calming method. Hermione was the first to react. Even the slowest of them, Ron, realized the gravity of the situation. The four young wizards, with Tara helplessly being pulled by Harry, hurried towards the castle. Tara knew that tonight Harry would venture into the Chamber of Secrets. She understood that her opportunity was at hand. Harry was prepared to inform Dumbledore. However, they encountered Professor McGonagall midway. What are you for doing here? McGonagall approached, her arms laden with a large stack of books. We want to see Professor Dumbledore, Hermione declared. You wish to see Professor Dumbledore? McGonagall echoed, her tone suggesting that such a desire was highly suspicious. Why? It's a secret. Harry swallowed hard. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, for McGonagall's expression darkened, her nostrils flaring. Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago, she said coldly. He received an urgent message from the Ministry and flew to London immediately. He has gone, Harry exclaimed anxiously. At this moment, Dumbledore is an exceptionally remarkable wizard, occupied with important matters. But this is very important. Do you think what you have to say is more significant than the Ministry of Magic, Harry? Well, yes, Harry replied, casting caution to the wind. Professor, it's about the Philosopher's Stone. Clearly, McGonagall had not anticipated this turn of events. The books in her arms tumbled to the floor, yet she made no effort to retrieve them. How do you know? She stammered. Professor, I am certain that Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must speak with Professor Dumbledore. McGonagall regarded him with a mixture of shock and skepticism. Professor Dumbledore will return tomorrow, she finally said. I do not know how you learned about the Philosopher's Stone, but rest assured, no one can steal it. It is under tight protection, utterly secure. But Professor Potter, I know what I am saying, she replied impatiently, waving her hand, causing the fallen books to return to her grasp. I suggest you all go outside and enjoy the sunshine. Chapter 74, Action. After being reprimanded by Professor McGonagall, the three young wizards did not remain docile. I am going down to the trapdoor tonight. Back in the common room, Harry declared loudly. We must obtain the Philosopher's Stone before Snape does. Are you insane? Hermione nearly shouted. You'll be expelled. So what? Harry retorted loudly. Don't you understand? If Snape gets the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will return. Haven't you heard? What was it like here when he tried to take over? If he succeeds, Hogwarts will cease to exist, and expulsion will be the least of our worries. He will either raze the school to the ground or transform it into a bastion of dark magic. Can't you see that losing points is trivial now? Do you think that just because Gryffindor wins the House Cup, he will spare you and your family? If I don't secure the Philosopher's Stone in time and get caught, I'll have no choice but to return to the Dursleys, waiting for Voldemort to come find me. That would only mean a delayed death, for I will never ally myself with dark forces. I must pass through that trapdoor tonight. Nothing you say will stop me. Voldemort killed my parents, remember? Harry glared at them, furious. I agree with Harry, Tara said softly. After experiencing the excitement of that night in the Forbidden Forest, Tara realized that Professor Quirrell was still teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Clearly, the fabricated Dumbledore she had conjured using the disillusionment charm had given him ample time to complete the ritual, yet it had not frightened Voldemort. After failing to drive Voldemort away, Tara had no choice but to alter her plans, allowing everything to proceed according to the original narrative. You're right, Harry, Hermione said in a low voice. I will use my invisibility cloak, Harry declared. But will it cover all four of us? Hermione inquired. We all four of us, so... Don't be foolish. Do you think it would let you go alone? Ron replied. Of course not. Hermione retorted sharply. How could you think of leaving us behind to seek the Philosopher's Stone alone? I might as well check my books. Perhaps I can find something useful. Wait a moment, Tara interjected. I believe we shouldn't all go in together. At least one of us should stay behind in case we encounter danger and need to call for help. You should remain. If we are not out within half an hour or an hour, you must go find Professor McGonagall and have her rescue us. Why me? Hermione protested. Though she agreed with the backup plan, she was displeased at the thought of being the one left behind. You're a girl, Tara replied with a slightly teasing tone. Such risky endeavors are best left to us boys, It's better if you don't interfere. Tyera observed that Hermione's countenance had turned rather grim, and she stoked the flames further by remarking, "Girls should honestly remain at home." "I will not." The young witch's face flushed with indignation. "Why must I?" "Simply because I am a girl. Stay in the common room, anxiously awaiting your cries for help. Why don't you stay here instead? I have read more books than you. It is I who should go, while you remain here." Hermione, evidently infuriated, retorted with an incoherent barrage of protest. "Hey, I'm a boy, stronger than you." Tyera continued to fan the flames. "I will not," Hermione exclaimed angrily. "I absolutely must go tonight. You stay here. It's decided." Yet Tyera still sought to counter her. "No, you are the one who will remain here," Hermione asserted. "Otherwise, I shall inform Professor McGonagall." Fine, Tyera replied with a sense of disappointment. "I shall stay behind." Simultaneously, Tyera muttered, "I still believe this task should be entrusted to a girl." He paused mid-sentence, sensing Hermione's piercing glare upon him. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry exchanged glances, though they sensed a modicum of truth in Tyera's words. Yet none dared to provoke Hermione's ire at that moment. After dinner, the four of them avoided the other young wizards, settling in the common room where no one paid them any heed. In truth, the Gryffindor students had little to say to Harry now. For the first time in many days, Harry found himself untroubled by this matter. Tyera leisurely sat by the hearth, reviewing the second-year textbooks he had borrowed from the library, for he could not very well study dark magic in the open. Hermione busied herself with her notes, hoping to stumble upon a charm they would soon need to break. Harry and Ron spoke little, their minds preoccupied with the impending endeavor. As classmates gradually retired for the night, the common room's occupants dwindled. "We can go fetch the invisibility cloak now," Ron suggested. Just then, Lee Jordan finally stretched and yawned before departing, prompting Harry to dash upstairs and burst into their dark dormitory to retrieve the cloak. "What are you doing?" came a voice from a corner of the room. Neville emerged from behind an armchair, clutching his toad, Trevor. It seemed Trevor had recently struggled against captivity once more. "Nothing." "Neville." "Nothing," Harry said hurriedly, concealing the cloak behind him. Neville scrutinized their guilty expressions. "You're planning to sneak out again," he stated. No, Hermione interjected. "We have no intention of going out, Neville. Why don't you go to bed?" Harry glanced at the grandfather clock by the door. They could not afford any further delay. Snape was surely serenading the troll to sleep by now. "You can't go out," Neville insisted. "You'll get caught. Gryffindor will be in even more trouble then." "You don't understand," Harry replied. "This is extremely important." However, Neville seemed resolute, determined to thwart their plans. "I want to let you do this," he declared, moving to block the portrait hole. In a sleepy haze, Tyera drew his wand and muttered a spell at Neville. Neville slumped back onto the sofa as if all strength had left him, and Trevor wriggled free from his grasp. "That should keep him occupied for an hour or so," Tyera said. "Quickly, you must go. I'll keep an eye on him. If you are not back within an hour, irrespective of success or failure, I shall immediately inform Professor McGonagall." "All right." Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together, donning the invisibility cloak. Tyera watched as they vanished into thin air, then sat quietly on the sofa in the Gryffindor common room for 5 minutes. He then took his wand, diary, heirloom, and a Marauder's map, which he had borrowed from the Weasley twins before dinner, and exited the common room. Tyera oriented himself and proceeded towards the defense against the dark arts teacher's office located on the 3rd floor. Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, was attempting to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. To swiftly escape a perilous situation, Voldemort must have already obtained the recipe for the Elixir of Life, possibly even possessing some of its ingredients. What Tyera sought was a moment when he could be assured that Quirrell and Voldemort were both absent, to ransack his lair. Chapter 75, Danger. Upon reaching the door of the defense against the dark arts office, Tyera found it locked and refrained from rushing inside, instead politely knocking on the door. "Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, good day. Are you there?" Tyera pressed his ear to the door, listening for a response, but none came. "Professor Quirrell, do come out. A grave matter has arisen. Harry Potter has obtained the Sorcerer's Stone." Tyera knocked louder. Yet still there was silence. "Quirrell, do come out. You have the audacity to steal a man. Surely you can open a door." Tyera pounded on the door with all his might. However, there remained no reply. Only then did Tyera feel secure enough to draw his wand and pointed at the keyhole. Alohomora. The wooden door remained steadfast. TSK, look at this." Quirrell has placed a locking charm on his office door. One would think a place safeguarding the Sorcerer's Stone could be opened with Hermione's unlocking spell, but it seems Dumbledore is merely fishing. Tyera was not surprised that the unlocking charm failed to open Quirrell's office door. This was precisely what he anticipated, and thus he had prepared accordingly. Tyera pulled 2 matches from his pocket, transfiguring them into 2 slender iron pins. He inserted the pins into the keyhole, prodding and jabbing until, click, the heavy door swung open. A physical unlocking charm, as it were. Tyera had acquired many practical skills while wandering the streets. This was one among them. Otherwise, he would never have encountered that kind-hearted Chinese couple and would have starved on the streets. Tyera first pushed the wooden door ajar, peering through the crack to survey the office behind it, confirming that no one was inside. He pushed the heavy door fully open and stepped into the defense against the dark arts teacher's office. The office was small yet surprisingly tidy. Books and various implements were neatly arranged in 2 cabinets on the left side. On the desk sat 2 stacks of documents, organized from smallest to largest on one side, while on the other side was a pot of pale yellow flowers. The fireplace behind the desk was impeccably clean. Tyera waved his wand, causing the potted plant to levitate, soil and all into the air. He examined the dirt and found the empty pot devoid of contents. Ignoring the neatly arranged books on the shelf, he circumvented Quirrell's desk and approached the fireplace behind it. Tila nestled himself against the small child's frame to peer inside, emerging with a gentle smile. He then tapped the fireplace with his wand, invoking a simple spell to halt its flow. From the chimney of the fireplace, an old, dark-hued suitcase tumbled down. As anticipated, Tila prudently refrained from directly touching the suitcase. Instead, he instructed the inheritor to open it. Leaning forward, Tila glanced inside, discovering that the suitcase's interior was far more spacious than its exterior suggested. It appeared to have been enchanted with a highly sophisticated, undetectable extension charm. Tila directed the inheritor to fly into the suitcase, which had been transformed into a miniature potions laboratory by Voldemort. There stood an experimental table, cluttered with cauldrons, beakers, flasks, wide-mouthed jars, and condensers alongside a tattered notebook. The inheritor hovered above the notebook, and, as its pages unfurled, the aged tome adhered itself to the inheritor's own pages. Like ice melting in the presence of fire, the notebook gradually merged into the inheritor. Words began to shimmer into existence on the previously blank pages of the inheritor. These inscriptions contained the very notes from the notebook, revealing not only the elixir of immortality's recipe, but also various other potion formulas, including the Felix Felicis, the Polyjuice potion, and some concoctions uniquely devised by Voldemort. One spell indicated the presence of the potion used by Voldemort to resurrect himself in the 4th installment. To the left of the experimental table stood a shelf brimming with glass jars, each containing an array of peculiar ingredients. Tila surveyed the shelf through the inheritor's eyes and noted that all the ingredients required for the elixir of immortality were present, and in quantities sufficient to brew at least 5 doses. Additionally, Tila spotted other rare ingredients: mandrake root, the tongue of a bicorn, the tail hair of a leopard cat, honey from a man-eating bee, formic acid from African fire ants, the flower stamen of a vampire vine, and, most coveted of all, the pupa of the death-'s head hawk moth. The inheritor emerged, content, and locked the suitcase. Tila refrained from direct involvement, aware that this was the private laboratory of the second Dark Lord. He could not guarantee that Voldemort had not placed some malevolent curses upon it, thus entrusting the task to the poison-proof inheritor. Once the suitcase was secured, Tila instructed the inheritor to grasp it and fly out of the window of the dark arts defense teacher's office. He planned to have the inheritor bury the suitcase beneath the Whomping Willow, ensuring it was hidden deeply enough to evade accidental discovery. This way, should Voldemort still possess any power, or should someone trace the path using unfamiliar magic to Tila, he would not be caught in the crossfire. After dispatching the suitcase, Tila shifted the office chair and tapped the floor tiles beneath. Prior to raiding, he had consulted Tom Riddle within the diary on how to conceal items. The pretext was that his books and assignments were frequently burned or maliciously defaced by bullying classmates, necessitating a hiding place. Tom Riddle provided several strategies. Indeed, following Riddle's advice, Tila had subsequently uncovered the potions and the elixir of immortality recipe hidden within Quirrell's office. The stone tiles beneath the office chair appeared normal, prompting Tila to push the chair back into place. Next, Tila inspected every shelf of the bookcase for hidden compartments, as well as behind the blackboard in the dark arts defense classroom. Finding nothing, he reluctantly gave up, used a tidying charm to restore the disarrayed chair and books, and locked the door behind him as he quietly exited the classroom. Tila had spent less than half an hour. With a light step, he prepared to return to the Gryffindor common room, feeling confident he could wait in the dormitory for half an hour before meeting Professor McGonagall as arranged. However, as he passed by an unsightly, massive gargoyle, it suddenly began to turn slowly, revealing a spiral staircase hidden behind it. An elderly gentleman with a long beard, clad in a pale, purple wizarding robe and sporting crescent-shaped spectacles, descended the staircase. "Ah, Tila, what are you doing here? Is it not time for you to be asleep?" Dumbledore called out, having just emerged from the stairs, stopping Tila, who seemed poised to dash downstairs. Chapter 76, The Two-Faced Mirror. Tila slowly turned around, wearing a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "Good evening, Professor," he addressed respectfully, taking a few cautious steps toward Dumbledore like a child caught in wrongdoing. Lowering his head and confessing, "I apologize, Professor. I should not have been out during curfew. If I recall correctly, you along with Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Mr. Malfoy have already faced punishment for this very reason, and you even swore to Professor McGonagall that you would not repeat the offense," Dumbledore remarked kindly. "So what urgent matter compelled you to break your oath?" "It is the Philosopher's Stone, sir," Tila replied earnestly, recounting the investigation results and speculations of Harry and the others, detailing their actions that very night. "But you do not truly believe that, do you?" Dumbledore inquired after listening attentively. "You do not suspect Snape, correct?" "Indeed, Professor," Tila affirmed. "Snape tutors me in potions every Sunday, and I do not believe he is the type to steal the Philosopher's Stone." "Is your judgment based solely on your interactions with him?" Dumbledore probed. "Not entirely. His treatment of Harry, though harsh, is devoid of malice. Rather, it seems tinged with a certain disappointment, though I cannot quite articulate it." Tila pondered over his choice of words. "Very good. Is there more?" Dumbledore pressed. "However, it is a fact that someone is indeed after the Philosopher's Stone, which is why I began to observe the teachers at the school who are at odds with Snape." "Whom? Initially, I overlooked Professor Quirrell, until Harry inadvertently overheard a conversation between Snape and Quirrell, which led me to suspect that Professor Quirrell might be involved." Tila explained. "Thus, I intended to visit Professor Quirrell's office tonight. If he were present, my suspicions would be disproven. If he were not, I could search for evidence to validate my theory." Tila exerted considerable effort to fabricate a plausible lie. "Did you find any evidence?" Dumbledore inquired. "No, Tila fue mi embarrassment. It seems I was mistaken." "No, you were not mistaken," Dumbledore replied. "Professor Quirrell indeed has issues." "Really?" Tila pretended to be surprised. "Indeed," Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "Though I possess no proof, today I shall." With that, Dumbledore extended his arm, saying, "Support my arm." Tila complied. In the blink of an eye, a whirlwind of chaos enveloped Tila, and he found himself within a chamber reminiscent of a basement. Tall torches flanked the room, casting flickering shadows, while at its center stood a magnificent floor-length mirror adorned with gilded edges. It was the mirror of Eriste, yet within its depths, there were no glimpses of Tyla's homeland or his parents, nor his own reflection, but rather a middle-aged man, his head wrapped in tattered cloth, whose expressions fluctuated between malevolence, fury, and fear. It was Professor Quirrell. They were now within the realm of the mirror of Eriste. A voice echoed beside Tila. It was Dumbledore, who remarked that only those who could see through the mirror's illusions could use apparition to traverse to this place. With a friendly smile directed at Tila, Dumbledore expressed his belief that one day he would arrive here through his own strength. However, he noted that it was quite remarkable to see a young wizard adapt to apparition so swiftly, as many adult wizards often found themselves overwhelmed with nausea during their first attempts. Dumbledore casually mentioned, "Perhaps it is due to my empty stomach." Tila replied dismissively, "That might be the reason." Having traversed vast distances across light years, the mere few meters within the castle felt trivial. Dumbledore nodded in acceptance of Tyla's explanation. "Professor, does this mean that Quirrell truly poses a threat?" Tila inquired. "Oh, it is far more than a mere issue," Dumbledore responded. "Your deduction is astutely accurate. Watch closely." With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore conjured a tea table and 2 chairs within the mirror's space, upon which sat 2 exquisitely crafted ceramic cups, a pot of steaming tea, and a tiered stand adorned with 5 slices of strawberry cheesecake, 2 cream puffs, and 3 rose tarts. "Do sample these." Dumbledore beckoned as he took a seat. "Though afternoon tea has long since passed, it does not hinder us from indulging in a bit of sweetness. Does it?" "Thank you, Professor," Tila graciously replied as he settled into the other chair. "However, I advise you to procure some sustenance from House Elf once we exit," Dumbledore continued, pouring himself a cup of red tea. Although the food conjured by the mirror of Eriste may tantalize the taste buds and provide a sense of fullness, it is ultimately an illusion. Once you depart this space, it will all vanish, leaving your body feeling even hungrier than before. We are merely passing the time to spare you the tedium of my company. That will not be the case, Professor. You are the most esteemed wizard, and it is my honor to share this space with you." Tila savored a sip of the sweet tea and a bite of the rose tart. which was soft and flaky. Naturally, Taila would not squander such a splendid opportunity to seek guidance from Dumbledore regarding his studies, particularly in transfiguration and alchemy. He had previously posed these inquiries to Tom Riddle, yet he believed that varied perspectives would enhance his understanding, especially concerning the creation of the elixir of life and the final steps in its transmutation. Taila was confident that his extensive knowledge would not escape Dumbledore's notice, and thus he chose to be forthright. Dumbledore patiently addressed each of Taila's questions, often expanding upon them with clarity, imparting profound insights that greatly benefited Taila. Your knowledge, Dumbledore remarked, is quite rare for someone of your age among young wizards. May I inquire why you are so fervently dedicated to your studies? He asked kindly. Because I have felt my insignificance amidst the vastness of the universe, Taila responded, slipping into a reflective mode akin to his interviews for graduate school. He gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and mused, the cosmos is so immense. I yearn to explore it. Chapter 77, Truth and Illusion. Time flew by during the exchange between Taila and Dumbledore. Approximately 40 minutes later, as the teapot ran dry and only half a slice of strawberry cake remained on the dessert stand, Taila, unburdened by concerns of weight gain in this realm, indulged heartily. At last, he beheld a disheveled Harry emerging at the entrance of the basement, reflected in the mirror. It's you, Harry exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Quirrell standing before the mirror of Ariste. No, how can this be? How can it be you? Surprised, are you? Quirrell said, his face darkening as he turned. With Snape around, who would suspect poor Professor Quirrell? Taila could see the disbelief etched on Harry's face. But Snape wants to kill me. Harry protested. No. It is I who wishes you harm. During that Quidditch match, your friend Miss Granger rushed over to cast a spell on Snape, inadvertently knocking me down. She disrupted my gaze upon you. Had I held on for just a few more seconds, I would have sent you plummeting from your broom. If not for Snape's constant counterspelling to preserve your life, you would have perished long ago. Snape wanted to save me? Harry could hardly comprehend. See how fearsome preconceived notions can be? Dumbledore chuckled to Taila from across the mirror. Taila could only shrug in response, uncertain of how to reply. He's just like James, Dumbledore quietly observed. Of course, Quirrell coldly interjected from the other side of the mirror. Why do you think he volunteered to referee your second match? He aimed to ensure I would not harm you again. Ridiculous, really, as he need not concern himself. With Dumbledore present, I could accomplish nothing. Other teachers believe Snape wishes to thwart Gryffindor's victory. He has indeed made himself quite unpopular. Yet all of this is a waste of time. Regardless, I shall eliminate you tonight. Quirrell snapped his fingers, and in an instant, several ropes appeared, binding Harry tightly. You meddle too much, Potter. You shall not live to see another day. On Halloween Eve, I knew you were wandering the school, and I suspected you had seen me inspecting the chambers of the Philosopher's Stone. It was you who let that troll in. Indeed, I have a special method for dealing with trolls. Surely you witnessed how I dealt with that creature in the other room? Unfortunately, while everyone was frantically searching for the troll, Snape, who had already grown suspicious of me, rushed to the 4th floor to thwart me. Not only did my troll fail to kill you, but even that 3-headed dog did not manage to sever Snape's leg. Now, be quiet and allow me to examine this intriguing mirror. At that moment, Harry finally noticed the object standing behind Quirrell. It was the mirror of Ariste. This mirror is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone, Quirrell murmured, tracing his hand along the frame. Only Dumbledore could produce such a thing. Yet he is currently in London. By the time he returns, I shall have long since vanished. The only strategy Harry could conceive was to keep Quirrell talking, preventing him from focusing on the mirror. I saw you and Snape in the Forbidden Forest. Harry clumsily initiated a conversation. Indeed, Quirrell languidly replied. As he turned to examine the enchanted mirror behind him, he had already set his sights on me, eager to ascertain the extent of my progress. He has always harbored suspicions about me. He sought to instill fear, but he could never intimidate me, not with Voldemort as my ally. Quirrell turned back from the mirror, greedily gazing into its depths. I see the Philosopher's Stone. I'm offering it to my master, but where is it concealed? Harry struggled desperately against the ropes that bound him, but they only tightened further. He needed to divert Quirrell's entire focus from the mirror. Yet Snape perpetually exuded such animosity towards me. Oh, he certainly despises you, Quirrell remarked nonchalantly. My word, he most assuredly does. You were oblivious to the fact that he and your father were once at Hogwarts together, and they loathed each other with a passion. However, he never wished for your demise. But just days ago, I heard you weeping. I assumed Snape was threatening you. A flicker of fear briefly crossed Quirrell's features. At times, he confessed, I find it difficult to adhere to my master's commands. He is a magnificent sorcerer, while my own power is so feeble. You mean, he was in the classroom with you? Harry asked, astonished. He has been with me wherever I go, Quirrell replied calmly. I encountered him during my travels around the world. I was but a foolish young man, with an absurd understanding of good and evil. It was Voldemort who revealed my misconceptions. There is no good or evil in this world, only power, and those who are incapable of obtaining it. Since then, I have devoted myself faithfully to his service. Though I have disappointed him on numerous occasions, he has always been exceedingly harsh with me. Quirrell suddenly shivered and continued. He never easily forgives my mistakes. When I failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, he was extremely displeased. He punished me and decided to keep a closer watch on me from that point onward. Damn it. Could the stone be hidden within a mirror? Should I shatter it? Quirrell muttered under his breath, his sanity slipping. At that moment, another voice unexpectedly reverberated within the cramped basement, seemingly emanating from Quirrell himself. Use that, boy commanded. Harry, terrified, glanced around. Potter, step forward. Quirrell waved his hand, pushing Harry towards the mirror bound by ropes. At this juncture, Dumbledore, who had been seated, rose and produced an irregular red gemstone from within his robes. He bent down and gently tapped the surface of the mirror where Harry stood. The red stone vanished, reappearing in Harry's pocket. Tiara furrowed his brow, for he realized that the red gemstone was not the one he had placed in Hagrid's pocket. Chapter 78, The Battle Mage. Harry beheld his own terrified reflection in the mirror, his pallid visage suddenly breaking into a smile. The Harry within the mirror reached into his pocket, retrieving a vibrant red stone, then blinked and returned it to his pocket. At that instant, Harry felt a heavy object truly fall into his own pocket. What did you see? Quirrell impatiently inquired. Summoning his courage, Harry fabricated a lie. I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, he concocted. I saw myself winning the House Cup for Gryffindor. Quirrell began to curse vehemently. Get away from me. He harshly shoved Harry. He is lying. He is lying. A shrill voice interjected. Potter, return here. Tell me the truth about what you just saw. The piercing voice continued. Let me speak with him face to face. My lord, you have not yet regained your strength. I still possess some power. Harry felt as though he was ensnared by a devilish web, completely immobilized. He stood there transfixed, watching Quirrell raise his hand to remove the scar from his head. Quirrell's head, which should have been the back of his skull, bore a face. A grotesque and terrifying visage, one that even Tiara's most nightmarish dreams could not conjure. The face was chalk white, with eyes glowing red and two snake-like nostrils beneath. Do you see it, Tiara? Dumbledore remarked softly from his seat. This is the consequence of forsaking morality, abandoning good and evil, and succumbing to the allure of power. Both Quirrell and Voldemort were once exceptionally gifted wizards during their time at school. Dumbledore sighed sadly, but look at them now. To possess a heart of a tiger while delicately sniffing roses? Tiara did not quite grasp the meaning of Dumbledore's words. He could only recite a poem on the spot. In truth, Tiara harbored a foreboding suspicion, though he was reluctant to admit it. Since Dumbledore had not shattered that illusion, he was content to feign ignorance. As for what would happen if Dumbledore did uncover the truth, he would simply kneel in apology. After all, the greatest white wizard in history could not possibly kill a mere underage wizard with a wand. Could he? Ah, Siegfried Sassoon. Dumbledore exclaimed brightly, a remarkably talented poet, with a tranquil verse. I did not expect you to delve into literature as well. Dumbledore chuckled, resembling a child of over a century. While Tiara conversed with Dumbledore, Voldemort, tired of Harry's deceit, seized him by the throat. However, at the moment Voldemort's hand made contact with Harry's neck, it crumbled away like coal ash. Ah, what sort of magic is this? Quirrell shrieked. This is the power of love. Tiara, Dumbledore said, laughing softly. To possess a heart of a tiger while delicately sniffing roses. Dumbledore mused. Ambition is not inherently wrong. The pursuit of power, authority, and knowledge is commendable. Yet, one must not surrender one's heart entirely to such pursuits. Magic is a complex, perilous, and enigmatic path. If we fully yield our hearts to our desires and brutality, we become like Quirrell and Voldemort. Tiara, no matter what you encounter in your future quest for knowledge or exploration of the world, I implore you to remember this. I hope there will always be a place within your heart that harbors your tenderness and love. Oh my! It appears to be over there, Dumbledore remarked with surprise as he glanced at the mirror. At that moment, Quirrell and Voldemort's shared body had turned to ash. Quirrell perished alongside him, while Voldemort, due to the existence of the soul anchor, also referred to as the Horcrux, death did not occur. Instead, it transformed into a swirling mass of shattered black smoke that passed through Harry's body and soared beyond the castle walls. Witnessing Voldemort's disappearance, Tiella felt her previously taut nerves begin to ease slightly. The prospect of encountering Dumbledore had never crossed her mind this evening, nor had she anticipated a meeting with Quirrell. Thus, upon entering the mirror space, she promptly erected mental barriers and employed a brain-sealing charm, fabricating an illusion of herself diligently studying in the Gryffindor common room. "Professor, has Voldemort become a ghost?" Tiella feigned ignorance. "No, my child, Voldemort is far from death," Dumbledore replied, gently guiding Tiella to the mirror's exterior, where he supported Harry and checked his breathing. He then carefully placed Harry into Tiella's arms. Instinctively, she reached out to catch him. "Sir, do you not possess the levitation charm? Why thrust him into my embrace?" Harry, completely unconscious, felt heavy in Tiella's arms, and although she was stronger than the average child, it was still somewhat strenuous for her to hold him. Dumbledore then picked up the Philosopher's Stone from the ground, cradling it in his palm before crushing it with a single hand. The stone disintegrated into countless fine particles that slipped through his fingertips. Dumbledore dusted off his hands and smiled at Tiella. "Let's proceed," he said. "I have destroyed the Philosopher's Stone to prevent further needless disputes. Now let us take Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, and Mr. Weasley to the hospital." Dumbledore then turned to exit, effortlessly lifting Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, one under each arm. As he made his way out, Tiella mused, "Is the strength of wizards truly this formidable? You are over a century old, yet can shatter gemstones with one hand. Are you truly Dumbledore or Gandalf?" Reluctantly, Tiella followed Dumbledore, cradling Harry as they returned to the hospital wing. Upon arriving, she placed Harry on the bed and shook her sore arms. Madame Pomfrey, the head nurse of Hogwarts, seemed to have received a heads-up from Dumbledore, as she was still dressed and seated at her desk. Upon seeing Dumbledore and Tiella, she swiftly rushed out of her office. Out! After Dumbledore and Tiella had laid the trio on the beds, Madame Pomfrey began ushering them away, expelling them from the infirmary. "Oh dear," Dumbledore sighed. "Let us return for now. I doubt Madame Pomfrey will allow us back in before dawn." Watching Tiella and Harry reminded him of his youth. "Your youth? Do not speak so carelessly. Do not assume I am unaware of your past misdeeds. I am not like you." Tiella disagreed vehemently, though only internally. Exhaustion washed over her, as she had maintained her mental barriers and brain-sealing charm at full strength for over an hour while concealing from Tom Riddle within her diary. Once back in her dormitory, Tiella collapsed into slumber, only awakening close to 9 the following morning. Thankfully, with the exams completed and no classes scheduled, her first tardiness at Hogwarts was averted. However, as soon as Tiella regained consciousness, she was jolted back to reality by Tom Riddle's incessant calls from the diary. "Tiella, what transpired last night? How did your plan unfold? Did Snape steal the Philosopher's Stone?" With a resigned sigh, Tiella picked up her quill and began to write. She recounted her experiences from the moment she left the Gryffindor common room, employing vague phrases such as "I heard," and it seems to recount the events of the previous night with a mix of truth and embellishment, crafting a narrative that was both misleading and artful. Upon learning that Quirrell had not succeeded in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, Tom Riddle offered no outward reaction, instead expressing gentle concern for Tiella's safety, to which she feigned surprise. Of course, internally, Tom Riddle was cursing vehemently. Yet, outwardly, he grew increasingly affectionate and attentive towards Tiella. She understood that Voldemort had activated the second phase of his resurrection plan, cultivating her emotions of love while employing dark magic rituals to consume her spiritual and mental dimensions to achieve his revival. Tiella sighed inwardly after managing Tom Riddle. She rose to freshen up before heading to the hospital wing to visit Harry. Ron and Hermione were not severely injured. They merely suffered from exhaustion and were in a light stupor from the shock. After Madame Pomfrey administered restorative potions, they gradually began to awaken. However, she insisted they remain in the hospital for one more night before departing. By the time Tiella arrived at the infirmary, Hermione and Ron had already regained consciousness and were anxiously watching the still unconscious Harry. Tiella, Hermione, with her keen eyes, spotted her upon entering the hospital wing. The young witch rushed over and embraced Tiella. "Last night was so terrifying. I know, Tiella interrupted, hugging Hermione before releasing her. "I was there too. You know, Snape has been giving me extra potions tutoring, so unlike you, I do not suspect him. I actually trust him, for although he dislikes Harry and Gryffindor, he would never harbor the intention of harming Harry. Thus, I turned my attention to other professors, namely Professor Quirrell. After you left, I departed the Gryffindor common room to search for evidence in the third-floor defense against the Dark Arts office. However, I found nothing. On my way back to the dormitory, I fortuitously encountered Dumbledore, and I disclosed everything to him. He then took me into the forbidden corridor where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden. Both Dumbledore and I witnessed your heroic actions. Professor Dumbledore saw, as well? Hermione and Ron asked in astonishment. Yes, the headmaster observed. We were beside you the entire time. In particular, Hermione's wisdom and Ron's bravery were remarkable. I truly should have joined you, Tiella remarked. Really? Really? Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Indeed. Tiara remarked that the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone was originally devised by Dumbledore as a means to test the students. In truth, the actual Philosopher's Stone had always resided in Dumbledore's pocket. Just ponder, what place could be deemed more secure than that of the greatest white wizard in history? And what the Philosopher's Stone now? Hermione inquired. No, it has been destroyed by Dumbledore. Tiara suddenly lowered her voice and continued, Moreover, Dumbledore told me that due to your valiant actions, he would award you points at the end of your feast, certainly exceeding the points we deducted previously. Really? That's fantastic. Hermione exclaimed, leaping in delight. However, you must not divulge this to anyone, Tiara cautioned. After all, Mr. Dumbledore does not wish to be perceived as unfair by the other professors. All right. Hermione and Ron nodded fervently, akin to chicks pecking a grain. After Tiara glanced at Harry and noticed he had yet to awaken, she, along with Ron and Hermione, was ushered out by Madame Pomfrey. With the final exams completed and over a week remaining until the holidays, Tiara extended an invitation to Ron, Hermione, and Neville, the Gryffindor Swordmaster, who had been rendered drowsy by Tiara's spell, to venture into the meadows surrounding Hogwarts. They primarily aimed for the greenery near the Whomping Willow, where they observed that Voldemort's portable potions classroom still stood, specifically a mound of earth beside the roots of the willow, where a withered branch had been thrust. Tiara exhaled a slight sigh of relief. However, she did not immediately retrieve it. Instead, she waited another 3 days before discreetly instructing the heir to excavate the suitcase under the cover of night. This summer, Tiara had already petitioned her head of house, Professor McGonagall, to remain at school. Considering Tiara's orphan status, McGonagall readily granted her request. Thanks to the Room of Requirement and Voldemort's collection, Tiara had amassed the necessary materials for the Hydra Potion, rendering a trip to Diagon Alley for luck unnecessary. Thus, staying at Hogwarts, in contrast to being outside the school without the ability to use magic, was evidently the optimal choice. After all, Tom Riddle had begun to radiate malice towards him. Tiara needed to master Parseltongue during the summer to control the Basilisk, the greatest ally Voldemort could find within Hogwarts at this juncture. Although Voldemort had stated in the second book that the Basilisk's subservience to heirs of Slytherin took precedence over others who spoke Parseltongue, Tiara's abilities stemmed from the Hydra Potion. The world's first Parseltongue nearly considered the origin of the language itself. Tiara was confident that the infamous Dark Wizard, heir Voldemort, must have left a contingency within this perilous dark magical creature he had created. This contingency might lie within the heir Voldemort's pill, or perhaps within the Hydra Potion itself. For Tiara had researched and discovered that since 1447, nearly all Parseltongue speakers either inherited it or learned it through rigorous study. Chapter 80, the final chapter. Indeed, as Tiara had foretold, on the final day of the end-of-year feast, Dumbledore waved his hand grandly and awarded Ron Weasley 50 points for his splendid performance in defeating Hogwarts in the most spectacular game of Wizards chess witnessed in many years. The cheers from the Gryffindor students nearly threatened to topple the enchanted ceiling above them. The stars twinkling overhead seemed to tremble slightly from the uproar. Tiara could hear Percy loudly informing the other prefects, "It's my brother, you know, my youngest brother. He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard." The recent exploits of Harry, Ron, and Hermione in the Forbidden Forest and their encounters with Professor Quirrell had spread like wildfire among the young wizards. Additionally, the rumor that Dumbledore might award points to Gryffindor during the feast had circulated stealthily. Tiara was 99.9% certain that Ron had been the first to inform his twin brother, who then relayed the news, resulting in its widespread dissemination. Once the commotion had somewhat subsided, Dumbledore continued, "Next, to Miss Hermione Granger, for her calm and logical reasoning in the face of peril, I shall award Gryffindor 50 points." "That's wonderful, Tiara," Hermione exclaimed, hugging Tiara tightly and burying her face in the crook of his arm. "Tiara, it's great, but why are you hugging me?" Suddenly, Tiara heard a voice from within Hermione's mind, causing her to push Hermione away in fright. Thirdly, to Harry Potter, Dumbledore announced, and an extraordinary silence enveloped the hall. He demonstrated unparalleled bravery and exceptional courage, for which I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Oh, yay! Just as Tiara freed himself from Hermione's embrace, He was suddenly seized from behind by Harry. Tierra, that's amazing. Now we are only a few points behind Slytherin. Tierra. The uproar from the Gryffindor table was deafening. The young wizards, their voices hoarse from cheering, were simultaneously calculating the scores in their minds. Realizing that Gryffindor now stood at 472 points, merely 12 points shy of Slytherin's total. Dumbledore raised a hand, and the hall gradually fell silent once more. Courage manifests in many forms, he smiled. To confront an enemy requires extraordinary bravery, yet to stand firm in the presence of friends equally demands great courage. Therefore, I shall award Neville Longbottom 10 points. Of course, we must not forget our beloved Tierra. Dumbledore winked at Tierra and declared, I am prepared to award Tierra 70 points. Not only for his remarkable achievements as the top student among the first years, but also for his keen observational skills. He was the first in the school to notice Professor Quirrell's peculiar behavior and bravely ventured to investigate his office at great personal risk. If anyone had been standing outside the hall at that moment, they might have thought an explosion had occurred, as the cheers from the Gryffindor table surged higher and higher. Harry and Ron even stood atop their chairs, and even the typically rule-abiding Hermione joined in, tossing her wizard hat into the air. As Harry cheered, he nudged Ron with his elbow and pointed at Malfoy. The look on Malfoy's face, even after having been subjected to the body-bind curse, could not have appeared more astonished or terrified. This necessitated Dumbledore to raise his voice, try to overpower the deafening cheers. For even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating Slytherin's sudden downfall. We must make a few minor adjustments to the decorations here. He clapped his hands, and instantly, the green streamers transformed into bright red, the silver into gold. The massive Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. All the students, save for Slytherin and Tierra, tossed their hats in the air, reveling in this splendid moment. In his previous life, while watching the movie, Tierra had sensed something amiss with Hogwarts' educational approach. It was only while amidst this throng of jubilant students that he truly became aware. Regardless of whether the creators of the house system or the Quidditch Cup did so intentionally or inadvertently, Taylor discerned a subtle hint of class differentiation and social conflict within it. Most wizards from Slytherin hail from wizarding families, possessing a certain degree of heritage within the magical community. Even the impoverished Eileen Prince, mother of Severus Snape, bequeathed him a collection of books, endowing him with knowledge far surpassing that of his upper-class peers by his first year. Moreover, the blood purity ideology espoused by Salazar Slytherin during his era tightly united the Slytherin wizards. This phenomenon, characterized by ambition, cunning, and a relentless pursuit of power, extended beyond Hogwarts into the wizarding society. Slytherin wizards, emerging from the same lineage, banded together in political and commercial spheres, systematically excluding all non-Slytherin wizards. Thus, Slytherin became emblematic of the upper bourgeoisie within the wizarding world. Gryffindor, too, was a favored institution among established wizarding families, such as the valiant Weasleys of the present and the illustrious Dumbledore, Potter, and Longbottom families of yore. The Gryffindor wizards, with their relatively open-minded ideologies, were more inclined to embrace novel ideas and displayed a camaraderie towards wizards of Muggle descent, as well as those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds and magical creatures. However, this friendliness often bore a condescending air, tinged with pity. Nevertheless, it endowed many Gryffindor alumni with a commendable reputation, granting them a certain influence within the Ministry of Magic. Yet, their lack of cohesion did not imply that they would engage in discord. Rather, it indicated that upon entering the societal realm post-graduation, they would not cluster as tightly as their Slytherin counterparts. Gryffindor and Slytherin could be likened to the Democratic and Republican parties in the United States. Gryffindor garnered support from numerous Muggle-born wizards, wise magical creatures, and the favor of the goblins from Gringotts. In contrast, Slytherin was merely a coalition of major and minor financial tycoons seeking mutual benefit. The remaining two houses, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, represented the middle class and petite bourgeoisie of the wizarding society, characterized by their honesty, resilience, integrity, and loyalty. Ravenclaw, embodying wisdom, erudition, and a thirst for knowledge, represented the intellectuals of the wizarding realm. Wizards from these two houses exhibited little ambition for power, thus rarely participating in the political endeavors of the wizarding government. Although one would surmise that intellectuals should be esteemed, the Western tradition of disparaging them persists. Furthermore, the perilous nature of magic and the outdated Hogwarts curriculum, unchanged for decades, underscore the neglect faced by intellectuals within the wizarding community, relegating them to mere electoral support for Gryffindor and Slytherin. The true proletariat of the wizarding society consisted solely of house elves. Sighing, Taylor cast a sorrowful glance at the bustling house elves weaving through the banquet hall. With the existence of wondrous magic, most tasks within the wizarding world could be accomplished through spells. Even the most destitute wizards could stake a claim to a patch of land in the wilderness, living as leisurely smallholders. Thus, the genuine proletariat of the Wizarding Society was solely represented by house elves. The establishment of the four houses, to a significant extent, deeply fragmented the entire wizarding world. The offspring of capitalists and magnates entered Slytherin, while the children of the opposition party gravitated towards Gryffindor, ultimately pursuing careers as politicians or administrators within the Wizarding Society. The remaining wizards were relegated to serving as electoral fodder for politicians or mere pawns for the financial elite. The Quidditch Cup system exacerbated the already palpable tensions between Slytherin and the other houses. It is no wonder that even Voldemort, with his deranged rallying cry, could amass a legion of dark wizards to follow him. On the morrow of the banquet, Taylor clutched her camera as she bid farewell to Harry, Hermione, and Ron as they boarded the train, departing from Hogwarts. Hagrid stood beside her, weeping like a 300-pound child. "Do not cry." Taylor consoled Hagrid while examining the film in her camera, reassuring him that Harry would return in a few months. Just before the train departed, Taylor lined up Harry, Ron, and Hermione for a few photographs. Since acquiring the camera, she had captured numerous candid moments of Harry's daily life, studying in the library, dining in the Great Hall, attending classes, and emerging from exams. Taylor planned to compile these photographs into a book, certain that it would fetch a handsome price from Sirius. Epilogue, Omen of Fate. This absurdity of a journey, spanning over 70 years of experimentation, has been proven a catastrophic failure, both in theory and practice, a veritable blight upon humanity. In his quest to dominate Russia and the world, Stalin unleashed the specter of civil war, famine, and terror with every emergence. Therefore, we sincerely apologize to all persecuted peoples and nations across the globe from the Kremlin. We hereby solemnly declare the dissolution of all organizations of the former Soviet Union. From this day forth, any activities associated with the former Soviet Union shall be deemed illegal and subject to legal repercussions. On December 25, 1991, as Gorbachev's resignation speech was broadcast on television, the once mighty Red Empire crumbled. Flies, mosquitoes, and maggots, capitalists and white bandits, cheered in triumph, dancing proudly upon the corpses of heroes. Scott Lake, a gentleman impeccably dressed, with graying hair, a resolute face, and a slender frame that resembled an unyielding mountain, swiftly navigated through the indifferent crowd of suffering veterans to a library situated on the outskirts of Moscow. The library echoed with the shouts of inebriated men and the desperate quarrels of women. Every fireplace blazed with invaluable research materials, sacrificed merely to endure the biting cold of winter. Scott ascended to the third floor, and as he neared the end of the corridor, he waved his wand, causing a rudimentary door to materialize upon the wall. This was a room sealed off by bricks. Scott hurried inside, and the door behind him vanished, reverting to a solid brick wall. The confined room was small, devoid of windows, with a solitary, grand wooden door standing at its center. Approaching the door, Scott tapped it rhythmically with his wand. As it creaked open, he found himself facing an expansive, majestic conference room where he entered. Removing his hat and bowing slightly to the empty chair at the head of the table, his deep, azure eyes scanned the room. The assembly was modest, comprising only 5 individuals, including Scott, a witch with straight black hair and deep blue eyes, appearing to be in her 20s, seated at the rightmost chair, and a tall, slender wizard with short white hair and a pointed chin adorned with a small, curled goatee. An elderly woman, her silver white hair meticulously arranged, bore skin reminiscent of parched tree bark, yet her posture remained upright and dignified. Beside her was a stout, balding man. The entire conference room appeared to be perched on the edge of a cliff overlooking the sea, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealing an endless expanse of azure ocean. However, through another set of windows, one could behold a lush, dense forest, vibrant commercial streets, a castle established upon barren wastelands, cottages nestled atop lofty mountains, and caves hidden within the desert. And then there was the window behind Scott, showcasing a grand library located in the outskirts of Moscow. "No," Scott Lake declared firmly as he took a seat on a stool. "The hammer and sickle do not signify that. The last prophecy left by Lord Grindelwald, enveloped by the pinnacle, does not refer to the Soviet Union." Upon hearing Scott's words, a profound silence enveloped the room, the young witch anxiously twisting the ends of her white hair with her fingers. Her deep blue eyes continually darted towards the elderly woman sitting opposite her, whose back remained straight as an arrow. Another prophecy has been made, the old woman stated, her voice booming with unexpected vigor, contrasting sharply with her frail appearance that suggested she was well over 90. Indeed, I have made another prophecy, the young which Hasty had, the most gifted seer at Durmstrang, bit her lip and confessed. All eyes in the room turned to the young which seated at the rightmost end. The prophecy is vague. Hasty continued, the burning golden cup, the deviation of fate, the inevitability of death for those who seek to evade it. The red star shall emerge, and the hammer and sickle shall manifest. Extra Chapter 2, The Red Star Fire. On December 26, 1995, a plane took off from London Airport, embarking on a journey that would culminate in Beijing Capital Airport after several hours of flight. Given that it was the Western Christmas holiday, the flight was sparsely populated, primarily filled with international students who had been unable to secure return tickets before Christmas. Among them was a slender, tall Chinese youth, approximately 14 or 15 years old, clad in a red cotton jacket adorned with golden trim, mingling with the other travelers returning home. Next, called out the airport staff from behind the glass window. The Chinese youth stepped forward, clutching a lonely suitcase, and presented his passport to the security officer behind the bulletproof glass. Diego? The security guard read aloud, grappling with the unusual name. British? No, always Chinese. Tierra smiled faintly. All right, you may proceed. The guard, having completed the necessary checks and confirmed the passport photo matched the youth, stamped it and allowed Tierra to pass without further ado. Thank you, Tierra said, stowing his passport away. Having successfully navigated customs, Tierra did not resort to apparition, but instead walked like an ordinary person without magic to the taxi queue outside the airport. Driver, let us go? Tierra inquired in fluent Chinese. Where to? Asked the driver, seemingly a native Beijinger with a genuine Beijing accent. To Tiananmen. Tierra hesitated momentarily before altering his response to Qianmen Street. Got it, the driver replied, pressing the accelerator as the taxi sped away on the empty airport expressway. Tierra watched as the surroundings gradually transformed into a bustling scene, slowly rekindling the faint memories of his childhood from his previous life. The once renowned bird's nest and water cube, along with the Pango Plaza, now lay amidst fields of rice. Due to the winter season, the rice paddies appeared desolate, revealing the frozen, hardened earth beneath. As the car zipped past a residential area, Tierra's eyes reflected a familiar pale, white apartment building. Building 12. That's the one, he exclaimed, recognizing it as the place of his childhood residence. Unfortunately, the taxi sped away too quickly, leaving the building behind in a blur. After a while, the taxi passed a brightly lit restaurant. It was the very place where his family had dined on New Year's Eve, if memory served him right, back in 2001, when he was 16 and had just entered high school, to celebrate his commendable rank of 17th in his first semester exams. His family had decided to spend that spring festival dining out. After that, Tierra encountered no more familiar sights. 56, the driver announced, tapping the meter. Tierra retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket. No change necessary. With that, Tierra grabbed his suitcase and exited the taxi, glancing at his watch, 9:36. There was ample time. He had deliberately taken the flight from the previous afternoon. Thus, Tierra was in no rush to head to East Street, but instead leisurely wandered through the shops lining Qianmen Street, reminiscent of the outings his parents often took him on during his childhood. Back then, entertainment was scarce and money was tight. His parents would either allow him to frolic in the nearby rice fields or ponds, catching frogs and insects, or they would dress up for a family stroll along Qianmen Street, wandering from east to west, eventually making their way to the monument to the people's heroes. And if Tierra performed well in school that week, his parents would treat him to KFC for lunch. Those were the happiest days of his childhood. With the entirety of Qianmen Street, the university at his doorstep, and the rice paddies forming the entirety of his memories of life in Beijing. At 11:15, after meandering through Qianmen Street, Tierra finally arrived at the entrance of the Memorial Hall. After presenting his passport and passing security checks, he was granted access to the interior of the Memorial Hall. Due to the nearing conclusion of the morning visitation, the hall was sparsely populated. Tierra deposited his suitcase at the entrance's security area and entered the hall with empty hands. He did not linger, but departed before the noon closing time at 11:30. With his suitcase in tow, Tierra glanced back at the Memorial Hall's entrance, then resolutely turned away, taking a few steps forward before vanishing into the desolate street. Simultaneously, in the Highlands of Scotland, Tierra materialized atop the highest building of Hogwarts, the Astronomy Tower, gazing at the magnificent castle, the surrounding mountains, rivers, and the vast forbidden forest. Beneath the surface of the magical world lurked dark, turbulent forces of evil and decaying bureaucratic powers, capitalists, bureaucrats, and rural terrorists. Your proletarian grandfather has returned. Chapter 81. The Brewing. Even during the summer break, Tierra did not relent in his diligence. He continued to rise at 6:30 each morning, enjoying lunch by 12:30, followed by a brief afternoon nap for an hour, and after dinner at 6:30, he would rest for another hour, ultimately retiring to bed at 10:30, where he would read tomes on dark magic. Due to the school's summer vacation, the entire campus was left nearly deserted, with only Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, Argus Filch, the caretaker, Madame Pants, the librarian, and Madame Pomfrey, the matron, remaining. The usually bustling grounds were suddenly devoid of life. Even Dumbledore was absent. Tierra had not seen his name on the Marauders map for at least 2 weeks. It appeared that after the end-of-year feast, Dumbledore had departed from Hogwarts. Thus, on an evening in the second week of summer break, Tierra quietly donned Harry's invisibility cloak, along with the Marauders map left for him by the twins, and made his way to the 8th floor, standing before the wall opposite the tapestry of the giant beating the troll. "I wish for a laboratory to brew potions," he repeated fervently in his mind. Tierra stood before the blank wall, muttering his wish. Unlike the Tierra of Christmas, he had made significant progress in mental barriers and occlumency. He could now conceal his thoughts from the Tom Riddle diary he carried while simultaneously projecting his desire beyond his mental defenses. As Tierra completed his incantation for the 3rd time, a large black door gradually materialized on the once barren wall, leading to a chemistry lab that perfectly aligned with his understanding. Mortars, straight condensers, drying towers, dropping funnels, distillation towers, and flasks were all present. Various glass apparatuses, including a water bath, a Buchner funnel, and a rotary evaporator, adorned the corners of the lab. Tierra even spotted a centrifuge, which he approached with a mix of surprise and nostalgia. "Oh, just a shell. Empty inside," he lamented as he withdrew his hand in disappointment. He then examined the water bath. Again, merely the exterior, void within. It seemed that the room of requirement was somewhat influenced by the subjective impressions of the seeker. When he had been muttering his wish, Tierra had involuntarily recalled the chemistry lab from his university days. Yet, there remained limitations to his own knowledge. Like the water bath and centrifuge, he was aware of their appearances, uses, and some basic principles, but he lacked understanding of their internal structures. Thus, the room of requirement could only manifest the shells of the centrifuge and water bath. Nevertheless, even these glass instruments would suffice for brewing the Hydra Potion. Tierra opted for the room of requirement over Voldemort's portable lab, not only because it was more likely to create a space conducive to his experimental habits, but also due to its discretion. As long as others could not penetrate Tierra's thoughts, it was nearly impossible for anyone to intrude during his potion-making process. He withdrew a small cloth bag from his wizarding robes, methodically extracting the necessary ingredients for the Hydra Potion, gradually filling half the workbench and arranging them in 3 rows according to the brewing sequence. Finally, the heirloom emerged from Tierra's pouch, hovering in midair. After meticulously reviewing the brewing process in his mind, he waved his wand, igniting the alcohol lamp, and set a pristine cauldron atop the iron stand. 3 hours later, Tierra emerged from the room of requirement, hoarse and drenched in sweat. Clearly, he had succeeded in brewing the potion. However, no one had warned him that consuming the Hydra Potion would be such a torturous ordeal. The moment he swallowed the potion, it felt as if he had lost control over his own body. He could distinctly feel his limbs gradually shrinking, his body elongating, and his skin cracking into foul-smelling, hardened scales. Fortunately, his consciousness remained intact. He quickly directed the heirloom to feed the scorpion-tailed snake's gallbladder into his mouth. The instant Tierra swallowed the gallbladder, the transformation ceased. Yet, it was swiftly replaced by a searing pain, as if his body were being torn apart. Tierra began to shed his skin, his vision blurred as layers of white. Hard scales erupted from his skin, struggling against his still-forming flesh. The entire process lasted an hour. Finally, Tierra gasped for breath as he stood up from the ground. He meticulously gathered all the items he had brought into the lab, including the shed, scaled skin, before exiting the room of requirement. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Tierra first took a shower to wash away the dirt accumulated from rolling on the floor during his shedding, then lay down early in bed to reflect on the changes in his body. He had failed twice before finally succeeding in brewing the Hydra Potion on his 3rd attempt. A perilous endeavor. While in the room of requirement, the intense pain had distracted him, but it was only during his shower that he noticed he seemed to have grown slightly taller. His muscles, as well as his mental and magical powers, exhibited subtle enhancements. This increase was not particularly pronounced, even less significant than the boost he had experienced from the Felix Felicis potion. Yet, after consuming the Hydra potion, a near-instinctual knowledge had been instantaneously imprinted in Tyera's mind. All these changes, his physical growth and the enhancement of his magical and mental abilities, were a result of this shedding. The Hydra potion was not merely a potion that enabled one to speak Parseltongue. Mastery over serpents and magical creatures was a mere side effect of this potion. The Hydra potion was a potent bloodline elixir crafted by the malevolent ancient Greek dark wizard, Herpo, through decades of heinous experiments on the living. Wizards who consumed the Hydra potion underwent a torturous shedding process every 4 months. However, accompanying this painful transformation were increases in physical strength, magical power, and mental acuity. Initially, these enhancements were not very noticeable, often less than a natural growth of a wizard's powers with age. Yet, each subsequent shedding would yield greater increases in strength, magic, and mental prowess. By the 7th shedding, the growth would surpass the natural enhancements of age, with the potential for limitless growth thereafter. In essence, the longer a wizard lived after consuming the Hydra potion, the more powerful their magic and mental faculties would become. Of course, this was merely theoretical. As age progressed, the rate of physical decline would gradually outpace the benefits gained from shedding. Thus, the Hydra potion could not grant immortality. It could only prolong the aging process. As the years advance, each instance of shedding one's skin becomes increasingly arduous and perilous. Such sentiments ought to be inscribed upon that fragmentary and indistinct half of the Hierbo slate. It is no wonder that Hierbo is renowned as the first dark sorcerer to successfully forge a soul artifact, with a soul artifact tethering his existence. Hierbo could indeed pursue the theoretical and boundless arcane power. Chapter 82. The Laws of Mysticism. Tila lay upon her bed for a while before rising. It was merely 5:15 in the afternoon. She had only just begun brewing potions in the wish-granting chamber after her afternoon slumber. Thus, despite having endured nearly 3 hours of potion crafting and having been compelled to shed her skin once, Tila now felt utterly devoid of drowsiness. Retrieving the layer of human skin she had shed from the seamless extension bag for storing ingredients. Though it may sound somewhat vain, Tila regarded this as an exceptionally exquisite piece of human skin, more akin to a work of art than any human skin thanka she had previously encountered. The layer she had recently shed was remarkably intact, still retaining a degree of moisture, resembling soft rubber, adorned with delicate scales. Upon presenting her first shed skin, the inheritor, akin to a pup catching the scent of meat, dashed over, extending a tongue crafted from the magic of book pages to lick Tila's palm. With a smile, Tila reclaimed the shed skin, causing the inheritor to wilt like a frost-bitten eggplant, emitting a whimper reminiscent of a small dog. This layer of skin was not to be offered to the inheritor, although the inheritor was still several steps away from completion. Tila deemed her first shed skin to be of significant utility. In the realm of magic, certain seemingly mundane elements can yield unexpectedly potent effects. For instance, the skin of the African tree snake can be used to concoct complex potions, yet to brew the potion for an animagus, one must employ the snake's first shed skin. Similarly, ancient dark magic curses necessitate the use of a virgin's first menstrual blood as a medium. The first or last full moon of each year is also regarded as the most auspicious time for grand magical ceremonies. These initial offerings often lack any clearly defined principles. However, after countless generations of wizards conducting personal experiments, they indeed enhance the potency of magic to a certain extent. Even though the Book of the Dead does not provide further detailed explanations regarding these initial offerings, it designates such seemingly principle-less elements that can tangibly influence magical effects as the laws of mysticism. From the perspective of these laws, the first shed skin from one's own body is the most suitable material for crafting the inheritor. Regrettably, the 12 pages of the core of the inheritor have already been fashioned from Tila's own fresh flesh. While feeding this layer of shed skin to the inheritor might simplify the process of perfecting the inheritor in the future, such an act would indeed be a profound waste. Tila carefully folded her skin and placed it into a small wooden box specifically designed for preserving ingredients. Contemplating the potential uses of this layer of skin, Tila found herself somewhat indecisive, as the forbidden tome she had perused contained numerous enticing applications. Tila recalled that Merlin had retained his first shed skin after consuming the Hydra potion until his later years, transforming it into an object known as the Amulet of Prosperity. This was a magical tool akin to talismans found in Chinese Taoism, learned from the 7 chapters of the Mysterious Lord. What exactly it achieved was unclear to Tila, as Merlin had not documented it in his notes. One could only speculate that it related to Merlin's liberation from the control of the old gods. And he could not possibly delve into the 7 chapters of the mysterious lord to ascertain the details. Thus, Tila found herself in a quandary regarding the utility of the first shed skin. A wizard can have only one inheritor throughout their lifetime. Moreover, the potential applications of skin-like materials are quite limited, serving either as pages, curtains, or as robes and garments. Then again, perhaps there was something else. It was as if a sudden realization struck Tila. She grasped the inheritor, and in an instant, they vanished. The next moment, Tila found herself deep within a planet located tens of millions of light years from Earth. On the 7th level of the pyramid-like library, she retrieved a stack of pale yellow, thin books, loosely stitched together with fine thread. The cover bore several crooked characters. As Tila's fingers brushed against the text, a name manifested in her mind, the Fragment of Selenos. This book is among the few deemed readable and researchable, alongside the Book of the Dead, the Lolay text, and the nameless sacrificial tome, as marked in Merlin's notes. Although its original version was handwritten in 1915, long after Merlin's time, the great race of is still found mention in Merlin's writings from the 15th century, noting that he summoned and controlled 4 Bayaki as experimental assistants and materials using the Fragment of Selenos. However, it was evident that Tila was not perusing this 50-page manuscript to summon Bayaki. Rather, she sought the incantation for a spell referred to as life reconstruction. As mentioned by Merlin in his notes, Tila turned to the 22nd page of the Fragment of Selenos and began to read. Life reconstruction utilizes a portion of one's own body as the initial material, employing alchemical, potion-making, and dark magical means to cultivate a segment of oneself into a complete, sentient being of both spiritual and simple mental dimensions. It may also be referred to as a living soul artifact. Indeed, while such artificial life forms possess a myriad of other applications, most wizards regard this life form as a backup body. Unlike authentic soul artifacts or the anchors of dark magic, life reconstruction is a considerably safer, life-preserving spell. The entity created through life reconstruction serves as an alternate body for the wizard within 3-dimensional space. Unless directly influenced by outer gods or succumbing to death before even registering the threat, even if the physical body is destroyed, the spiritual essence dissipated, or the mental energy exhausted, as long as the wizard retains a trace of consciousness or realizes they are ensnared in a dire predicament, they can instantaneously transfer their consciousness through the connection between their original self and the reconstructed life form, reviving in the artificial body. Furthermore, life reconstruction affords remarkable freedom in its crafting, aside from the requirement that the initial material must be a part of one's own body. All other materials may be freely selected. They can be derived from other magical creatures sacrificed in blood rituals, dark magical items, alchemical substances, or even a blend of disparate types. It is a form of magic with a lower threshold than that of soul artifacts. However, naturally, the strength of the resurrected being largely depends on the components incorporated during its creation. Thus, despite the high degree of creative freedom afforded by this artificial life form, no one truly haphazardly adds a medley of unrelated elements. Although Tila has now managed to exert preliminary control over Tom Riddle's diary, an irreconcilable conflict looms between them. Tom Riddle will inevitably seek to devour Tila's spiritual and mental dimensions. Despite Tila's readiness for this discord, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes, and he cannot guarantee that his strategies will not encounter errors during execution. He must prepare for every conceivable scenario, from the possibility of perishing at the hands of an outer god to the hope that the remaining 4 fingers might shield him from disaster. Perhaps Voldemort possesses a means to breach his mental barriers, turning him into a sacrificial vessel for resurrection. In Chapter 83, titled Worm, Tila erupts into laughter, a twisted, grotesque sound, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against stone, reverberating through the library. After transcribing the segment on life reconstruction from the Sereno fragments into the Inheritor, Tila silently recites the incantation and departs from the library. Upon returning to the common room, he retrieves a wooden box from beneath his bed, from which an unpleasantly faint odor of decay emanates. As Tila opens the box, he is greeted by a dark mass, exuding a pungent stench of rot. Countless worms of varying hues writhe within the putrid flesh, occasionally revealing a fragmented vertebra or partially devoured organs. These are Tila's cursed worms. He has learned to sustain them outside living beings, akin to genuine worms, provided they are adequately nourished with fresh blood and flesh. Otherwise, they will revert to Tila's body. Fortunately, Hogwarts, with its abundance of food due to magic, provides ample resources. Each night, Tila either has Raven catch a few mice or solicits entrails from the house elves in the kitchen. Despite the plethora of bizarre delicacies in the wizarding world, including such peculiar treats as cockroach clusters, wizards still shun offal, leaving much of it to go to waste. Tila brings one hand near the box containing the cursed worms, halting 10 centimeters above it. The worms cease their feeding and writhing, each propping itself up on its plump tail, extending their slender heads with tiny, fragmented teeth from the decaying meat. With his left hand resting on the inheritor, the incantation for life reconstruction flows into Tila's mind. His other hand, hovering above the box, splits open at the center of the back of his right hand, forming a mouth devoid of lips, with only a thin layer of teeth and a grotesquely shaped tongue. As Tila's right hand mouth quivers slightly and arches upward, he recalls the anatomy lessons from his previous life, temporarily differentiating a mouth and vocal cords atop his palm. With a biological foundation, Tila progresses rapidly in blood and flesh magic. After a brief acclimatization to this new mouth, he controls it to slowly move, reciting the incantation for life reconstruction. Unlike the inheritor, this spell is not a specialized life-preserving magic. It is a modified form derived from a reproductive magic known as shapeless mycelium. As the incantation resonates, the skin on Tila's right hand begins to separate from the flesh at the wrist, undulating forward, gradually detaching from his bloodied palm, floating like a thin glove toward his hand. The moment the skin separates, the worms within the box surge forth in a frenzy, colliding and merging into a bizarre conglomerate suspended in midair, with dozens of thick, long tails writhing incessantly. Drops of blood defy gravity, rushing toward the hovering mass of worms. With each drop that enters, the conglomerate shrinks slightly, transforming from a spherical shape into a flattened, elongated form resembling 5 fingers. Finally, as Tila utters the last words of the incantation, a deep brown, nearly black glove falls to the ground. Tila senses a faint connection linking him to the glove on the floor. With a mere thought, the glove's fingers twitch slightly, crawling a few centimeters toward Tila. He sighs, retrieving the glove with his bloodied right hand and adorning it on his left. It fits perfectly. Tila clenches his fist, stretches, then clenches again, while simultaneously reinforcing the connection with the glove in his mind. As the bond between Tila and the glove strengthens, its color gradually fades, becoming indistinguishable from Tila's skin tone. This appearance is far more normal. Tila feels no sensation of wearing a glove on his left hand. Due to the 7 chapters of Xianjun, Tila's left pinky has been reduced to a mere bone, and although he is unsure of the underlying principle, it still moves freely. However, because his pinky lacks flesh, even with a glove, it remains visibly different from a normal person's hand, especially in the pinky region, compelling Tila to stuff cotton inside the glove to conceal its shriveled appearance. Bathing presents its own challenges. Gryffindor's bathroom resembles a university shower with closely arranged heads and no partitions, leaving Tila to bathe only during off-peak hours. He has declined multiple invitations from Harry, Ron, and the Weasley twins to bathe together. Without this glove, he would be at a loss for excuses next semester. After all, those who have bathed together are akin to brothers. Should I say is truly my own skin? Tila chuckles softly. Now, aside from being slightly larger than his right hand, Tila's left hand reveals no other abnormalities, as if he were not wearing a glove at all. To have severed the skin from my right hand to fashion a semi-living magical entity to adorn my left, perhaps that cannot truly be classified as wearing a glove. Tila extends his left hand, attempting to control the glove through their connection. Tentacle-like appendages sprout from the glove, transforming Tila's left hand into a writhing amalgamation. Yet, these worm-like tendrils are not chaotic. They obediently extend in accordance with Tila's thoughts. One tentacle retrieves a stealthy extending pouch from his bedside cabinet. Another extracts a vial of pristine white potion. A third procures a dropper. A fourth twists the cap off the potion, and a fifth opens the bedside cabinet, retrieving bandages. Tila finds he can even control several additional tentacles. Covering the wooden box, I pushed it beneath the bed. I picked up the comb and began to groom my hair. I seized the fountain pen and opened Tom Riddle's diary. Chapter 84, Fiendfire. Is something the matter, Tila? A line of text appeared in Tom Riddle's journal. Ever since Quirrell's failed theft of the Philosopher's Stone, Riddle's tone had grown increasingly gentle and ambiguous. Of course, Tom Riddle's true thoughts at this moment were likely. What a gullible muggle-born. A little tenderness is all it takes to easily manipulate him. Tila rolled her eyes in exasperation, while her gloved left hand inscribed in the diary, "Good evening, Tom." Hagrid has kept me busy caring for his blasted scroots all day, and only now do I have the opportunity to be alone with you." Simultaneously, Taylor employed a mental blocking technique to mimic the elation and excitement she felt when she successfully confessed her feelings in her previous life. After all, Voldemort was oblivious to the concept of love, and feigning such emotions was considerably less taxing for Taylor. Conversely, pretending to embody the feelings of isolation and bullying proved far more challenging. As she had been raised in a comfortable household and had spent the first 30 years of her life basking in the glow of socialism. While she had indeed faced some bullying and exclusion, these experiences were but trifles to her, hardly worthy of mention. "It's quite all right. I'm genuinely pleased to see you have found a new friend." Taylor rolled her eyes once more. Tom Riddle was quite the actor, clearly inwardly lamenting that Hagrid had delayed Taylor's studies. It must be said that if Voldemort were to assume the role of a teacher, he would undoubtedly surpass Hogwarts in the quality of education he offered. Given that Voldemort had fortuitously discovered a high-caliber vessel like Taylor, he naturally sought to extract every ounce of value from her. After spending a semester with Taylor, Voldemort had recognized her talents, and thus, with the onset of summer, he began to subtly instill in her the philosophy of there is no good or evil, only power through their flirtatious banter. He also began to entice her into exploring and even learning dark magic. Had Taylor been an ordinary first-year student on the cusp of her second year, she might have fallen prey to his influence. Alas, Taylor was far from ordinary. Now, the construction of the fourth layer of her mental defenses was just beginning to take shape, and calculations indicated that at least another month was needed for completion. Until the fourth layer was fully established, Taylor would not initiate her plan. The signifier for the plan as commencement was Voldemort's realization that she could harness the power of dark magic. Taylor's scheme hinged upon Voldemort's resurrection plan, with her serving as bait. Thus, she continued to feign ignorance before Voldemort, akin to a love-struck youth, readily accepting the theories he offered while remaining blissfully unaware when questioned. Although Taylor had already mastered certain dark magics, she maintained the pretense of being utterly incapable when confronted by Voldemort. This occasionally provoked a vexed reaction from Tom Riddle, yet he could do little about it. Despite Taylor's intelligence and exceptional gifts, to Voldemort, she remained merely a 12-year-old wizard. Expecting such a young wizard to grasp dark magic was, in many respects, akin to hastening growth by pulling on seedlings. Therefore, Taylor's sluggishness in mastering dark magic did not raise Voldemort's suspicions. Rather, it fostered his patience and nurturing approach. This inadvertently led Tom Riddle to divulge even more knowledge, spells, and magical practices. After all, Taylor could read Tom Riddle's thoughts. Some concepts, even if Voldemort never articulated them, would be astutely captured by Taylor's keen intellect whenever they flickered through his mind. In the span of just a few months, Taylor had acquired knowledge of the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Bone-Crushing Curse, among others. Additionally, she learned about Fiend Fire, the Dark Mark, the Blood Curse, and the creation of Inferi, including the intricacies of dark magic and the Horcrux ritual. It seemed that Voldemort did not intend to fully consume Taylor during the resurrection ceremony. Rather, he planned to spare her life, merging her with a basilisk to fashion her into a half-beast, an eternally loyal servant in his final Horcrux. Of course, should Taylor meet an untimely demise, Voldemort would resort to transforming her into an Inferius. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Upon learning of Tom Riddle's intentions, Taylor rolled her eyes 3 times in disbelief. She felt deeply moved, and then opened the book titled Studies on Ancient Dark Magic Rituals that she had found in the Room of Requirement. Page 76. The Fiend Fire section. Fiend Fire is easy to learn, but difficult to control. In ancient times, it required 3 wizards to harness it through a sacred triangle ritual. Although, with the evolution of magic, Fiend Fire has been simplified for single use and control, it still demands that the wizard possesses formidable control abilities. Following her recent experiments, Taylor had nearly confirmed that the curse worms could be utilized to construct artificially resurrected life forms. This glove was merely a preliminary attempt on her part. The materials employed in life reconstruction would ultimately determine the quality and strength of the resultant artificial life form. Taylor's glove incorporated plagues, HIV, liver cancer, lung cancer, brain cancer worms, and several worms derived from failed Weasley candy experiments. The glove's functions were rather limited. Aside from granting Taylor additional appendages to perform multiple tasks simultaneously and absorb and release plagues, it could influence or even control the thoughts of the wearer. However, it was evident that this function was currently of little use, as the glove rested solely upon Taylor's own hand. Surely, one cannot control oneself. Yet, The influence of the curse worms extended beyond merely diseases and plagues. It also encompassed dark magic. Just as Taylor had previously separated Voldemort's dark magic from a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, what if the artificial life form created as a last resort for self-preservation was constructed not from these diseases, but rather from the curse worms of dark magic? To be more specific, spells such as the Killing Curse, the Bone-Crushing Curse, or the Soul Curse. It could also involve the basilisk's venom, its petrifying gaze, or the venom of a giant arachnid. Alternatively, Taylor might not need to resort to convoluted tactics to circumvent the unicorn-esque curse. She could directly slay a unicorn and extract the curse worms from it, or even employ fiend fire. Taylor had conducted an experiment previously where she ignited a mouse with alcohol, and the curse worms had little effect on its burns. However, when the flames engulfed the mouse, Taylor was able to transmute the fire into curse worms. Chapter 85. The Fire of the Mind. Tierra now reclines upon her bed, her left hand engaged in a conversation with Wormtail and Tom Riddle, while her right hand rests upon the study of ancient dark magic rituals, immersing herself in the intricacies of fiend fire. Although the 3 unforgivable curses are deemed as such, their inherent potency is not overwhelmingly formidable. The Killing Curse is lethal solely due to its lack of a counter-curse. A mere touch results in instant death. The Cruciatus Curse requires the caster to harbor an immense malice, which, from a legal standpoint, constitutes a clear case of intentional bodily harm. The Imperius Curse, while slightly inferior in prestige to the former 2, remains sufficiently repugnant. I have committed a transgression. I am under the influence of the Imperius Curse. I desire to perpetrate some malevolence. I wish to control another through the Imperius Curse. The initial elements that constitute an artificial life form determine its subsequent attributes and 3-dimensional power. The 3 unforgivable curses indeed represent profound dark magic, yet they cannot be classified as overwhelmingly powerful. In terms of sheer force, they fall short when compared to fiend fire. According to Merlin's notes, fiend fire, also known as the fire of spirituality, requires 3 conditions for combustion: a combustible material, an oxidizer, and an ignition temperature. The ignition temperature of fiend fire is the incantation. The oxidizer is the relentless output of will destruction from the mental dimension, and the combustible material is a wizard's dark magical power. In essence, fiend fire is a flame that incinerates the spiritual dimension. Given that a wizard's magical potency originates from the spiritual dimension, ordinary non-dark magical spells merely serve as fuel for fiend fire. This explains its unstoppable nature. It can even ignite Horcruxes, which are essentially external dark magic batteries. When a battery encounters fire, it explodes. However, fiend fire is not invincible. It has its nemesis, mental spells. To be more precise, spells such as the Stupefying Charm or the Finite Incantatem. The principles of these 2 types of magic are straightforward. They disrupt or alter the magical configuration through the output of mental existence, resulting in internal chaos and direct dissipation of the spell. These 2 incantations are currently the only known spells capable of halting fiend fire. Of course, one could also consume an enemy's fiend fire with their own, causing it to dissipate. But typically, those with such capability would simply incinerate their opponent without resorting to such complexities. In addition to fiend fire, Tierra also discovered another spell in the Nameless Sacrificial Book, known as the Fire of the Mind. Similar in its operational principles to fiend fire, the Fire of the Mind utilizes the mental existence, or soul, as its fuel, the incantation as its ignition point, and the spiritual existence as its oxidizer. The sources of the soul used as fuel can either stem from oneself or from another. Unlike fiend fire, the Fire of the Mind entirely relies on the soul. The caster's control over the mental dimension as a raw material directly influences their mastery over the Fire of the Mind. Igniting the Fire of the Mind using another's mental existence, despite various curses and dark magic methods that may control the other's mental dimension, is fraught with peril, as the immense agony produced during the combustion of the Fire of the Mind often leads the mental existence serving as fuel to spiral out of control. Although this Fire of the Mind is formidable, its practical application in combat is limited, unless one is willing to risk everything, igniting their own soul in a mutual destruction scenario. Nevertheless, solutions abound in adversity. Tierra discovered a method to cleverly utilize the Fire of the Mind in another relatively safe dark magic tome, the Grimoire of the Red Priest, known as the Martyr. This ritual involves summoning a demon through dark ceremonies, using one's body as a vessel for possession, and forging a powerful, binding contract with the demon. The practitioner may then wish for an enhancement of their magical capabilities, with the price being their corporeal body, soul, and magical power, all relinquished to the demon after a decade. Demons, or devils, represent a uniquely distinct class of two-dimensional beings. Much like muggles possess only mental and material dimensions, demons exist solely within the spiritual and mental dimensions. Unlike dementors, who could be perceived by wizards and muggles due to their overlapping mental dimensions, demons, given their vast differences in mental dimensions, can only exist in a spiritual realm known as hell. To enter the material world, demons must resort to possession, forming a mental connection with a wizard or muggle to inhabit a corporeal form. However, due to their inherent heterogeneity, the bodies they occupy tend to deteriorate rapidly, forcing the demons to return to hell. Alternatively, demons may deceive a wizard into binding their spiritual and mental existences through a contract, gradually merging during the contract's execution. In this manner, demons can occupy a wizard's body, gaining access to the material dimension and completing their evolution from two-dimensional to three-dimensional life. The mental and spiritual existence of a demon is undoubtedly superior to that of a wizard, yet during the initial stages of the merging process. To adapt better to the material dimension, this integration must be dominated by the wizard's will. This leaves a vulnerability for wizards during the early phases of the fusion. While the wizard can still suppress the demon's consciousness, a series of intricate calculations and precise maneuvers can ignite the fire of the mind using the demon's mental existence. The immense energy produced by the fire of the mind can fuse the wizard's spiritual dimension with that of the demon. If successful, the wizard may ultimately assimilate approximately 50 to 70% of the demon's original spiritual existence. Even if the chosen demon is merely a low-ranking one, the wizard would still acquire double the magical power of an ordinary adult wizard. Were it not for the demon's existence being confined to a spiritual realm known as hell, and their mental dimensions differing significantly from those of wizards and muggles, it is likely that wizards and muggles will be subjugated by demons, much like house elves. The advantage of the martyr ritual over the evolution of dark magic lies in its unlimited number of uses. Just as the first step of alchemy involves employing potent flames to eliminate impurities and obtain pure three-dimensional matter through magical or chemical reactions, the formidable energy of the fire of the mind can purge the spiritual dimensions of both wizards and demons of most impurities, allowing for a purer form of their union. This resolves the issue of conflicts arising from dark magical powers, which would otherwise hinder cooperation with a second individual. However, the drawbacks of the martyr ritual are glaringly evident. Its success rate is exceedingly low. Most demons are not naive enough to leave loopholes in contracts, and controlling a demon proves far more challenging than tormenting a wizard, unless one possesses an exceedingly meticulous plan and an extraordinary intellect. Deceiving a demon into entering a contract with a wizard is nigh impossible. Thus, the method of rapidly enhancing power through martyrdom is utterly beyond Tiella's contemplation. However, if Tiella wishes to return home, she must transform herself into an immortal entity, enabling her to traverse the infinite barriers of space and time, crossing myriad doors. The only path known to Tiella is alchemy. Yet, merely concocting an elixir of immortality with a philosopher's stone will only prolong her life, not grant her true immortality. Unless she employs alchemical techniques to meticulously eliminate the impurities from her spiritual, mental, and material dimensions, thus rendering herself a pure existence. However, should Tiella embark upon such a course, she would likely become an indescribable mass of light. After all, her memories, values, and thoughts are intrinsic impurities. Of course, she could also invoke powers that transcend three dimensions, such as beseeching an outer god to conceptually transform her memories, values, and thoughts into their pure forms. Yet, that would be sheer folly. In Chapter 86, Purity, Tiella cannot confront the outer god directly. Her current worldview and understanding are far too fragile. Even if the outer god were to extend a benevolent hand, engaging directly would undoubtedly lead Tiella to utter collapse. Tiella stands before the outer god as an ant before a giant. A single breath from the giant could spell annihilation for the ant. While the ant may be unable to seek the giant's assistance, the remnants left behind after the giant's passage would suffice for a lifetime of sustenance. In the traditional alchemical perspective, the world is composed of the four fundamental elements: earth, wind, water, and fire. This view, while not entirely incorrect, is overly simplistic. The Book of the Dead expands upon this notion within its alchemical treatise. Earth, the solid, represents the material dimension that serves as a vessel. Water, the fluid, embodies the source of life and represents the spiritual dimension from which magic flows. Wind, the gaseous, is formless and intangible, symbolizing the ethereal soul or the mental dimension. Fire, the plasma, signifies pure power and serves as the cornerstone of all alchemy. The essence of alchemy lies in harnessing pure power to purify the existence of matter, spirit, and mind, subsequently merging these three into the meticulously calculated three-dimensional laws of transformation to form the Philosopher's Stone, the origin of all. In other words, setting aside all calculations and the construction of three-dimensional laws of transformation, fire itself is a manifestation of pure existence. Evidently, countless celestial bodies and innumerable gifted alchemical masters throughout the ages have long recognized this truth. The flame of the spirit, fueled by the mental dimension, the fierce fire, powered by the spiritual dimension, and the flame of matter itself. These three seem capable of replacing the pure matter, pure spirit, and pure mind meticulously refined through countless calculations and processes. However, there remains a challenge. The three types of flames are exceedingly difficult to control. Merging them is akin to mixing antibiotics with alcohol. The Dogean Compendium recounts the tale of an alchemical master from the Trent Worm tribe who attempted to construct the Philosopher's Stone using these three flames. The experiment ended in his demise. He was obliterated, and the uncontrollable flames ravaged nearly half the city. Yet, if Tyela were to extract the flames of matter, spirit, and mind from living beings in the form of cursed worms, and then use life reconstruction to fuse these three worms with her first shedding, she might achieve a pure, three-dimensional existence. The life form obtained through this reconstruction would no longer serve merely as a means of survival, but as her immortal vessel. Thus, even if Tom Riddle plots to transform Tyela into a blood-cursed beast or a ghoul, Tyela remains unperturbed. She is not angered in the slightest, for she too is calculating Tom Riddle's intentions. She contemplates whether to use dark magic to consume the diary or to ignite a light with the flame of the spirit. Tom, do you think I could successfully wield dark magic if I harbored an immensely destructive emotion? Tyela scribbles in the diary. What do you wish to destroy? Little Tyela? Tom Riddle's inner thoughts alert her. Damn it, this little brat hasn't stumbled upon the fiend fire curse in the restricted section, has he? Tom Riddle muses. Naturally, Tom Riddle does not suspect Tyela wishes to use the fiend fire against him. Rather, he fears Tyela might inadvertently lose control while practicing it. All of it. Tyela writes sorrowfully. Why? Tom, why is fate so unjust? Why? Some are born with everything. The love of parents, affluent households, even Harry Potter, whose parents left him a considerable inheritance and boundless glory. Tyela notes that as she mentions Harry Potter, a profound resentment suddenly clouds Tom Riddle's thoughts. And I have nothing. Why does Harry, also an orphan, fare better than I? Aren't you and Harry good friends? Tom Riddle inquires. Oh yes, the famed savior. Harry Potter. Tyela writes bitterly. If it weren't for my academic prowess, if I couldn't assist him with his homework, do you think Harry Potter would even glance my way? If it weren't for the fact that staying by his side could slightly deter those who bully me, do you think I would willingly befriend that arrogant, foolish Harry Potter? You don't like him? I thought you admired him like the other young wizards do. He is the savior of the wizarding world, the one who defeated that mysterious figure. I couldn't care less about the wizarding world's turmoil, Tyela writes. To me, those wizards are all the same. Tom, you're right. In this world, there is no good or evil, only power. Indeed, Tyela, only power is justice. As this statement appears in the diary, Tyela hears Voldemort's inner triumph. This foolish half-blood has finally seen the light. Tyela, this is where you err. You consume my resources and then cast me aside? The ancestors do not deceive me. The second rate are far more despicable than the first. At that moment, a coarse roar draws Tyela's attention. A gigantic raven flaps its wings, pecking at the glass window. Tyela raises her left hand, extending a tendril to open the tightly shut window. The raven, accompanied by a wave of heat, flies in and perches at the head of Tyela's bed. However, upon seeing the glove on Tyela's left hand, instinctual fear causes the raven to leap from her bedside and flap its wings, landing instead at Harry's bedside. Do not be afraid, Raven, Tyela said, waving her left hand to transform the tentacles into a glove, beckoning to Raven. How could someone so large be so timid? Raven hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Tyela, before hopping excitedly towards her bed. Once assured that the Tyela before him was indeed his familiar master, Raven flapped his wings and soared onto Tyela's bed, gently pecking at the glove on her left hand. Tyela lifted her left hand, and a tentacle emerged from the glove, pulling open the third drawer of the nightstand, from which it retrieved a small package. Upon opening it, Taylor discovered several bloodied strips of beef jerky within. Raven let out a joyful squawk, seizing a strip and devouring it. After finishing, he rolled onto his back like a cat, sprawled out on the soft carpet beside the dormitory's hearth. As it was the height of summer, the flames in the hearth were transformed by the house elves into a pale blue hue, radiating a chill. Taylor shook her head with a hint of exasperation. No wonder. Despite the raven's superior intelligence over the owl, wizards seldom chose ravens as their pets. In the initial months after arriving at Hogwarts, Raven had been somewhat reserved and fearful, closely following Taylor wherever she went. However, ever since Taylor had first allowed him to deliver a message, Raven's spirit had evidently become much wilder. Nowadays, he only returned to his master when it was time to sleep or eat, spending the rest of his time frolicking outside with other ravens in Hogwarts. Due to his unusually large size, he had even become the leader of the local raven flock. If it weren't for the fact that Raven was a male, Taylor would genuinely worry that one day he might lay a nest of eggs on her bedside. Once Raven had settled down to sleep, Taylor extended her left hand, summoning a tentacle to continue her correspondence with Tom Riddle. She waved her hand, causing the air to float before her, and took out another quill to write. After the fourth feeding, a noticeable increase in weight. For the fifth feeding, 100 milliliters of the Hecate potion was infused with the beef, resulting in increased drowsiness, with no nightmarish symptoms observed. Chapter 87, Dobby. Taylor had previously assured Tom Riddle that her assistance in caring for Hagrid's blast-ended scroats was not mere pretense. After the conclusion of the end-of-term exams, aside from accompanying the trio notorious for their point deductions around Hogwarts, Taylor's most frequent destination was Hagrid's little hut adjacent to the Forbidden Forest. When it comes to the care of magical creatures, who could rival Hagrid within this school? Moreover, with Hagrid's good-hearted nature and loquaciousness, Taylor merely needed to occasionally visit him beside the Forbidden Forest and discuss the wondrous creatures she had encountered in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. And Hagrid would promptly stuff a rock cake in her pocket and escort her to the area where he kept his magical creatures. There, he cared for a group of mutated blast-ended scroats, a three-headed dog, and after the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone by Dumbledore, Hagrid had been returned to him the loyal fawn, a purple tree, and the tree guardian's bowtruckle residing upon it. Additionally, a few Akami and a troop of tree frogs, alongside an invisible creature. According to Hagrid, due to the invisibility cloak that could be crafted from the creature's fur, this poor little being frequently fell victim to wizards, especially dark wizards. Hagrid had spent considerable effort earning the trust of this invisible creature. However, it was all worth it, for the creature was gentle and nurturing towards its young, and after settling into Hagrid's menagerie, it had proven to be quite helpful. On Taylor's last visit to Hagrid's menagerie, the invisible creature was seen tearing a fish into pieces to feed a less-than-1-year-old hippogriff. Its name was Buckbeak. Hagrid, with love-struck eyes, exclaimed, "It was swept here by a storm. This poor little creature must have been terrified. When I first found it, it was so scared it embedded its claws into my flesh." He rolled up his coat, sleeve to reveal 4 deep scratches. Luckily, there's Meryl. The invisible creature is truly adept at caring for its young. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament. Meryl was the name of the invisible creature. In addition to these magical beasts, the descendants of Aragog, the Acromantula residing deep within the Forbidden Forest, would occasionally pay Hagrid a visit, resulting in Taylor acquiring a vial of the exceedingly rare Acromantula venom. On the 7th day after consuming the Hydrangea potion, Taylor felt her voice had improved slightly. Although still hoarse, she could at least utter some simple words. Accompanied by Raven, she walked along the winding pebble path leading to Hagrid's hut. Taylor remained somewhat uncertain about her plans for Raven's further development. Just the previous night, after administering the 6th dose of Hecate potion, Raven had suddenly spoken. This occurrence, where a magical creature articulates words rather than merely mimicking or repeating, marked a significant milestone in the cultivation of magical creatures, indicating that this animal had developed a thought process akin to that of humans. For magical creatures, aside from those chronicled in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the owls, bats, and ravens commonly used for delivering messages, along with toads and rats utilized for magical experiments, also belong to the three-dimensional biological realm and possess consciousness across the 3 dimensions of matter, spirit, and intellect. The sole distinction lies in their differing worldviews, cognitive frameworks, and modes of thought compared to humans. This disparity is not insurmountable. Some magical creatures raised alongside wizards from a young age, such as owls, exhibit thought processes not dissimilar from humans, yet are limited by their feeble mental dimensions, preventing them from comprehending the intricate structure of language. Hence, Taylor had been diligently administering Hecate potion to Raven. Conversely, other magical beings may possess sufficiently robust mental dimensions, but differ in their modes of thought. Nonetheless, with the passage of time and increased exposure, they can learn to articulate human language if they so desire, such as Aragog, the Acromantula king, who was placed in the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid during his schooling. Out of gratitude towards Hagrid, his savior, Aragog had taught himself human language. Taylor, where are we going? Raven called out from Taylor's shoulder. Raven could speak now, which delighted Taylor. However, his incessant chatter was rather overwhelming, causing her head to throb. Ever since she realized she was in the magical world of Harry Potter, Taylor had yearned for a pet capable of speech and possessing intelligence akin to that of humans to serve as her laboratory assistant. Thus, she had chosen the most intelligent of birds, the raven. Since joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team and acquiring discretionary funds and potions, Taylor had intermittently brewed various potions reputed to enhance animal intelligence. Moreover, she had begun feeding Raven Hecate potion and some leftover magical enhancement potions since the end of the term. The effects are indeed remarkable. Raven has not only become more astute, capable of understanding and executing simple commands issued by Tyra, but has also experienced a notable increase in size, or rather, a rapid growth. Tyra speculates that this phenomenon arises from Raven's mental and spiritual dimensions surpassing their normal intensity, thereby catalyzing growth in the material dimension, that is, the physical form. This is most conspicuously exemplified in Tyra herself, thanks to ample nutrition, a wholesome diet, and an extraordinary mental and spiritual dimension. Tyra's growth has also outpaced that of her fellow young wizards. At the commencement of her schooling, Tyra's height and weight were roughly equivalent to Harry's. By the end of the term, she had grown nearly half a head taller than him. As they approached Hagrid's abode, Tyra's lips twitched slightly as she spoke. Simultaneously, a tentacle emerged from the glove on her left hand, retrieving a piece of raw beef from her bag to feed Raven. Suddenly, Raven bounced on Tyra's shoulder and called out towards a stone behind her left shoulder. Over there! Over there! Raven exclaimed. In that instant, Tyra, too, sensed the unmistakable surge of raw magical energy emanating from behind the boulder. An intense malevolence seemed to lock onto her. Without hesitation, Tyra drew her wand, aiming at the massive stone. Shatter! A beam of white light erupted from the tip of her wand, striking the stone. With a resounding boom, the stone fragmented into countless particles and debris. From behind the remnants emerged a diminutive creature with oversized bat-like ears and eyes as large as tennis balls. Filled with astonishment and disbelief, it was a house elf. However, unlike the house elves within Hogwarts, this one was excessively emaciated, draped in a filthy, tattered pillowcase. While the Hogwarts house elves may also eschew clothing, at least their pillowcases are clean and neatly worn. Dobby? Tyra inquired, momentarily frozen in place. Her mind struggled to comprehend why Dobby would appear here. A flicker of panic flashed in the house elf's eyes. Yet, upon noticing the grotesque lips on Tyra's right hand and the ominous aura emanating from her left glove, Dobby's apprehension transformed into fierce determination. Dobby would not permit anyone to harm Harry Potter. With a snap of his fingers, Dobby compelled Tyra's wand to be drawn from her grasp by some unseen force. Chapter 88, Shifting Blame. The wand slipped from Tyra's fingers, soaring towards Dobby. This is bad. Tyra surmised Dobby's intention and swiftly extended 3 tentacles from her left hand to ensnare the wand. However, Raven was quicker than Tyra. The enormous Raven took flight from her shoulder, snatching the wand midair, executing a turn before landing back on Tyra's shoulder. After Tyra retrieved the wand from Raven's beak, Dobby snapped his fingers again and vanished from sight. Yet, Tyra did not relax. Instead, she immediately turned and cast a stunning spell towards the 7 o'clock direction, simultaneously clenching her left hand towards the ground. 5 meters away in that direction, Dobby reappeared, as if he had instantaneously teleported towards the stunning spell. Dobby remained unperturbed, sidestepping to evade the spell with his slight frame. The stunning spell grazed Dobby's arm, striking the grass behind him and creating a small crater. Dobby extended his hand, preparing to snap his fingers once more. However, he was suddenly yanked by something beneath him. Only then did Dobby realize that the grass, stones, and soil beneath his feet had transformed into writhing tendrils coated in slime. It was as if he stood within a swamp of worms. Several robust, wriggling tentacles clung to Dobby's frail limbs. Dobby attempted to snap his fingers again, but Tyra simply clenched her left hand lightly. The slender hands of the house elf became ensnared by the encroaching tentacles. Tyra raised her left hand and pointed at Dobby. In his struggle, Dobby appeared to lose strength, surrendering to the worm-like bindings. The cursed Tyra had just unleashed originated from a failed prank candy devised by the Weasley twins. The twins initially intended for the candy to render the consumer weak, feverish, and with a runny nose, akin to a cold. However, the actual effect was instant paralysis. Tyra had acquired the recipe and the remaining failed products from the Weasley twins. Tyra sighed, feeling a twinge of annoyance, uncertain how to handle Dobby. Had it been anyone else daring to ambush him, Tyra would have swiftly dragged them into his laboratory, as he was in need of a sentient being for his experiments. Tyra's progress in dark magic, particularly the advanced forms, had been rather unsatisfactory. The essence of dark magic is a fusion of emotional energy emanating from the mental dimension and magical power emanating from the spiritual dimension, resulting in high-quality, destructively potent spells. While Tyra could express emotions, he was no monk. He possessed desires and sentiments. However, achieving the pinnacle of emotional output required for spells like the Fiend Fire, demanding extreme destructive will, or the Killing Curse's ultimate murderous intent, was beyond his reach. After all, his life of over 30 years had unfolded during a peaceful era under the fluttering red flag. He was hardly a deranged killer with a plethora of horrific thoughts. His Killing Curse would likely only cause a mere nosebleed. This was also the reason behind his interest in probing that particular magic. He intended to capture a sentient being, such as Peter Pettigrew, and through tormenting him, use probing magic to glean insight into his innermost emotions. However, given Dobby's serendipitous arrival, Tyra could not proceed in such a manner. Not to mention, Dobby's allegiance and role stand in stark contrast to that of Pettigrew. Simply put, Dobby's subsequent role as a caretaker for Harry Potter over the years forbade Tyra from inflicting harm upon him. To be candid, considering the degree of danger Harry often courted in the original narrative, surviving until the finale, all those who aided him bear the weight of guilt. Each and every one of them. Without Dobby, the trio might have met their demise at Malfoy Manor, never to discover the golden cup belonging to the head of House Hufflepuff. Moreover, the entire Malfoy Manor was shielded by anti-disapparition charms, making it exceedingly rare for anyone other than Dobby to rescue them through means other than brute force. I will lift the curse, but you must not attack me, nor attempt to flee. Let us converse amicably, Tyra addressed Dobby. Then, she lightly tapped Dobby's forehead with her finger. A yellow, speckled worm crawled out from Dobby's brow. As soon as the yellow, speckled worm departed from Dobby, he immediately snapped his fingers and vanished before Tyra's eyes. With a sigh, Tiara shook her head in resignation. It appeared that Dobby still harbored doubts. However, this was understandable. Anyone witnessing Tiara's appearance, left hand adorned with an array of tentacles and right hand possessing a mouth, would likely misconstrue the situation. In truth, Tiara yearned for the opportunity to converse with Dobby. Growing up under the red flag instilled in Tiara a natural affinity for oppressed and enslaved sentient beings. Alas, it seemed futile. Onward he would go. Tiara concealed the peculiar transformations of his hands and waved his wand, erasing all traces of the aberrations. Tiara had gleaned Dobby's intentions the moment their foreheads had met. As he surmised, Draco Malfoy had been bullied at school and had penned a letter to Lucius Malfoy. Lamenting his plight, he sought a dark magical artifact from his father to exact revenge upon Tiara. Subsequently, Lucius Malfoy dispatched Tom Riddle's diary to Tiara. After 11 years of silence from Voldemort, the opportunistic Lucius no longer believed in the Dark Lord's resurgence and had long desired to dispose of the diary. Yet, the lack of opportunity and Voldemort's lingering influence rendered Lucius hesitant to act. Draco's grievances coincidentally aligned with Lucius's needs. Firstly, Tiara was merely a mudblood student, lacking power or influence. Should any trouble arise, no one would come to his aid. Secondly, Lucius had thoroughly investigated and discovered that Tiara was an orphan, the child of immigrants from China. Should anything go awry, he could easily attribute it to Tiara's deceased parents. Utilizing his clout within the Ministry of Magic to portray the Muggle couple as dark wizards from China. Thus, the blame could be deftly shifted away from himself, an impeccable scapegoat. Furthermore, to ensure discretion, Lucius did not send this gift directly from Malfoy Manor, but rather routed it through Borgin and Burke's, with Dobby entrusted to execute this task. It is no wonder that Voldemort's assessment of Lucius was that he was more adept at sabotaging than achieving. Ordinary individuals would keep such matters under wraps. Yet Lucius was intent on maintaining appearances. Initially, Dobby was unaware of the contents of the parcel he had dispatched last semester. However, the Malfoys, fond of ostentation, often hosted Slytherin alumni tea gatherings at Malfoy Manor every 5 to 6 months. The former Death Eaters attended not merely for camaraderie, but to revel in their past misdeeds under Voldemort's reign. Lucius, on the other hand, sought to preserve these connections. as the majority of the Death Eaters in attendance were influential wizards within a magical community, making such social interactions crucial for him. Perhaps in an effort to assert his worth, or simply to boast, he proclaimed that he had gifted a cursed artifact from the Dark Lord to a mudblood at Hogwarts, eagerly anticipating the day they would witness Harry and a heap of mudblood corpses before Christmas. Dobby, who happened to be nearby, overheard this conversation and quickly discerned the nature of the dark artifact Lucius spoke of. Chapter 89, Magic. Lucius. Tierra squinted as he caressed the diary nestled in his arms. Were it not for Dobby, he might have forgotten about this traitorous object altogether. He chuckled softly. So Voldemort is dead, is he? And continued his journey towards Hagrid's hut. Along the way, Tierra's right hand began to move slowly, the grotesque mouth vanishing. Oh, Merlin's beard. What has happened to your voice? Hagrid exclaimed, startled by Tierra's speech. I accidentally consumed one of the Weasley twins' prank candies. Tierra managed to squeeze out, having exerted considerable effort to articulate those few words. Due to the bizarre nature of certain blood magic, Tierra had not intended to use it in front of anyone, and Dobby's witnessing was purely incidental. Currently, all spells designed to prevent apparition were specifically aimed at wizards. No wizard would take the time to study the magical mechanisms of house elves, as they had a far simpler solution at hand: acquire house elf. Since the ancient war that determined the fate of house elves, any research pertaining to them had been relegated to the annals of obscurity. You two are utterly outrageous, Hagrid exclaimed, although Tierra had not mentioned the Weasley twins. Everyone knew that the only capable Weasley children in the school were the twins. It'll be fine. It will pass in a few months, Tierra replied. Before the summer holiday, the Weasley twins had gone on a spree, experimenting wildly with their ideas, producing a plethora of prank items, some useful, some not, and many untested. Among these was a skipping class candy that rendered one's voice hoarse, which hardly seemed far-fetched. This was a perfect excuse. Regardless of whether Hagrid would inquire about it with the Weasley twins, even if he did, they would likely just rush over to ask Tierra which candy he had consumed. At that moment, Tierra would feign exasperation and say, I forgot. Today, Tierra raised his hand and nudged Raven. Oh, what are you doing? Raven squawked, flapping his wings and taking flight. Oh, Merlin above. Hagrid waved at Raven, who landed on his arm. At that moment, the invisible creature, merrily, also climbed onto Hagrid's shoulder, its large eyes curiously fixed on Raven. If Delia were to discover that the little raven she had sold could speak, she would surely lament her folly. Hagrid gently lifted Raven's head, tugged at its wings, and, seeing nothing amiss, offered Raven a piece of fish. Raven chirped joyfully, fluttering about before devouring half, and bringing the remainder closer to Tierra's mouth. Tierra longed to swat it away, but, considering Raven's good intentions, silently accepted the fish from its beak and tucked it away. Ah, it appears you two have a fine relationship. Hagrid chuckled. Sharing your food is the best way for these little creatures to express friendship. My little Buckbeak wouldn't even share a fishbone with me, he added, a hint of sadness creeping into his tone. Hagrid, may I ask if Raven might learn spells? Due to his voice, Tierra could only select words that could be clearly pronounced even in a hoarse state, trusting that Hagrid's ability to communicate with animals would enable him to grasp Tierra's meaning. Are you asking if Raven might be able to use magic in the future? Hagrid inquired. Tierra nodded. That is uncertain, Tierra. Hagrid remarked that the anatomical structure of wizards significantly differs from that of magical creatures. The magical system utilized by wizards is a sophisticated framework that has been refined and developed over countless generations by innumerable wizards to best suit their needs. Consequently, even some humanoid magical beings, such as house elves or centaurs, despite possessing a physique akin to that of humans, employ their own unique forms of magic. Does that mean Raven cannot learn human magic? Tierra inquired. Indeed, Hagrid replied. Generally speaking, that is the case. However, should you devise a magical system specifically for owls and ravens, it would be an entirely different matter. Tierra nodded in acknowledgement. While her interaction with Hagrid may not have seemed fruitful at first glance, she gleaned substantial insights. After all, it was highly improbable that she would ever dare to inquire of others about the audacious notion of teaching her magical pets to wield magic. In the eyes of most wizards, even among the most progressive, instructing non-human magical creatures in the art of magic is considered an exceedingly wicked and sacrilegious act. Such transgressions could even lead to incarceration in Azkaban. This belief is so deeply entrenched and pervasive that even Hermione, throughout the entirety of the narrative, fervently advocates for the liberation of house elves, yet has never contemplated bestowing a wand upon a free-spirited creature like Dobby, who is already liberated and regarded as a friend. It seems that only Hagrid, or perhaps the venerable Newt Scamander, now in his 90s, would maintain a calm and rational discourse upon learning of Tara's intention to impart wizarding magic to magical beings, rather than perceiving her as an anomaly. Hagrid's words hinted at the notion that indigenous magical creatures within the wizarding world may be inherently incapable of mastering human magic. Ironically, Tara's library is replete with non-human magical texts. For instance, the Nameless Sacrificial Book by the Chago tribe, the Lillet text by the Deep Divers, and the Secrets of the Worm penned by a certain reptilian wizard. These forbidden tomes contain spells that are exclusive to particular races, suggesting that only those races can cultivate and utilize such magic. For example, the blood magic inscribed in the Nameless Sacrificial Book can only be wielded through the peculiar spiral growths adorned with numerous short tentacles found on the head of the Yuggoth fungus. Yet Tara can effortlessly manipulate this knowledge, perhaps due to the profound blessing of knowledge bestowed upon him by the illustrious race of YS, enabling him to transcend not only the confines of text, but also the barriers of race and inherent aptitude, confronting knowledge itself. Chapter 90, Faith. Tara followed Hagrid around his menagerie, and as a frequent visitor, assisted him in feeding the creatures. In the process, she collected several feathers shed by the griffin and snipped a tuft of hair from a demiguise. Though these items may not serve her immediate purposes, it is prudent to acquire them nonetheless. Despite Tara's assistance, Hagrid remained occupied until noon. Naturally, he wished to invite Tara to his modest abode for lunch. However, recalling the rock-hard rock cakes he had previously baked, Tara politely declined. Yet, she did not depart from Hagrid's room immediately. Instead, she leaned over the wooden table to compose a letter to Harry, and of course, to Ron and Hermione. Being from an era dominated by advanced technologies, Tara found the antiquated practice of letter writing rather unfamiliar. Although she had fervently promised Hermione and Harry before the summer break that she would stay in touch, it was only now that she remembered. Had it not been for Dobby's unexpected appearance today, she would likely have forgotten until the end of summer, when she would awkwardly recall the need to write to them upon seeing Hermione or Harry. Upon exiting Hagrid's cottage, Tara held 4 letters in her hand, one addressed to Harry, another to Ron, and a third to Hermione, in addition to a letter from Hagrid to Harry. Tara was certain that Dobby, having escaped from her grasp, was undoubtedly lurking near the Dursley's residence. This implied that nearly all correspondence intended for Harry would be intercepted. Although she could not fathom how a house elf, akin to a slave, could devote so much time to Harry. Dobby's behavior in the original narrative suggested he had been surveilling for quite some time. Otherwise, he would not be able to intercept every letter meant for Harry with such precision, nor would he have been able to create chaos during the Dursley's hosting of guests. In retrospect, aside from his excessively loquacious nature, Dobby truly is an exemplary house elf, clever, powerful, and audacious. He is indeed an almost perfect assistant. Tara found herself suddenly yearning for a Dobby of her own. Alas, it seemed that Dobby currently harbored considerable animosity toward her. Now was not the time to contemplate how to recruit Dobby into her service, but rather to devise a means to prevent him from appearing unexpectedly to slit her throat in her sleep. Gazing at the letters in her hand, an idea struck Tara. She tucked Ron and Hermione's letters into her wizarding robe, tearing open the envelopes of the 2 letters meant for Harry, one in each hand. With a swift motion, she tore the delicate skin from her arms, allowing it to slither toward the letters, enveloping them in a new layer of pristine envelopes. Aside from their softness, they appeared no different from any other letter. Tara squeezed the 2 envelopes gently, smiling. Although Dobby might intercept the letters, he would certainly not discard them indiscriminately. Intercepting letters and destroying them are 2 wholly distinct actions. Thanks to the ingrained servitude of house elves over countless generations, Tara was confident that Dobby would not directly obliterate these missives. As long as Dobby encountered these 2 letters, Tara could quietly let her skin parasitically attach to him, effectively implanting a tracking device upon him. As long as Dobby appeared within Hogwarts, Tara would sense his presence. She ascended to the Ollery at Hogwarts, delivering the 4 letters along with some fish strips she had acquired from Hagrid to 3 waiting owls. After enjoying the treats, the owls happily accepted the letters and stretched their wings as they took flight. Once the owls were airborne, Tara hastily descended the slope, returning to Hogwarts. 2 days later, while engrossed in the diary where Voldemort elucidated the brewing process and principles of the potion for the living dead, Tara paused momentarily, a smile gracing her lips. Voldemort remained blissfully unaware as a series of words continued to materialize on the blank pages of the diary. Just moments ago, Tara had sensed the 2 pieces of skin she had attached to the letter burrowing into Dobby's very being. With the locator now in place, Tara felt a sense of relief wash over her. allowing her to focus entirely on Tom Riddle's explanation of the potion of the living dead. Indeed, listening to Tom Riddle, that despicable wretch, she knew he would certainly withhold the truth from her. Thus, Tiara could only observe the writings of Tom Riddle within the diary, while placing her fingers upon its surface, tuning into his innermost thoughts. Tom Riddle referred to this potion as a restorative elixir. However, in reality, the potion of the living dead, or more accurately termed the corpse potion, served as a precursor to the creation of the inferi introduced in the 6th installment. The crafting of an inferius was not a trivial endeavor. The original methods were excessively brutal and complex. The current techniques, greatly simplified by Voldemort, relied on the very potion Tom Riddle was imparting to Tiara. This potion was one of the components ingested by Dumbledore in the 6th book. A wizard consuming the potion of the living dead would experience no adverse effects. Rather, it would invigorate them. However, upon the wizard's demise and subsequent descent into a lake harboring a colossal magical array, they would transform into an inferius. In her previous life, Tiara had not found Voldemort's traps particularly remarkable while reading books or watching films. They had been shattered not only by Dumbledore, but also previously by the young and inexperienced Regulus Black. Yet now, as Tiara contemplated, she truly grasped the insidious nature of Voldemort's schemes, to conspire with a tiger for its hide. Growing increasingly cautious, Tiara resolved that should matters take a turn for the worse, she would promptly discard the diary in the headmaster's office. At worst, she would confess everything, admitting that she had been enchanted and manipulated by this dark magic diary. In any case, once the diary was in Dumbledore's possession, he would undoubtedly destroy it immediately, allowing Tiara to deflect any blame onto the diary. It would be the same old tale. Woe is me. I was under the influence of the Imperius curse. I truly knew nothing. Woe is me. As long as Tiara completed the 6th layer of her mental barriers beforehand, preventing Dumbledore from probing her thoughts, she would be safeguarded. Assuming that the greatest white wizard in history would indeed dare to invade the mind of the second-year witch, with the diary serving as a scapegoat, any transgressions committed by Tiara could be easily forgiven by Dumbledore. At the conclusion of that day's lesson, Tiara wrote, "Tom, are you familiar with the Dark Mark?" Chapter 91, The Dark Mark. What do you wish to know about it? Tom Riddle responded gently, yet his inner thoughts betrayed him. Damn it, he can't possibly suspect me. Due to Tiara's diligent control over Tom Riddle's consumption, he had been trapped in a state of perpetual hunger for over half a year, neither starving nor satiated. This dynamic placed Tom in a position of passivity and vulnerability within their relationship. He could not fathom why this was the case. Although he had entertained the notion that Tiara's remarkable control over her abilities allowed her to manipulate his magical output, nevertheless, firstly, bolstered by his confidence in his own mind-reading prowess, Tom Riddle believed that no wizard, apart from Dumbledore, could withstand his mental incursions. Secondly, he possessed an overwhelming belief in his own innate talent, convinced that he was the most gifted wizard alive today. To put it in more dramatic terms, I, Tom Marvolo Riddle, am the destined one, the savior of the magical realm. No one, not even Dumbledore, possesses a talent that rivals mine, let alone some filthy little muggle. He can never achieve or learn what I, at my age, have already accomplished. I am a zenith of wizardly genius. Thus, with all other possibilities dismissed, the only conclusion left was that this mudblood's talent was woefully inadequate. This mudblood, though clever, was still a mudblood, a lineage of dirt. Tom Riddle reasoned that this was the very reason he could not provide him with sufficient magical power. Unbeknownst to him, Tom further entrenched himself in self-delusion, solidifying his belief in the supremacy of pure blood lineage. Tiara had grown weary of deriding the term wretch. Initially, she would roll her eyes in respectful exasperation, but now her eye-rolling had morphed into outright fatigue. She could hardly muster the energy to mock it anymore. Do you think Lucius Malfoy would be a Death Eater? Tiara did not respond directly, but instead posed another question. Lucius Malfoy? Tom Riddle echoed. Damn it, that fool Lucius won't have exposed me, will he? Indeed. I recently stumbled upon a few old newspapers in the Hogwarts library, Tiara wrote, which stated that Lucius Malfoy had once been tried as a Death Eater, although he seemingly evaded punishment. And then? Tom inquired. I believe if Lucius were to be apprehended as a Death Eater, Draco Malfoy would suffer far worse than death. So you intend to investigate the Dark Mark? Tom Riddle surmised. Ah, so he isn't suspicious of me after all. I thought that fool Lucius had revealed me. The son of that dolt Lucius is just as foolish. Indeed, Tiara wrote, I cannot infiltrate their home to find any other evidence. I can only rely on the most conspicuous feature of his. After all, every Death Eater bears the Dark Mark, do they not? If I could provoke his dark mark in public, it would surely lead to his capture. If it is regarding that mark, Tom Riddle continued, I might be able to assist you in researching it, perhaps even recreate it, though I would require your cooperation. Lucius may be foolish, but he wouldn't be easily ensnared by such trivial tactics. Perhaps it is time to bestow this mud-blood with a mark. Otherwise, given his filthy bloodline's magical talent, who knows when he will grasp the powers of dark magic. However, it has indeed been a while since I summoned my loyal followers. They have likely forgotten the feeling of the dark mark searing upon their arms. Tierra chuckled softly. She understood that her ineptitude in dark magic would eventually wear down Tom Riddle's patience. Sooner or later, even if Tierra did not broach the subject, Tom would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to bestow the dark mark upon her. Even if Tom did not explicitly state it in the diary, he had already contemplated this many times in his mind. Do not be deceived by Tom Riddle's facade of a benevolent mentor. In his eyes, Tierra is fundamentally but a mere tool. Consequently, the moment Tom Riddle harbors thoughts of the dark mark, Tierra can effortlessly glean any knowledge pertaining to it through the blessing of knowledge. This includes the secrets of fiendfire and other dark arts, including the 3 unforgivable curses, all of which Tierra has acquired. The essence of the dark mark is rather straightforward. In essence, it is a curse of dark magic, a derivative and simplification of the evolution of dark magic and the anchor of dark sorcery. It is conjured by Voldemort, utilizing Horcruxes under conditions of extreme fear, merging the magical essence and dread of the marked individual through a curse, not to devour, but to simply amalgamate, thereby forming a specific dark mark on the wrist. Dictated by Voldemort's will, this dark mark serves not merely as a symbol for Death Eaters, as a vessel for dark magic's power within the material realm. It is an artifact of dark sorcery that grows upon the flesh of the Death Eater. It functions akin to a simplified copyright, an alternative anchor of dark magic. However, this Death Eater mark pales in comparison to the authentic anchor of dark magic. Not only does it possess a significantly diminished capacity for dark magical power, but it also lacks the safety and rationality features that the genuine dark magic anchor provides to dark wizards. While Death Eaters can more easily enter a state of dark magic through the dark mark than ordinary individuals, conversely, maintaining sanity and lucidity in that state becomes substantially more arduous. This explains why most Death Eaters, particularly Bellatrix Lestrange, the infamous lunatic rumored to have had an affair with Voldemort, often exhibit erratic behavior. Despite sharing nearly identical upbringings and education with her sister, Narcissa Malfoy, one succumbed to madness, while the other retained an air of elegance until the very end. Of course, Tierra does not intend to align himself with the Death Eaters. Rather, he is engrossed in the study of fiendfire. Even though he has comprehended the principles underlying fiendfire, he is unable to conjure it. Tierra can only attribute this to his lack of an overwhelmingly destructive will, resulting in insufficient initial fuel to sustain the flames. After all, the lackey of Malfoy, whether Crabbe or Goyle, he cannot recall, managed to wield fiendfire in their 7th year, so it seems unreasonable that Tierra should be incapable at this juncture. Chapter 92. The Mark. Tierra soon received letters from Ron and Hermione. This occurred on the 3rd day after he had inquired of Tom Riddle about the breakfast time for the dark mark. As Tierra reached for a slice of whole wheat sandwich, 2 owls swooped in, delivering 2 letters. The lighter one belonged to Ron, written in a hasty scrawl on a single thin sheet, exuding the joy of summer vacation. In contrast, Hermione's letter was ensconced in a sturdy leather envelope, containing over 20 neatly bound sheets of paper adorned with her exquisite handwriting. Aside from a few pages of warm inquiries regarding Tierra's well-being, the remaining 10 pages comprised Hermione's reflections and queries about the second-year curriculum she had been previewing since the end of the term. Tierra felt a twinge of headache as he squeezed the study notes. He was acutely aware of the young witch's intentions. Ever since Tierra mastered the art of legilimency, he had diligently avoided direct physical and eye contact with others. Nonetheless, during the end-of-year feast in his first year, he inadvertently made physical contact with Hermione. Although the information he gleaned was vague, Tierra was certain it reflected the tender thoughts of a young girl in her adolescence. It bore a hint of youthful innocence, akin to the sunlight after the first snowfall, the dew of dawn, or the tender shoots emerging from the earth, evoking a delightful sense of joy. However, Tierra was reluctant to embrace this emotion, which could potentially blossom into love. He cherished Hogwarts deeply and held affection for Hermione, Harry, Ron, and many other classmates and teachers who were part of its fabric. Yet, he was traversing a perilous and solitary path of magic. one that allowed no room for extraneous sentiments beyond his desire for strength. Tierra quietly set aside Ron and Hermione's letters and quickly finished his breakfast before returning to his dormitory. Owing to the summer break, the Gryffindor common room was deserted except for Tierra, where in the absence of wall tapestries, he could study, analyze, and practice dark magic in peace, without the fear of Harry or Hermione suddenly emerging from a corner to sit beside him unannounced. Each time, he had to feign nonchalance and flip his notes to the later pages, ones that contained ordinary preparatory notes for his classes. This was also one of the reasons Tierra was reluctant to acknowledge Hermione's feelings. Harry was his benefactor, and he had no choice. Just before the summer break, on his birthday, June 28th, coinciding with the first day of Hogwarts summer holiday, Harry, Ron, and Hermione had planned a surprise party for him on the train ride back, even preparing a birthday cake. However, Tierra had informed Harry, Hermione, and Ron the day before boarding the train that he would be staying at Hogwarts for the summer, which left Harry feeling somewhat dejected all night. On the evening of their departure, Tierra discovered a small box beneath his pillow containing 50 galleons, which moved him greatly. The following day, skipping breakfast, he wrote to Slughorn and the potion store to purchase several vials of rare herbs. Yet, Hermione was different, accepting her feelings and acknowledging that relationship would offer Tierra no benefits and would likely lead to her discovering his secrets. After all, Hermione was not like Harry. Harry sought only friendship, even familial affection, but young girl-esque love would entangle Tierra, leaving him with no personal space. Should Hermione uncover his studies in dark magic or other secrets, Tierra understood that she might not confront him directly, but could very well report him to Professor McGonagall or even Dumbledore. This was his greatest fear, not merely the prospect of Dumbledore discovering his secrets, but the dread of potentially harming Hermione in the process. Now, Tierra had already grasped the fundamentals of ordinary dark magic, successfully integrating painful emotions into his spells. Having experimented with his Cruciatus Curse on the Whomping Willow, a mouse, and Neville's often misplaced pet toad. From that point on, Neville's toad ceased to wander astray. Recently, Tom Riddle had paused his instruction on other dark magics, instead focusing on guiding Tierra in experimenting with the Dark Mark. Certainly, both Tierra and Tom Riddle are acutely aware that these so-called experiments are merely for show. Tom Riddle is simply reluctant to hasten the construction of the Dark Mark, lest it arouse Tierra's suspicions. Thus, he begins to gradually provide Tierra with segments of his original research and experimental notes. These fragments are far more precious than the Dark Mark itself, although what Tom Riddle reveals on the pages of his diary amounts to less than 1/10 of the entirety. In the recesses of his mind, he recalls step by step how he learned, transformed, and developed the pinnacle of dark magic rituals, namely, the anchor of dark magic and the evolution of dark magic. Throughout her studies under Tom Riddle's tutelage, Tierra has become certain that he possesses knowledge of the three-dimensional theory of magic. While she cannot ascertain the exact source of his understanding, perhaps it stemmed from the tome revelations of advanced dark magic, or from the collection of the Gaunt family, or perhaps from ancient texts encountered during his time working at Borgin and Burke's, or even from his own deductions. She is confident that his grasp of the three-dimensional theory is not derived from the Book of the Dead. This is evident as Tom Riddle's interpretation intertwines with his own beliefs in pure blood supremacy. He posits that wizards inherently possess attributes of magical power, soul, and corporeality, marking the fundamental distinction between wizards and muggles, akin to the vast chasm separating humans from chimpanzees. Tom Riddle believes that such disparities in attributes are insurmountable. Nevertheless, upon developing the nascent form of the three-dimensional theory of magic, or one might say the theory of magical attributes, Tom Riddle does not actively seek to explore higher dimensions or the potential for wizards to acquire additional attributes. Instead, he hastily embarks on establishing his own warped doctrine, a more brutal, pure-blood theory rooted in the theory of magical attributes. Within this doctrine, muggles have devolved from mere livestock to pests. After completing her teaching duties for the day, Tierra pointed her wand at her left arm. On the back of her right hand, a grotesquely large mouth began to writhe. A deep, incanatory voice intermittently emanated from that mouth. The agony of her skin being flayed and the torment of shedding her own skin, entwined with magical energy, coursed through her wand and into her left wrist. Tierra's expression contorted in pain. A torrent of dark magical power fused with her flesh, ushering forth a new wave of suffering. The Dark Mark is, after all, not particularly challenging magic and does not necessitate any special ceremonies. Otherwise, would so many Death Eaters require Voldemort to personally grasp each arm to mark them? He is the Dark Lord, not a servant to the Death Eaters. aside from a select few within the inner circle who have the honor of receiving the Dark Mark directly from Voldemort. The majority of Death Eaters have others to perform the task for them. Tierra harbors a keen interest in this simplified version of the anchor of dark magic and the evolution of dark magic. But it is not until today's lesson that Tom Riddle inadvertently reveals the incantation he uses to control the Death Eaters through the Dark Mark, a special spell. With this incantation, Tierra is able to develop a mark that is entirely free from Voldemort's control. Etching the Dark Mark is akin to tattooing, once inscribed. It remains for a lifetime. Born and raised in a nation steeped in atheism, if compelled to choose a lifelong belief or a symbol to accompany her eternally, Tierra would willingly select this mark. Alas, as the Dark Mark is completed, Tierra emerges from her excruciating ordeal, gazing mournfully at the tattoo on her hand, reminiscent of a powerful red state akin to a polar bear, which has scarcely endured the last winter. Chapter 93, Companionship. 2 weeks after Tierra brands herself with the Dark Mark, Tom Riddle finally concludes his analysis of the Dark Mark. During this time, he encourages Tierra to abandon her plan to expose Lucius as a Death Eater for revenge, suggesting instead an alternative approach. After all, Voldemort is dead. Tierra need not possess the ability to read minds to envision Tom Riddle's gritted teeth as he penned those words in his diary. Since Voldemort is deceased, and we have just unraveled the Dark Lord's greatest secret, why not impersonate Voldemort, inherit his legacy and Death Eaters? This way, not only can you exact revenge on Lucius, but you will also become the most powerful figure in the current wizarding world, more influential than the Minister of Magic. Good heavens! Tierra exclaimed in astonishment. I will play myself. Had Voldemort not fragmented a single Horcrux, he could not have conceived such an audacious plan. Greedy, foolish, and utterly defenseless, Tierra acquiesced to Tom Riddle's proposal, branding a dark mark upon her right hand. However, the reality is that the Dark Mark is inscribed on a page belonging to the heir. Due to the connection between Voldemort and the Dark Mark, Tom Riddle can directly interface with the heir's consciousness. Additionally, because of the bond between the heir and Tierra, Voldemort's summons to the heir can directly reach Tierra, bypassing the mental barriers she has constructed through her mind-closing spell. This facilitates a more convenient connection between Tierra and Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle can now communicate with Tierra through the mental link established by the mark, and can even read her thoughts at will. When Tierra inquires how Tom Riddle can connect with her mind through the Dark Mark, he replies, I made a slight modification to the Dark Mark to enhance our communication. Tierra's magical hands ought not to be employed for superfluous tasks. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Tierra feels a wave of nausea, yet she suppresses it, allowing the vague, youthful sensations she gleaned from Hermione to linger just beyond her mental barriers. This pleases Tom Riddle immensely, as it seems he has once again built a sense of self-worth rooted in his insecurities, relying on others' infatuation with him. Regarding Ron and Hermione's responses, Tierra took 2 days to reply. The content of the letters was largely the same. Dear Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, I hope this letter finds you well. I am quite happy here. Hagrid frequently takes me into the Forbidden Forest to observe magical creatures, and I am enjoying myself immensely. Do not worry. Yours sincerely, Tierra. In Hermione's letter, Tierra added a note. I cannot answer your questions either. I haven't touched the second-year books since the summer break. Tierra deliberately sent the letter meant for Hermione to Ron and vice versa. Every adolescent girl yearns to be seen as a singular and unique presence in the eyes of the one she adores. When Hermione came to the realization that her standing in Tierra's heart was no different from that of a boisterous, reckless young lad, it was time for her to relinquish her fantasies. Indeed, throughout the ensuing summer, Hermione refrained from sending him any letters, granting Tierra over a month of solitude, during which he immersed himself entirely in the study of dark arts, oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. However, this tranquility was short-lived. After a month, Tierra received 2 letters, one from Harry Potter. The letter recounted tales of Dobby, the confinement imposed by Uncle Vernon, Ron's daring rescue, and the humble abode of the Weasley family. From the nuances of Harry's words, Tierra discerned that he was enjoying himself quite thoroughly while composing the letter. It was agreed that, in a week's time, merely 5 days hence, Harry would meet Tierra to procure the necessary books for their second year at Diagon Alley, a journey that would take 2 days. The other letter was from Hermione, brief yet pointed. She began with a complaint about Tierra's carelessness in sending letters, having mixed up Ron's correspondence with her own, and then inquired if Tierra wished to accompany her to Diagon Alley for book shopping. Although she had already acquired most of the required texts, the change in defense against the dark arts instructor necessitated the purchase of 8 volumes by Gilderoy Lockhart, one of which gaddying with ghouls she had already secured during the previous Christmas. Tierra hastily penned a reply to both correspondences and dispatched them forthwith. He then sought out Hagrid and Filch. Tierra's visit to Filch was to submit an application for leaving the school, while students could apply to remain on campus during the summer. Permission was required from the school administrator for any excursions beyond its gates. Thanks to a small gift Tierra had bestowed upon Filch last Christmas and the Hogwarts acceptance letter that had mysteriously appeared on his bedside 2 days prior, Filch readily granted Tierra's request to leave the school. After leaving Filch's office, Tierra made his way to Hagrid's hut. As in the original narrative, Hagrid was preparing to venture to Nocturne Alley adjacent to Diagon Alley to procure a remedy for Sneezewort. Choosing to seize the day, Hagrid readily consented to accompany Tierra. It had been over 2 months since Dobby last appeared at Hogwarts. Now that Harry had been rescued by the Weasley family, Dobby's plans to thwart Harry Potter's return to Hogwarts had failed, and this audacious and meticulous house elf would not remain idle. In the original story, Dobby, only aware of Lucius's plans, but not the specific target, had fixated all his attention on Harry Potter. Now, having confirmed that the owner of the diary was Tierra, Tierra was certain that Dobby would prefer to sever the source of this calamity rather than disturb Harry Potter. Thus, Tierra sought to secure a bodyguard for himself, Hagrid. Tierra carefully considered that Dobby had 3 means to eliminate him as a source, either by killing him or by stealing the diary. However, after their previous encounter, these methods were evidently no longer feasible. Thus, only the final option remained, ensuring Tierra could never again step foot in Hogwarts. Unfortunately, in the preceding months, Tierra had not strayed even a step from Hogwarts. Consequently, Dobby's only opportunity lay ahead, during Tierra's outing to purchase textbooks. If Dobby could intercept Tierra outside, perhaps driving him to a Muggle-populated area and then casting a harmful spell, Tierra would face expulsion for using magic in the presence of Muggles. However, this scenario had become impossible after Tierra had equipped Dobby with a tracking device, as the dynamics would be entirely reversed. Alternatively, akin to how he dealt with Harry and Ron, Dobby could ambush him on the way back to school. Thus, Tierra chose to accompany Hagrid, intending to return the same day without lingering outside for even a second. If Dobby possessed the audacity, he could intercept Hagrid. Chapter 94. The greater good over family ties due to the disparity in their heights. Tierra, accompanied by Raven, carried a shabby little suitcase, originally belonging to Quirrell. The inconspicuous extendable suitcase was modestly disguised once Tierra was assured it bore no lingering curses or dark magic. He first traversed Hogwarts' Floo network to reach the Leaky Cauldron, while Hagrid, being too tall to fit into the Floo network, opted for his rickety motorcycle, setting off as early as 7 o'clock. Shortly after Hagrid's departure, Tierra followed suit to the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron, a wave of pale green flames engulfed him. Tierra vanished within the fireplace of Hogwarts. Simultaneously, in the fireplace of the Leaky Cauldron, dozens of kilometers away, green flames flickered and Tierra stepped out. Clad in a flowing black wizarding robe, Tierra had employed transfiguration to erase the house crest from his Hogwarts uniform, widened the cuffs, and fashioned an ample hooded cloak that concealed half of his face, reminiscent of the Death Eater's garb from a past life. It was only 7:30, and the shops of Diagon Alley would not officially open until 8, rendering the usually bustling Leaky Cauldron somewhat subdued. Aside from a cheerful greeting from Tom, the innkeeper, there were only a couple of wizards quietly enjoying their breakfast at the tables. Tierra returned Tom's smile and proceeded through the back door of the Leaky Cauldron to the wall piled with refuse. Extending his right hand, he counted 3 bricks above the rubbish bin, tapping one, then counting 2 more bricks horizontally, tapping another, and finally tapping 2 bricks below. Upon completing his 3 taps, the 3 bricks he had touched began to vibrate, shifting outward. A gaping hole emerged in the center of the wall, revealing a winding cobblestone path. Tierra traversed this pathway into Diagon Alley. Due to the early hour, the scene before him starkly contrasted with his previous visit. Diagon Alley appeared rather deserted, with scarcely any witches or wizards in sight. Standing at the entrance, Tierra adjusted his oversized hood and set off in the direction of Nocturne Alley. As he walked, he employed blood magic to alter his appearance. Tierra intentionally elevated his height slightly, rendering himself appear much thinner. Simultaneously, his skin gradually transformed to a waxen, corpse-like pallor, developing faint patterns reminiscent of serpentine scales. Passing a shuttered shop, Tierra caught a glimpse of himself in the glass window. His eyes had turned a vivid crimson, akin to those of a reptilian creature. His pupils vanished, leaving behind only a black vertical slit. Tierra parted his lips. His tongue morphed into a forked appendage, while his once ordinary teeth transformed into sharp fangs, two of which loomed larger than the rest. As Tila parted his lips, a startling manifestation erupted forth. He nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging that his grotesque metamorphosis was not solely a testament to his flesh and blood magic, but also a consequence of the Hydra elixir he had ingested over 2 months prior. The modifications wrought by the Hydra elixir had rendered Tila more adept at blood and flesh transfiguration, particularly into serpentine forms. Even in the absence of performing the animagus transformation ritual, Tila could now, through sheer will, assume the guise of a snake. However, such transformation was excruciatingly painful and drained a substantial amount of his magical energy, after merely converting his legs into a serpentine tail. Nearly a quarter of his considerable magical reservoir was depleted. Gazing into the mirror at his fearsome visage, a revelation struck him. This monstrous appearance was indeed a self-transformation inspired by memories of Voldemort. Yet, it transcended mere imitation. Simply recalling Voldemort's image allowed the blood and flesh magic to reshape him as effortlessly as one might partake of a meal. There was no trace of the obscure and painful sensations typically associated with wielding blood and flesh magic. It was as if he had simply harmonized with his instincts. Contemplating Voldemort's post-resurrection form, and recalling the original narrative where Voldemort's skin gradually turned waxy, his eyes became increasingly crimson, and his nose dwindled to nothingness. Tila speculated that a certain piece of the Hyborian stone, absent from Merlin's collection in the library, had likely fallen into Voldemort's hands. Perhaps it had originated from Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, or the Room of Requirement, or even from Borgin and Burke's, the dark magic shop where Voldemort once labored. In any case, Voldemort must have gleaned knowledge of the Hydra elixir from that stone. The tablet containing the Hydra elixir's formula was in Merlin's possession, ensconced within the library of another realm. Voldemort could only have been informed of the elixir's properties and effects, possibly even intermediate notes on its development. At this juncture, Voldemort must have acquired the methodology for creating Horcruxes, and he would have been exceedingly covetous of the Hydra elixir's capacity to nearly boundlessly augment magical power. Thus began the Dark Lord's decades-long experiment, exploring the formulation of the Hydra elixir upon himself. Perhaps the information inscribed upon the tablet sparked inspiration within him. Or perhaps he discerned that all bloodline-derived Parseltongue capabilities stemmed from the Hydra elixir. This might elucidate why he felt compelled to return to the Gaunt residence to implicate his uncle. It was likely not merely an act of vengeance, but rather a quest for a pure, Slytherin lineage to facilitate his research into the Hydra elixir. Consequently, he incarcerated his uncle in Azkaban and subjected him to the gallows, then utilized some means of subterfuge to extract his uncle and imprison him for initial experiments with the Hydra elixir. In a flash of insight, Tila seemed to connect all the dots behind Voldemort's actions. He had to concede that, despite Tom Riddle's seemingly bumbling nature, engaging only in one violence, frequently resorting to the Avada Kedavra curse, before losing his sanity through excessive Horcrux creation, Tom Riddle truly warranted his title as the Second Dark Lord. This level of cunning was indeed a source of great concern for Dumbledore. After all, Voldemort was not akin to Grindelwald. While Grindelwald harbored prejudices, committed atrocities, and even abused his partner, he was fundamentally a revolutionary, driven by motives beyond mere personal gain or the pursuit of immortality. He was dedicated to the principle of for the greater good throughout his life. In contrast, Voldemort was an extreme egoist, his every action motivated solely by self-interest. The desire for immortality and the aspiration to dominate, not for the benefit of anyone, be they muggles, wizards, or purebloods. Chapter 95, Devoted Lucius. Tila cracked a chilling smile at his reflection in the shop window, a visage of terror, before making his way down the narrow alley beside the Isler Owl Emporium towards Nocturne Alley. In stark contrast to the pristine tidiness of Diagon Alley, Tila was immediately assaulted by a foul odor upon entering Nocturne Alley, reminiscent of long-rotting tomatoes, peppers, and the stench of decay. Unlike Diagon Alley's crisp atmosphere, even at 7:30 in the morning, Nocturne Alley was rife with furtive figures, black-robed wizards slinking through the twisted streets, heads bowed and bodies hunched. Tila's abrupt entrance caught the attention of the rat-like wizards nearby, who briefly lifted their heads before promptly averting their gazes. Dressed in a sleek black robe, impeccably clean yet distinct from the other wizards present, Tila's wide-brimmed hood obscured half of his face, revealing only the pallid lower half, reminiscent of a corpse. One hand gripped a suitcase, while the other held a dark notebook. Raven, his ominous companion, perched upon Tila's shoulder, glaring fiercely at the dark wizards lurking in the alley. Though Nocturne Alley was populated with dark wizards, they adhered to their own unwritten code, refraining from brazenly attacking other witches and wizards. Particularly when Tila occasionally flicked out his serpentine tongue, those hidden in the shadows recoiled from his gaze. Indeed, the study of dark magic tended to warp one's personality, inflating anger and amplifying inherent flaws. Yet, this did not signify their folly. They understood the prudence of discerning between a clearly formidable adversary and an unknown advantage. This was precisely why Tila had taken such care in his disguise before daring to venture alone into Nocturne Alley. The notebook in his right hand was not Tom Riddle's diary, but rather a transformed tome, altered through his own ancestry's transfiguration magic. Tila was using the dark mark inscribed upon the heirloom to sense other dark marks within the vicinity. This modification, a minor addition to the magical configuration when he inscribed the dark mark, allowed it to function akin to a radar, enabling Tila to accurately detect other dark marks in the area. This was merely a simple amalgamation of a tracking charm and a locating spell. After extensive use of the Marauder's map, Tila had long since deciphered much of the magic contained within it. For instance, at approximately 4 o'clock, 771 meters away, there was a Death Eater named Daggett At 12 o'clock, about 230 meters distant, was Avery Plank. At the 9 o'clock direction, approximately 1,500 meters away, Augustus Lucius Malfoy appeared. Suddenly, Tyera came to an abrupt halt, retreating into a narrow alleyway to her left. Meanwhile, Raven seemed to receive some sudden command, emitting a startled cry as it soared into the sky. Hovering aloft, Raven served as Tyera's eyes, guiding her through the labyrinthine and chaotic alleyways of Upside Down Alley. Simultaneously, at the entrance on the eastern side of Upside Down Alley, a middle-aged gentleman clad in opulent attire, with platinum shoulder-length hair, was pulling his similarly haired son into the alley, his countenance marred by a frown. Lucius Malfoy appeared to have stepped on something unpleasant, grimacing as he took a step back. A patch of brown mud clung to his gleaming leather boot. With a disdainful flick of his wand, Lucius banished the offending substance from his shoe. He then roughly tugged at Draco Malfoy, who was giggling beside him. "Listen well, Draco. Were it not for your mother's consent, I would never have permitted you to enter Upside Down Alley before your 15th birthday," Lucius stated as they entered Borgin and Burke's. "You may look, but you are forbidden to touch anything." "Understood, Father," Draco replied, his face alight with excitement. "You've reminded me 5 times already. I assure you, I won't touch anything." Lucius merely grunted in acknowledgement, deftly maneuvering with Draco through the alley until they found a relatively clean path. Suddenly, a harsh and raucous caw of a raven echoed above them, just as Lucius intended to glance up to identify the source of the noise. A searing pain erupted in his left arm, as if a molten iron brand were attempting to bore through his skin. Seizing the opportunity, a massive raven descended from the sky, snatching Lucius's wand from his waist as he bent to clutch his wrist. The raven soared briefly before dropping the wand into a nearby alley. As it released its grip, Lucius's wand, adorned with a silver-tipped handle, fell into the grasp of a pallid hand. Lucius, filled with dread, lifted his gaze toward the encroaching shadows formed by the irregular architecture surrounding him. Terrifying conjectures and overwhelming fear exploded within his mind, engulfing his spirit like a tempest. The owner of that ghastly hand stepped from the shadows after claiming Lucius's wand. He was a wizard of slight stature, somewhat gaunt, clad in a flowing black robe, his wide-brimmed hat obscuring half of his face. The wizard, standing in the darkness, used Malfoy's wand to lift the brim of his hat, revealing a face as pale as death itself. His voice rasped like sandpaper against wood, accompanied by a hissing reminiscent of a serpent's tongue. It was a youthful visage, bearing the unmistakable traits of adolescence and an Eastern heritage. "Tyera." Before Lucius could fully comprehend the situation, Draco, standing beside him, was the first to declare the intruder's identity. Piercing agony, Tyera gently waved Lucius's wand. Draco Malfoy immediately collapsed to the ground, writhing like a worm in the muddy filth, his pristine robes now marred by dirt and grime. "You have truly raised a fine son, Lucius," Tyera remarked, mimicking Voldemort's tone. With a flick of the wand, she ceased the curse. "What? Surprised to see me?" Tyera flicked her crimson, serpent-like tongue. "Did you think I was dead?" With a thud, Lucius Malfoy dropped to his knees, crawling toward Tyera like a dog. Master, Master, I have finally found you," he sobbed, clutching Tyera's pant leg, tears and mucus streaming down his face. "You have returned, my master. I have remained ever loyal to you, my master." Chapter 96, Wealth. With a swift kick, Tyera sent Lucius sprawling to the ground. "Loyalty? She rasped, laughing a few times. I have heard you have thrived by denigrating and betraying me, my smooth-talking friend. My master, that was merely a facade. Lucius protested. I have never ceased to follow your news, the moment I hear of you. Your news is certainly not scarce, Thyera interrupted, pulling Lucius to his feet. However, you must prove that you possess some usefulness. She smiled ominously, caressing Lucius's forehead as if petting a small dog. This hair gel feels delightful. Master? A glimmer of relief flashed in Lucius's eyes. I know you did not gift the diary to that filthy muggle-born with honorable intentions, Thyera stated. But it cannot be denied that you indeed aided my resurrection, so I shall grant you a modicum of reward. With a wave of her hand, Draco, who had been standing dumbfounded at a distance, was suddenly drawn toward Thyera by an unseen force. No! Lucius Malfoy scrambled to his feet, yet Thyera waved her wand again, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Thyera seized Draco's left arm. Let me go! Draco cried, struggling with a sob in his voice. Thyera pressed the tip of her wand against Draco's left wrist, a potent blend of terror and magic leaving a faint dark mark upon his skin. This is an honor, Thyera remarked, stroking the freshly imprinted dark mark. Your son is now the youngest Death Eater. Overwhelmed by fear and the intense pain of receiving the mark, Draco fainted. And Thyera could even detect a faint odor of urine. TSK, Voldemort's reputation is indeed quite dreadful. Look at how you frightened the child. Thyera hastily pushed Draco back toward Lucius. Please do not let him touch me. Why yes, thank you, master. Lucius accepted Draco, feeling reassured that Draco was merely in shock. Lucius exhaled softly. Consider this an advance reward, Thyera continued. An advance reward? Lucius stammered, glancing at Thyera before quickly lowering his gaze. You are to assist me with a task. Thyera's piercing gaze bore into Lucius. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Thyera discerned the depths of Lucius's fear. No trace of rebellion was present. Very well. Thyera sighed in relief, recognizing that Voldemort had trained these Death Eaters well. Otherwise, Lucius would not have been stripped of any thoughts of defiance. Ha. I require certain materials. Procure them for me. Thyera paused momentarily. What materials? Lucius inquired. His head bowed. The feathers of the thunderbird, the scales of the iron-bellied Ukrainian, the skin of the African tree snake, corpse oil, powdered infant bones, flame-patterned stones, mold growing on bat corpses, shadow grass, mandrakes, single leaves of the mandra plant, pollen from hibiscus wood, and dragon spine marrow. Aside from a portion of the materials genuinely required by Thyera, the remainder are all exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced. Additionally, there are compound decoctions, magical enhancement potions, aging potions, wolf poison potions, bone water, and luck charms. Furthermore, crystal vials, refined gold, mountain copper, mithril, opals, morning dew, black gold stones, and crystal balls for divination. Thyera, with a single breath, enumerated a vast array of reagents and materials. Including the medicinal herbs previously mentioned, the total amounted to 92 varieties. Half were necessary, while the other half were either extraordinarily expensive or exceptionally difficult to procure. Particularly several dark magic materials that could only be obtained through specific black market merchants in the back alley, rendering them nearly impossible to acquire otherwise. Master, Lucius inquired, somewhat perplexed, do you require these materials? When did my affairs warrant your intervention? Thyera retorted fiercely, yes, my master. Lucius lowered his head in subservience. Within a month, Thyera continued, specifically on the day Hogwarts commences, have Draco bring them to school. Yes, my master. I demand my possessions. Thyera suddenly lunged forward, seizing Lucius from the ground. Why desire must not be lacking. Thyera's face drew near to Lucius's, compelling him to meet her gaze. With a serpent-like grin, her mouth split wide, revealing a mouthful of sharp, tiny teeth and 2 enormous fangs. A potent scent of blood wafted from her lips. Every single item I require. Without exception. Why yes, master. Through their eye contact, Thyera perceived only fear in Lucius's eyes. Satisfied, she flicked her tongue, slithering it around Lucius's face. Shall I inscribe it upon your visage? Thyera queried. I trust you remember what I just articulated? I remember, Lucius stammered, his legs trembling. Thyera released Lucius's collar, forcefully pushing him to the ground. Hurry, attend to it. Thyera bellowed. Why yes, master. I shall take my leave at once. Lucius scrambled to his feet, bowed slightly, and swiftly carried the still unconscious Malfoy back along the path from which he came. Once Lucius vanished from sight, Thyera relaxed slightly. She donned her oversized hood, summoned Raven, retrieved her small suitcase hidden among the refuse, and spat twice. That Lucius, utterly inept, yet the epitome of vanity. Previously, Tiara had licked Lucius's face to create a terrifying atmosphere and inject her venom into him, only to find it smeared with foundation. Ugh, 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 she muttered, turning to enter the dark alley, spitting a few more times onto the ground. Still, she found the taste in her mouth reminiscent of minerals and fragrances. After a brief stroll through the shadowy alley, the inheritor soon arrived from afar, having restored its imposing form of a grand tome with 666 pages. Merrily circling around Tiara. It seems you are well fed. Tiara reached out to stroke the inheritor before stuffing it into her suitcase. After locating Lucius, Tiara instructed the inheritor to remain vigilant, driving away any approaching wizards, and should that fail, to eliminate them. However, it was evident that the inheritor was inclined towards the latter. Yet, it mattered little. After all, those who lingered in the back alley were unlikely to be virtuous. Through their connection, Tiara sensed that the inheritor had devoured 2 male wizards and 1 female sorceress. Let me uncover your secrets. Tiara tapped the inheritor. The blank pages began to fill with dense text. Alia Doster, born on October 14, 1967, her father and mother attended. Cohen Bertrand, born on January 6, 1963. Claude Kliss, born on July 24, 1968. One of the inheritor's current abilities was fate-sharing, enabling it to manifest the past and secrets of the devoured wizards in a biographical format. Chapter 97, The Weasley Family. Upon returning to the leaky cauldron, Tiara laid the inheritor open on the table, much like a diligent student engrossed in extracurricular reading. The kindly proprietor, Old Tom, even brought Tiara a glass of pumpkin juice. Consider my treat. Old Tom smiled warmly, having heard of Tiara from Hannah, remarking, "You are Tiara, the brightest child of your age." "Yes, hello, Mr. Abbott. It is a pleasure to meet you." Tiara quietly closed the inheritor resting on the table, standing up politely, yet somewhat shyly to shake hands with the owner of the leaky cauldron. "Ah, no need to be nervous," Tom Abbott chuckled, patting Tiara on the shoulder before attending to the growing number of patrons in the bar. Tiara sighed and reopened the inheritor. Tom Abbott would never know that this was a tome of dark magic crafted from human skin. He would also remain oblivious to the fact that the scant pages within symbolized the life of a wizard. As Tiara surmised, the wizards consumed by the inheritor were all dark wizards. It seemed that in the back alley, the concentration of dark wizards had significantly increased, with Tiara striking down 3 with a single volume. Alia Doster, a Slytherin dropout, expelled in her 6th year for causing dementia through the use of a love potion. Following her expulsion, due to her disgraceful record, she was barred from entering the Ministry of Magic and found herself without prospects in Diagon Alley, ultimately resorting to her former trade of selling love potions in the back alley. However, her clientele consisted not of wizards, but of muggles, whom she would then abduct and sell to dark wizards in Diagon Alley. Many dark wizards lavishly pay for a handsome muggle boy or a beautiful muggle girl, even if they are rendered somewhat dim-witted by the potion, as it does not diminish their value. After all, for the average dark wizard, they do not genuinely seek romance with muggles. Most purchases are motivated by the need to satiate their increasingly twisted desires cultivated through the study of dark magic. Dark magic has always been a treacherous and perilous path. Geniuses like Grindelwald and Voldemort are rare, and even Death Eaters like Malfoy and Bellatrix are but a minority among the vast and numerous dark wizards. Most of the black wizards hailing from humble origins lack the extraordinary talents of figures like Grindelwald and Voldemort, nor do they possess the illustrious lineage found in families such as the Malfoys, Lestranges, or Blacks, coupled with the prevailing attitude of the British magical community towards dark magic. These individuals often find themselves devoid of mentors or allies to assist them on their perilous journey into the realm of the dark arts. Many wizards, in their quest for knowledge of dark magic, resort to ancient rituals or dubious spells gleaned from unreliable sources. Those who employ such incantations and rites may have succumbed to madness or met a grim fate, and even the fortunate survivors are left with dire repercussions. The remaining 2 male wizards, Cohen Burnt and Claude Kliss, embody such dark practitioners. Their purpose in meeting Alia Doster today is to secure 2 young, beautiful maidens who have been rendered senseless by a curse. However, just as their business was concluded, the young women became mere vessels for the heir. Tiara, with a hint of resignation, closed the heir's book and sighed softly, realizing why the Ministry of Magic had deemed it necessary to enact the Muggle Protection Act. In her previous life, Tiara first learned of this act through the incident involving Dumbledore's sister and father. At that time, she felt a sense of indignation, questioning why 3 Muggle children had bullied Ariana into silence, while Dumbledore's father, Percival Dumbledore, was merely imprisoned for reprimanding those 3 boys, ultimately leading to his decline. Tyera found it perplexing. Surely, in a world where wizards wield the Obliviate charm, erasing the memory of those boys after a lesson would suffice, rendering the incident a secret known only to the involved parties. From the perspective of the Statue of Secrecy, there seemed little justification for incarcerating Dumbledore's father in Azkaban. However, after delving into the lives of these three individuals, Tyera grasped the true significance of the Muggle Protection Act. Percival Dumbledore had harbored malevolent intentions when employing magic against the three Muggle boys, thereby violating the act. Since the Aurors could not discern whether Dumbledore's father acted out of vengeance for his daughter or for some nefarious dark magic experiment, they dared not gamble on whether he was indeed a dark wizard. Cases like Percival Dumbledore's are rare. More common are instances like those of the three individuals devoured by the heir today who harbored a fundamental malice toward Muggles. Thus, at the wedding's commencement in the 7th book, Ron's Aunt Muriel remarked that Percival Dumbledore's act of killing 3 Muggles had been a considerable scandal at the time. The scandal did not pertain to the act itself, but rather the ensuing speculation regarding Percival Dumbledore possibly being a dark wizard, alongside rumors about Ariana Dumbledore being mute and confined by her family. It is well known that the wizarding community in Britain is quite small. Any minor whisper or trivial gossip can be magnified into a sensational news story that shocks the entire wizarding world. Tyera glanced up at the grandfather clock situated beside the bar. It was 10:25. Hagrid had arranged to meet her at the Leaky Cauldron around 11:15. Before that, he would ride his small motorcycle for the western entrance of Knockturn Alley to procure a potion to remove slugs. Yet, through a brief exchange of glances, Tyera discerned that Hagrid was actually keen to visit a shop called Magnus Insect Shop to see if any magical creatures had arrived. Just then, the Floo network in the Leaky Cauldron erupted in a burst of green light. A 12-year-old boy, disheveled with fiery red hair, emerged from the fireplace, dusting himself off. Upon spotting Tyera, he momentarily froze before exclaiming in delight, "Tyera!" Before he could finish, another surge of green flames from the Floo network heralded the arrival of a somewhat stout middle-aged woman. "Oh no, where's Harry? Is Harry not here?" she called out, her voice resonating throughout the Leaky Cauldron. Following closely behind her was a tall man, balding yet also adorned with a shock of red hair. After him emerged 2 identical twins, a shy little girl and a seemingly aloof tall boy. "Hey, Tyera!" The twins, George and Fred Weasley, rushed over to greet her. "Tyera, have you seen Harry?" Ron, who had just learned from his mother of Harry's disappearance, hurried over. "No," Tyera replied quietly, shaking her head. At that moment, Arthur Weasley approached Tyera with his wife, Molly Weasley. "You must be Tyera, Ms. Tyera," Arthur Weasley said, shaking her hand with vigor. "Ron, George, and Fred often speak of you at home." Arthur Weasley's handshake was quite firm. "Hello, Mr. Weasley," Tyera said, pleased to make his acquaintance. Molly also smiled at Tyera, but tugged at Arthur's sleeve, whispering something in his ear about Harry. "Hey, don't worry, Molly," Arthur Weasley reassured her with a smile. "This is Diagon Alley. No one doesn't know Harry Potter, and as long as he doesn't wander into Knockturn Alley, he should be safe." Molly seemed to be swayed by Arthur's words. Meanwhile, Tyera couldn't help but marvel at the Weasley family's uncanny knack for predicting the future. If her memory served her right, there were several instances in the original narrative where Ron casually mentioned something that turned out to be true. "Tyera, what's wrong with your voice?" Ron inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a bit of bad food," Tyera replied, clearing her throat. As time passed, her voice improved significantly, to the point where she could speak clearly. Tyera noticed that upon hearing her mention bad food, George and Fred Weasley exchanged glances and, as if realizing something, instinctively stepped back, distancing themselves from Mrs. Weasley. However, upon noticing Tyera wink at them, the twins visibly relaxed, though they still dared not approach Mrs. Weasley. "Come on, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley urged impatiently, prodding Arthur with her wand. At this moment, Arthur Weasley continued to bombard Tyera with questions about the Muggle world, such as, what is a mobile phone? What is a computer? What is a massage chair? What is an electric stove? Faced with the adult Mr. Weasley, Tyera could not afford to treat him casually as she had with the twins, and thus she patiently explained each item to him. Tyera spoke for over 10 minutes, her throat parched, while Arthur Weasley interjected with exclamations of wonder. "How marvelous! Truly a genius! Those Muggles are incredibly clever. By Merlin's beard." His enthusiasm drew curious glances from the surrounding witches and wizards. Had it not been for Molly Weasley's forceful interruption, Tyera might have found herself engaged in conversation with Arthur for the entire day. "Tyera, my dear," Molly Weasley said warmly as they entered Diagon Alley, "could you do me a favor and help us find Harry? Perhaps inquire at the nearby shops if he has emerged from their Floo network? You lot. Molly abruptly turned to Ron, George, and Fred Weasley, quickly, go, and ask if Harry has come out from their fireplace. Of course, Mrs. Weasley. Taila replied obediently, casting a knowing glance at Raven. Understanding her unspoken cue, Raven took flight from Taila's shoulder, heading towards Nocturne Alley. After a while, Taila felt reassured. Through the unique bond she shared with Raven, she learned that, despite his intervention, Malfoy had indeed visited Borgin and Burke's to pawn some of his family's possessions. Furthermore, due to Taila's bold request, Lucius Malfoy had exchanged far more than he did in the original timeline. While this resulted in Harry lingering longer in the vanishing cabinet at Borgin and Burke's, he still encountered Hagrid, as in the original story. Oh, thank goodness. Molly Weasley exclaimed upon spotting Hagrid escorting Harry into Diagon Alley. What a relief to see you, Hagrid. Taila, it's been ages, Hagrid exclaimed, and beside Harry stood a bushy-haired young witch, none other than Hermione Granger. As soon as Hermione laid eyes on Taila, she rushed over and halted before her, shyly extending her hand in greeting. Hello, Hermione, Taila said with a wry smile, choosing to disregard Hermione's handshake gesture. It's been quite a while. Hermione, slightly disheartened, withdrew her hand. Taila sighed. Through their brief eye contact, she sensed that familiar feeling again, compelling her to maintain a distant demeanor. Dramione, Ron, George, and Fred Weasley, following closely behind Molly, greeted her in succession. Hello, Hermione replied. Where did you come from? Ron inquired. Nocturne Alley, Hagrid replied, his expression serious as he spoke for Harry. How brilliant! Fred and George exclaimed in unison. The grown-ups never let us go there. Ron said enviously. I say it's best to avoid it, Hagrid grumbled. Well, I must be off, Hagrid stated, his hand firmly grasped by Molly Weasley. Thank you for finding him, Hagrid, Molly expressed gratefully. Hagrid, striding purposefully, seemed ready to depart for Hogwarts when Taila stopped him. Hagrid, are you heading back to Hogwarts? Taila asked. I'm off to Magpie's insect shop, Hagrid thought to himself. Evidently, after purchasing his potion for Sneezewort, he had intended to visit the insect shop but encountered Harry along the way. Reluctantly, Hagrid decided to temporarily forsake his plans to go to Magpie's and first escort Harry to Diagon Alley. However, it was clear that Hagrid had not abandoned his intention entirely. Yet Taila dared not let him go. She sensed that Dobby was currently lurking in the narrow alleyway between the third and fourth buildings behind him. Oh, Taila, Hagrid said, somewhat awkwardly. I'm just about to head back to Hogwarts. Aren't you going to join Harry and Ron for some fun? Taila glanced at Harry, feeling torn. We'll be at Hogwarts soon. Hey, don't worry, Hagrid. We'll take good care of little Taila. Molly Weasley interjected suddenly. We can have Taila stay with us for a while. Oh, no. Taila quickly protested. There's no need to trouble yourselves, Mrs. Weasley. Then it's settled. Hagrid exclaimed, dashing away with surprising speed for someone of his stature, disappearing into the alley beside Gringotts. Taila sighed, somewhat exasperated. Chapter 99, Emotional Intelligence. Now that Hagrid had departed, Taila had no choice but to follow the Weasley family for the time being, as long as she was in the company of adult wizards. Taila believed Dobby would not have the opportunity to strike. Welcome, child, Molly Weasley said with a smile, wrapping an arm around Taila's shoulders. I've heard I mention you often. Welcome. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Taila replied, managing a forced smile despite her reluctance. Come along, child, let us head to the bank. Arthur Weasley said, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he looked at Taila. I can't wait to see his muggle currency, Arthur remarked. Oh, very well. Taila silently retrieved a handful of pounds from her pocket. During her time working in London, she had saved up a total of 1,100 pounds, exchanging 500 pounds for 100 galleons at the beginning of the school term, plus a £5 service fee. Now, she produced 505 pounds, pulling out several bills of varying denominations from her remaining change to hand to Arthur Weasley. Oh, good heavens, Arthur exclaimed, examining the bills with delight. Is this muggle currency? Just look at this design and the texture. This is pure artistry. May I keep these? He asked eagerly. Of course. Taila began to reply. No, Molly Weasley exclaimed, snatching the bills from Arthur's hands and thrusting them back into Taila's grasp. Arthur, how can you take things from child? Arthur Weasley shrugged, looking like a chastised child. No, it's quite all right, Mrs. Weasley, Taila said, smoothing out the wrinkled bills before returning them to Mr. Weasley. It's not a large sum. Since I'll be imposing on you for a while, consider it my token of gratitude. Oh, child, you needn't tea, Molly began to say, but Arthur Weasley swiftly tucked the pounds into his pocket. Welcome, Taila, Arthur Weasley exclaimed, enveloping her in a warm hug. Molly resigned. Could only agree, her demeanor growing even more cordial towards Taila. For parents, regardless of culture, tend to cherish a considerate and academically inclined child. Tyela, Emotional Intelligence JPG. As Arthur Weasley inquired about the various functions and uses of Muggle items, they stepped into Gringotts. Tyera first exchanged 100 galleons at the front desk of Gringotts and received her tuition allowance for the academic year before following the goblins into the underground vaults. Their first stop was the Weasley family vault, which contained merely a scattering of silver sickles and a solitary galleon. Mrs. Weasley meticulously searched every nook and cranny of the vault, extracting a few stray nuts from the crevices and ultimately placing all the coins into her small bag. They then proceeded to Harry's vault. Harry appeared somewhat embarrassed as the great doors swung open, revealing a veritable mountain of galleons. Awkwardly, he produced a small pouch and hastily scooped several handfuls of gold coins into it. As they exited Gringotts, Percy muttered about wanting to purchase a new quill, while Fred and George spotted their friend Lee Jordan from Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny intended to visit a shop selling second-hand robes, while Mr. Weasley insisted on stopping by the Leaky Cauldron for a drink with the Granger family, whom they encountered along the way. An hour later, they were to reconvene at Flourish and Blott's to procure their textbooks. As Mrs. Weasley instructed, she and Ginny set off. "Hey, Tyera." George Weasley immediately prodded Tyera after Mrs. Weasley had taken Ginny away. "Could it be?" "Indeed." Tyera nodded in affirmation. "Fantastic." Fred exclaimed, "What was the recipe?" "I've forgotten." Tyera shook her head. "I stumbled upon it accidentally. It was a piece of prank candy." "Oh no," the twins lamented. "We'll have to try the recipe again." "Well, it does indicate that you're nearing success, does it not?" Tyera shrugged. "I can assist you with the experiments next semester." "That would be splendid, Tyera." The Weasley twins replied, brimming with excitement. "But first, we need to gather some ingredients." "Let me think." Phineas auto-igniting spells and the water-splitting fireworks. As George and Fred discussed, they dragged Lee Jordan toward the joke shop in Diagon Alley. Left on the steps of Gringotts were Tyera, Harry, and the remaining two members of the trio. "Long time no see, Tyera," Harry exclaimed joyfully, embracing her. "Wonderful." Dobby was indeed lying. "Tyera is perfectly normal." He thought to himself. "I shouldn't have doubted Tyera," he mused. Through their physical contact, Tyera gleaned Harry's inner thoughts. She understood. It seemed Dobby had certainly told Harry something. Fortunately, Harry had not believed it. "You wouldn't believe what I encountered," Harry excitedly shared with Tyera. Now, the four of them strolled along the winding cobblestone paths of Diagon Alley. The jingling of coins, gold, silver, and bronze, within Harry's pocket delighted Tyera. Harry purchased 4 large strawberry peanut butter ice creams, and they leisurely indulged while wandering the alley, admiring the myriad shop windows. Ron gazed longingly at the full set of Chudley Cannon's robes displayed in the Quidditch shop, while Hermione dashed into a nearby store to procure ink and parchment. Meanwhile, Harry stood idly in the street, chatting with Tyera. "I encountered a house elf named Dobby," Harry said, his eyes wide. "He claimed you were under Voldemort's control, but thankfully, I didn't believe him." Harry patted his chest. "Then why didn't you reply to my letter?" Tyera feigned anger. "You did believe him, didn't you?" "What? No, I didn't." Harry hurriedly denied. "It was Dobby. Dobby intercepted my letter." Harry explained, flustered. "It's true. I never received your letter, nor Ron's or Hermione's." "I would never doubt you," Harry insisted, his demeanor earnest, as if swearing an oath. "We are friends, Harry," Tyera gently persuaded. "How could I wish you harm?" Harry lowered his head, his cheeks flushed, as if he had committed some wrongdoing. "Yes, Harry, we are friends. We should support each other, and you should trust me completely." Mid-sentence, Tyera suddenly froze. This was not the sentiment she ought to convey. In that moment of realization, Tyera became acutely aware of her recent thoughts that were decidedly inappropriate. Perhaps Tyera was greedy. Perhaps she sought to gain something from Harry. Yet just moments ago, her mind had been contemplating how to control, even manipulate him. Tyera believed that, with her adult intellect, it would be a simple task to exert influence over a 12-year-old child. But was this truly the path she should tread? Tyera was well aware of the kind of person she was. Before her arrival here, she had already been an adult. She was neither purely virtuous nor entirely wicked, but rather a nuanced shade of gray. Tyera did not consider herself a paragon of goodness. As a child, she had pilfered money from her parents to buy toys, frequently copied her classmates' homework in school, and had surreptitiously cheated on exams in university. During her graduate studies, when experiments proved too challenging, she had contemplated fabricating data. Yet, she had always drawn the line at outright illegality. She would not steal the Philosopher's Stone, as its disappearance would not affect anyone. The 666-year-old ghost, nearly headless Nick, was ready to relinquish his life, while while the centenarian Dumbledore would still meet his fate at the astronomy tower in his 6th year. But to say such things to Harry, that would be akin to emotionally manipulating a child. This was unacceptable. This was a crime. No, never mind, forget what I just said. Tyera replied, I appreciate your trust in me. It brings me joy. What to do? Well, Tyera inadvertently made eye contact with Harry again and quickly averted her gaze. No, she could not read further. Tyera soon realized why Hogwarts never taught the dark arts. The effects of dark magic on its practitioners are insidious and pervasive. It does not relent simply because of the formality of one's studies or the brilliance of one's self-preservation techniques. At best, it may slow down the pace of erosion or mask its manifestations. Yet ultimately, such emotions, coupled with the power of one's spiritual dimensions, amplify one's inner desires. Just as Voldemort had once been so elegant and wise during his school years, as he traversed further down the path of dark magic, his fear of death deepened. Gradually, this fear consumed the last vestiges of his sanity, rendering him increasingly mad. This might also explain why Dumbledore chose to remain secluded within Hogwarts, preferring the shackles of confinement rather than facing Grindelwald. He was evading not merely a blood oath with Grindelwald. Dumbledore is haunted by the specter of his youthful, impetuous self. He fears the version of himself that once, like Grindelwald, yearned fervently for power, strength, and fame. Dumbledore has triumphed over 2 generations of dark wizards, most notably during the battle at the Ministry in his 5th year, where he seemingly subdued Voldemort with ease. Yet, if one were to suggest that Dumbledore relied solely on conventional magical prowess, Tara would be incredulous. This implies that Dumbledore, too, harnessed the forces of dark magic, an amalgamation of spiritual energy and emotional resonance from the mental dimension. However, Dumbledore's emotional output is not as singularly driven by murderous intent as Voldemort's, nor does it stem from the anguish that characterizes Tara's own emotional fusion. Instead, it emanates from a love akin to that of Lily Evans, perhaps a love for his family, guilt towards his siblings, or even a lingering affection for Grindelwald. The specifics remain elusive to Tara, but there is no doubt that Dumbledore has been irrevocably tainted by the corruption of dark magic. He has distanced himself from the epicenter of power, from conflict, and from the vibrant tapestry of life, choosing instead to suppress his innermost thoughts and bury the dreams and ambitions of his youth, allowing himself to decay slowly within the confines of the castle and the role of educator. This is, indeed, Dumbledore's method of staving off the encroachment of dark magic. Tara feels a sense of relief in not being a native of this world, having grown up under the banner of the Red Flag. He possesses a keen discernment of right and wrong, enabling him to perceive this anomaly and swiftly connect it to Dumbledore's behavior. Perhaps it is due to his recent, rapid growth in magical ability that the insidious influence of dark magic has become increasingly apparent, allowing him to grasp this discord. Tara lifted his gaze ahead. At that moment, Hermione emerged from the shop with 5 bottles of ink and a bag of parchment. Ron, somewhat dejected and struggling, had shifted his attention away from the complete set of Chudley Cannon's robes. Harry was vigorously waving his hand in front of Tara, who had momentarily been lost in thought. "What's wrong, Tara?" Harry inquired, tilting his head curiously. "Oh, nothing," Tara replied, unable to meet Harry's gaze. The remedy for the encroachment of dark magic lies in restraint. In other words, as long as I remain untempted, nothing can lure me away. This not only signifies distancing oneself from power and temptation, but also implies self-restraint in the use of one's abilities. Obsession and misuse of power are manifestations of dark magic's corruption. I truly do not doubt you. Noticing Tara's despondency, Harry spoke with a hint of vulnerability, reaching out to grasp Tara's hand, only to have Tara gently evade him. "Yes, I understand." Tara offered Harry the most reassuring smile he could muster. Yet, his eyes remained averted, and instead of taking Harry's hand, he discreetly reached into his robe and grasped Tom Riddle's notebook. Strands of his essence slowly detached from Tara's palm, gradually adhering to Tom Riddle's notebook, entirely unbeknownst to Tom, who was obliviously witnessing Tara and Harry's outing. "It seems you share a close bond," Tom Riddle remarked with a tinge of bitterness. Simultaneously, he thought, "Damn it, Tara surely hasn't forgotten his jealousy towards Harry, has he? I must remind him." "I'm genuinely pleased to see you all getting along," Tom said, hoping he had not arrogantly relegated Tara to the role of a mere follower. Tara instantly erected a mental barrier. Indifference JPG. "Hey, Tara, look," Harry exclaimed, ushering Tara into the Jiggers and Magpie's apothecary. "Look, it's Jiggers and Magpie's apothecary." Harry pointed to several items displayed atop the counter. See, it's the cat leopard tail hair and phoenix feather you've always wanted, Harry declared with excitement. Let me buy them for you. Oh no, Harry, Tara began, but saw Harry running to the counter to fetch a pile of galleons. You really don't need to buy this for me. I'm perfectly fine, Tara managed to finish a sentence. I'm sorry, Harry, Tara silently repeated in his mind. Let me indulge just this once. The phoenix feather is simply too enticing. Although he had included phoenix feathers in the list of materials for Lucius, still, who could ever have too much of such a thing? Here, Tara. Harry thrust two neatly packaged wooden boxes into Tara's hands. Tara was left momentarily stunned as he accepted the boxes. Harry, you truly don't have to do this, he protested, even as he sensed the overwhelming magical energy emanating from the materials contained within. The phoenix, without question, is a formidable magical creature, capable of vanquishing basilisks and countering death curses. Its feathers are essential components in wands and numerous potions. Although only one feather was displayed at Jiggers and Magpies, it commanded an exorbitant price of 67 galleons. However, that single feather was more than sufficient for Tara, allowing him to preliminarily complete the life reconstruction magical ritual. Alchemy adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange, signifying that life cannot be created from nothing. New life must inevitably arise from old. Yet, there exists an exception: the utilization of highly active magical materials, such as the Philosopher's Stone or substantial quantities of elixir of life, or indeed, any part of Phoenix. Of course, the tears and flames produced during a Phoenix's rebirth yield the best results, followed by feathers, bones, and blood. The tail hair of a cat leopard represents another potent magical ingredient. These cat leopards are exceedingly powerful magical beings, exhibiting intelligence akin to that of humans. They are indigenous to the Appalachian region, but now primarily inhabit the Americas. They can walk upright like humans, outrun arrows, and possess golden eyes capable of hypnosis and mind control. The most prized aspect of a cat leopard is its optic nerve, followed closely by its tail hair, both of which serve as exceptional materials for wand making. Subsequently, Tara, along with Harry and the other two members of the trio, perused the apothecary for a while longer. When Tara finally emerged, he not only clutched the two wooden boxes containing the cat leopard tail hair and phoenix feather, but also bore an additional 3 large bags filled with various herbs: fresh white bamboo, mandrake roots, dried toad heads, centipede fangs, wolf spider silk, thestral hair, and the horns of a venomous beast, all gifts from Harry, who insisted on purchasing every potion and ingredient Tara hesitated over. When it came time to settle the bill, Tara looked up in astonishment at Harry. Tara must be feeling down because I doubted him. Perhaps these items will lift his spirits. Harry gazed at Tara with eager anticipation. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. Tara managed to muster a radiant smile. How splendid. Tara is smiling. Tara heard Harry's thoughts echoing in her mind. Well, a smile is worth a fortune. I have become Bowsy. This simply won't do. Harry's innocence could lead him into deception in the future. After all, while Harry Potter is hailed as children's literature, it only grows darker as the tale unfolds. I never noticed this when I was watching the films or reading the books before. Why does Harry seem so naive and sweet now? Tara pondered with a hint of exasperation, her hands tightly clutching the numerous potion ingredients. This cannot continue. He ought to entrust his money to me, lest he fall victim to trickery. No, wait. A shiver ran down Tara's spine. I have become greedy. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After exiting the Giggs Magus apothecary, they meandered down the street. Tara purchased a color-changing scarf from Madame Malkin's robe shop as a gift for Harry, who joyfully wrapped it around his neck. However, he soon removed the scarf and tucked it away, for it was still the height of summer in August. Passing by Florian's ice cream parlor, Harry bought each of them an ice cream. As the hour was drawing to a close, Hermione and Ron headed to Flourish and Blotts, while Harry and Tara made their way back to Gringotts. Having just purchased phoenix tail feathers, cat hairs, and a plethora of other ingredients at the Giggs Magus apothecary, Harry found his galleons dwindling, insufficient to acquire the 9 works of Gilderoy Lockhart. Thus, he returned to his vault and grabbed 2 hefty bags of galleons. He even contemplated stuffing a handful into Tara's pocket, but she firmly refused. Please do not allow those sinful coins to taint my unblemished soul. Seeing Tara's resolute refusal, Harry relented. When they arrived at Flourish and Blotts, they were a few minutes later than anticipated. Upon entering the bookstore, they were met with a throng clamoring to get inside. A large banner hung overhead. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing his autobiography, Me. The Magical this afternoon from 12:30 to 4:30. We will get to meet him. Hermione squealed with delight upon spotting Harry and Tara. I mean, nearly all the books on our list are authored by him. Most of the crowd appeared to be witches of Mrs. Weasley's age. A weary-looking wizard stood at the entrance, urging, "Ladies, please remain calm and do not push. Watch the books." Harry took Tyra's hand, and together with Ron and Hermione, they navigated through the throng. The winding line extended from the entrance all the way to the back of the bookstore, where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing and selling his books. As they passed the stacks of books, Hermione insisted that Harry, Ron, and Tyra each grab a few of Lockhart's works. Hermione selected me, The Magical and the Bestseller Breakup with a Banshee. Harry chose Vacationing with the Banshee, Wanderings with the Ghoul, and me, The Magical. Ron picked Wandering with Werewolves and Traveling by Boat with Vampires. Since Tyra had already stuffed her purchased ingredients into her suitcase on the way, Hermione pressed 2 books into her hands. Me, The Magical, and me, The Magical. Hermione, I don't need these. I've already acquired my textbooks for this term, which I sent back to school via owl post, Tyra remarked as she attempted to set the books down, although she had not actually bought them, nor did she intend to. After all, Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class would be the same whether one had the books or not. Wouldn't it be wiser to spend that money on something else? Are you daft? Did you not see the line of witches stretching so long? Hermione exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. Right now, each book costs 15 galleons, but once we squeeze in to get Lockhart autograph, we could sell them to the witches waiting outside for at least 30 galleons each. Tyra, aren't you utterly infatuated with Gilderoy Lockhart? Where did you acquire such a sharp financial acumen? Hermione snatched 2 more books from the shelf, Wanderings with the Ghoul and Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Pest Control, tucking them under her arm. If we could get Lockhart to write a heartfelt dedication, one of those books could fetch 50 galleons. Hermione's gaze was fervent, resembling a determined matador. Chapter 102, Gilderoy Lockhart. Oh, you have arrived. Splendid, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her breath quickening as she fluffed her hair. We shall see him shortly. Gradually, they caught sight of Gilderoy Lockhart seated behind a table, surrounded by his own large photographs, all of which were winking at the crowd and flashing brilliant white smiles. The real Lockhart was clad in a robe as blue as forget-me-nots, perfectly complementing his blue eyes. A pointy wizard's hat was jauntily perched on his curly locks. An irritable little man, wielding a large black camera, darted about, snapping photos. With each dazzling flash, the camera emitted puffs of purple smoke. Step aside, he barked at Ron, retreating to find a better angle. This is for the Daily Prophet. How splendid, Ron grumbled, rubbing his sore foot. Lockhart seemed to overhear Ron's complaint, lifting his gaze and arrogantly sweeping it over those standing beside Ron, a similarly disheveled middle-aged woman, a messy-haired little girl, an adorably charming Asian boy, and a scruffy, somewhat frail boy standing next to him. Lockhart scrutinized Harry from head to toe, then suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Merlin's beard. Isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd parted, murmuring in excitement. Lockhart rushed forward, seizing Harry's arm and pulling him to the forefront, where the audience erupted into applause. Harry felt a flush creep to his face and looked to Tyra for help, only to be momentarily blinded by the little man's flash. Leaving him slightly dazed, Lockhart held Harry's hand tightly for the photographer to capture the moment. The little man frantically clicked the shutter. "You look splendid, Harry," Lockhart beamed, displaying his own pearly whites. "We can make the front page." When he finally released Harry's hand, it felt numb. Harry attempted to slip back to Tyra's side, but Lockhart kept an arm draped around his shoulders, firmly holding him in place. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart proclaimed loudly, waving his hands for silence. "What a truly extraordinary moment this is. I wish to seize this splendid opportunity to announce a small matter that I have kept to myself for some time. The young Harry, upon entering Flourish and Blots today, sought merely to purchase my autobiography, and I would gladly bestow this book upon him free of charge." Another round of applause erupted. However, unbeknownst to him, Lockhart continued, giving Harry a gentle shake that caused his spectacles to slip down to the tip of his nose. Soon, he would receive something far more valuable than my humble work, me, the wizard. In fact, he and his classmates would soon acquire a genuine, magical me. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense joy and pride that I announce that this September, I shall assume the role of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The crowd erupted into cheers, and Harry found himself laden with a complete collection of Gilderoy Lockhart's works, so heavy that it made his walk somewhat unsteady. He barely managed to slip away from the center of public attention and made his way to the wall. Tyla had long been jostled to that spot by the restless crowd. "Here, take these," Harry offered, attempting to place the books into Tyla's hands, but she refused, saying, "I'll buy my own." "No need, Harry," Tyla replied, I've already purchased my book, and has been sent back by Owl. Then what about these? Harry asked, somewhat taken aback, as it was the first time Taila had declined his gift. Let us go sell them to those witches outside, Taila suggested, taking 4 books from Harry with one hand while tugging at his sleeve with the other, leading him to the end of the queue waiting for signatures. Subsequently, Ron and Hermione also obtained signed copies of Gilderoy Lockhart's works, as did the Weasley twins. Harry's 9 volumes of Gilderoy Lockhart's works sold for a total of 180 galleons, having been expertly haggled down from 270 galleons by a shrewd witch. However, Taila was not at a loss, having retained the witch's contact information. Taila showcased her identity as a Hogwarts student, and with the signing event now well behind them, news of Gilderoy Lockhart's impending appointment at Hogwarts was gradually spreading. Thus, Taila promised to sell signed photographs to her for 2 galleons and 5 sickles each once school commenced. Taila had a camera, and the necessary film was provided by that witch. Hermione's 3 books fetched a total of 170 galleons, nearly matching Harry's 9 volumes. For Hermione had requested that Lockhart not only sign, but also inscribe additional words in 4 of the books. You're the most beautiful girl. Lockhart's book sold for 40 galleons. Your beauty captivates me, rendering me helpless beneath your pomegranate skirt, garnered 55 galleons. Your smile is like the clouds of spring. Your voice akin to the nightingale of summer, your skin reminiscent of winter's snow. You are my muse, my Venus, achieved the highest price, selling for 75 galleons. There was another. You are the most intelligent which I have ever met, which Hermione kept for herself. The same went for George, Fred, and Ron Weasley. Ron only managed to sell 2 of the books he held. Meanwhile, George and Fred spotted an opportunity. One stood in line, while the other dashed to the rear with the books. Alas, those witches quickly saw through their scheme, and George and Fred were hastily chased away by the irate proprietor of Flourish and Blots after selling 7 books for a mere 15 galleons, earning even less than Hermione. Let us go. Taila, let us go shopping, Hermione declared, pulling Taila's sleeve with an air of triumph. Taila responded, You can't possibly think I am some kind of courtesan, can you? I assure you, I sell smiles, not my body. Perhaps due to Lucius Malfoy being startled by Taila's impersonation of Voldemort, neither Lucius nor Draco Malfoy made their way to Flourish and Blots. They were nowhere to be found in Diagon Alley. While Taila was leisurely shopping, he sensed through the dark mark that Lucius and Draco Malfoy had long vanished from his range of perception. With Lucius absent, naturally, there would be no altercation between him and Arthur Weasley. Nevertheless, Dobby still trailed at a distance behind Taila. The group of children, mainly Taila, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, meandered through Diagon Alley once again that afternoon. Ron purchased several sweets, 2 delectable dragon sausages, and a pair of fried lizard legs. Harry, on the other hand, bought Taila a new cauldron, which would be perfect for cooking hot pot. Taila mused. After the signing event concluded, Hermione led the group back to Flourish and Blots, investing half of her first earnings in books. Beyond acquiring a plethora of tomes for herself, she gifted Taila several volumes: The Complete Guide to Alchemical Techniques, A History of Potions, The Dark Facts, and How to Pursue a Witch. Taila, with a puzzled expression, he placed the last book, How to Pursue a Witch, back on the shelf. My heart is solely devoted to learning. It brings me joy, Taila declared. I have no desire for romance. He noticed a hint of irritation in Hermione's eyes as he gazed at her, stating firmly, I do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship with anyone. Chapter 103, The Burrow. The day concluded with a lavish feast. Hermione, as parents, treated Harry, Taila, and the Weasley family to a sumptuous dinner at the Leaky Cauldron, which, thanks to the magical economy of the Wizarding World, cost them very little. A whole roast turkey, a large pot of lamb and pea soup, a massive lobster, a grand plate of red wine steak, a platter of pig trotters, a basket of fried fish large enough to fill Harry's appetite, half a roasted crocodile, and a serving of fries, salad, and bread larger than Taila's head were all laid out before them. The total cost amounted to merely 14 galleons and 5 sickles. The 2 families, along with Harry and Taila, enjoyed the meal immensely, engaging in delightful conversation. However, the young hostess, Hermione Granger, seemed rather less pleased, sulking beside her parents while fiercely cutting into a pig trotter with her knife and fork. Others might have assumed she was a ravenous eater, but only Taila understood that Hermione was envisioning herself within that piece of meat. Taila sighed, reluctantly spearing a piece of fried fish and savoring the delightful sensation of greasy goodness flooding his mouth. The current generation of young girls is so naive. Is it truly worth such sorrow over a mere confession being rejected? Taila sighed again. This is precisely why he had no fondness for adolescent girls, whose minds are often filled with unrealistic fantasies of love and misguided notions gleaned from who knows where. If Taila wished to remain in this world rather than return to his own, then an adult Hermione could indeed be a splendid choice. Intelligent, beautiful, strong, rational, yet imbued with a woman's tenderness and emotional depth. However, Taila ultimately could not cultivate any sense of belonging in this world. Dinner concluded amidst a chorus of laughter and merriment, including Hermione, who, having vented her frustrations on a pig's trotter throughout the meal, found her spirits slightly lifted. At the very least, her expression was no longer so ominous. "See you at school," Hermione called out to Ron, Harry, and Taila, who stood beside Harry. "Come on, child. You shall stay with us for the next few days." After bidding farewell to the Grangers, Mrs. Weasley warmly embraced Taila, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "You are a bit thin, dear," Mrs. Weasley remarked, "but fret not. I shall ensure you are well fed and plump during your stay." "Thank you, ma'am," Taila replied shyly. "I appreciate your hospitality." "Not at all, not at all," Mrs. Weasley chuckled. Taila followed Harry and the Weasley family through the Floo network at the Leaky Cauldron and arrived at the burrow. As she stepped out of the fireplace, the familiar scent of wheat mixed with a hint of pig manure wafted through the air. "Ah, this nostalgic aroma," Taila mused, reminiscent of her days spent farming wheat in her past life. She had once longed to return home quickly, but now it evoked a sense of surreal nostalgia. "You and Harry, along with Ron, will share a room," Mrs. Weasley said, emerging from the fireplace right behind Taila. "Ron, please take her upstairs. I must attend to the bread for breakfast." "Do you need any assistance, Mrs. Weasley?" Taila politely inquired. "No need. A simple wave of my wand will suffice, Mrs. Weasley replied with a smile, gently nudging Taila toward the stairs with Ron and Harry. Suddenly, Mrs. Weasley pivoted like a fierce matriarch. "George, Fred, and Arthur," she bellowed. "How many times must I remind you? Do not ask impolite questions in front of muggles." Her voice resonated like a thunderous lioness. "Did you not see the expressions on Mr. and Mrs. Granger's faces? You are embarrassing yourselves." Come on, Ron urged, resembling a startled kitten as he hurriedly led Taila and Harry upstairs. Taila followed Ron and Harry up the narrow staircase to their room. Perhaps due to the application of the undetectable extension charm, Ron's room appeared far more spacious than it looked from the outside. Upon entering, Taila noticed the slanted ceiling almost brushing against her head. Her eyes momentarily lost focus, overwhelmed by the dazzling orange-yellow hue that enveloped the room, the bedspread, the walls, and even the ceiling. It soon became evident that Ron had adorned nearly every inch of the worn wallpaper with posters featuring the same 7 witches and wizards, all clad in vibrant orange robes, brandishing their flying broomsticks and waving enthusiastically. Ron's magical textbooks lay haphazardly in one corner, accompanied by several comic books, presumably the adventures of Mad Muggle Martin Miggs. His old wand rested atop a large fishbowl on the windowsill, teeming with tadpoles. Beside the bowl, his plump gray rat Scabbers snored contentedly. "Not too big," Ron remarked as he plopped down onto his small single bed, adjacent to which lay another single bed cluttered with Harry's clothes, socks, and underwear, while a hammock near the window served as Ron's reading nook. "Harry's sleeping bag," Ron noted, picking up a piece of candy from the bedside table and popping it into his mouth. "You'll have to settle for that hammock." "No problem," Taila replied. "Can I explore around?" "Sure," Ron said. Taila set her suitcase down and approached the window, intently observing the tadpoles swimming in the fishbowl. "This is fantastic, Taila," Harry exclaimed, following closely behind. "We can play together for the rest of the summer." "Indeed," Taila replied. After examining the tadpoles, she gently pinched the neck of the sleeping Scabbers. Startled, Scabbers turned in her embrace, but quickly fell back into a deep slumber. While affectionately stroking Scabbers' little head, Taila utilized a probing spell in conjunction with the extract memory charm to sift through the rat's recollections. With a dangerous companion like him, the most notorious village terrorist in history, Taila was determined not to miss any opportunity to gather intelligence. Within less than half an hour, while conversing with Harry and Ron, Taila had explored all of Peter's memories pertaining to Voldemort. However, due to her recent acquisition of the soul-extracting spell and her lack of proficiency, the memories were largely distorted by Peter's fear, yielding little useful information. Indeed, less than what she had gleaned from films, novels, and fanfiction in her previous life. Speaking of which, "Ron, Scabbers is getting quite old," Taila remarked. "Have you considered finding him a mate?" "Damn, Taila, Ron is likely to refuse again." Taila could sense Peter's thoughts as he nestled in her arms. "We have tried before, but it seems Scabbers has no interest in female rats," Ron replied. "Thus, we never pursued it further. Have you considered a male rat?" Taylor suggested. Perhaps Scabbers would prefer a male companion. At the mention of Taylor's words, Scabbers sprang up from her arms, leaping on Ron and baring his teeth at Taylor. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Taylor burst into laughter, smoothly redirecting the conversation elsewhere. Although she had a genuine desire to explore the offspring resulting from the intermingling of animagi and real animals, it was not the right time to rouse suspicion. By the way, let us take a picture of our 3 pets, Taylor said, retrieving a magical camera from her bag. After all, Scabbers has been with you for over 10 years. Who knows when he might depart? All right, Ron responded, placing Scabbers on his bed. Taylor motioned for Hedwig to join as well, and just as Scabbers attempted to escape, Hedwig deftly pinned his tail down with her claw. Harry also brought Hedwig on Ron's bed. With a click, Taylor captured the moment, immortalizing the trio of pets, Scabbers, Hedwig, and the majestic raven, particularly highlighting Scabbers' missing little toe. At that moment, Mrs. Weasley entered, clutching a quilt and pillow. Mrs. Weasley, allow me, Taylor exclaimed, ready to lend a hand. However, Mrs. Weasley tossed the quilt onto Ron's bed and waved her wand, causing the sheets to magically spread themselves across the hammock by the window. Not now, dear child. You must refrain from using magic outside of school, Mrs. Weasley remarked with a gentle smile. Taylor, feeling a hint of embarrassment, withdrew her hand. Ah yes, we are in the magical world, where 2 individuals are hardly necessary. A mere flick of a wand suffices to prepare a bed. After arranging Taylor's bedding, Mrs. Weasley waved her wand once more, retrieving a brand new set of dental care items and towels from the cupboard. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Taylor expressed gratefully. Molly Weasley chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Taylor's hair, then patted her shoulder before descending the staircase with a series of rhythmic footsteps. Cool me. I'll show you the bathroom, Ron said. If Mum finds out we're still awake, we'll be in trouble. Taylor, indifferent to the notion of sleeping early or late, obediently followed Harry and Ron to wash up, eventually settling into a hammock. Hey, Taylor, Harry called softly from the darkness. Are you asleep? Not yet. What is up? Taylor replied with her eyes closed. You'll never guess who I ran into in Nocturne Alley, Harry stated. Malfoy? How did you know? Taylor heard a rustling noise, followed by Harry's face appearing beside her pillow. Who else could it be? Taylor sighed, pulling the covers tighter around herself and shifting inward as Harry lay down next to her. During their time at Hogwarts, particularly towards the end of their first year, Harry often found himself tormented by the scar on his forehead, leaving him sleepless through the nights. In such moments, he would gently awaken Taylor, much like a kitten or puppy seeking comfort. Although Taylor had no remedy for his scar, she would weave whimsical tales to coax him into slumber. Before bed, Harry would lie beside Taylor on the expansive bed in the Gryffindor dormitory. However, the Weasley household's hammock felt somewhat cramped. Taylor shifted uncomfortably once more. I just came from a shop called Borgin & Burke's, Harry began. I saw Malfoy and his father entering, laden with a plethora of items. Oh, Taylor inquired, intrigued. They even ordered a number of items that sounded distinctly dark, Harry added. What kinds? Taylor pressed. I can't recall exactly, Harry scratched his head, but there were things like powdered baby bones, werewolf venom, and something else I've forgotten. Do you think Malfoy has some sinister plot? Harry asked. Don't overthink it, Harry, Taylor reassured him, feeling relieved that Lucius appeared to have no intentions of fleeing, instead opting for a more prudent approach to safeguard his life. You know what the Malfoys are like. It's entirely reasonable for them to procure such items, and this could merely be their routine summer shopping. Taylor offered. Though she found the mischievous boy rather dreadful, it was simply serendipitous that Harry crossed paths with him this summer. Not that Harry was particularly skilled in mischief, but rather, he was entangled in numerous affairs that, should he delve too deeply into any matter, would inevitably attract Dumbledore's attention. Fair enough, Harry conceded after a moment. And after some coaxing, Taylor recounted a bedtime story, leaving Harry satisfied as he nestled back into his sleeping bag. Just before Harry climbed out of bed, Taylor reached out from under the covers to gently touch his arm, knowing that Harry had indeed set aside the events he witnessed at Borgin & Burke's. Taylor breathed a sigh of relief. The treasure is safe. Taylor continued to reside in the Weasley household for over half a month, relishing the warmth of a familial bond she had long missed. Mrs. Weasley insisted on refilling Taylor's plate at every meal, while Mr. Weasley delighted in showing her around his garage, filled to the brim with Muggle technology he had either confiscated from other wizards or collected during his excursions in the Muggle world. Initially, the Weasley family's exuberance felt somewhat overwhelming to Taylor, akin to a stray cat suddenly embraced by warmth after a long period of solitude. However, as time passed, she grew accustomed to the affectionate atmosphere, especially as she seemed to meet the aesthetic approval of nearly every member of the Weasley family. Who wouldn't adore a well-behaved, knowledgeable child who understood the Muggle world, excelled in studies, and possessed a plethora of imaginative ideas? It seemed, however, that only Ginny Weasley was somewhat indifferent towards Taylor, perhaps due to Harry's constant attention. Thus, until her departure from the Weasley home, Taylor found herself either aiding Mrs. Weasley with the garden gnomes, assisting Mr. Weasley in organizing his eclectic collection, or racing across the vast fields with the Weasley twins, trampling golden wheat underfoot. Soon enough, August 31st arrived. On the eve of the school year, Mrs. Weasley conjured a lavish dinner, while Fred and George's spectacular fireworks display added an extra layer of delight to the evening. The kitchen sparkled with red and blue stars, bouncing merrily between the ceiling and walls for at least half an hour. After indulging, they each enjoyed a cup of hot chocolate before retiring for the night. The following morning proved to be a lengthy affair. They arose at the crack of dawn, yet it felt as if there were still countless tasks to complete. Mrs. Weasley dashed about in search of spare socks and blankets, her mood frazzled. The family often collided on the staircase, half-dressed and clutching remnants of bread. As Mr. Weasley hoisted Ginny's trunk into the car, he stumbled over a chicken in the yard, nearly toppling over. It appeared that only Taylor remained composed amidst the chaos, while everyone else hurried about. She sat quietly on the sofa in the modest living room, neatly dressed in her Hogwarts uniform, her slightly worn suitcase by her side. Chapter 105, A Brief Glimpse Ahead. When they finally settled into the car, Mrs. Weasley glanced back at the rear seat where Harry, Taylor, Ron, Fred, George, and Percy sat comfortably side by side. She and Ginny occupied the front, which had been extended to resemble a park bench. Muggles are far cleverer than we ever imagined, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. From the outside, you can't tell how spacious it is inside. Taylor caught a glimpse of Mr. Weasley through the rearview mirror. Arthur Weasley seemed to notice her gaze and winked at her before starting the engine, pulling out of the driveway. However, they soon returned. George had forgotten his fireworks at home. 5 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt in the yard so that Fred could dash back for his broomstick. By the time they finally arrived at King's Cross Station, it was already past 10. Since they had some time to spare, Taylor took out her remaining pounds and purchased a coffee and a small tart for each member of the Weasley family and Harry at a cafe adjacent to the station. Formally expressing her gratitude to Mrs. Weasley for the care she had received over the past few days. "Oh, Taylor, you truly need not go to such lengths," Mrs. Weasley exclaimed cheerfully as she embraced Taylor. After savoring her coffee and indulging in a delightful tart, the clock at the Kingdom train station pointed to 10:45. "Hurry along now, children," Molly Weasley urged from behind, with Percy leading the way. "George, Fred, do keep up. Mr. Weasley, may I accompany you?" Taylor suddenly tugged at Arthur Weasley's coat sleeve, saying, "I've just conceived of a splendid idea for modifying a car that I wish to discuss with you." With her meager belongings consisting of merely a single suitcase, Taylor felt free to depart at her convenience. Upon entering the heart of London, Taylor sensed Dobby's presence. Realizing that he intended to obstruct her or Harry from accessing Platform 9 3/4, just as depicted in the original narrative, Taylor was determined not to be left alone outside. This was the bustling, muggle-infested King's Cross Station, and should Dobby successfully intercept her here, he could unleash a few malevolent curses upon unsuspecting muggles, tarnishing her reputation and leading to her expulsion from Hogwarts, thereby ensuring Harry Potter's safety. Thus, Taylor chose to follow Mr. Weasley into Platform 9 3/4. In the original story, if Dobby truly wished to prevent Harry from returning to Hogwarts, he had ample means and time at his disposal. Yet, he opted to act at the very last moment. Just as Harry was about to board the Hogwarts Express at King's Cross, Taylor could only surmise one possibility. Dobby harbored a fear of Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Although the books and films did not extensively showcase the combat prowess of Arthur and Molly Weasley, their survival through the trials of the Order of the Phoenix indicated their formidable magical capabilities. This might explain why Dobby refrained from causing trouble while Harry was still at the Weasley residence. With Mr. Weasley by her side, Taylor successfully stepped onto Platform 9 3/4. "Taylor, what was this modification idea you mentioned?" Arthur Weasley inquired. "It was merely a fleeting inspiration, sir," Taylor replied. "Somewhat intricate and incomplete. I shall elaborate in a letter once I arrive at school." "Very well, Taylor," Arthur Weasley said, enveloping her in a warm embrace before kindly sending her off to the train. As predicted, neither Harry nor Ron appeared on the Hogwarts Express until 11 o'clock, right at departure time. "Hey, Taylor, do you know where Ron and Harry are?" George and Fred Weasley inquired as they searched through the compartments just before the train was set to depart. Aren't they with you?" Taylor feigned surprise in her response. "I thought they were playing with you." "No, they're not." George shook his head, We haven't seen them. They might be looking for Hermione. Taylor. As she conversed with the Weasley twins, a fluffy-haired figure appeared at the door of her compartment. Taylor, have you seen Harry or Ron? Hermione Granger asked anxiously. I can't find them anywhere. You haven't seen them either, Hermione? The Weasley twins asked in unison. No. Hermione shook her head. I intended to look for them once I boarded, but I couldn't find them at all. Goodness. They can't have missed this train, can they? Hermione exclaimed. Perhaps. Taylor shrugged indifferently. But upon noticing Hermione's mixed expression of annoyance, confusion, and some other unfathomable emotion, she quickly amended her statement. Perhaps they truly have not boarded this train. Adopting a serious demeanor, Taylor declared, let us seek out the conductor. Such occurrences must have happened in previous years. We should inquire about what to do. With that, Taylor rose to her feet. However, just as she stood up and closed her book, her peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of something. The train had just departed the city. Although it had left behind the dense cluster of buildings, the scenery outside the window still resembled a scattered array of Muggle neighborhoods. Yet in that moment, Taylor glimpsed an image. Atop the verdant fields, she seemed to see a flying, dilapidated blue car. Rushing to the window, Taylor found nothing. No car. No endless fields. The view outside remained the same, a shabby, urban-rural interface. What's wrong? Hermione leaned over to peer out the window beside Taylor. Nothing, really, Taylor replied. Let's go find the conductor. After explaining their predicament to the conductor, they returned to their respective compartments just as the train passed over an expanse of endless fields. Hermione, walking alongside Taylor, was animatedly discussing the knowledge she had gleaned from her summer reading. Hermione appeared to have entirely set aside her initial frustrations and indignation over her thwarted crush, eager to engage Taylor in an unbiased academic discourse. However, Taylor's mind was elsewhere, for the knowledge being shared felt rather superficial to her. Thus, she merely responded with hums while her gaze wandered listlessly. At that moment, Taylor spotted a pale blue flying car soaring above the boundless fields. Chapter 106, in hand. Taylor arrived safely at Hogwarts and informed Hermione and the Weasley twins about Harry and Ron's adventurous arrival at school in the flying car. They are so immature, Hermione scoffed, her disdain directed not only at Harry and Ron, but particularly at the Weasley twins. The tale of Harry and Ron's audacious journey had swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts even before the train had reached the school. George and Fred Weasley boasted to anyone who would listen that their brother had flown to school with Harry Potter, and they were right there alongside him. As they spoke, they bounded about the train, pointing excitedly at the blue car whenever it appeared outside the windows. It is rather childish, Taylor sighed in resignation. Having informed the Weasley twins of Harry and Ron's escapade primarily to prompt them to write a letter to their parents, especially Mr. Weasley, urging him to securely hide the multitude of Muggle items in their home. However, it was evident that the Weasley twins had misinterpreted her intentions. To them, nothing was more significant than their brother garnering attention, and they were determined to outshine him at every turn. The train safely arrived at the platform of Hogsmeade. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron's car arrived a moment later, having flown directly onto the school grounds. As a result, Harry and Ron missed the sorting ceremony. Aside from Ginny Weasley, the adored youngest member of the Weasley family, Taylor also spotted a peculiar girl with platinum curls and ethereal eyes, somewhat slender and quirky. Linalu Ogiad, one of the 6 prominent leaders of the future Dumbledore's army. Aside from this, the sorting hat ceremony held little intrigue. However, midway through the feast, Professor Snape abruptly left his seat. Hermione and Tiara exchanged glances, both realizing the reason behind Snape's sudden departure. Could we be expelled? Hermione inquired anxiously. Fear not. We shall not be, Tiara replied, cutting into a large piece of steak, his appetite having increased significantly thanks to Mrs. Weasley's generous provisions. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall will surely protect Harry, Tiara reassured, and Ron as well. They will look after both Harry and Ron. Indeed, during dessert, Professor McGonagall also excused herself from the table. Shortly thereafter, she returned, tugging on Dumbledore's wizarding robe. Reluctantly, Dumbledore set aside his strawberry jelly and sweet apple tart, rising to follow McGonagall out the back door of the hall. Tiara, Hermione said nervously, tugging at Tiara's sleeve. Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore have left. McGonagall looks quite serious. Rest assured, nothing untoward shall occur, Tiara responded, sampling a piece of tart. Dumbledore would never expel Harry, who has defeated Voldemort on 2 occasions. Thus, Ron, who has breached school rules alongside Harry, shall not face expulsion either. I have no worries for them, Hermione asserted. Will Snape deduct points from Gryffindor? Hermione stammered. With Snape's temperament, he would likely deduct at least 200 points. No matter, Hermione, I have faith in you, Tiara said, reaching for a second tart. Regardless of how many points are deducted, I trust that your intellect will surely earn them back. Thank you, Tiara. Harry and Ron did not appear at the subsequent feast, but returned directly to the Gryffindor common room from Snape's office. Upon entering, they received a reception akin to that of celebrities. Almost all Gryffindor students remained awake, crowded in the circular common room, awaiting their arrival. Numerous hands reached out from the entrance, pulling Harry and Ron in as if they were at a fan-signing event. How marvelous! Lee Jordan exclaimed. What an extraordinary tale. A flying car crashing into the Whomping Willow. This will be the talk of the years to come. You two shall become legends of Gryffindor. Well done, chirped a fifth-year student who had never spoken to Harry before. Others patted Harry on the back, as if he had just won a marathon. Fred and George squeezed forward, both inquiring, why weren't we called back? Ron, his face flushed with embarrassment, chuckled awkwardly, while Harry struggled to locate someone in the crowd. Yet, he could not find Tiara. Hey, Hermione, where did Tiara go? Harry asked. He went to the basement, Hermione replied, worried that you two hadn't eaten. He intended to fetch you some food from the kitchen. With that, Hermione turned to Harry, her voice raised in irritation. What were you thinking? To drive a car, to school. You could have been spotted. You could have fallen from the vehicle. Meanwhile, Tiara had arrived at the basement, but did not head to the kitchen. Instead, he walked to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, where stood a platinum-haired boy clutching a suitcase. Draco Malfoy, Tiara said in a deliberately hoarse voice. After over 2 weeks at the Weasley residence, Tiara's voice had returned to normalcy. Upon hearing Tiara's voice, Draco Malfoy jumped, beads of sweat forming on his pale forehead, rendering his already pallid face even more ghostly. Master, Draco stammered, bowing slightly as he offered his suitcase with both hands. Clearly, Lucius Malfoy had drilled Draco on the protocol for addressing the master. Tiara roughly seized the suitcase, opening it for a cursory inspection. Very well. Inform Lucius that I am quite satisfied, Tiara pronounced, closing the suitcase with a decisive snap. Then patting Draco as one might a small dog. Draco trembled, his legs nearly giving way as if to kneel. But Tiara grasped the nape of his neck and hoisted him upright. Then Tiara waved his hand in the air, conjuring a piece of parchment that he handed to Draco Malfoy. Tell Lucius to procure these items for me before Christmas. With that, Tiara turned to leave. Yet, pausing on the stairs, he abruptly returned to the basement, arriving at Hogwarts' kitchen. Young master, how may we serve you? A house elf inquired. Kindly pack 2 servings of food for me, please, Tiara requested amiably. It would be our honor, young master. Several house elves, swift and efficient, completed the packing in under 5 minutes. Thank you, Tiara smiled at them, departing with 2 parcels in hand. He suddenly recalled that his initial motive for venturing to the basement was to gather food for Ron and Harry. Thus, returning empty-handed was not an option. Chapter 107, The Howler. When Tiara returned to the Gryffindor common room, the gathering had already dispersed. He stealthily slipped back to his dormitory, his hands empty save for one packed meal, after requesting the house elves to return the old suitcase Draco had given him to his dormitory. It now sat quietly beside Tiara's bed. Hey, Harry. Upon seeing Harry, Tiara lifted the food container in his hand, saying, I didn't see you at the feast. You must be hungry. Oh, Tiara. Well, actually, Ron and I have already eaten, Harry replied, somewhat sheepishly. That's splendid, Tiara said nonchalantly, setting the meal aside. He hadn't genuinely intended to provide food to Harry. He merely sought an excuse to venture to the basement, due to the thrilling escapade of the day. Harry felt utterly exhausted and had little inclination for further conversation with Tiara. After exchanging goodnights, they each retired to their beds. The following day heralded the commencement of classes. This should have been an eagerly anticipated event. However, at breakfast, Harry and Ron felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Through fleeting glances, Tiara discerned that Harry was anxious about the impending punishment for their transgression, while Ron fretted over his mother's potential reprimand. Just as Harry took his first sip of porridge, a cacophony erupted overhead. Hundreds of owls swooped in, circling the great hall, delivering letters and parcels to the conversing crowd. A large package plummeted onto Neville's head, followed by a rather hefty gray owl that landed in Hermione's cauldron. Instantly, milk and feathers flew everywhere. They truly needed to improve their method of owl delivery. Tiara deftly lifted her textbook from the desk, but the diary of Tom Riddle, which had been nestled beneath it, was not as fortunate, becoming splattered with a milky white substance. Errol, Ron's owl, was utterly indifferent to Tiara's rambling as he tugged the drenched creature from its perch. Errol lay languidly on the table, his legs dangling in the air, a sodden red envelope clasped in his beak. Oh no, Ron exclaimed in dismay. It's all right. He's still alive, Hermione reassured him, gently prodding Errol with her wand. No, it's that. Ron pointed at the red envelope. What's the matter? Harry inquired. My mom sent me a howler, Ron replied in despair. You'd better open it, Neville whispered. Not opening it is worse. My grandmother sent me one once, and I ignored it. He paused, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory, and it was terrifying. What is a howler? Harry asked, but Ron's attention was entirely fixed on the letter. The corners of the envelope beginning to smoke. Hurry and open it, Neville urged. You only have a few minutes. Ron extended a trembling hand and cautiously retrieved the envelope from Errol's beak, tearing it open. Neville stuffed his fingers in his ears. Initially, everyone thought it had exploded. A tremendous noise filled the great hall, shaking dust from the ceiling. Ron Weasley, you made me sick. Stealing a car. If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised. Just wait until I deal with you. You probably never even considered how your father and I felt when we discovered the car was missing. The voice of Mrs. Weasley boomed, 100 times louder than usual, rattling the plates and spoons on the table, the echoes bouncing off the stone walls with deafening resonance. Everyone in the hall turned to see who had received the howler, while Ron shrank in his chair, his face flushed. You received a letter from Dumbledore last night. Your father was nearly driven to his grave by your antics. We worked hard to raise you, and look what you've done. You and Harry nearly lost your lives. It's infuriating. Your father will face scrutiny at work because of you. If you don't start behaving, we will retrieve you immediately. The shouting ceased, but the buzzing in their ears lingered. The red envelope, having fallen from Ron's grasp, ignited, curling into ashes. Harry and Ron sat in stunned silence, as if washed over by a tidal wave. A few people chuckled, and the chatter gradually resumed. Hermione closed a journey with vampires, glancing down at Ron's head. Well, did you expect anything else, Ron? You should know better. Don't tell me I deserve it, Ron retorted irritably. Don't worry, Ron, Tiara said, patting him on the back. Do you know what might cheer Mrs. Weasley up? What? Ron asked. Tiara produced a sheet of paper filled with notes from her robe and quietly placed it in front of Ron. What is this? Ron inquired, picking it up to examine. Notes, he exclaimed. Let me see. Hermione snatched the paper from Ron's hands. Tiara, the little witch suddenly shouted, making Tiara momentarily think another howler had been opened. Didn't T.I. send that to you? Why are you showing it to Ron? Hermione pressed, looking fierce. I thought if Ron could place in the top 10 for finals this year. Tiara reconsidered her words. Perhaps Mrs. Weasley might forgive him. Great idea, Tiara. Ron cheered, but suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. I could never make it into the top 10. Believe in yourself, Ron, Tiara encouraged. How about this, Hermione? Tiara proposed slyly. Let us make it a competition. A competition? Hermione asked, puzzled. I'll tutor him in defense against the dark arts and potions, and you'll tutor him in charms and transfiguration. Let us see who can help Ron achieve the highest rank. Whoever wins can make a reasonable request of the loser. What do you say? Through their previous eye contact, Tiara sensed Hermione still harbored some lingering feelings. But then again, the first crush of a young girl is not so easily forgotten. To prevent Hermione from endlessly pursuing him this semester, and to keep the trio focused on their studies, Tiara decided to exploit their competitive spirit. As for what would happen if Hermione won, please, with Ron's wretched wand. Just passing his charms and transfiguration classes this semester would be a favor in itself. Aiming for the top 10? Chapter 108. Class. Hermione glanced at Tiara, who returned the look. Through the little witch's light brown eyes, Tiara could see Hermione's competitive spirit still simmering. All right, I accept, Hermione said, preparing to agree to Tiara's challenge. Wait a moment, Harry interjected. I want to tutor Ron too. Tiara looked at Harry with some surprise, but he immediately lowered his gaze, as if he had done something wrong. All right then, you can tutor Ron in history of magic and astronomy, Tiara considered, thinking it best to ensnare Harry, the little troublemaker. But I want to tutor Ron in defense against the dark arts, Harry protested. But my defense against the dark arts grade is higher than yours, Tiara interrupted. It was true that Harry had a talent for the dark arts. However, no amount of talent could compensate for the experience gap, especially with Tiara's own personal grandfather at her side. If memory served, Voldemort was born in 1926. In 1992, the 66-year-old Dark Lord certainly fit the bill for a personal grandfather. Their first class of the new term was herbology. Ultimately, Harry abandoned the idea of tutoring Ron in defense against the dark arts, as it was clear that Tiara had not only outperformed him in last year's final exam, but had achieved a perfect score. The four of them exited the castle together, traversing the vegetable patch towards the greenhouse, where various magical plants were cultivated. Throughout the journey, Tiara trailed behind Harry, Ron, and Hermione, one hand tucked into her robe, brushing against Tom Riddle's diary. What has happened? Tom Riddle inquired gently. Yet in truth, That little brat just spilled milk all over me. Ron just received a howler, Tiara explained, recounting the earlier scene to Tom beyond the confines of her mind. Those two fools, Harry and Ron, Tom Riddle remarked. This time, he was uncharacteristically in agreement. But this reminds me, Tom Riddle mused, there will always be unexpected situations. It's time to find a watcher. Tiara, my dear, Tom Riddle remarked, a title that sent shivers down Tiara's spine. You seem quite fond of magical creatures. He inquired. Despite Tiara's intent to conceal her interests, the cunning Lord Voldemort effortlessly discerned her fascination. Magical creatures were among her interests. Tiara was aware that Tom Riddle intended to unleash the basilisk. As they approached the greenhouse, they noticed other students gathered outside, awaiting Professor Sprout. Just as Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered, Professor Sprout strode purposefully across the lawn, accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Sprout's arms were adorned with numerous bandages, and from a distance, Harry spotted a few branches of the whomping willow suspended in bandages, which stirred feelings of guilt within him. Professor Sprout, a stout witch with a patched hat perched atop her flowing hair, was often splattered with dirt. In stark contrast, Gilderoy Lockhart was impeccably pristine, draped in a flowing sea-green robe, with his shimmering blonde hair topped by a green and gold-trimmed top hat. Ah, Gating, Lockhart exclaimed, beaming at the students. I was just demonstrating to Professor Sprout how to treat the Whomping Willow's injuries. But I wouldn't want you to think I'm more adept in herbology than she is. I merely encountered a few of these peculiar plants during my travels. Today, we'll be venturing into the third greenhouse, Professor Sprout announced, her demeanor notably irritable, a departure from her usual cheerful disposition. The students murmured excitedly among themselves. They had only ever been in the first greenhouse, as the plants in the third were both more intriguing and perilous. Professor Sprout had never permitted their entry before. Who was that imbecile? Tom Riddle queried. Gilderoy Lockhart, Tiara replied. Our new defense against the dark arts teacher. Him. Nonsense. Utter rubbish. Damn Dumbledore. I'd rather have a fool like him than allow me to teach defense against the dark arts. Tom Riddle's rare emotional outburst was palpable. Tiara could hear his inner tirade. This tension reached its zenith during the afternoon's defense against the dark arts class. Tiara, Ron, and Hermione arrived early to the classroom, as Harry had been whisked away by Gilderoy Lockhart during lunch, leaving Tiara to join Hermione and Ron. Ron, who had been so determined that morning to study diligently, now felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Ever since Hermione accepted the challenge, she had been incessantly nagging Ron like a spirited warrior, even insisting he recite spells and transfiguration theory while eating lunch. In contrast to Hermione, Tiara appeared remarkably laid back, casually chatting with Ron about other matters. After all, with Ron's wand, there was no way Hermione could triumph, even if she implanted her knowledge into his mind. Just 2 minutes before class commenced, Hermione finally ceased her chatter and sat beside Tiara. Where's your book? She asked, noticing Tiara had only one on her desk, traveling with vampires. The others were too heavy, so I left them in the dormitory, Tiara responded, concealing the fact that she hadn't purchased the book at all. It was merely a transformed appearance of her heirloom through transfiguration. Regardless, it mattered little whether she took Lockhart's class seriously. What about your levitation charm? Hermione countered. Tiara replied. Ah, yes, this is the magical world. She had been puzzled about how the 12- and 13-year-old witches in the classroom managed to carry so many heavy tomes. You didn't sell all your textbooks, did you? Hermione exclaimed, flipping through Tiara's heirloom before slamming it down on the desk in frustration. What is this? This ISN traveling with vampires, is it? You transformed it, didn't you? Tiara's mind raced as she sought an excuse, enveloped in an awkward silence. Fortunately, this silence was soon disrupted by the entrance of Harry and Gilderoy Lockhart. This was Tiara's first moment feeling a peculiar fondness for Lockhart's greasy visage. After releasing Harry's sleeve, he approached Tiara. However, upon noticing Hermione seated next to her, Harry merely greeted her before taking a seat in the back row beside Ron, stacking Lockhart's book on the desk. Chapter 109, Idle. Once all the students were settled, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly to quiet the class. He picked up Neville Longbottom's Walking with Giants, holding it aloft to display the cover featuring his own winking photo. Lockhart declared, pointing at his image, also winking. Gilderoy Lockhart, third-class member of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't boast about that. I'm not the one who drives away the banshee with a smile. He paused, awaiting laughter that only elicited a few faint chuckles. Tiara, however, made a valiant effort to applaud. What are you doing? Tom Riddle inquired, perplexed. ISN, he charming? Tiara feigned enthusiasm. Tom Riddle responded with a look of disbelief. No, why would my well-bred little lamb turn its back on me for someone else? Gilderoy Lockhart flashed a smile at Tiara. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Tiara's mind revolted, yet she felt compelled to comply. She needed a reason. A justification to hand over Tom Riddle's diary to Lockhart. In the original Harry Potter novels, Lockhart's experience at Hogwarts proved far less carefree than depicted in the films. Especially following Christmas, his series of blunders during the first semester had eroded any goodwill among the students, even those infatuated with him, such as Hermione Granger, who had come to see through his facade. The overwhelming skepticism placed unprecedented pressure on him, and tragically, he had no substantial evidence to counter the doubts. Consequently, Lockhart became increasingly sensitive and paranoid in the subsequent semester, yearning for power more than ever. A desire for power, coupled with a willingness to bestow it. Tiara was certain that Gilderoy Lockhart would be a perfect match for Tom Riddle's diary. In truth, Tiara harbored no ill will toward Lockhart. Although in Tiara's previous life, academic plagiarism was deemed utterly unforgivable. In the chaotic realm of Harry Potter, what significance does mere academic dishonesty hold when compared to the merciless Avada Kedavra wielded by Voldemort? The true impetus behind Tiara's decision to involve Gilderoy Lockhart was this. I see that you all have purchased my complete works. Splendid. Today, we shall commence with a little quiz. Fear not. It is merely to gauge your comprehension of my writings. With a dazzling smile, Gilderoy Lockhart distributed a stack of papers. The essence of the matter lay in this. Tiara glanced at the questions. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? 3. What do you believe is Gilderoy Lockhart's most significant achievement thus far? And so forth, spanning 3 full pages, culminating in the final query. 54. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? And what would be his ideal birthday gift? Tiara was certain that the final exam questions devised by this charlatan of a defense against the dark arts teacher would be equally frivolous, if not more absurd. She was uncertain, however, given that in the original narrative, Lockhart had failed to survive the final exam and was unceremoniously kicked into the Chamber of Secrets by Harry and Ron. Yet this year, there was no basilisk. Or rather, it could be said that there would be no deadly basilisk attacks this year. This indicated that Lupin would likely still be wandering next year, while he would also have to contend with Lockhart's excessively narcissistic examination paper. Tiara was almost certain that Lockhart's exam would not only fail to be the best, but would also barely yield a respectable score. No, the mere thought of this ignited a fierce indignation within her. Whether Lupin roamed or not was of no consequence. However, there could be no blemish on her immaculate transcript. Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and began perusing them in front of the entire class. TSK, TSK. Almost no one remembers that my favorite color is lilac. When Lockhart reached Tiara's paper, he suddenly paused. Oh, Merlin's beard, look at Tiara's paper. Gilderoy Lockhart extracted Tiara's paper, exclaiming, Look at this. Every answer is correct. All correct. Lockhart declared with enthusiasm, a perfect score. I shall award Tiara 100 points. He flashed a smile at Tiara. With great effort, she suppressed the wave of nausea rising within her and returned to smile. Returning to the subject at hand, Lockhart bent down and retrieved a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium, placing it upon the desk. Now be cautious. My task is to teach you how to defend against the most malevolent entities known in the magical world. You shall face the most terrifying things within this classroom. However, remember, as long as I am here, you shall not be harmed. I only ask that you remain calm. Tiara withdrew her wand with one hand, while the other firmly gripped the heirloom. What on earth was this fool planning? Tom Riddle, concealed within Tiara's embrace, seemed to share a foreboding sense of dread. Why are you drawing your wand? Hermione inquired, puzzled. I have a bad feeling about this, Tiara replied. You should also prepare your wand. Don't say such things, Professor Lockhart. Tiara remarked to Tom Riddle. Lockhart is a wizard greater than the Dark Lord. His ideals, his beliefs have profoundly moved me. He is a beacon of light in my dark existence. Having recited this lengthy monologue, Tiara cast Hermione's trepidation beyond her mental barriers. Tom Riddle retorted, Is the lamb I have painstakingly nurtured truly to be trampled by a pig? I must insist that you refrain from screaming, Lockhart said, lowering his voice, as that will only provoke them. The entire class held their breath as Lockhart lifted the cover. Indeed, he theatrically proclaimed, a freshly captured Cornish pixie. Seamus Finnegan could not suppress a snicker, and even Lockhart could not have mistaken it for a scream of terror. What is the matter? He inquired with a smile. They aren't particularly dangerous, are they? Seamus laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Do not be so certain, Lockhart admonished. shaking his finger in irritation. They can be devilishly cunning little nuisances. These pixies were a deep shade of blue, approximately 8 inches tall, with small pointed faces and shrill, piercing voices, akin to a cacophony of arguing budgerigars. Once the cover was removed, they began chattering incessantly, bouncing around, shaking the bars of their cage, and making all manner of absurd faces at the nearby students. "Very well," Lockhart announced loudly. "Let us see how you deal with them." He opened the cage door. Chaos ensued. The pixies erupted like rockets in every direction. 2 of them seized Neville by the ears and lifted him off the ground. Several others darted out the window, shattering glass in the back row of the classroom. The remaining pixies wreaked havoc within the classroom, causing more destruction than a rampaging rhinoceros. They hurled ink bottles about the room, tore books and papers to shreds, ripped down posters from the walls, overturned the wastebasket, and tossed bags and textbooks out of the broken windows. Within minutes, half the class had taken refuge beneath their desks, while Neville swung from the chandelier. Meanwhile, Tayera's heirloom reveled in the chaos. With a swift motion, it broke free from Tayera's grip, soared into the air, and began flipping through the pages, remarking gleefully, "Cornish pixie," while emitting satisfied chirps. The heirloom possessed all of Tayera's memories and personality traits, exhibiting her same knack for opportunism. "Come now, round them up. They are merely pixies," Lockhart shouted. He rolled up his sleeves and brandished his wand, bellowing, "Pescipixie pesternemy." To no avail. A pixie seized Lockhart's wand and flung it out the window. Lockhart gasped, diving beneath the podium, barely avoiding a collision with Neville. As the chandelier came crashing down almost simultaneously, the bell rang, and the students bolted for the exit. In the ensuing relative calm, Lockhart straightened up, spotting Harry, Ron, and Hermione already at the door. "Ah, I would like you 4 to capture the remaining ones and return them to the cage," he said, stepping ahead of them and shutting the door behind him upon exiting. Tayera mused, "Tom Riddle. Is that it? Is that it? Is that it?" She heard Tom Riddle's thoughts echoing within her mind. Yet this was clearly a remark of low emotional intelligence. "Your idol is truly brave," Tom Riddle remarked with a hint of emotional sophistication. "Indeed," Tayera said, allowing her youthful infatuation to momentarily cast Hermione's concerns aside. "Professor Lockhart must wish to challenge me. He is so considerate, always thinking of us," Tayera added with a touch of admiration. Chapter 110, The Master of Prophecy. Ultimately, neither Hermione nor Tayera resorted to using their wands. As the inheritors voraciously consumed the majority of the Cornish pixies, akin to popping beans, they devoured them whole, even incorporating them into the very pages of their tomes. Although these pixies, with their meager magical prowess, provided little aid in the refinement and maturation of the inheritors, the slaughter, and even the raw, unrelenting consumption of 3-dimensional beings, could satiate the inheritor's insatiable hunger. After all, the inheritor is a vessel of dark magic, intertwined with the profound despair felt by a unicorn in its final moments. This amalgamation rendered Tayela's inheritor the epitome of dark magical artifacts, possessing an unparalleled affinity for magic derived from the essence of a living unicorn, combined with the deep-seated despair infused into it at the moment of death. Coupled with Tom Riddle's dedicated tutelage over the past months and Tayela's excavation of dark magic from Riddle's heart through the gift of knowledge, spells such as Fiendfire, the Killing Curse, the Soul-Draining Curse, the Bone-Crushing Curse, the Rotting Curse, and the Burning Curse, alongside incantations like Disarm, Conflagrate, Petrify, and Stop, Tayela had also gleaned knowledge from works such as the Book of the Dead, the Lelia Text, and the unnamed Sacrificial Tome, acquiring insights into spiritual fire, the Wall of Nacht, soul transference, soul projection, and most crucially, the evolution of dark magic. "Tayela, how did you foresee that Lockhart's class would descend into such chaos?" Hermione suddenly inquired during dinner after the lesson had concluded. "I possess a talent for prophecy," Tayela replied. "A talent for prophecy?" Harry asked while Ron, who was struggling to study beside him, lifted his head as well. "Oh, really?" Hermione seemed to find this amusing. "What have you foretold?" "I saw that you would achieve first place this year," Tayela responded with a smile. Hermione wanted to retort, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words, as she did indeed wish to be first. Thus, she could only stammer, her face turning crimson. "Ha!" Tayela chuckled lightly. "I cannot predict such precise occurrences. However," she suddenly grasped Harry's arm and said, "I saw your silhouette being chased by the quaffle, and I also saw your right hand, seemingly as pliable as rubber. Are you suggesting I might get injured during the Quidditch match?" Harry asked. "Prophecies cannot be fully articulated. Words can never encompass the entirety," Tayela responded with a smile. "Stop talking about this nonsense," Ron grumbled as he flipped through the exam papers in front of him, which Hermione had adapted based on her notes. Can you predict what our detention will entail? Ron inquired, hoping it wouldn't be too severe. Oh, that's simple. Harry will assist Lockhart in responding to fan mail. And you will clean the trophy room, Taila stated. Harry, wasn't it supposed to be that prophecies are never entirely accurate? Indeed. Their punishment was delivered a week later, precisely as Taila had foretold. Harry was to write fan mail for Gilderoy Lockhart, while Ron was tasked with cleaning the trophy room. The accuracy of Taila's predictions astonished Hermione, Harry, Ron, and even Ron's twin brothers, George and Fred Weasley, essentially stunning nearly all the Gryffindor students. The following morning at breakfast, Neville Longbottom, somewhat shy and anxious, approached Taila's table. Hello, Neville, is something amiss? Taila inquired, closing her book. Well, it's just that my memory ball has turned red again, Neville said, but I don't know what I've forgotten. Taila, could you perhaps? Let me interrupt you for a moment, Neville, Taila interjected. I wish for you to understand something. Prophecy differs from divination. Prophecy possesses remarkable accuracy and randomness. I cannot guarantee what I see. So, you're saying you can't help me find what I've forgotten? Neville asked, somewhat disheartened. I can help you with a prophecy, but I may not foresee what you wish to know. Are you certain you want to try? Taila replied. Ne vidi hesitated. Help me with a prophecy, Taila. Seamus Finnegan piped up, squeezing in front of Taila. I want to know if my charms class will catch fire again, Seamus said. I told you. I cannot see precise events, Taila said with resignation. Then just take a random look, Seamus insisted. All right, Taila extended her hand. Seamus placed his hand in Taila's palm, only to have her swiftly slap it away. Who reads palms without payment? Taila declared. Payment? Seamus nearly shouted. Why should I pay for this? That wasn't my request. Taila gave Seamus a quizzical glance and said, You see, prophecy is a form of magic, and magic derives from rituals. Your payment constitutes a ritual. This ritual signifies that you have paid a price to glimpse the future. By offering a galleon, it means fate will no longer demand a price from you. You paid a galleon, meaning the future you learn about will not worsen. All right, Seamus conceded. How much do you need? At least 1 galleon, Taila replied. 1 galleon? Seamus couldn't contain his exclamation. That's exorbitant. This is the necessary price for foreseeing fate, Taila asserted. Perhaps you wish it to manifest in another way like. Taila removed her left glove, revealing her pinky finger, which was merely a bone. Gasps erupted from the surrounding students. Taila, what happened to you? Harry asked, concerned as he grasped Taila's hand. Last semester, Taila surveyed the onlookers. At the end of last semester, I failed to perceive Professor Quirrell's issues. I had foreseen it. I asked no one for compensation. Instead, I investigated Quirrell directly and informed Professor Dumbledore. Taila showcased her mangled hand to the onlookers, stating, This is the price I pay for foreseeing the future. Even if I change nothing, I must still pay a cost. This price descended upon me in an unforeseen manner. During the summer, the Fiendfire spell I was practicing suddenly spiraled out of control, burning off my pinky. It is irreparable. All right, Seamus resigned. Produced a galleon and placed it in Taila's right hand. Taila blew on the coin and held it to her ear. Pleasant sound. A pleasant sound signifies good payment. After pocketing the coin, Taila cleared her throat, rolling her eyes until only the whites were visible. I beheld it, I truly beheld it. Then, Tara suddenly grasped Simon's hand. A slender, hair-like curse worm stealthily emerged from Tara's sleeve, swiftly darting into Simon Finnegan's robes. I discerned that this Thursday, you would fall ill. Illness? Will it be severe? Simon Finnegan inquired anxiously. No, it will arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly. Simply drink warm water, keep warm, and after a night's rest, you shall be well. Tara retorted with a roll of her eyes. Oh, Simon Finnegan remarked with a hint of disappointment, having spent a gold galleon, yet received no valuable information. The false prophet, disheveled appearance, vague prophecies, and a madcap demeanor. The true prophet, delivering prophecies that manifest themselves. Chapter 111, Prophecies. 3 days later, on the very Thursday Tara foretold, Simon Finnegan awoke feeling utterly drained, his head throbbing. During the morning's charms class, he subsequently sneezed 5 times in quick succession. His wand inadvertently jabbed into Neville, scorching a hole in his sleeve and leaving a blister on his arm. Professor Flitwick had no choice but to pause the lesson and escort Neville and Simon to the hospital wing. Just as Tara had predicted, Simon merely caught a mild cold. Madame Pomfrey was disinclined to brew a special remedy for Simon's ailment. Thus, she provided him with a tonic and instructed him to drink ample hot tea and rest well. Precisely as Tara had said. After recovering the following day, Simon began to spread the word. Tara didn't even need to cast a soul-sucking curse. Simon eagerly promoted her. Remarkable. Tara was truly remarkable. Simon would tell anyone he encountered, it's identical. Tara's final suggestion is even the same as Madame Pomfrey's. Thanks to Simon's enthusiastic endorsements, more students sought Tara's divinations. Had I known, I would have consulted her too, Neville lamented, his robe marred by a scalding hole. Although he had written to his grandmother explaining the situation, a new wizarding robe would take at least a week to arrive, leaving him with no choice but to wear the tattered one. The day after Simon's recovery, during Friday's dinner, an upperclassman from Gryffindor, Tina Tilly, approached Tara. Hello. Tina was of average height, with curly brown hair, and she squeezed in beside Tara, displacing Harry and Hermione. Greetings, little Tara, Tina said, offering her a gold galleon. I wish to glimpse my future. Tara blew gently on the galleon and then held it to her ear. Subsequently, she closed her eyes and took hold of Tina's hand. Through the art of divination, Tara discerned that Tina was anxious about her upcoming OWL's examinations. However, I'm sorry, Tara said, withdrawing the galleon. I have not received any prophecy concerning you. Oh well, Tina replied, somewhat disappointed. Yet this did not tarnish Tara's reputation. Rather, it enhanced her credibility as a seer. Although many came seeking her counsel thereafter, Tara only delivered 2 further prophecies. One pertained to Neville's forgotten assignment, a transfiguration essay due the following Wednesday, which he had not yet begun. To ascertain this, Tara merely needed to clasp Neville's hand and assist him in organizing his thoughts with the aid of divination and legilimency. I see you, Tara stated, I see you fervently writing your transfiguration essay. Yes, Neville exclaimed. I completely forgot about my transfiguration essay. The other prophecy was for an upperclasswoman from Ravenclaw who sought to know her OWL's results. However, Tara foresaw that she would soon receive a confession of affection, as the boy confessing was a friend of the Weasley twins who were preparing fireworks for the occasion. Possessing the gift of divination, Tara often uncovered secrets unknown to others. Yet, that confession would culminate in disaster, Tara warned. Indeed, on the day of the confession, the boy's fireworks spell went awry, enveloping him, the upperclasswoman, and the Weasley twins in a cloud of black smoke, as the fireworks were stored in the Weasley twins' makeshift laboratory. Tara donned Harry's invisibility cloak that night and enchanted 2 of the fireworks with chaos and smokescreen charms. Fortunately, the boy and the upperclasswoman were already fond of each other. Despite the disastrous confession, they ended up holding hands. As Tara's fame spread and her accuracy was confirmed, Harry grew increasingly anxious, entirely due to Tara's initial prophecy. He even requested to withdraw from the Quidditch team during this term's practices, only to be vehemently rebuffed by Oliver Wood. Reluctantly, Harry continued to train, his heart pounding with trepidation. Perhaps it was because Lucius Malfoy had suffered a hefty blow from Tara and possibly would face another, that he did not bestow a Nimbus 2001 upon each member of the Slytherin house team. Thus, Draco Malfoy was excluded from the Slytherin team. Moreover, Draco had become considerably more subdued this term. Whenever he encountered Tara, he resembled a mouse in the presence of a cat. Malfoy seems quite fearful of you. Harry remarqued curiously en occasion. Perhaps he was chastised by his father for failing to outscore me last term, Tara replied nonchalantly. Perhaps, Harry agreed, dismissing the thought. Tara quietly slipped her hand into her robes, brushing against Tom Riddle's diary. Over the past week, Tom had covertly urged Tara to venture to the 3rd-floor restroom, enticing her to open the Chamber of Secrets. Yet Tara remained resolute, either finding excuses to delay or deftly changing the subject, often steering the conversation back to Gilderoy Lockhart. Whenever Tara spoke of Gilderoy Lockhart, Tom Riddle would momentarily simmer in frustration, mentally hurling the most venomous and derogatory epithets he could conjure at both Tara and Lockhart. As time marched on, October gradually approached, and the damp chill permeated the Scottish Highlands, seeping into the castle. It seemed that due to the cold and damp weather, combined with the flu worm Tara had implanted within Simon Finnegan, a sudden outbreak of colds afflicted both staff and students, leaving Madame Pomfrey overwhelmed. Madame Pomfrey found herself in need of procuring a substantial quantity of ingredients for brewing invigorating potions. Owing to Tara's successful concoction and subsequent enhancement of the calming draft last semester, Professor Snape assigned her to assist Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. However, her tasks were not limited to merely brewing the invigorating potion. She was also required to simultaneously control the brewing of 2 additional potions with her wand, the calming draft and the pale potion. This served as a training exercise in the intricate techniques of potion making, and given Tara's remarkable ability to absorb knowledge. Professor Snape had nearly completed her instruction in the fundamental principles of potionology. What remained was for Tiara to gradually comprehend and further develop her skills through practical experience. Thus, Snape seized this opportunity to familiarize Tiara with the art of brewing multiple potions concurrently. He had already imparted the essential methods to her. The rest was to be learned through practice. Chapter 112, The Flu Season. At first, Madame Pomfrey was reluctant to allow Tiara to participate in the brewing of the invigorating potion. Yet, upon observing Professor Snape's expressionless visage, she ultimately decided to grant Tiara a chance. Tiara's fluid and graceful movements during the brewing process left Madame Pomfrey utterly astonished. "Perfect, absolutely flawless," she exclaimed, as she inhaled the scents of the invigorating potion, the calming draft, and the pale potion. Consequently, Tiara was permitted to assist Madame Pomfrey in potion making every evening from 6:30 to 7:30, albeit for only 2 days in total. The invigorating potion developed by Madame Pomfrey seemed to be an enhanced version of her original recipe, delivering immediate effects. However, those who consumed it would experience a peculiar phenomenon of smoke emanating from their ears for several hours. Remarkably, in just 2 days, the formidable Madame Pomfrey managed to quell the Hogwarts flu outbreak in its infancy, a stark contrast to the situation faced by certain John Bull over 2 decades later. The efficacy of such preventive measures was indeed worlds apart. One mustn't inquire further. It is undoubtedly a matter of institutional decay, a consequence of the corrupt capitalist system. Despite the exceptionally damp and chilly conditions of the Scottish Highlands in October, with rain pounding against the castle windows for days on end and the lake rising, Oliver Wood's fervor for Quidditch training remained undiminished. Thus, on the first Saturday of October, when Harry returned from practice, he was drenched and caked in mud. Unsurprisingly, he developed a cold that evening, his temperature soaring to 38.5 degrees Celsius. And it was only by calling Tiara's name in a daze that he managed to rouse her from slumber. Tiara rolled out of bed, gently felt Harry's forehead, and promptly retrieved a small, inconspicuous extension bag from the bedside table, from which she produced a vial of invigorating potion. However, her actions faltered